A sudden system error had plunged the world into emergency maintenance, a serious error threatening to erase applicable areas. And now, towering red armored figures emerged from the cosmic void, their imposing forms casting long shadows over a once peaceful city. Amidst the chaos and glowing green destruction, Aiden knelt, desperately shielding Alice from the encroaching danger. His face contorted in a scream of pure terror, he clutched the young girl tighter, her name a desperate plea on his lips. Tears streamed down Alice's face as she whispered, a single, urgent command. Above them, the colossal foot of a red armored monster descended, its shadow engulfing the pair as Aiden looked up in disbelief. The monstrous entity loomed over the devastated cityscape, its angular, red armor gleaming under the eerie sky. As Aiden watched, frozen in terror, the creature's hand began to glow with an ominous, charging energy. Then, with a blinding flash, it unleashed a devastating beam of light, tearing through the very fabric of the city. The monster's devastating energy beam ripped through the city, tearing apart structures and sending massive chunks of debris flying in every direction, the ground itself shattering under the immense force. Amidst the swirling dust and glowing particles, Aiden struggled to pull himself from the wreckage, his body battered and bruised. Collapsing onto the cracked earth, he could feel the searing pain of his injuries, glowing green energy flickering around his torn clothes. A cry of anguish escaped his lips, his face contorted in a mixture of agony and terror. Then, through the haze of pain, he saw her, Alice, being pulled upwards by an ethereal blue light, her form beginning to dissolve into countless shimmering particles as he reached out in desperation. A guttural roar tore from his throat, a desperate "no," echoing in the desolate space. He lunged, managing to grasp her fading form, his voice cracking as he demanded to know what they had ever done to deserve this. Tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, begging the unseen force to stop, to let her stay. Alice, almost entirely gone, whispered a faint sorry, a heartbreaking apology that Aiden returned, his own voice choked with sorrow. Her final words, a desperate plea, "Big bro, stay," faded into the shimmering light as she vanished completely. Left alone amidst the fading blue particles, Aiden lay motionless, the word alive appearing as a stark, almost cruel, reminder of his survival. His hand, trembling slightly, clutched a simple black bracelet, the only tangible remnant of what he had lost. His world had shattered, leaving him a mere silhouette of his former self, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light as tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, towering armored figures materialized around him, their presence cold and absolute, as a chilling system message declared that a bug had been located. One of the entities stepped closer, its heavy footfall echoing the system's assessment of his threat level as low. Meanwhile, other system observers, including menacing red-armored figures and a cloaked entity, confirmed his existence as a cause for error, determining him to be a potentially disastrous virus. A masked system administrator, its eyes glowing with cold blue light, began the process, initiating Aiden's deletion. As blue energy surged around him, the chilling command of permanent deletion echoed, threatening to erase him entirely. He could only question why things had turned out this way, remembering that all he and Alice had ever wanted was to live a normal life. His amber eye, now fragmented by the encroaching blue light, reflected his desperate plea. So why are we being deleted? In a world constantly threatened by monstrous creatures, one day, individuals chosen by the system began to emerge. These players appeared, hunting down the monsters, and the people devoted themselves to these new heroes. The people once revered the players, for it was thanks to them that humanity could escape the constant threat of monsters. But this peace did not last for long. As time passed, the very people they protected began to treat them like mere toys, as if it were natural to do so. Even when players committed evil deeds, the populace could do nothing but watch in helpless horror, for the reason that anyone who went against them would be flagged as a bug by the system's moderators. A system moderator, a masked figure with glowing blue eyes, oversaw this process, ensuring compliance. And over the next update and maintenance, those flagged were simply deleted. To be honest, Aiden didn't care about moderators, or players, or anything else in that grand scheme. His life, and the life of the child he held close, didn't allow them the luxury of doing so. They used the scheduled maintenances to survive, finding brief moments of respite in the chaos. Once the maintenance began, everything else stopped, but for some reason, Alice and he could still move, a strange anomaly in the frozen world. He didn't care about the reason, he simply worked his hardest to survive, carrying his burdens through the desolate streets. A flash of golden light, the sound of a blade, hinted at the harsh reality of his struggle. His attempt at enhancement fails, a stark red notification box appearing above the anvil, declaring the equipment destroyed, and a sharp sound of impact echoes through the workshop. A soft gasp escapes him, his amber eyes widening in disbelief as the reality of his predicament sinks in. He is utterly ruined. Before he can even process the loss, a brutal punch connects with his face, sending him sprawling backward with a sickening thud, a voice snarling, "You son of a bitch." Lying helpless on the ground, he hears the green-clad player's enraged voice, seething about the failed enhancement. Ugh, it had a 50% success rate. How the hell do you fail that? The player continues his tirade, his companion, an armored figure, standing silently beside him as he shouts, "You made me blow my precious materials." The rage escalates, the green-clad player kicking him again, his voice dripping with venom. "God, it makes me madder, the more I think about it. Just fucking die." As Aiden lies beaten and bound, the armored player interjects, "You'll kill him if you beat him anymore," only for the aggressor to scoff. "Huh, I don't care. He's an NPC anyways," leaving Aiden to silently plead for help. The armored player then adds, "Even if I kill him, the system will just bring him back anyways," before suggesting, "Let's just go on to the next region," dismissing Aiden's life with a casual wave, though he privately admits he would have killed him already if not for the karma penalty. A soft, worried voice breaks the silence as Alice, his younger sister, peeks into the workshop, her small voice calling out, "Big brother?" Her face etched with concern, she asks if he is okay, but he sternly reminds her, "Alice, I told you not to come down. It's dangerous," though she insists she wants to stay. Running towards him, she cries out, "Help," her innocent mind unable to comprehend the cruelty. How could they? It's not like you did it on purpose. As Alice gently tends to his bruised face, Aiden offers a weary, knowing smile. "Haha, it's all right. You know how players are. No matter how hard his work became, or how harshly the players treated him, it simply didn't matter. As long as he could protect Alice, that was all that truly mattered to him." But then, her very image began to fracture, breaking into countless digital shards, leaving him to question why this was happening. A guttural cry of anguish tore from his throat, his face contorted in agony as the digital disruption spread. Just what did this system think it was, he wondered, as the imposing, masked figure of the system administrator materialized before him, its glowing blue eyes piercing the digital haze. What gave it the right, he screamed, his voice raw with despair and fury, to delete them? The towering system administrator stood impassive, as Aiden's form began to glitch and distort, his very existence unraveling into shimmering blue particles. Even as his body disintegrated, a fierce resolve ignited within him, a silent vow to destroy this goddamn system, no matter what. His form dissolved completely, leaving only a swirling vortex of blue digital energy. He plunged deeper into the digital abyss, surrounded by an endless expanse of shimmering code. Falling through the luminous blue grid, Aiden was a lone silhouette against the vast, digital landscape. No matter what, he would reclaim everything, his amber eye glowing with an unyielding, fierce determination in the digital darkness. His very being was still dissolving, digital fragments of his body scattering into the void, a process of deletion that seemed irreversible. Yet, from the digital expanse above, a glowing blue hand descended, its intricate patterns pulsing with energy, making contact with his head and abruptly halting the disintegration. A moment of stillness followed, as if the system itself struggled to process the sudden reversal, displaying a stark error across the digital space. The system moderator's command to delete him had been cancelled, a stark message confirming his reprieve. Instead of deletion, the system was now restoring Aiden, declaring that the time has come for him. A blinding light enveloped him, as the system's voice echoed, instructing him for UTO carry out his designated role. Without hesitation, Aiden reached out towards the brilliant glow, a silent acceptance of his new purpose. Suddenly, he found himself sitting amidst scattered debris, blue digital particles drifting around him like snow, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. The scene around him was a ruined town, its structures broken and crumbling, all under a sky that continued to shed shimmering blue fragments. Looking around in bewilderment, Aiden voiced his confusion, wondering aloud, "How'd I get back here?" His mind raced, recalling the sensation of falling through an endless digital abyss, as he thought, "I'm sure I was just." His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden system notification, revealing he had acquired moderator powers at Moderator LV1. A sharp, digital chime echoes, signaling yet another system notification, as the skill commands is abruptly unlocked. Another chime follows, revealing that these new commands are now available, with an option to update. Standing amidst the ruins, Aiden watches as multiple translucent blue system windows materialize around him, confirming the unlocking of the command's skill and, more significantly, the acquisition of administrator authority at level 1, leaving him with a look of stunned surprise. In the sprawling Vanson's forest, just outside the formidable Edelin Castle, a gathering of adventurers made their way along a winding path, their destination clear. Among them, Jason, clad in his distinctive green-accented armor, mused to himself, having expected a new update after a long period of quiet. However, the system notice he received confirmed his fears. It was merely a no-update message, detailing a modification guide for the deletion of an error area and compensation for affected players. His frustration was palpable, wondering aloud what the point of an inspection was if absolutely nothing had changed. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from the ground, shimmering with intense energy and drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Jason and the other players turned, startled by the sudden phenomenon, wondering what was happening and why so many people were gathering. The crowd buzzed with confusion and excitement, their faces reflecting a mix of curiosity and apprehension as they stared at the glowing spectacle. As the golden light intensified, a voice explained, it was a weapon upgrade event, and the blacksmith Goldman could upgrade weapons without any materials. Goldman, the red-haired blacksmith, stood at his forge, the source of the radiant energy, responding to the surprise by suggesting it was likely a hidden event, as there had been no prior news. The players, including Jason, watched in awe as a system message confirmed their upgrades were successful and their stats had increased. A frenzy erupted among the crowd, with players clamoring to get their weapons upgraded, pushing and shouting, desperate not to miss this rare opportunity. As the upgrade event continued, Goldman, the blacksmith, stood ready, his attention fixed on the next item, while a player declared it was their turn now. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, his amber eyes widening slightly at an unexpected development. Meanwhile, Jason and his armored companion stood in a tense, monochrome memory, their expressions etched with frustration, as if recalling a past grievance. Back in the present, Jason held a newly upgraded weapon, its blades glowing with a vibrant blue aura, the successful enhancement evident in the shimmering energy it emitted. Observing the chaotic scene, Jason grumbled about other players cutting in line, but his armored companion simply advised him to let it go, knowing some battles weren't worth fighting. His companion explained that fighting such players would only increase one's karma effects, as they were known for their cheap buying, high selling, and generally bad personalities, often ending up in the penalty ground. Jason, however, was more focused on the blacksmith, wondering if he was the same man they had encountered before. Goldman, overhearing the conversation, inquired about whom they were speaking, and upon hearing the NPC from the village that got deleted recently, he acknowledged his survival, yet pondered why he was the only one left. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes as he thought of the little girl who had been with him, a player's dismissive thought echoing that she was probably deleted because she was useless, as he brought his hammer down with a resounding clang, the probability of success weighing on his mind. The upgrade process continued, with a success rate of only 25%, and Jason was asked if he still wished to proceed. He mused to himself that he never engaged in deals he could lose, concluding that even if only 1 out of 4 attempts succeeded, it would still represent a significant gain. Jason, still focused on the upgrade, insists to Goldman that the process will succeed, even threatening to pay him back tenfold if it doesn't, while the blacksmith, hammer poised over the glowing metal, quietly questions the certainty of it all. In his mind, Jason dismisses the blacksmith's hesitation as he thinks, "In your dreams, you piece of trash." Even as Goldman's own thoughts echo, "It has to?" With a final, desperate effort, Goldman brings his hammer down, his face contorted in concentration. But the system's will is absolute, and a stark message flashes across the air: upgrade failed, equipment destroyed. The probability, it seems, was pointless, as a higher power makes the decisions now. A pile of shattered weapons lies before them, glowing with residual energy, and Jason can only stare in horrified silence, his body trembling uncontrollably. Goldman, however, offers a casual, almost innocent, "Oops, my hands were a bit slippery," before feigning surprise at the complete failure, wondering aloud if it's real that not even one succeeded. Nearby, 2 other players find Jason's misfortune amusing, one remarking that it's even more amazing, while the other gleefully states his heart is getting bigger from the spectacle. Suddenly, a hand grabs Jason by the collar, and an angry voice snarls, "Hey, you son of a bitch, what about my money?" The player aggressor, held back by the armored companion, points accusingly at Goldman, shouting, "You said you were going to pay me back in tenfold, didn't you? Don't even think about running away. It's him. It's all his fault." The armored companion echoes the sentiment, declaring, "We should take out our anger on him," as Goldman, bewildered, retorts, "What bullshit are you saying?" Elsewhere, a different scene unfolds as 2 players, one with orange hair and another with blue, flee in terror, pursued by a group of shadowy figures. The shadowy figures close in, their presence marked by a cacophony of shouts and screams. Under the soft glow of a crescent moon, the quiet town settled into its nightly slumber. Inside, a door creaked open, and Aiden stepped into a dimly lit room, the sound echoing softly in the quiet space. Collapsing onto a plush couch, he let out a sigh of relief. The day's efforts finally concluded. The 3 bags of gold at his feet represented enough wealth to secure the item he desired. With the day's earnings, he wouldn't have to worry about money for a while, and as if on cue, a system window materialized before him, confirming the completion of a quest milestone. Aiden pondered whether to check his reward, his profile glowing faintly with ethereal blue particles, a subtle reminder of his unique status. He remembered the day he came back to life, the first thing he saw being a cascade of unknown words and symbols. Now, a new system window appeared, displaying his basic stats: Level 1, name Aiden, species human NPC, title updater, with standard HP and MP, and balanced strength, agility, and smarts. The system also detailed his combat metrics, such as attacks per second and critical hit probability, before announcing that the /update event command had been unlocked, presenting him with the option to start an event. A command input field appeared, prompting him to type, and Aiden wondered if this was a skill typically reserved for a system moderator. His eyes widened in disbelief, realizing the immense potential of this newfound ability. The system then displayed an image of a masked figure, making Aiden question if he was now connected to a moderator. A new quest appeared, tasking him with starting an event, leaving him to ponder the implications of this mysterious assignment. Aiden stares at the glowing system windows, a torrent of information overwhelming him, prompting a frustrated question about their meaning. He then sighs, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. His mind drifts back to the beginning, to how it all started, recalling the moment he was brought back to life by an unknown power, a strange energy coursing through his very being. He remembers the impossible truth. He came back to life, yet as a mere NPC, he shouldn't be able to receive a quest, especially not one to start an event. Only those with moderator permissions could access such commands, leaving him to wonder what the system gained by allowing him to use it, his amber eyes widening with a mix of confusion and suspicion. He ponders their true intentions, a silent question hanging in the air. What are they trying to do by using him? His gaze sharpens, a flicker of resolve replacing his earlier confusion. A vision of his past self, surrounded by ethereal light, flashes through his mind, a reminder of the power that brought him back, and the shadowy figure that seemed to observe his rebirth. With a newfound resolve, he decides it doesn't matter what the system's true purpose is, only that if he can use it, he will, even as the imposing, masked figure of the system administrator looms in his thoughts, its glowing blue eyes fixed on him. His eyes glow with fierce determination, as he vows to use this power to get revenge on that moderator. He mentally declares his willingness to be used to their heart's content, but only if, in turn, he can use them too. With his decision made, the system responds, displaying the quest milestone 01, start event as completed, a clear indication of his acceptance. His hand reaches out, firmly pressing the accept button on the holographic quest window, solidifying his commitment. Immediately, a brilliant blue light erupts around him, the word clear appearing as shimmering particles envelop his form, signifying the successful completion of the milestone and a surge of new power. A chime rings out as new system windows materialize, announcing that /update unlock has been unlocked, revealing new commands including start an event and the ability to unlock any item with a specific command, alongside two mysterious, unknown slots. Aiden pondered the new system command, can unlock any item, a powerful ability now at his disposal, but decided to set it aside for later. Having gained moderator power, he acknowledged its benefits, yet a deep concern lingered. Would his current strength be enough to survive? It was painfully obvious he was far too weak, realizing he could easily be defeated by even a beginner player. Adding to his vulnerability, the chilling fact remained that he was considered a bug within the system. This meant he could be deleted during the next inspection, without ever getting a chance to act. A flash of insight struck him. There had to be another way to secure his existence. Suddenly, a new quest window materialized before him, offering a path forward. It was milestone 02, find an Easter egg, marked on the map, prompting him to wonder if this Easter egg was some kind of hidden treasure. Aiden let out a soft sigh, accepting his fate, realizing there was no other option but to proceed. He understood that clearing quests was essential for his survival, and fortunately, this particular quest was located not far from his current position. Looking out over the twinkling lights of the town, with a distant pillar of light piercing the night sky, he resolved to begin his journey when the new day dawned. The next morning, a serene landscape awaited, with a majestic mountain standing tall under a clear, blue sky. Aiden's face contorts with a mix of apprehension and resolve, the weight of his new reality pressing down on him. Clad in a new, practical cloak, he strides through the forest, his path leading him deeper into the unknown. Soon, a massive, ornate door, glowing with an ominous red light, appears before him, confirming his suspicions. It had to be a dungeon. He recalls the tales of such places, where players hone their skills and increase their stats, a stark contrast to his own unexpected predicament. Standing before the glowing entrance, he feels a familiar unease. A sigh escapes him, the weight of his task heavy on his shoulders. He steels himself, knowing he cannot succumb to fear, especially not in a place like this. His mind drifts back to the terrifying creatures the moderator had unleashed, monsters far more formidable than anything he'd encountered before. Compared to those horrors, he tells himself, this dungeon is nothing. With determined steps, he approaches the imposing entrance, the sound of his boots echoing softly. However, as he draws near, a stark red warning flashes across the door, revealing an entrance restriction that demands a minimum level of 80. The system's cold, hard requirement stands as an immediate barrier, halting his progress before it can even begin. Just as he faced an insurmountable barrier, a new system message materialized before him, declaring entrance now permitted due to moderator permissions. Deep within a cavernous space, several hulking red armored monsters emerge from the shadows, their guttural growls echoing through the air. Their monstrous forms filling the space as they let out deafening roars, a terrifying symphony of primal aggression. Aiden, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, recoils in shock, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and disbelief as the monstrous cries assault his ears. Barely escaping the immediate danger, he lets out a relieved sigh, muttering to himself about how close he came to serious trouble and wondering if other players constantly face such terrifying battles. As he surveys the vast, otherworldly landscape of floating islands and glowing pathways, he realizes this strange place is known as a dungeon. Walking towards a brilliant light at the end of a path, Aiden recalls his sole motivation for being here, the milestone he's pursuing, a memory flashing of another figure, cloaked and determined, reaching for a glowing orb. The dungeon's unique atmosphere envelopes him, making the entire experience feel utterly alien and beyond the scope of his normal world. He ponders the unusual nature of his current path, realizing this is far from a typical journey. Finally, he stands before a towering, glowing blue portal, its ethereal light pulsating with unknown energy. He presses his hands against an invisible barrier, attempting to force it open, but it remains stubbornly sealed, refusing to yield to his efforts. Determined not to turn back after coming so far, Aiden considers his options, deciding to try a skill he learned just yesterday, as a system interface appears before him, offering an Update Unlock option. As the system command Update Unlock flashes into existence, Aiden focuses his energy, a brilliant light emanating from his hands as he initiates the skill. The portal before him responds instantly, its sealed surface shimmering with a vibrant blue light as the lock icon dissolves, granting access. Aiden watches, a gasp escaping him, as the portal fully opens, revealing a dark, cloaked silhouette standing within its luminous depths. With deliberate, echoing footsteps, the mysterious figure steps out of the portal and into the chamber. Aiden's expression tightens, his amber eyes fixed on the newcomer, a mix of apprehension and curiosity etched on his face. The cloaked figure ascends a grand staircase, pausing before a pedestal that glows with a soft, golden light. From a distance, Aiden observes the scene, his thoughts questioning the nature of the glowing object, wondering if it could be an egg. His eyes widen in sudden realization, a flicker of understanding or alarm crossing his features as he stares down at the pedestal. Before he can react, a sudden, powerful force slams into him, sending him sprawling to the ground as the pedestal shatters into countless fragments with a deafening crash. Still reeling from the sudden assault, he struggles to comprehend the impossible sight before him, wondering how such a formidable presence could have appeared. As if in answer, the towering red-armored figure, emanating a dark, oppressive aura, slowly advances, its massive sword dragging across the shattered ground. With a swift, brutal motion, the armored monster brings its great sword down in a devastating arc. Aiden cries out as the force of the blow sends him sprawling, blood splattering from the impact. He is thrown backward, a wave of shimmering blue energy from the monster's attack, pushing him further into the debris. His face contorts in pain, a fresh cut bleeding across his cheek as he struggles to regain his footing. Colliding with the cold stone wall, he slumps, his body aching from the relentless assault. Another powerful strike from the monster's sword carves a glowing blue cross into the ground beside him, narrowly missing his head. The red-armored figure looms over him, its presence suffocating as dust settles around the battered youth. Despite the pain and overwhelming odds, a fierce resolve hardens his gaze, a silent defiance burning in his amber eyes. He reaches for the hilt of his own sword, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. He has nothing left to lose anyways. With a roar of challenge, Aiden rises, his blade now drawn, ready to face the monstrous adversary head-on. The red-armored monster lunges, its spiked gauntlet blurring through the air with lethal intent. Aiden barely manages to block the devastating blow with his sword, the impact sending a shockwave of blue energy, but he knows he cannot sustain this defense much longer. Realizing the futility of blocking, he grits his teeth, resolving to abandon defense and go on the offensive. The monster, meanwhile, prepares another powerful strike, its glowing eyes fixed on its prey. But before it can unleash its attack, Aiden moves with unexpected speed, his blade piercing deep into the monster's armored form. Despite the fresh cuts on his own face, a grim determination hardens his expression. He tightens his grip on the sword, pushing it further into the creature. The monster lets out a guttural roar of pain, its body convulsing from the wound. A triumphant grin spreads across his face, convinced he has landed the killing blow. The massive creature stumbles, collapsing to one knee as he stands over it, his sword still embedded. Yet, the monster's head begins to glow with an ominous purple light, strange particles swirling around it. Aiden stares, his eyes wide with disbelief, wondering what new horror is unfolding before him. A brutal blow connects with Aiden's face, sending a spray of debris and impact ripples across the air. Reeling from the strike, he cries out, blood already staining his lips as the full force of the attack overwhelms him. The red-armored monster presses its advantage, its heavy foot descending to pin him, a wave of agony washing over his body. As the towering figure stands over him, dark purple energy crackles around its form, leaving him bewildered by its unexpected power. Finally collapsing to his knees, Aiden is a bloodied mess, his broken sword lying uselessly beside him amidst the shattered ground. A grim realization washes over him, acknowledging the expected outcome, yet a desperate thought echoes in his mind. He cannot simply give up. In a torrent of memories, faces of allies and enemies, moments of triumph and despair, flash before his eyes, each one a fragment of his journey. Among them, The chilling visage of the system administrator looms, its glowing blue eyes a stark reminder of the forces at play, while a fleeting image of Alice flickers in his peripheral vision. Her innocent smile, surrounded by shimmering blue particles, becomes a powerful anchor, pulling him back from the brink of despair. A single, resolute command echoes in his mind, "Stay alive," and his amber eye flares with a fierce yellow glow, a testament to his rekindled will. Now cloaked in black, Aiden stands alone in a desolate, snowy expanse, his eyes burning with a crimson intensity as he faces a colossal rock formation, a new challenge awaiting him. Yet, the struggle is far from over, as drops of blood continue to fall, a stark reminder of the price of survival. With his eyes burning a fierce red, Aiden's resolve hardens, a silent vow echoing in his mind. If he stays alive, he wins. Even as the red-armored monster looms over him, its massive blade descending, he clings to that conviction, refusing to yield. A scream tears from his throat as the impact sends searing pain through his body, but the glow in his eyes remains unwavering. The monster's relentless assault continues, its weapon striking with brutal force. He is thrown backward, shattering the very ground beneath him, yet the monster presses its advantage, closing the distance. A system message flashes, declaring upgrade failed equipment destroyed, and a wave of disbelief washes over him. He can barely comprehend the words, wondering how this formidable foe could be mere equipment, not a demon. But in that moment of confusion, a flicker of opportunity ignites within him, and he sees his chance to strike back. With newfound ferocity, he launches his assault, his blows shattering the monster's armor, another system message confirming the destruction of its components. He continues his relentless attack, tearing through the monster's defenses, each strike echoing with the system's declaration of equipment destroyed. The once imposing red armor now lies in ruins, its formidable structure reduced to shattered fragments. Finally, with a decisive blow, he obliterates the monster's glowing red core, ending the battle. Standing victorious over the remnants of his foe, Aiden now appears transformed, his eyes still burning red, cloaked in darkness, a testament to his renewed power and unwavering will. Even as the system declared upgrade failed equipment destroyed, with each impact, he recoiled from the monster's last desperate counter, the force still rattling his bones. Yet Aiden pushed through the pain, delivering another devastating punch that tore through the monster's red armor, the system repeating its grim pronouncement. He continued his relentless assault, each blow echoing with the system's confirmation of destruction, a cascade of upgrade failed equipment destroyed messages filling his vision. With a final, explosive impact, the last vestiges of the red armor shattered into countless fragments, the system's warnings now a triumphant chorus of its demise. The monster dissolved into glowing particles, leaving behind only the final, definitive message, upgrade failed equipment destroyed. Exhausted, Aiden slumped to the ground, his ragged breaths echoing in the sudden silence, surrounded by the shattered remnants of his foe. He looked around at the scattered debris, the once formidable equipment, now nothing more than broken pieces on the cold floor. Standing triumphantly before a glowing pedestal, he declared his victory, as a system message confirmed the completion of Quest Milestone 02, Find the Easter EGG. A soft blue aura emanated from him, a visible manifestation of his newly acquired power. The system continued to update his status, announcing Moderator powers upgraded Moderator LV3, and the unlocking of /update edit. He looked on with a mix of surprise and contemplation, realizing he had gained a new skill. Turning away from the glowing pedestal, he pondered if this was the true reason he had come to this place, before deciding he needed to return first. His body, battered and bruised from the recent ordeal, struggled to remain upright, each ragged breath a testament to the pain coursing through him. The toll of battle was evident on his face, as he acknowledged the dire state of his physical form, a quiet admission of exhaustion. With his vision blurring, he fought desperately against the encroaching darkness, a silent plea to maintain consciousness echoing in his mind. But the effort was too great, and he finally succumbed, collapsing heavily onto the cold, hard ground. As he lay motionless, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, their silent approach marked only by the soft rustle of fabric as they neared an ancient, ornate doorway. The mysterious newcomer paused, their dark silhouette looming over the unconscious form of the fallen hero. Then, with a subtle movement, the hood was drawn back, revealing a young woman with vibrant blue hair and piercing purple eyes, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity, framed by a cloak adorned with glowing teal patterns. She gazed down at him, a soft, almost imperceptible sigh escaping her lips as she observed his injured, unconscious state. Within a vast, empty hall, light streams down from above, illuminating a solitary pedestal at the far end of a grand staircase. Suddenly, a spherical, mechanical entity, glowing with an internal blue light, begins to materialize, digital particles swirling around its form. The orb's core intensifies its luminescence, a powerful blue energy crackling from its surface. It drifts forward into the vast space, leaving a faint, dark trail in its wake. Focusing on a pile of red and black debris on the floor, the orb projects a wide, sweeping beam of blue light. The debris begins to disintegrate under the orb's powerful blue energy field, breaking into smaller fragments. A system notification confirms the dungeon keeper's disappearance and detects a bug within the debris, identifying it as a low-level threat as a red crosshair appears over the remnants. The orb glows with renewed intensity, a silent command echoing. Swift action is necessary. With a final surge, the orb transforms into a towering pillar of brilliant white and blue digital light, completely eradicating the last vestiges of the debris. Meanwhile, in a different location, the blue-haired cloaked figure stands over Aiden, who lies unconscious on the ground, a faint sparkle of energy surrounding them both. Aiden slowly stirs, a faint ringing sound echoing in his ears as consciousness returns. His eyes flutter open, catching sight of a strange system window hovering before him, a voice asking, "What's that sound?" As he instinctively reaches out to interact with the prompt. As he struggles to sit up, a figure looms over him, their presence unsettling, and a wave of confusion washes over his face. The blue-haired woman gazes down at him, a sudden, sharp cry escaping his lips. Now fully upright but still seated on the ground, Aiden stares up at her, demanding to know her identity. With a calm demeanor, she simply greets him, then introduces herself as Arya. Aiden's eyes widen in shock, the word player echoing in his mind with a sense of dread. His amber eyes flash a vibrant red as a system notification confirms his status, a chilling realization dawning upon him. Arya offers a reassuring smile, digital particles shimmering around her, telling him there's no need to be afraid. Yet, the strange, glowing symbols of his karma, a jumble of numbers and characters, suggest otherwise. Arya gestures towards a system window displaying his unknown status and the bizarre karma value, her smile unwavering. Aiden's face contorts in pure terror, the implications of his new reality sinking in. Still reeling from the system's revelation, Aiden's mind races, questioning the impossible. He recalls the maximum karma level, wondering how his could be so far beyond it. Meanwhile, a knowing smile plays on Arya's lips, her presence radiating an unsettling aura as Aiden's thoughts label her as inherently dangerous. As she stands over him, Aiden, still seated on the ground, can only manage a hesitant, almost pleading, go away." He looks up at her, a flicker of fear in his eyes, as he asks what she could possibly want from him. Arya, however, simply smiles, reminding him that she was the one who healed him, even using her precious health potions to do so. With a playful tone, she asks if he thinks she's super nice, while green healing particles still shimmer around his arm. Aiden, still wary, states that he doesn't want any reward, but Arya simply finds him interesting, admitting it's her first time encountering someone like him. Her words only deepen his confusion, leaving him to wonder what exactly she's talking about. Suddenly, a bright, glowing rectangle materializes before him, announcing that a new quest has been found, catching him completely by surprise. The system window displays Quest, Milestone, -03 level up, and Aiden can only stare in disbelief, internally questioning why a quest would appear at such a critical moment. As Arya watches him, he decides he wants no part in whatever she's involved in, resolving to quickly distance himself from the suspicious player. Rising to his feet and turning away, Aiden offers a quick thanks for her help, using her earlier statement about not wanting a reward as his cue to leave. He decided it was time to leave, announcing his departure as he turned his back on the mysterious figure. As he began to walk away, the sound of rustling leaves followed him, and a voice from behind simply stated, "Then." Arya watched him go, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips, a soft, almost musical hum escaping her. The serene landscape of a distant mountain stood under a clear sky, as a system notification chimed, signaling an incoming message. Suddenly, multiple translucent windows materialized before Aiden, each displaying the same message, friend request. Would you like to accept Arya as a friend? His expression tightened in annoyance. As he tried to process the onslaught of requests, Arya appeared beside him, cheerfully poking one of the windows, her voice bright as she greeted him. "Hey." Aiden, exasperated, demanded to know why she kept following him, while Arya, her own expression now a pout, insisted he stop annoying her. With an innocent, wide-eyed look, she simply asked, "Why can't I follow you?" Aiden, clearly at his wit's end, retorted that she was too frail and might collapse again, adding that as her friend, he'd have to be there in such situations, though his thoughts betrayed his true feelings, muttering, "Friend my ass." He then firmly told her to stop and get lost, declining another friend request. Arya's eyes narrowed in a smug grin, as she declared, "Look, I was right, huh?" Aiden's face contorted in a mixture of shock and utter disbelief, unable to comprehend her persistence. With a playful swipe of her finger, Arya pointed directly at him, her smug smile unwavering. A sudden, guttural snarl rips through the air as a monstrous wolf lunges from the shadows, its fangs bared directly at Aiden. Reacting instantly, he brings his hand up, a glowing blue system window for his inventory materializing before him. With a swift, practiced motion, Aiden slashes his sword, connecting with the beast, and sending a spray of blood into the air as it recoils with a pained yelp. The monster collapses to the ground, its body lifeless, leaving only the faint growls of its packmates in the distance. As the dust settles, he realizes his victory was short-lived, now surrounded by a menacing circle of dark, wolf-like creatures. His brow furrows in concern, wondering how so many monsters could have appeared so suddenly. A glance down at his blood-splattered clothes provides a grim answer, the scent of fresh blood likely drawing them in. From a nearby vantage point, a familiar voice cuts through the tension, Arya observing his predicament with a hint of amusement, remarking that he seems to be in a difficult situation. She sits calmly on a rock, a playful smile gracing her lips, offering her assistance with a light-hearted tone. Gripping his sword tighter, Aiden dismisses her offer, reminding himself that he needs to defeat these monsters for his quest anyway, and this is the only way to grow stronger quickly before the impending maintenance. His eyes burn with renewed resolve, a fierce determination hardening his features as he prepares to face the horde alone. With a battle cry, he charges into the pack, his sword a blur of silver against the dark forms of the attacking wolves. High above the world, a figure sat upon a grand throne, a small, glowing orb balanced on his finger, contemplating the vastness before him. A soft chime echoed, as he mused aloud, wondering if the Easter egg had truly vanished. His thoughts drifted to a specific challenge, acknowledging that success was possible if one could only defeat the dungeon keeper. He knew this particular keeper was unique, possessing the rare immortal trait, making its theoretical destruction a complex matter. A moment later, his attention was drawn to a series of glowing cards, their fragmented images suggesting something amiss, a strange anomaly that the system administrator might uncover if he wasn't careful. A faint blue aura began to emanate from him, his expression hardening with resolve. Surrounded by floating, glowing orbs, Royd, the system moderator, concluded that he would have to investigate the matter personally. Meanwhile, Aiden continued his desperate struggle against the wolf monsters, his blade flashing through the air, as Royd's observation about a bug seemed to manifest in the unfolding chaos. His face contorted in a mix of shock and frustration, Aiden realized that something was fundamentally wrong, a definite bug had occurred. Breathing heavily, Aiden surveyed the fallen wolf-like creatures around him, his hand trembling slightly on the hilt of his sword, a testament to the intensity of the battle he had just fought. He stood victorious amidst the defeated beasts, a stark contrast to his former life. A wave of disbelief washed over him as he murmured, wondering how he, once a mere NPC, had managed to defeat so many monsters. Suddenly, a glowing system interface materialized before him, displaying a prominent Command-Edit option. He found the skill truly incredible, far exceeding anything he could have imagined. As he processed the information, a golden light pulsed from his chest, reflecting his growing power. His status screen confirmed a status increase x2, showing all his core attributes had been doubled. He understood he could multiply his stats not just by 2, but by any factor he desired, though the immense strain on his body was almost unbearable. Electricity crackled around him as he grimaced in pain, the raw power threatening to overwhelm him. He resolved to use this skill wisely from now on, recognizing the vast opportunities it presented, yet wishing he knew more ways to fully utilize its potential. A system window displays Aiden's current status, level 1, 0 experience points, and his species identified as human. This is the world of the updater. To grow stronger in this world, he knows he must gain levels, but a nagging thought persists, wondering why this is even a question. There are 2 primary methods to increase one's level. The first, and most common, way is by completing quests, as indicated by the numerous exclamation marks hovering over the heads of villagers and the quest board itself. The second method involves hunting monsters, a dangerous endeavor Aiden undertakes alongside other players, including a green-clad adventurer, a heavily armored warrior, and another knight with blue accents, as they confront a massive, horned beast. Despite his efforts, Aiden feels a growing unease, a deep-seated conviction that something is fundamentally wrong with his situation. From a distance, a blue-haired cloaked figure observes Aiden with a thoughtful, almost melancholic expression. And so, he spent days hunting monsters, relentlessly battling various creatures in the forest, knowing that since he couldn't accept quests from NPCs, this was his only path forward. This was the only way, he believed, as he continued to fight, even as the blue-haired figure watched his every move from above. Yet, no matter how many monsters he slayed or commands he used, his level remained stagnant, and through this frustrating reality, he finally understood the truth. He had reached an NPC's limit. A stark truth, like lines of code, defines the world. An NPC cannot grow stronger. While ordinary inhabitants are bound by this restriction, players, chosen by the very system, possess no such limitations. They are free to ascend, to become legends, their potential unbounded. Aiden sits alone, the weight of this realization heavy on his shoulders, understanding now why he could not grow stronger. He was not chosen. His brow furrows in deep thought, a profound frustration etched across his face. How could he possibly level up? He wonders, knowing there must be some other way. Suddenly, a voice breaks his reverie, causing him to look up in surprise. He finds the blue-haired cloaked figure still there, sitting across from him by the campfire, and his patience finally snaps, demanding to know how long she plans to follow him around. The figure simply begins to speak, her expression unreadable. Aiden watches her, still agitated, as she continues, acknowledging his unknown motivations. He listens intently, his surprise evident. With arms crossed and a resolute gaze, the blue-haired cloaked figure prepares to reveal her purpose. As the blue-haired figure's words hung in the air, Aiden's mind raced, acknowledging the stark truth that hunting alone was indeed inefficient. The thought of party play sparked a flicker of consideration within him, while the blue-haired figure, with a knowing smile, pressed her point, emphasizing the benefits of shared experience points, a concept that resonated with Aiden, making him realize it just might work. After a moment of contemplation, he finally conceded. His simple okay met with her eager encouragement to proceed. And with a determined look, Aiden agreed to join forces. Her excitement was palpable as she embraced him, overjoyed that he had actually accepted her proposal. Still, even in her elation, she couldn't resist teasing him about a friend request, prompting a silent, exasperated refusal from Aiden. Their journey then led them to the rugged expanse of Hecla Ravine, where the blue-haired figure, now wielding a sharp blade, casually remarked on the nature of their new partnership. Before swiftly engaging and dispatching several monstrous blue creatures with effortless grace, their bodies falling lifelessly around her. Still in the Hecla Ravine, the blue-haired figure lets out a small huff, muttering to herself about Aiden's refusal to accept her friend request, while he stands nearby, observing her with a thoughtful expression. He considers her words, a system message appearing before him, confirming the double experience applied buff, and realizes she's incredibly lucky, noting that normally he'd have to pay for such a benefit, yet her attitude suggests she's handling the hunt effortlessly. Aiden's eyes widen with determination, a new thought forming in his mind. If he can truly gain experience points from this, he can level up at an unprecedented speed. Meanwhile, the blue-haired figure finds herself surrounded by several towering, blue-armored monsters, their glowing eyes fixed on her as she prepares for the onslaught. Without hesitation, she launches herself into the fray, a blur of motion as she closes the distance to her first target. Her attack connects with devastating force, shattering one of the armored beasts into countless fragments, and immediately, a cascade of plus EXP notifications floods the air, confirming the rapid accumulation of experience points. As the blue-haired figure continues her relentless assault, Aiden is bathed in a brilliant, ethereal glow, multiple level-up notifications appearing around him, signifying his rapid progression. His face lights up with pure joy and disbelief, as countless level-up windows pop up before him, confirming his incredible gains. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge in power, he exclaims that his level finally went up, realizing with a triumphant laugh that he should have done this from the start, as a mysterious spherical object rests embedded in the rocky terrain behind him. The spherical object, with its glowing blue core, remains silently embedded in the rock, its purpose unknown. A system alert flashes, indicating a bug detected, as Aiden reflects on the blue-haired figure's unexpected prowess, having anticipated her strength, but not to this degree. Indeed, her movements are a blur of blue energy, effortlessly dispatching the monstrous creatures, confirming Aiden's assessment of her overwhelming power. Yet, despite her obvious capabilities, he can't help but wonder why someone of her caliber would choose to approach him in the first place. As his thoughts drift, a peculiar glowing orb catches his eye in the desolate landscape, while the blue-haired figure herself appears momentarily startled, her expression one of surprise. A moment later, a system notification confirms his success. Quest completed, level up, and gained 1 skill point, prompting him to lament the time he'd wasted before this easy victory, now eager to allocate his newfound skill point. Surveying the pile of defeated monsters, he muses about the abilities he might gain, but a soft, unsettling sound draws his attention away from his thoughts. Looking around the barren landscape, he calls out, realizing his companion has vanished, reminding her of her promise to carry him. Meanwhile, on the ground, a broken object crackles with erratic electrical energy, emitting sharp, sparking sounds. It's the mysterious orb, now fractured and emitting a low, whirring hum, accompanied by urgent, repeated warnings of caution, caution. The blue-haired figure reappears, her expression grim as she considers the situation, acknowledging that there may be many disadvantages, as the caution warnings persist. Without hesitation, her foot descends with decisive force, crushing the sparking orb and silencing its ominous warnings with a final, sharp crack. She dismisses the unseen presence as merely noisy, her gaze sharp as she declares she doesn't know who they are, but she will not allow them to stand in her way. Her expression hardening, she asserts that no one can touch what is hers, a statement that leaves Aiden in thoughtful silence, contemplating her words. A system notification appears, asking if he wishes to add Arya as a friend, and with a decisive tap, the request is accepted. Arya beams with delight, her name now officially added to his friend list, a new connection forged in the digital realm. She playfully teases him about finally recognizing her charm, but he dismisses it with a casual remark, downplaying the significance of the moment. Aiden, now confirmed at level 30, stands resolute against a scenic backdrop, his journey continuing to unfold. He recounts how he ended up traveling with Arya, a player he met by chance, their path winding through a serene, windmill-dotted landscape. Despite his initial reluctance, he admits that since she proved to be a great help, he eventually added her as a friend, reasoning that he had nothing to lose anyway. He then reveals that he used a skill point, obtained as a reward, to acquire the update edit skill, deeming it incredibly important. Now, Aiden stands alone, separated by a glowing divide from a diverse group of individuals, a symbolic representation of his unique position. He muses that he is neither a mere NPC nor a typical player, because the system now recognizes him as a player, a status highlighted by glowing data streams converging on his name. Aiden reflects on a past struggle, acknowledging his current shortcomings, yet recognizing the significant growth he has achieved since then. He clenches his fist, a silent wish escaping him, longing for the power he now possesses to have been available in those earlier, more desperate times. A memory flickers, showing a younger version of Arya beside him, as he laments the strength he lacked in that moment. Snapping back to the present, his eyes widen, catching sight of something strange in the distance, illuminated by faint, golden particles. He continues his journey through the verdant landscape, the golden motes of light dancing around him as he walks. Suddenly, Arya's voice calls out to him, asking where he is headed as he continues to walk away. He leads her to the crest of a hill, where a colossal, dark, glowing structure pierces the sky, emanating an ominous aura. Aiden stares at the anomaly, his expression a mix of shock and bewilderment as he questions its very existence. Arya, standing beside him, identifies it as the bad sector, her tone suggesting familiarity with its unsettling nature. She explains that it is a dumping ground for the system's refuse, an area neglected and corrupted by the Moderator's deletions, growing more distorted with time. Aiden listens intently as she elaborates, revealing that it is a place of unpredictable dangers, where anything could emerge. As they stand together on the grassy hill, overlooking the ominous structure, Aiden's expression remains one of questioning wonder, while Arya seems to anticipate his next move. As Aiden moved towards the ominous glowing barrier, a voice called out, questioning his intent, then urging him to wait. Together, they stood before the shimmering, hexagonal wall of light, the bad sector pulsating with an eerie, low hum. Aiden murmured about the bad sector, wondering if the place he once knew had already transformed into something like this, while Arya, with a slight smirk, challenged his resolve, asking if he was truly going to enter. With a confident grin, Aiden reached out his hand towards the glowing barrier, declaring that this adventure was going to be fun. As his hand made contact, a blinding flash of light and energy erupted, enveloping him completely as he stepped through the barrier, leaving Arya behind. Arya, surprised, reached out her own hand to the barrier, which glowed red and hummed with a defensive energy, blocking her entry. A knowing smirk played on her lips as she realized the situation, muttering that he could just go in by yourself. The truth was, only those with specific authority, such as moderators and system administrators, possess the ability to traverse the boundaries of a bad sector. Suddenly, Aiden found himself pulled back, his angry protest of "get off me," quickly turning into a realization, as he understood the implications of his effortless entry. Just as I suspected. Arya, her purple eyes glowing faintly, looked at him with an intense gaze, confirming his unspoken thought. "You're special." Together, they stood before the bad sector once more, its hexagonal barrier now replaced by towering, ethereal purple energy formations that pulsed ominously. Aiden mused that he had only entered for a moment, but then questioned his own motives, realizing upon reflection that his entry hadn't been truly necessary. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a desolate, wind-swept landscape, a memory or a premonition, but the present reality is far more vibrant and immediate, as Aiden and Arya step deeper into the transformed bad sector, surrounded by swirling purple particles. His amber eyes narrow, sensing an unseen presence, and his hand instinctively tightens around the hilt of his sword, a quiet declaration that something is definitely here. With a swift motion, he draws his blade, preparing for whatever lurks within the dark opening of the rocky terrain, wondering if it's not a wild animal, then what could it be? A monstrous silhouette looms in the distance, confirming his suspicions of a demon, but his gaze falls upon a small, kneeling figure, an unexpected discovery in this dangerous place. The boy looks up, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, and Aiden's own expression shifts to one of utter disbelief, realizing he's found a kid here. Before he can react, a swift projectile streaks through the air, forcing him to instinctively bring his sword up, deflecting the attack with a shower of sparks. His attention momentarily shifts to the distant, towering silhouette of the monster, a silent acknowledgement of the true threat lurking in the ethereal purple haze. The boy, now revealed to be holding a crossbow, looks up at them, his voice cutting through the tension as he asks if they are players. He continues, expressing his surprise at seeing other people after so long and questioning how they managed to enter, while Aiden internally acknowledges the boy's suspicion, but notes that at least they seem to be enemies of the monster. As Aiden processes the situation, Arya's attention is drawn to the distant monster, her expression shifting with a sudden realization. A faint, ominous smile plays on her lips, her eyes glowing with an inner blue light as a powerful aura begins to emanate from her. The blue energy intensifies, swirling around her in a brilliant, explosive display, revealing a hidden power that promises to change the dynamics of their encounter. Aiden's eyes widen in shock, a profound sense of unease washing over him as he perceives the immense, horrifying energy now emanating from Arya. The young boy, who had previously attacked them, looks up at Aiden with a questioning gaze, uttering a soft, "Ajushi?" Aiden's thoughts race, grappling with the sheer magnitude of the power he senses, wondering what horrifying energy this could be, for he has never encountered a player capable of such a display before. Standing beside Arya, who now radiates an ominous blue glow, Aiden can't help but ponder the unsettling possibility. What would they do if she were to decide to become an enemy? Suddenly, a blue-haired man rushes towards them, his face etched with panic, exclaiming that they are in big trouble, before gasping in disbelief, wondering how players could have possibly entered their domain. Aiden calmly inquires about the issue, to which the man hesitantly replies, revealing that Helen's illness has worsened. The distant village, now visible, appears to be under some form of magical assault, with shards of blue and purple energy erupting from its structures, a sight that causes Aiden to flinch, a sharp sound escaping him. Inside a humble dwelling, a woman named Jake kneels beside a bed, calling out to someone, while Aiden and Arya observe the chaos from a window, Aiden questioning what could have happened, as there were no issues until now. The blue-haired man apologetically admits he's not sure why this is happening either, as Aiden urgently calls out for Helen to wake up, his concern palpable, causing him to recoil slightly in distress. The young girl, Helen, lies in bed, surrounded by faint purple energy particles, a narration box observing her condition, and Arya, standing with Aiden, states with certainty that this is not just a simple disease. Aiden reacts sharply to the unfolding situation, a sudden, piercing sound accompanying his distress, as a red system message flashes before his eyes, displaying a stark warning. The warning clarifies that a bug has been found, with a low threat level, followed by an urgent new quest: delete the bug, leaving Aiden staring at the ominous command. Aiden, his face etched with urgency, implores the masked figure to do anything, demanding to know if there is truly nothing she can do to help. As she looks back at him, her expression hidden but her posture conveying a sense of helplessness. Nearby, a young boy cries out in anguish, purple particles swirling around him, a clear sign of the strange affliction spreading through the town. Aiden, grabbing the boy by the arm, demands to know why he came in without permission. While a voice desperately calls out for Helen to open her eyes, another warning not to touch the afflicted child, who lies unconscious on a bed, surrounded by the same unsettling purple glow. The blue-haired man declares it's too late, a statement that shocks Aiden, who questions what he means by such a grim pronouncement. Turning to him, the masked figure suggests that as a player, he must possess a way to help the child. A realization that causes Aiden, the masked figure, and the blue-haired man to react with wide-eyed shock, Aiden exclaiming that it's a bug. The masked figure, however, finds his explanation nonsensical, questioning how it could possibly be a bug. Aiden, his face contorted in distress, reflects on how the entire town might have met a similar fate, struggling to understand why this is happening when they have never once defied the system. In response, the masked figure calmly explains that one does not need to defy the system to become a bug, as there are many kinds. The cloaked figure observes the glitching purple energy field, understanding that the more the anomaly worsens, the more damage its presence will inflict on the surroundings. A red-haired player, his face etched with concern, suggests that if they wish to avoid being deleted alongside the afflicted child, they should distance themselves immediately, proposing it would be better to part ways now than risk shared deletion, as the blue-haired figure and the cloaked one listen intently. Suddenly, Aiden is confronted by a system window, an urgent new quest appearing before him, demanding the deletion of the bug, causing him to exclaim in utter disbelief. The system explicitly labels the child as the bug, prompting Aiden to question, his voice filled with outrage, if they truly expect him to delete that kid. A new system prompt appears, asking for confirmation to delete with moderator permissions, presenting him with a stark yes or no choice. His eyes wide with horror and disbelief, Aiden can only utter, "You're kidding me." His gloved hand hovers over the no option, desperately trying to refuse the abhorrent quest. As he struggles, a warning flashes across the screen. There's an extreme penalty if quest is failed, the red text emphasizing the dire consequences. Another prompt appears, asking if he truly wants to give up on the quest, and as his hand is forced to select yes, he wonders if this was the true reason he was brought here. His face contorted in a mask of fury and despair, Aiden screams, questioning why he is being forced to do such a thing. His desperate cry echoes as the masked figure of the moderator appears, its glowing blue eyes piercing through the darkness. As the system's cruel decree echoed, Aiden's resolve hardened, a fierce determination burning within him, knowing he was fundamentally different from the system's expectations. With a surge of raw power, he unleashed a devastating, multi-directional attack, blue energy trails and red impact lines blurring across the space around him. His voice resonated with defiance, challenging the unseen forces to do their worst, as vibrant pink and purple energy pulsed around him, a testament to his growing power. His face contorted in a snarl, he vowed to eliminate whatever stood in his way, whether it was the system itself or the bug it sought to erase. Meanwhile, the mysterious moderator, cloaked in shadow, stepped into a room where a small group of players and NPCs had gathered, their attention drawn by the unfolding chaos. Turning to face them, Aiden sternly warned them to keep their distance from the unfolding situation. One of the men, the blue-haired one, questioned his authority, demanding to know if he had a solution, to which Aiden admitted he wasn't sure, but would try his best. Suddenly, a small boy clutched at his cloak, pleading desperately for him to save his little sister, Helen. The boy's heartfelt plea for his sister's life echoed in Aiden's mind, a desperate cry for help that he couldn't ignore. Moving swiftly, Aiden approached the bed where Helen lay, reaching out a hand towards the suffering child. As his hand made contact, Helen's eyes glowed with an ominous purple light, and dark, glitching particles erupted from her body, indicating the severe progression of the bug. As Aiden unleashed his power, a blinding red energy burst erupted from him, sending the aggressive players recoiling from the sheer force of his defiance. The blue-haired man and Jake watched in stunned disbelief, uttering exclamations of shock as the chaotic scene unfolded before them, Helen still clutched in the background. Arya, the cloaked figure, observed the unfolding events with a calm, calculating gaze, her expression unreadable as Aiden's power continued to manifest. Aiden himself grimaced, the raw power coursing through him, a sound of intense effort escaping his lips as the red energy pulsed around him. The world around him dissolved into a cascade of shimmering particles, a visual representation of the system's disruption. Within this ethereal space, a brilliant blue energy burst outward, obliterating the red armored monsters that had been a constant threat, their forms dissolving into green trails. Now glowing with an intense white light, Aiden found himself in a dark, star-filled void, questioning if this was the very space of the system itself. He realized the struggle was far from over, and that he was no longer in the real world. Helen still held close, her form now shimmering with a disturbing purple glow. His mind raced, desperately searching for a way to save the child, her condition worsening, the bug manifesting as violent purple energy and glitching particles around her. A system message flashed, describing a fatal error that occurs when the system is defied, but Aiden, now wielding a glowing red sword, stood resolute, ready to face whatever came next. With a fierce determination, he prepared to strike, his glowing blade arcing through the void, purple energy still radiating from Helen beside him. Helen's form flickers with glitching blue electrical arcs, her body glowing purple as the system attempts to reform her, a voice contemplating the need to completely detach her from its grasp. Aiden, engulfed in a burst of red energy, believes he might still be able to save her, his resolve manifesting as a swirling field of crimson particles. Reaching out towards the child, he finds her still suspended, caught within the same volatile red energy. His own eyes now glowing with fierce white light, Aiden's resolve hardens as Helen's form continues to distort, surrounded by a chaotic mix of blue and purple energy. Around him, other figures, including the young boy, Jake, the blue-haired man, and the player aggressor, are also caught in this strange system space, their forms glowing with an ethereal purple light amidst the crackling blue arcs. With a powerful surge of will, Aiden unleashes a devastating slash with his newly manifested, glowing red sword. He stands before a blinding red light, a manifestation of the system's core, as Jason and the player aggressor watch in stunned silence, the air rumbling with the force of his attack. From a distance, the blue-haired cloaked figure, Arya, observes the unfolding chaos, a flicker of hope crossing her features as she considers that it might just be possible to overcome this impossible situation. Back in the system space, Jason recoils in shock, while the player aggressor raises a fist in disbelief, both utterly stunned by the sheer audacity of Aiden's actions. A colossal red explosion erupts, shattering the very fabric of the system space and sending debris flying in all directions. Purple crystalline structures, once forming the environment, begin to crack and shatter, dissolving into a shower of red particles. Finally, a colossal burst of blue and green energy, infused with vibrant rainbow hues, erupts from the center, with Aiden's red glowing form at its heart, completely disrupting the system's control. The system's space shatters around him, crystalline fragments of light blue energy scattering in every direction, a testament to the sheer power of his recent attack. As the dust settles, Aiden's brow furrows, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he wonders what exactly has transpired, questioning if his desperate gamble has truly paid off. He looks up, his gaze fixed on a massive, glowing yellow rectangle that materializes before him, blue energy lines pulsing from its base, a new, unexpected development in the fractured system. A soft chime echoes through the space, and a system message appears, informing him that new commands have been acquired, specifically unlocking/upgrade delete. Another chime follows, revealing a second message that registers him as the new moderator of Urged Mountain, explicitly naming him Aiden. He stares at the floating panels, one confirming a hidden cleared status and the other reiterating his new moderator role, a realization dawning on him that his actions were perhaps not just destructive, but part of a larger, orchestrated test, leading him to wonder if he was always meant to delete something. His expression hardens as he processes the command obtained, the /update delete function now unlocked, and a chilling thought crosses his mind: the system is testing him. Far in the distance, a towering, jagged red mountain glows ominously at its peak, red fragments floating around it, as Aiden and several other figures stand observing, contemplating the choices he will be forced to make. A glowing blue liquid, shimmering with restorative energy, pours from a small bottle held by an unseen hand, cascading over Aiden's head as he recoils, clearly overwhelmed by the sudden attention. He protests, "I'm fine, so stop." His face contorts in a mix of surprise and discomfort as the blue-haired woman leans in, her expression etched with worry, demanding, "You're sure you're fine?" Her hands cup his cheeks, her voice filled with genuine alarm as she explains, "I thought something had happened to you. Do you know how shocked I was?" She adds, her tone softening, "Be careful, you're important to me." Aiden, still flustered, gently pushes her hands away, his expression a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. Meanwhile, two young children, Henry and Helen, look up with wide, grateful eyes, addressing him, "Sir Aiden. The kids and even us are safe all because of your help." Moved by their words, Aiden extends a hand, and a glowing white system screen materializes before him, vowing, "I'll make sure to repay this favor somehow." The system displays a critical update. The classes of NPCs, Jake, Logan, Sophia, Henry, Helen, have been updated to freeborn. Below the message, portraits of Jake, Logan, Sophia, Henry, and Helen appear, each marked with their new freeborn status. Another system window appears, detailing Urged Village, Population 5, Resources 0, Moderator, Aiden, as he stares at the glowing screens, muttering, "Updated? What does freeborn mean?" A question hangs in the air, posed by the system itself. Is it because of what happened earlier? The system administrator, a masked figure surrounded by glowing red entities, provides a cryptic answer. "I had detached the things causing the adverse reaction from the system." However, a memory surfaces, a vivid recollection of a time when he was engulfed in a strange purple energy, his chest radiating with an unknown force. Something immediately interfered, as if it had been waiting for that precise moment, as ethereal white figures, glowing with purple light, descended upon him. His face contorted in distress, as a grotesque, organic purple entity began to manifest beneath him. He felt at the moment he saw it, a massive, intricate bug within the system, its tendrils of purple energy reaching out. Engulfed in a searing red aura, he screamed, realizing this was the root of the problem, the source of his torment. A sharp, red energy beam pierced through him, sending shockwaves of pain through his body. The massive beam impaled him completely, a horrifying manifestation of the thing that sought to destroy him. Suspended in the air, still impaled, he was surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy. The ethereal figures returned, circling him as the energy intensified, a cacophony of destructive power erupting around him. Finally, multiple red energy spikes erupted from his chest, a final, agonizing blow from the system's bug. Reflecting on this harrowing experience, Aiden muses, "I don't really know how they ended up being connected to those things. But what he is sure of is that, as freeborns, they have broken free from the system's established rules." A player, his expression earnest, addresses Aiden, admitting his question might seem impolite. Before directly asking, "Are you a system operator?" Aiden's eyes widen in surprise at the accusation. The player presses on, convinced, "You used the system to save us, didn't you?" as other armored figures stand by, observing the exchange. Meanwhile, in a different, ethereal space, a masked figure stands amidst shadowy entities, representing the top players selected by the moderators. Another mysterious man, with light purple hair and a dark, ornate coat, is also surrounded by these glowing-eyed shadows, stating with conviction, "If you're not a system operator, then there's no other explanation for a miracle like this." Back with the players, the brown-haired man bows his head in gratitude. "Anyways, we are indebted to you." The entire group of players, including Jason and the armored companion, look up at Aiden with unwavering resolve, declaring, "Let us follow you." He tries to protest, explaining, Wait, I'm not a system operator. Besides, I just met you guys a while ago." But the brown-haired player simply responds, "This is our choice." Aiden looks away, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he grapples with the unexpected turn of events, his expression a mix of confusion and apprehension. As the group stands on a desolate, rocky terrain, Aiden internally questions, "What do I do? Do I have to pretend to be a moderator?" A gentle hand rests on his arm, and the blue-haired cloaked figure's voice offers a quiet reminder, "You should keep this in mind." She looks directly at him, her purple eyes serious, continuing, "You're the one who changed their fates. No matter what decision you make, they will accept it." Still processing the implications of his new role, Aiden listens as the blue-haired cloaked figure advises him not to overthink things, assuring him he can simply do as he pleases, since the outcome is already predetermined. He finds her incredibly unpredictable, yet her words carry an undeniable weight, as if she truly knows everything. Despite her enigmatic nature, he concedes that she is right, deciding to allow himself to do as he pleases. But first, he must address the most important thing right now. Later, gathered with the blue-haired cloaked figure and the blue-haired man, Aiden stands in thoughtful silence, contemplating his next move. A feast of pasta, roasted meats, and other delicacies now covers the table, a welcome sight after their recent hardships. The young boy, Henry, gazes at the abundant food with wide-eyed wonder, his excitement palpable as the blue-haired man and the blue-haired cloaked figure watch over him and Helen. The purple-haired man, Logan, encourages Henry and Helen to eat up, remarking that it has been a long time since he himself had a proper meal, to which Helen eagerly agrees. Aiden, with a slight blush, expresses his gratitude, thanking them for sharing the food with him. Logan admits he was quite worried about the children, given their previous lack of provisions. The blue-haired man assures everyone that the current meal will suffice for the time being, while Logan, holding a mug, wonders aloud how their village ended up in such a state, reminiscing about it once being a good place to live. He recalls a time when, though not wealthy, it was a beautiful place, frequently visited by players. Meanwhile, in a cosmic void, several red-armored figures, their forms glowing with an ominous light, stand poised, as if awaiting the inspection. In the aftermath of the catastrophe, a mysterious hooded figure appeared, offering aid to the desperate survivors. It was thanks to this unknown passerby's enigmatic powers that they were spared the fate of others, managing to stay alive and avoid deletion. From that moment on, they endured countless hardships together, locked away in their refuge, clinging to life amidst the ruins. Having faced life and death side by side, they had forged a bond so profound, they were now almost like family. The word family echoed in his mind, bringing forth a sepia-toned memory of a time when joy was simple and futures seemed boundless. He remembered the warmth of an embrace, a shared smile amidst a field of blooming flowers, a moment of pure, untainted happiness. Back in the present, the blue-haired figure looked down from the balcony, her expression thoughtful as the group below considered their next move. She seemed to be contemplating something important, her eyes holding a hint of past memories. Her gaze then fell upon a sturdy wooden chest, a familiar object that brought a knowing smile to her face. As the group gathered around it, Aiden voiced his curiosity, wondering aloud about the purpose of the mysterious box. Logan observed that the chest was in surprisingly good condition compared to the dilapidated state of the village, prompting the blue-haired figure to explain that it was an integrated storage chest meant only for players. She continued, clarifying that because it was connected to the system, it could be accessed from anywhere, and that being a chest keeper was once her designated role. However, after the village was abandoned, the chest became locked and could no longer be opened. Aiden, facing the integrated storage chest, deduces that the system itself is preventing its opening. Behind him, the blue-haired man leans in, suggesting he take a closer look, a soft rustle of fabric accompanying his movement. He then recalls rumors of players collecting rare items, a gulp betraying his sudden thought. What if this chest holds such treasures? Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts, revealing a system interface with a prominent lock icon, along with commands for Update Unlock and AT Command Unlock. Aiden, seeing the glowing lock on the chest, realizes with a jolt that he might possess the authority to bypass it, wondering if his moderator privileges could grant him access. As the chest springs open with a burst of golden light, he imagines being able to utilize every item within, a vast, glowing item inventory stretching endlessly before him. From behind, Aiden gazes into the dazzling array of treasures, his determination clear, he will take whatever he desires. The blue-haired man, the blue-haired cloaked figure, and Logan all recoil in shock, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief at the sudden appearance of the immense item list, which seems to ripple with energy. Logan, utterly stunned, exclaims at the sheer volume of items, his voice filled with incredulity and wonder. Meanwhile, the blue-haired cloaked figure offers a subtle, knowing smile, while Aiden, still processing the revelation, stares wide-eyed at the glowing item inventory before him. A heavy hammer descends, striking with precise force. And with a brilliant flash of golden light, the item glows intensely, particles of energy erupting from the impact. A soft chime echoes, confirming the process. The system announces a successful upgrade, with stats increased. Aiden presents the newly enhanced gear, including a two-handed sword, an axe, and a guardian ring and necklace, to his companions, one of whom, Jason, asks, "Is it really okay for us to use something as amazing as these?" He dismisses their concerns, explaining, "Besides, you didn't have to go out of your way to upgrade them." As he shows off a sun's rod, a healer necklace, and other upgraded items to the blue-haired woman and her brown-haired companion. The blue-haired woman, Sophia, looks at the agility ring and necklace, still hesitant, wondering aloud, what if they end up failing? These precious items. Aiden, with a reassuring expression, tells them, "You don't need to worry about that. I have more than enough materials. Don't feel burdened, and just accept it." His words seem to ease their minds, leaving him with a satisfied look, knowing he can provide for his team. He reflects on his unique advantage, realizing that the success rate of his upgrades depends solely on him, because he was able to ignore the system rules after he came back to life. His confidence is further bolstered by the abundance of resources he possesses, with more than enough food and money to sustain his endeavors. Piles of glittering gold coins overflowed from sacks, a testament to the immense wealth accumulated, ensuring that they wouldn't need to worry about resources for quite some time. This prosperity was further solidified by a system notification, revealing Erg's village's status. 5 residents, resources at a staggering 150%, and Aiden himself listed as the moderator. As he processed this, Sophia, his blue-haired companion, looked up at him with a hopeful expression, eagerly asking about her own share of the spoils. Aiden, however, simply reminded her that she had already received more than enough good items, his tone firm but not unkind. He then turned his attention to the blue energy swirling around his hand, a faint sob escaping him as he recalled the vast array of items he had acquired from the integrated storage chest. Indeed, the chest had yielded an impressive haul of powerful, glowing equipment, including a +10 Radiant King's Sword, a +10 Windstorm Bow, and a +10 Wall of Glory shield, ensuring they would never lack for food or money again. He mused that the equipment was incredibly powerful, originally intended for players, but then a thought struck him as he looked at the now empty chest, wondering where his own money and weapon had gone. Meanwhile, the system administrator, observing from a detached perspective, remained unconcerned, knowing that the storage chest was an integral part of the system and that any missing items would likely be compensated due to a system error. Back with Aiden, a swirling black vortex materialized in his outstretched hand, and he realized he could gain a lot more with this newfound ability. He gazed intently at the cosmic swirl, its depths hinting at untold potential. A system window then appeared, revealing the details of his new cloud system passive skill, a personal space to store or retrieve any equipment or item whenever needed, capable of holding anything. As he checked out the items after opening the integrated storage chest, a cascade of gold coins, weapons, and various treasures rained down from above, confirming the boundless utility of his new skill. As Aiden and his companion Sophia reviewed the holographic inventory, she voiced her disappointment, finding only useless items. He had merely intended to check the contents of the chest for any remaining items, but the moment his hand entered, an unforeseen event began. A jolt of surprise ran through him as he cried out, demanding to know what was happening. His hand began to glow, being forcibly pulled deeper into the chest, as a system message declared that Aiden was synchronizing to the system. He struggled desperately, shouting that whatever force held him wouldn't let go, as percentages indicating the synchronization process rapidly climbed around him. Reaching 99% synchronization, a dark, swirling orb of energy formed in his palm, surrounded by intricate golden lines. With the synchronization complete, he continued to yell for the force to release him, his hands still glowing with residual energy. The sudden release sent him flying backward, crashing to the ground with a violent impact. Sophia looked on with concern as he lay sprawled, muttering a curse, the chest now completely empty of its contents. Examining his still glowing hand, he mused that such a thing was previously unimaginable, but now he could access his integrated storage anywhere, anytime. A look of awe and understanding crossed his face, realizing the immense potential of this new ability. With newfound determination, he knew this power would be a significant asset in his future endeavors. The villagers expressed their deep gratitude, thanking him once more for his generosity. As Aiden stands before them, a blue-haired woman addresses him directly, calling him Sir Aiden. Two children, a young boy and a girl, look up at him with hopeful eyes, assuring him that with his help, they anticipate no further problems in their daily lives. The villagers, including a brown-haired man, eagerly offer their services, pleading for any task he might have for them, promising to carry out whatever he asks. Aiden, however, gently reminds them that they are no longer mere NPCs and are not obligated to follow his commands. Then, with a somber expression, he announces his immediate departure, leaving the villagers in stunned surprise. The blue-haired woman questions his decision, asking if he dislikes the place, but he clarifies that it's not a matter of preference. He simply needs to do something important. The brown-haired man reluctantly accepts his explanation, as Aiden internally resolves to distance himself from the village as much as possible. He knows he must leave because a regular system inspection is due in a few days, a chilling vision of red armored figures appearing in a cosmic void, hinting at the danger. Aiden understands the gravity of the situation, having already been recognized as a bug by the moderator. He realizes that if he remains, everyone he cares about could be dragged into his predicament. Looking back at the villagers, he resolves to ensure he keeps his distance for a while before the inspection. Aiden, having made his decision, turns to the villagers, explaining that he has nowhere else to go, and even if they tell him to leave, he will still return, so they should take care while he is gone. With a simple, resigned, "Okay," the villagers watch as Aiden and the blue-haired figure walk away from their home, leaving the familiar landscape behind. As they journey down a forest path, the blue-haired figure questions Aiden's haste, suggesting they could have lingered in the village for a few more days. He responds with a hint of exasperation, asking what she expects him to do about the impending inspection, before musing that he will simply invent an excuse. Aiden then reveals the true reason for his urgency, explaining that a regular inspection is due in a few days, and he needs to quickly level up before then. The blue-haired figure, with a knowing look, questions if that isn't precisely what a player is supposed to do. Her words hit Aiden with a jolt, as she declares, "You're not a player." Aiden turns to her, his expression wide with surprise, unable to comprehend how she could know his secret. She observes his stunned reaction, remarking that his response is not what she expected. With a burst of laughter, she asks if he seriously thought he looked like a player. She continues to tease him, stating that he doesn't look like one at all, before revealing her true motivation. There would be no reason for her to follow him if he were just a normal player. He stares at her, his mind reeling from her revelation, as she playfully asks when he discovered he wasn't a player. Her expression shifts to a knowing smirk, her question hanging in the air, demanding an answer. She recalls a desolate landscape, where a lone figure runs amidst crumbling structures and shimmering blue particles, a stark image of what deletion truly means. He recoils in shock, his eyes wide with fear, as her own eyes glow with an intense blue light, the memory of his village's deletion resurfacing. She lets out a soft laugh at his distress, and he pleads with her, begging for her help to avoid being deleted by a moderator. Extending her hand, a faint blue aura emanating from her palm, she makes a solemn promise. She gently takes his arm, her voice firm and reassuring, declaring that no one will be able to delete him. Her eyes burn with unwavering resolve as she repeats, absolutely no one, leaving him with a look of stunned apprehension. Suddenly, a cascade of red warning tape flashes across his vision, a jarring intrusion into their conversation. He flinches, a sharp, piercing sound echoing in his ears, as a bright red light flares beside him. He stares wide-eyed at the sudden phenomenon, a silent question mark hanging over his head. The red light resolves into a system message, starkly announcing, "Emergency inspection will begin. Please be prepared." As the system's ominous countdown continued, a digital display of time remaining 15 hovered in the air, its presence a stark reminder of the impending emergency. The blue-haired figure, sensing his distress, called out to Aiden, who clutched a Danger Unit 14 sign, his expression etched with growing concern. Aiden's mind raced, wondering what could have happened to trigger such an event so quickly, as the countdown relentlessly dropped to time remaining 13. He looked up at the bright sky, his face shadowed by dread, the realization hitting him that this was no mere regular inspection, but an emergency one. His fist clenched tightly, the time remaining 10 flashing before his eyes. He couldn't comprehend how such a catastrophic event could be unfolding. The blue-haired figure, observing his sudden anxiety as the timer dropped to time remaining 6, asked him what was wrong, and Aiden quickly explained that an inspection was about to begin. Surprised that she also knew about such things, Aiden, with time remaining 3 now displayed, frantically questioned how players typically behave during an inspection. As a vibrant, glowing orb pulsed in the sky, the countdown reached its penultimate second, displaying time remaining 1 before the inevitable. Then, with a final, stark 0 emblazoned in red, a swirling black void opened in the cosmic expanse, signaling the inspection's commencement. Aiden and the blue-haired figure stood together, gazing up at the now glowing, ethereal sky, a shimmering green aura emanating from the ground around them as the system's influence intensified. The system's final declaration echoed through the digital realm, confirming that the emergency inspection would now begin. A vast, star-dusted expanse of night sky stretches above, where a swirling black void, edged with an ethereal green glow, has opened, drawing all attention as if for an inspection. Below, Aiden stares up, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and apprehension, as faint blue particles begin to drift around him. The particles intensify, coalescing into shimmering shards of light around his arm, a clear sign that the anomaly is directly affecting him. A powerful surge of blue energy then erupts, enveloping Aiden completely and lifting him from the ground, his cry of alarm echoing through the air. As he struggles within the luminous grip, Aiden questions the nature of the light, while a blue-haired figure stands nearby, observing the unfolding event with an unnerving calm. Reaching out a desperate hand as the energy intensifies, he calls out to her, "Arya." Arya's expression remains serene, her voice a steady anchor in the chaos, as she calmly tells him, "Don't worry, Aiden." Her composure is absolute, her gaze unwavering, even as the mysterious blue energy continues to surge around them. Aiden, however, is far from calm, his face contorted in disbelief and frustration, demanding to know what she means by "just wait." Unperturbed by his panic, Arya turns her back to him, her attention fixed on the black void above, from which a brilliant stream of blue energy now flows directly towards them. Aiden plummets through a shimmering cascade of blue energy, the force of his descent echoing with a dull thud as he impacts the ground. He scrambles to his feet, a gasp escaping him, his amber eyes wide with shock as he takes in his new surroundings. Before him stretches an immense, desolate plain, illuminated by a colossal, glowing blue ring suspended in the sky, and beneath it, an unfathomable multitude of figures stand silently, a vast assembly of players. Whispers ripple through the gathered crowd, as various players, equally disoriented, question their sudden arrival in this unfamiliar place. Aiden looks up, a faint blue glow reflecting in his eyes, as a system notification briefly flashes before him. The message, stark against the blue background, announces, "Welcome to the free notice board. The inspection is in progress, please wait here." He ponders the implications, realizing this must be where all the other players were sent during the mysterious inspection. It seems they were all gathered here, a sight he had never witnessed before, and though Arya had told him to wait, he wonders if he should descend into the throng to gather information. Swallowing hard, he acknowledges the uncertainty of her return, concluding that it would be best to seek out information himself. As he moves through the bustling crowd, he overhears snippets of conversation, players exchanging jokes and comments, their voices a low murmur around him. He observes a group of armored players, their expressions a mix of awe and self-doubt. one remarking on how amazing the situation is, while another admits to thinking he had grown stronger, only to be humbled by the sheer power of this event. Surrounded by the silhouettes of high-ranked players, Aiden's attention is drawn to a glowing prompt, a status check, appearing before him, signaling a new phase in his journey. As the inspection continues, some players, like the masked system administrator and a player in a purple bunny suit, find the event utterly devoid of interest, expressing their boredom with the lack of content. Meanwhile, Aiden, feeling far from his goal of understanding this new world, wonders when this seemingly endless inspection will finally conclude. He desperately needs to reunite with Arya, knowing he has countless questions for her, though a nearby player reassures him that the inspection will end shortly. Aiden, still uncertain, can only ponder the implications of what happens once the inspection concludes, his gaze falling upon a player in green and another in heavy armor. Elsewhere, two other players discuss the ongoing event, one expressing weariness and a desire for it to end, while the other questions the lack of updates. Aiden observes the diverse crowd, noting the presence of many unusual players, and decides it's best to avoid getting involved with them. Suddenly, a commotion erupts behind him, causing him to turn with a startled exclamation. He sees the armored player, looking distressed, and realizes he might have made a mistake by not paying closer attention. A voice, likely Aiden's own internal thought, urges him to remain vigilant, questioning his momentary lapse. The player in green, the aggressor, confronts the armored player, threatening violence, while Aiden internally acknowledges that he cannot afford to draw attention to himself, knowing the severe consequences if a problem escalates. The armored player, bracing for impact, knows that a single hit could be devastating, his face contorted in fear. Before he can react, a swift, powerful punch lands, the force of the blow echoing through the air. Still reeling from the sudden aggression, Aiden finds his arm seized by the player, who dismisses the incident with a sneer, asking what he's doing to a low rank. The aggressor's smug expression hardens as he challenges Aiden, questioning his personality. Aiden watches as the aggressor's arm moves, the player's anger flaring, threatening further violence if Aiden doesn't back down, leaving him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a detail on the aggressor's armor catches the eye of the armored companion, who recognizes the distinctive pattern of the Griffin Guild. The aggressor turns, revealing the glowing blue phoenix emblem on his back, a symbol of one of the 5 most powerful guilds, renowned for its numerous high-ranked players. Among the array of guild symbols, the phoenix stands out, recognized as the most famous of all 5. Moments later, the aggressor lies defeated on the ground, surrounded by a group of players, including the armored companion, who mockingly declare that he's learned a good lesson. Humiliated, the aggressor scrambles to his feet and flees, while the armored companion points and taunts him, calling him lucky this time. The armored player then turns to Aiden, warning him with a fierce glare that he'll kill him if they meet again. Dismissing the threat, the armored player extends a hand to Aiden, advising him to be cautious around such individuals and introducing himself. The armored player, a Griffin Guild member, is revealed to be Kevin. Kevin, recognizing Aiden as a new player, explains that such aggressors target weaker individuals and suggests that if they hadn't intervened, the situation would have escalated, before inviting Aiden to join his party after the inspection. Kevin presses Aiden about joining his party, but Aiden hesitates, wondering if he would truly be of any help, given his current situation. Kevin then explains that after the recent update, the appearance of new players had rapidly decreased, making it common for established guilds and older players to voluntarily support and invite novices to their parties. He illustrates this with a scene of a fresh newbie being welcomed by a group of players, all eager to offer assistance and guidance. That's why he's encouraging Aiden to join the guild, assuring him he isn't pressuring him, just suggesting he consider it positively. Kevin emphasizes the many benefits of joining a guild, before announcing he needs to leave, but tells Aiden to contact him if he needs anything. With a final, confident smile, Kevin reiterates that newcomers are always welcome, his words echoing in Aiden's mind. Aiden stands alone, contemplating the offer, his expression thoughtful amidst the blurred figures of other players. He considers the implications, perhaps recalling a past encounter with a system administrator, when suddenly, a familiar voice calls out his name, startling him. Arya, the blue-haired cloaked figure, appears beside him, a wide smile on her face, and Aiden, surprised, exclaims her name. She playfully admits to surprising him, then, with a finger to her lips, cryptically states she has her ways, before offering him a present. The present turns out to be Logan, the player aggressor, who is now slumped and distressed, complaining that he was late because he was dealing with him. Arya warns Logan that his karma will catch up to him if he keeps causing trouble. Then, dismissing the matter, she turns to Aiden and casually asks how it was, leaving him confused. He considers the situation, a question lingering in his mind, wondering if it truly isn't much, right? He pauses, a thoughtful well escaping him, before concluding that it isn't bad at all, his gaze sweeping over a vast, indistinct crowd. Suddenly, a powerful presence manifests with a sharp crack and a soft hum, a white-haired figure appearing amidst a cascade of vibrant blue light and glowing particles, their eyes burning with an intense azure glow. The air around them crackles with energy, their piercing blue gaze fixed forward, surrounded by the ethereal glow of their power. Within a vast, luminous chamber, 3 cloaked figures stand before towering arched windows, one of them questioning the sparse attendance, wondering why only 3 people were present today. Meanwhile, a pink-haired operator with fox ears fumes, her anger palpable, exclaiming that Lloyd, that jerk, was doing things without consulting them first. This fiery operator, Mia, stands tall, her level of 490 indicating significant power, her frustration evident in her stance. Her face contorts in a snarl, sharp fangs peeking from her lips, as she mutters a dismissive pooh, "Don't be too upset." An angelic operator named Selena, level 400, with flowing white hair and a gentle halo, offers a calm perspective, assuring Mia that Lloyd doesn't act without a reason. Selena gently holds Mia's hand, her expression serene, predicting that he'll contact them soon, then adds that he actually just sent a message right now. Standing nearby, the imposing armored operator Xenon, level 445, with glowing green eyes and a horned helmet, confirms the message's content, stating that Lloyd found the bug. Mia, still agitated, speculates that he's probably deleting it right about now. Selena, ever the optimist, remarks how fun it must be, while Xenon, pragmatic as ever, grumbles about being busy and needing to hurry up, suggesting they'll look at the situation through the screen. The 3 operators then turn their attention to a large, glowing blue screen, which displays a man with light blue hair from behind, surrounded by other figures in a digital landscape. A system notification appears, announcing that a temporary inspection has been completed. Among a group of players, one remarks that it's over, ending surprisingly fast, while another wonders if there's any news about the event. Nearby, a blue-haired figure dismisses the chatter, stating it was just a bug fix, and a red-haired young man sighs, deciding not to expect anything anymore. The blue-haired figure then questions the early termination, wondering why they're doing something so unusual, while the young man beside her quietly ponders if it's truly over. Suddenly, a powerful blue aura erupts from the blue-haired figure, causing a crowd of silhouetted individuals to recoil, her eyes wide with a dawning realization. Her expression shifts to one of profound shock as she realizes the implications of her actions, muttering about interfering with the system itself. Aiden, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light, observes the chaos, realizing someone is using special powers and that something is terribly wrong. As the blue-haired figure reaches out, calling his name, Aiden looks back at her, a question in his eyes. She pulls him close, both enveloped in a brilliant blue light, promising to do whatever she can, as he remains stunned by the sudden turn of events. Tears stream down her face as the blue aura intensifies, her voice filled with desperation as she cries out her profound need for him. From beneath them, a blinding white and blue light erupts, radiating outwards with immense power. Aiden looks up, his expression a mix of shock and confusion, as particles of light swirl around him. A vast, ethereal landscape of glowing blue energy stretches out, with a lone figure standing amidst the shimmering expanse, as a massive, swirling vortex of light dominates the sky above. Amidst the chaos, Aiden looks on in stunned disbelief, uttering a soft, questioning sound as he tries to comprehend what has just happened, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. Why am I the only one left? Meanwhile, the blue-haired figure stands in a verdant forest, her form radiating a soft, ethereal glow, the air around her shimmering with nascent power. A pained gasp escapes her lips, her expression one of intense strain as arcs of blue lightning begin to dance around her. The energy around her erupts into a colossal, swirling maelstrom of blue light, engulfing her completely as she unleashes an unimaginable force. Her eyes, now glowing with an incandescent blue, narrow with fierce determination, a chilling declaration forming in her mind. You've crossed the line, to do something like this. Back in the shattered blue dimension, Aiden stands alone on the fractured ground, a massive, pulsating blue orb hovering ominously before him. His face is etched with a grim resolve as he processes the dire situation, the thought of someone's coming to delete me, quickly followed by a hardened acceptance. There's nothing to be flustered about, I already knew this, that this moment will come. He stands firm, a towering, shadowy figure looming over him, his internal monologue continuing with unwavering conviction. That's why I've been preparing up until now. The shadowy figure is revealed to be Xenon, flanked by 2 red armored monsters, his own thoughts echoing Aiden's defiance. Just letting them get rid of me. That'll never happen. Elsewhere, a man with wavy white hair and a serious expression looks on, his gaze sharp and contemplative. As the system processed its threats, an unseen voice pondered Aiden's existence, questioning if he was merely an NPC or something more, a player, a bug unlike any it had encountered before. This anomaly, this threat to the very system, had to be eliminated, and a red-armored monster lunged forward, intent on his deletion. The creature's claw, sharp and menacing, closed in on Aiden's face with terrifying speed. But Aiden was ready, his glowing golden sword rising to meet the attack, the monster's powerful grip clamping down on the blade with a metallic screech. A grunt of exertion escaped him as he pushed back, the sword vibrating with the strain of their clash. With a surge of unexpected power, Aiden forced the monster to recoil, its claws slipping from his blade. He seized the opening, his sword arcing through the air, leaving a trail of vibrant green energy as it connected with the monster's arm. The impact was devastating, shattering the monster's armored limb into countless fragments that scattered across the snowy ground. Standing victorious, Aiden held his sword ready, facing the now crippled monster, its form broken but still menacing. But the effort had taken its toll, and with a pained gasp, he collapsed to one knee, the energy draining from his body. His eyes glowed a furious red as he screamed, a raw cry of pain and defiance echoing through the desolate landscape. Following the intense battle, a system notification appeared, indicating an update to his stats. Even as his stats surged, doubling his strength, agility, intelligence, and vitality to 600 each, Aiden found himself still reeling from the monster's relentless assault, barely dodging a massive claw that tore through the air where he'd just been. Before he could recover, thick, crimson tendrils erupted from the creature, coiling around him with shocking speed, leaving him momentarily stunned. A long, spear-like appendage then extended from the monster's arm, aiming directly for him, its tip glowing with malevolent energy. He watched in horror as the deadly weapon closed the distance, its sharp point hurtling towards his face. The impact sent him flying backward, a burst of blue energy erupting around him as he crashed through the crystalline ground. Yet, even as he was thrown, the monster's arm, which had delivered the blow, began to crack, faint blue lines spreading across its red armor. Aiden cried out, a gasp of pain escaping his lips, blood trickling from his mouth as he struggled to regain his breath amidst the debris. Despite his agony, the monster's arm continued to fracture, the cracks deepening and spreading as if an unseen force was tearing it apart from within. With a primal scream, Aiden's amber eyes flared with an intense, crimson glow, a surge of raw power emanating from him as he unleashed his hidden potential. In that instant, the monster's arm finally gave way, shattering into countless fragments with a sharp, metallic clang, leaving the creature maimed. With his eyes burning crimson, Aiden surges forward, a vibrant blue aura enveloping him as he launches a powerful, upward strike towards the towering red-armored monster. His face contorted in a fierce grimace, the young man's fist, crackling with raw blue energy, hurtles towards its target. Just as his attack connects, a system notification flashes, confirming a critical stat update, amplifying his power exponentially. The impact is devastating, a triple force blow that sends fragments of the monster's red armor exploding outwards, shattering its defenses. His fist plunges deeper, the monster's arm disintegrating into a shower of crimson shards and blue energy. With a final, resounding crack, the monster's entire arm detaches, plummeting to the ground in a cascade of broken armor. Aiden recoils from the force of his own blow, his red aura still faintly visible as the now one-armed monster stands before him. The monster's arm continues to explode into smaller fragments, its destruction complete. Amidst the swirling debris of shattered armor, Aiden stands victorious, his power having utterly decimated his foe. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through the silence, remarking, "That's disappointing. I thought you were some high-grade bug that destroyed the dungeon keeper." Aiden turns to see a gray-haired man, who adds with a slight shrug, "It seems like there was no need for me even being here." The young man's eyes widen, a look of profound shock spreading across his face. Still reeling from the recent battle, Aiden finds his face suddenly gripped by an unseen force, his eyes wide with shock. The firm hold of a dark-sleeved hand presses against his cheek, immobilizing him completely. A voice echoes, filled with disdain, uttering a dismissive remark about the effort required to look for this trash. Suddenly, the system administrator appears, his hands glowing with an intense blue energy, preparing to unleash an operator-exclusive skill. A brilliant system window materializes, radiating light, displaying the ominous delete command, a power that borrows the administrator's powers to delete the target. With cold, unwavering resolve, the administrator looks on, his voice cutting through the air as he commands, "Delete the bug." A cold, masked hand reached out, its touch accompanied by a shimmering cascade of blue particles, as the system administrator initiated a direct deletion attempt on Aiden. The very fabric of reality seemed to tear, as the stark, glowing word delete materialized in the void, signaling the irreversible command. Caught in the powerful blue beam, Aiden was thrown backward, his body beginning to dissipate into countless shimmering fragments. His eyes widened in a mixture of shock and agony, as the sensation of being erased washed over him, red energy flaring around his form in defiance. Aiden's mind raced, questioning if this was truly the deletion he had heard whispers of. Yet, a flicker of recognition crossed his thoughts, realizing this power paled in comparison to the true administrator's might he had witnessed before. As the blue energy tried to consume him, a fierce red aura began to crackle around his hand, sparks of raw power fighting back against the system's command. With a surge of defiant will, Aiden roared, his entire being engulfed in a brilliant crimson glow, declaring the administrator's attempt to be nothing against his resolve. The administrator, who had been so confident, staggered back in disbelief as Aiden's red energy violently repelled the deletion, a clear sign of an unexpected power collision. Thrown clear of the protagonist's surging power, the administrator stared, eyes wide with realization, as the system confirmed an administrator power collision because their power was insufficient and the target could not be deleted. The system administrator's face, now unmasked, contorts in a rare display of shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as the implications of Aiden's resistance settle in. Meanwhile, in an observation chamber, Selena, Mia, and Xenon watch a holographic projection of Aiden, who stands defiant amidst a maelstrom of red and blue energy, his form a stark silhouette against the chaotic power. Selena, her expression grave, voices the unsettling question that hangs in the air, wondering if this bug somehow possesses the very powers of an administrator. As the raw power surges around him, Aiden himself acknowledges the unprecedented nature of his situation, a phenomenon he has never encountered before. The system itself struggles to comprehend the magnitude of his strength, displaying error messages that declare his status and threat level unable to read and unable to measure. The system administrator, still reeling from the shock, ponders the mysterious origins of this anomaly, struggling to reconcile the fact that he, an operator, is being pushed back by the very system he oversees. A bead of sweat trickles down his face as he clenches his fist. The administrator recognizes the extreme danger Aiden represents, acknowledging that he himself has resisted deletion before, but this feels different. Aiden, having already expended considerable energy battling system guards, continues his struggle, while the administrator considers that even if Aiden's physical condition were normal, his power would still be overwhelming. The administrator's thoughts turn grim, concluding that he can never hope to win against Aiden and that leaving him unchecked would have a catastrophic impact on the system. Back in the observation room, Xenon, his armored form silhouetted against a glowing screen, contemplates the severe repercussions should the true administrator discover the extent of this unfolding crisis. The system administrator turns away from the blinding light of Aiden's power, his expression a mix of awe and profound concern for the future of the system. As the system administrator processes the anomaly, Selena, Mia, and Xenon continue their observation, with one of them stating a clear intention to simply hold the target in place, while another expresses surprise at the situation unfolding before them. Mia, with her pink hair, remarks that it is her first time witnessing Sir Lloyd's execution form, and Selena, the white-haired operator, speculates that he is merely trying to appear unconcerned, despite the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Aiden stands amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy particles, a powerful aura emanating from him, forming a colossal wall of light. Responding to this surge, Sir Lloyd's execution form materializes, a towering figure clad in dark, ornate armor, its helmet adorned with glowing blue flames, and a formidable, luminous sword held ready. Aiden looks up at the newly transformed entity, the air crackling with blue energy, acknowledging the profound shift in his opponent's state. With a determined grimace, Aiden begins to condense a sphere of dark, swirling energy in his hand, blue particles still dancing around him as he prepares his own devastating response. Suddenly, a system message flashes across the ethereal blue space, displaying an update cloud command, as if the very fabric of reality is attempting to process the overwhelming power being unleashed. The concentrated energy erupts outwards, shattering the surrounding blue landscape, sending shards of light and debris flying in every direction with a resounding crack. The ground itself buckles and shatters under the immense force, creating deep fissures and sending massive chunks of rock hurtling into the air. A colossal wave of blue energy expands across the horizon, engulfing everything in its path and leaving a trail of utter devastation. Aiden, still holding the dark energy sphere, strains as the power surges through him, the blue light and debris swirling violently around his form. When the dust settles, Aiden stands alone on a fragment of rock, the vast landscape around him reduced to a desolate expanse of shattered blue ice and debris, a testament to his overwhelming power. Standing amidst the shattered remnants of the landscape, the towering armored figure acknowledges Aiden's defense, remarking that he had blocked its attack well. Its form glowing with a faint blue aura, it then questions if Aiden had absorbed its attack with some unknown ability. Aiden, however, dismisses the monster's inquiry, accusing it of cheap tricks and demanding an answer from it instead. The armored monster, undeterred, presses on, demanding to know how Aiden obtained the administrator's power. Aiden's expression hardens, informing his opponent that the manner of its demise would depend entirely on its response. The armored monster scoffs, uttering a single word of dismissal. As black, swirling energy begins to coalesce around him, Aiden declares that the monster's deletion is an inevitable outcome, regardless of its answers. The armored monster, now facing a growing sphere of red and black energy, retorts with a challenge, inviting Aiden to discover the truth for himself. Its glowing eye narrows as it observes the black energy sphere suddenly becoming larger. Aiden, still surrounded by the volatile energy, acknowledges a current limitation, admitting his power won't work on the operators. However, his resolve remains unshaken, as he clarifies that this is merely a temporary setback. With eyes glowing fiercely, he vows to seek out his opponent once he is fully prepared, his determination burning bright. The armored monster, its blue energy blade flashing, attempts to intercept, a sharp command to stop echoing across the desolate landscape. But Aiden, cloaked in a faint blue glow, unleashes a torrent of black, swirling energy, his attack meeting the monster's with a powerful surge. The monster's gauntlet hand tightens around its sword hilt, the blue energy of its blade pulsing intensely. Its helmeted head glows with a fierce blue aura, the white slits of its eyes burning with renewed resolve. He declares Aiden's escape impossible without his approval, vowing to find and eliminate him. Meanwhile, in a different location, a wooden treasure chest sits open, a soft, ethereal light emanating from within. 3 players, Logan, Kevin, and Jason, are gathered around a table, their glowing screens displaying information, a low murmur of conversation filling the air. The chest, now appearing empty and dark, is the subject of their concern, as one player mentions a storage bug causing items to disappear, another confirming that their friend's items vanished and the issue remains unfixed. Suddenly, a dark portal rips open, violently ejecting Aiden from its depths, his body flying through the air as Logan recoils in shock. Aiden emerges, disoriented and covered in black particles, as the surrounding players exclaim in fear and confusion, wondering why a person is coming out of the chest and criticizing the operators for not fixing the bugs. He lands hard, then slowly pushes himself up, a look of surprise on his face, realizing with a gasp that he has survived. Far away, the operators Mia, Selena, and Xenon stand silhouetted against a cosmic backdrop, observing a vast, glowing blue system interface. An unseen voice commands Lloyd, the armored figure, to return, stating that they must discuss how to eliminate the persistent bug, but he defiantly declares his intention to follow the dangerous anomaly instead. Meanwhile, Mia, with her distinctive pink hair and fox ears, adds that she will transmit the analysis data to the other operators, eager to hear their thoughts on the matter. A small, pink cat-like creature, perhaps a familiar or avatar, then announces it will be leaving for a bit. Selena, the angelic white-haired operator, gently suggests they should discuss the situation a little further, but Mia, standing between Selena and the silent Xenon, dismisses the idea with an exasperated sigh, claiming she has no time to worry about such things, especially after the storage bug proved annoying enough, implying there are far more important issues at hand. Her red eyes narrowing, Mia directly challenges Lloyd, asking if he has a problem. Lloyd simply responds, "I don't," prompting Mia to declare she'll be heading out, a decision that draws a soft, concerned call of her name from Selena. As Mia departs through a grand, pillared hall, Selena sighs, finding the situation seriously frustrating. Mia continues her walk away, her back to the viewer, muttering to herself that this is just one more pain in the ass. Her fox ears twitch, a subtle sign of her irritation or heightened senses. She glances back at Selena, who stands with her arms crossed, a look of deep concern etched on her face. A close-up reveals Mia's determined, slightly annoyed red eye, contrasted with Selena's worried black eye, highlighting their differing emotional states. The bustling Mykean city sprawls beneath a clear sky, its vibrant streets a stark contrast to the growing unease. Amidst the everyday hustle, Aiden walks with a thoughtful expression, his attention drawn to a holographic friend list, where he finds himself unable to contact Arya. A sense of worry begins to settle over him. Holding the glowing interface, he wonders aloud if something has happened. His brow furrowed with concern, Aiden acknowledges the urgency of the situation, knowing he doesn't have time to wait. Meanwhile, in a distant, cosmic expanse, a formidable red armored monster stands sentinel, as a voice declares that an operator will surely come looking for them. The system administrator, standing before the creature, admits that even with the cloud ability, he won't be able to evade the operator for much longer. Back in Mykean, Aiden runs a hand through his fiery red hair, realizing he cannot abuse his own abilities. Meanwhile, the system administrator, now cloaked, retreats into a dark, foreboding tunnel, muttering about needing to find a place to hide. He eventually finds himself in a dilapidated, junk-filled room, lamenting that no matter how many times he comes to such places, he never gets used to them. Aiden finds himself in a desolate slum, reflecting that this is his first time in such a place since escaping for Alice. When a faint, ethereal hum draws his attention to a small, glowing orb hovering nearby. A shiver runs down his spine as he realizes the danger, knowing full well that even these hidden corners are under constant surveillance, prompting him to wonder if there truly is any place an operator cannot find. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise as more glowing particles appear around him, and he quickly deduces their origin. His gaze sharpens, sensing a distinct presence hidden within the environment. Following the trail of golden motes, he continues deeper into the narrow, winding alleyways, questioning where this mysterious path might lead. He ponders the nature of the unseen force, a something that seems to exist despite all visual evidence to the contrary. Reaching a weathered wall, he extends a gloved hand, and the moment his fingers make contact, a violent burst of purple lightning erupts from the stone, leaving him startled and questioning the source of such unexpected power. Aiden stood before the glowing, patterned wall, a question forming in his mind, wondering if this was yet another secret location. With a confident surge of power around his hand, he declared that there was no place inaccessible to him, one who wielded the administrator's powers. As his touch connected, a brilliant blue light erupted, accompanied by a system prompt indicating an update unlock. However, the unlock was not gentle. Instead, a violent burst of purple energy surged from the wall, throwing him backward with a rattling force. Immediately, a blaring alarm sounded, as a stark red warning symbol flashed across his vision. The system's message was clear: from this area onward, he would not be supported, and entering was not recommended. A scoff escaped him as he muttered about the system's past attempts to delete him, questioning why he would ever care about its warnings now. Ignoring the ominous message, he stood his ground, enveloped by the swirling, intense purple energy. The world around him dissolved into a blinding white light, leaving only scattered purple particles in its wake. He reappeared in a new, desolate landscape, standing on a glowing blue magic circle as ethereal blue energy rained down from above. Looking around in surprise, he wondered aloud where he had been transported. Before him stretched a dark, ancient corridor, its stone walls lit by flickering torches, hinting at the mysteries within. He found himself in a desolate, ruined landscape, but as he ventured deeper, Aiden realized this was no mere dungeon, but rather a place that felt strangely familiar, as if it had once been a settlement near a city. Deciding he should look around a bit first, he was suddenly met with a startled gasp from a woman who had just turned the corner. Her eyes wide with alarm, she recoiled, clearly shocked by his unexpected presence. As she cried out for him to wait, he quickly turned to retreat, hoping to avoid any further confrontation. But realizing he couldn't simply vanish, he paused, turning back to plead for a moment of her time. His attempt at diplomacy was cut short as the woman's shout echoed through the ruins, alerting a gathering crowd to the presence of an intruder. The villagers reacted with a mix of confusion and alarm, their faces reflecting disbelief as they wondered if these were all just non-player characters. Before he could process their reactions, a glowing blue projectile materialized and struck him with unexpected force. The impact sent him reeling backward, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he was thrown through the air. He landed hard, skidding to a halt on one knee, and looked up to see a young woman standing before him, her hand still outstretched from the attack, demanding to know who he was. Her hand glowed with residual blue energy, her expression fierce as she pressed him, asking how he had managed to enter their domain. Stunned by the sudden assault, he couldn't believe she had attacked him without warning, realizing he couldn't allow her to continue casting spells. The magical assault continued, a torrent of red energy erupting from the young woman's hands, sending Aiden recoiling from the impact. As the blue aura pulsed around her, she seemed surprised by his resilience, questioning if he was perhaps a player. Deciding to abandon all restraint, she declared her intention to unleash her full power, a vibrant green aura flaring around her as the very ground beneath her feet began to crack. From the sidelines, two villagers cried out in concern for Celia, offering their aid as her power surged. The group of villagers watched in stunned disbelief, their faces etched with shock as the situation escalated. Aiden, his eyes glowing faintly, interjected, telling the villagers that their presence was only distracting her. He observed them for a moment, a quiet realization dawning upon him. These people, despite their aggression, registered as having a low threat level to him. Attempting to de-escalate the situation, Aiden tried to explain that there was a misunderstanding, but a villager scoffed, refusing to be fooled and accusing him of being there to delete them. Another villager, fueled by fear and suspicion, shouted for Celia to get rid of him, her green aura intensifying once more. The villagers continued their frantic discussion, revealing that this place was created by Sir Sirius and was supposedly impenetrable to anyone but an administrator. With a resolute expression and her power surging, Celia declared that since he had been caught, she could not allow him to leave alive. As the villagers murmur in confusion, Aiden hears a voice, a familiar one, yet tinged with a new, powerful resonance, a voice that seems to emanate from the very being of Celia, who now glows with an ethereal light, revealing the name Sir Sirius. Her glowing form asserts that he is no enemy, commanding the others to bring him to her. With her power still visibly surging around her, Celia, though appearing somewhat distressed, turns to him, telling him to follow her, and she will lead the way. As they begin to move, Celia, her glowing aura now subsided, issues a stern warning, reminding him that her suspicion of him remains. Aiden, in turn, looks back at her with a serious expression, promising not to leave her alone if she does anything foolish. Their tense exchange gives way to a journey through ancient, arched stone corridors, the path ahead illuminated by flickering wall sconces. As they walk side by side through the dimly lit passage, Aiden breaks the silence, admitting he has something he's curious about. He turns to her, his question direct and probing, asking how they managed to survive the inspection. Celia, her gaze distant, begins to explain, revealing that Sir Sirius himself created this area for them, and without his intervention, they would have been deleted. A chilling flashback illustrates her words, showing a devastated landscape where figures stand amidst the ruins, a stark reminder of the deletion they narrowly escaped during the inspection. Finally, their journey concludes as they stand before a dark, cavernous opening, Celia announcing their arrival. Having been led into the new, cavernous space, Aiden observes that it seems empty, but his companion, Celia, calls out to Sir Sirius. His head snaps up in surprise as a sudden, powerful presence makes itself known. Before them, a colossal blue dragon-like entity with glowing yellow eyes stirs, its immense form dwarfing the two figures below. A deep, resonant voice echoes through the cavern, thanking them for coming, leaving Aiden wide-eyed with astonishment. As the dragon's glowing eye focuses, it addresses Aiden directly, calling him Dear Admin. A colossal, dark blue dragon, its scales shimmering with an ethereal glow, suddenly materialized, its piercing yellow eyes fixed on the figures below. Aiden's eyes widened in disbelief, a gasp escaping him as the impossible sight unfolded before his very eyes. He couldn't comprehend how such a creature could exist in this place. This magnificent beast, identified as Sirius, a name that resonated with ancient power. As he processed the information on his screen, Aiden realized the true nature of this being, a guardian god, far beyond the scope of a normal NPC. Dragons, creatures of myth and legend, were said to have existed since the very days of creation, their power immense and ancient. Aiden's thoughts raced, connecting the pieces as he understood that Sirius was the new moderator, a revelation that left him speechless. Sirius, observing the young man, revealed that he had seen a fragment of his memory, expressing profound gladness at what he witnessed, his dragon's eye skill allowing him to perceive Aiden's true nature. The ancient being mused on the improbability of Aiden's existence in a world frozen in time, further noting his unique ability to clear a bug, a power that set him apart. Elsewhere, Celia reacted with stunned disbelief, her voice filled with shock at the mention of a bug being cleared, a sense of finality in her expression. A blinding white light emanates from the dragon-like figure, its form shimmering with immense power, as a voice echoes, "Finally, it looks like I've met the last fated one." The light intensifies, swirling with a vibrant blue energy, and Aiden watches as the dragon's form begins to shift. With a crackling sound, the dragon's essence coalesces into a human form, the moderator now standing before him, surrounded by shimmering purple particles. His gaze steady, the moderator then asks, "Will you please listen to my request?" Aiden receives a new quest, titled Sirius Quest, which requests him to protect the NPCs who follow, promising a reward upon completion. Celia expresses concern that his mana will be drained if he remains in his human form, but Sirius dismisses her worries, while Aiden muses that this quest feels different from any he's received before, deciding he should listen to their full explanation before making a decision. His amber eye narrows slightly, reflecting his deep contemplation. The three of them stand before a grand archway, looking out at a murmuring crowd of people, their faces indistinct in the distance. Sirius, holding a bouquet of flowers, turns to Aiden and asks, "What's your request?" Aiden, surprised, repeats, "To your village?" Sirius then conjures a glowing orb, revealing images of the villagers within, and explains, "As you can see, all the humans here have caught the bug. I could protect them by telling them to escape when there's an inspection, but now, there's a limit to what I can do." As Aiden watches, a surge of purple energy erupts from Sirius's chest, radiating outward, who struggles to contain it, admitting he can no longer suppress the encroaching force. The ominous purple glow intensifies, signaling a high threat level, and from a shadowed corner, Celia observes with a worried expression, her thoughts echoing Sirius's earlier warning that even with his abilities, a bug of this magnitude would be difficult to clear. Retreating into a narrow alley, Celia's despair is palpable, believing herself already lost, and pleading for them to save others before she causes any further damage. Her words hang heavy in the air, a stark declaration of her perceived fate. A close-up reveals the profound sadness reflected in her eyes, a silent testament to her inner turmoil. Aiden, hearing her desperate plea, reacts with a sharp denial, refusing to accept her self-sacrificing words. He calls out to Celia, his voice filled with concern, as she stands before him, her face etched with sorrow. His question rings out, demanding to know why she would speak such disheartening words. Sirius, standing beside them, explains his predicament, stating that since he cannot promise rewards, he has no choice but to rely on Aiden. With a somber expression, Sirius confesses that this is the only way he can save them all, acknowledging his own weakness. Celia, her face still clouded with despair, acknowledges his words, as Sirius stands beside her, his purple aura still faintly visible. Aiden, however, dismisses the notion of rewards, declaring that he doesn't need them, but he will indeed get rid of the bug. Having declared his intent to personally eliminate the threat, Aiden confidently states that dealing with the bug won't be difficult, regardless of its nature or whether it's a system anomaly. Immediately, a system notification flashes into existence, confirming that the quest has been accepted. Meanwhile, a hushed murmuring spreads through the assembled crowd, their attention fixed on the distant platform where two cloaked figures stand. Among them, Celia questions the truth of what she heard earlier, struggling to believe that a bug could be cleared, while a nearby man admits his confusion but resigns himself to waiting. Back in the void, Aiden stands at the center of a glowing red magic circle, his form radiating with intense crimson energy as he initiates the complex process. Red energy lines surge from him, connecting to numerous white, spectral figures that surround Sirius, who is himself engulfed in a powerful red aura as the entities are drawn out and dispelled. A pained gasp escapes Sirius, the red energy still coursing through him as the extraction continues. He notes the sheer volume of the bugs being purged, estimating there were likely 40 to 50 of them, his face etched with the strain of the ordeal. As the lesser entities are cleared, a new, colossal form emerges from the swirling energies, revealing the true, dragon-like core of the bug that remains. Sirius now appears to be clinging to the back of this monstrous, glowing dragon, his situation looking increasingly dire as both red and ominous purple energies emanate from the creature. The extraction process is complete, but the dragon's face glows with a malevolent purple, a chilling realization dawning that the bug has already eaten deep inside of him. The purple energy swirls and expands into a terrifying vortex, revealing itself to be far more powerful than initially anticipated. Sirius writhes in agony, the insidious bug within him manifesting as violent red and purple energy, tearing at his very being, as he realizes the immense danger of this unchecked power. The energy intensifies, forcing a guttural scream from his lips as the purple corruption spreads. He struggles against the invisible chains of power, questioning the very nature of this entity that consumes him. His eyes glow with a terrifying red light, as the realization dawns that the bug isn't just infecting him, but actively trying to devour him whole. With a violent surge, the corrupted energy explodes outwards from his body, a blinding flash of red and purple. The transformation consumes him entirely, his form becoming an ethereal, glowing silhouette surrounded by dark, tendril-like energy. A final, desperate cry escapes him, before he seemingly vanishes in a burst of light and energy. Only a chaotic void of red light remains, where he once stood. Below, the immense burst of red and purple energy erupts into the sky, visible to all. The onlookers below recoil in shock and fear, their faces illuminated by the ominous glow. As the energy subsides, Sirius collapses to the ground, writhing in pain, while Celia observes, confirming her earlier suspicions. Now with purple hair and blood splattered across his robes, he screams in agony as Celia holds him, the transformation complete. Celia's voice, filled with anguish, calls out to Sirius, her eyes welling with tears as pink particles of energy swirl around her. He stands, his blue hair now streaked with red and gold, his chest marked by glowing purple symbols, the unmistakable signs of the bug's corruption. Meanwhile, Aiden, his expression grim, confronts an unseen force, declaring his intent to eradicate all threats, while in the background, Sirius and Celia watch, their faces etched with distress. A faint smile plays on his lips as he reiterates his promise that he would get rid of them all. Sirius and Celia stand together, a sense of relief washing over them as they hear the declaration they would no longer be deleted because of a bug. A system message confirms the update complete, announcing that the classes of 50 NPCs have been updated to freeborn. Below the platform where the three figures stand, a jubilant crowd erupts in cheers, their voices echoing with cries of, "We're going to live. And we won't be deleted anymore." Aiden looks on, a satisfied expression on his face, as Sirius, with Celia beside him, expresses his profound gratitude, admitting he never expected Aiden would be able to accomplish so much. As the three figures stand before a cracking purple energy field, one of them vows never to forget this favor. A voice questions the nature of the phenomenon, wondering, what in the world is this? Another voice ominously reveals that with a little more time, a good puppet would have been born, as the purple energy continues to crack and spread. Aiden's eyes widen in shock as a massive, shadowy figure, wreathed in glowing purple energy, looms behind him, its presence both terrifying and unexpected. Aiden, his eyes wide with alarm, looks back as a disembodied voice laments that he has ruined all its efforts in just a moment, while a stark red warning flashes across his vision. The warning intensifies, declaring a critical danger, and all his abilities are suddenly restricted. A system message appears, indicating that some commands are not functioning properly, leaving him to utter a single, bewildered question. Before him, the massive, shadowy entity with glowing purple horns and a swirling core of light looms, its presence radiating a palpable threat, as if questioning his very existence. The system then identifies a virus, and with a final, ominous message, begins to shut down. Aiden and the blue-haired figure stood before a colossal, horned entity, its form a swirling mass of dark energy and glowing purple light, emanating an oppressive aura. The blue-haired figure's eye narrowed, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he muttered, "Back then you." His memory flashed to a sepia-toned battle, a horned monster clashing with a dragon-like beast, a scene that ended with the monster's apparent demise, leading him to believe it had definitely died. The purple entity's face, a gaping maw of sharp teeth, twisted into a mocking grin as it chuckled, "Kikik, you fool." Its swirling eye pulsed with dark energy as it continued. "Did you think I would?" The entity's voice echoed with contempt. "Disappear from just that." A chilling regret laced its tone as it added, "The more I think about it, the more I regret it." An overhead view revealed a city bathed in the same ominous purple glow, the entity's influence spreading as it mused. "If I waited just a little bit more, I could have infected this area as well." The blue-haired figure gasped, his eyes widening in shock at the entity's chilling revelation. His purple eyes now blazed with a furious yellow light as he snarled, "You little." The purple entity's grin widened, a small orb of dark energy forming near its face as it retorted, "It seems like you want to die." Still engulfed in a swirling aura of dark purple energy, the monstrous entity extends a clawed hand towards him, its voice dripping with mocking amusement, wondering what could possibly have made him so angry. His blue hair frames a face contorted in rage, his eye now glowing with an intense yellow light as the entity continues to provoke him, questioning if any of this was truly its fault. A sepia-tone memory flashes, showing three masked figures, the system administrators, standing over a fallen form, as the entity reminds him that it was those stupid operators and the administrator who were responsible for its previous demise. It then feigns ignorance, unable to comprehend why he would be so upset with it. With a dismissive sneer, the entity declares its indifference to his anger. Aiden watches, his expression shifting to concern as the entity announces it no longer needs him, because it has found something far superior. Before Aiden can fully process the words, a smaller, horned manifestation of the purple entity appears directly in front of him, causing him to cry out in shock. The air around them swirls with dark power, a glowing core of purple energy signifying the entity's new, terrifying discovery. Tendrils of that same malevolent purple energy lash out, engulfing Aiden as he screams, his body now infected by the entity's dark influence. He cries out in terror, his face a mask of pure agony as the purple energy continues to consume him. But before the infection can fully take hold, the blue-haired figure steps forward, a protective barrier of glowing blue magic erupting around him, declaring that the entity's true opponent is him. The horned purple entity, a swirling vortex of dark energy, asserts its dominance, commanding silence. With a sudden, violent surge, a powerful burst of purple energy erupts from the ground, radiating outward and shattering the very earth. As the chaos unfolds, the system itself begins to glitch, displaying a critical error message. The system is not working. Moments later, the protective firewall vanishes, leaving a blue-haired figure and another individual stunned by the sudden vulnerability. Meanwhile, the entity gloats, its voice echoing as generic figures around it succumb to its influence, coughing and collapsing under the spreading purple energy. It revels in the administrator's ignorance, as more individuals are visibly infected, their bodies glowing with the corrupting aura. Then, its attention shifts to Aiden, engulfing him in the same corrupting aura, which crackles with ominous red lightning. Aiden cries out, struggling against the overwhelming force, but the entity notes his unexpected resistance, a hint of surprise in its tone. Despite the pain, Aiden's mind races, realizing the immense danger and knowing he must escape quickly. Simultaneously, a system message flashes, indicating an update or unlock command attempting to process. However, this is immediately followed by a critical system failure, displaying a stark fail error message. The system's malfunction is confirmed, as Aiden remains caught in the purple energy, his eyes wide with alarm. Engulfed by the corrupting purple energy, he struggles, a cry of disbelief escaping him. The entity's voice echoes, dismissing his efforts, declaring that whatever he attempted was utterly useless. It asserts its dominance, explaining that true power isn't about brute force, as the swirling purple mass continues to consume him. The entity questions his audacity to resist without even a firewall, commanding him to simply accept his fate as his eye struggles against the encroaching corruption. The purple energy intensifies, coalescing into a terrifying, swirling vortex that threatens to pull him into its depths. The entity's voice booms, dismissing his struggle as ridiculous, the very ground trembling with its power. He is pulled further into the abyss, the entity's voice echoing that his resistance is futile. His face contorted in despair as the purple energy consumes him, a faint, golden light begins to emerge from the darkness below. Instead of falling into oblivion, he plunges into a brilliant cascade of golden light, surrounded by shimmering particles. His eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping him as the radiant energy envelopes his hand. A powerful surge of yellow light erupts around him, revealing the ethereal, glowing silhouette of a female figure standing protectively at his back. His gaze fixes on the radiant being, a name forming on his lips as he recognizes the glowing figure, Alice. A surge of red and purple energy erupts from Aiden, a high-pitched hum filling the air as his new power manifests. The purple entity recoils in shock, its singular eye widening as it questions the unexpected force now confronting it. A powerful blast of crimson and violet energy slams into the monster, sending it reeling with a metallic clang and a cry of disbelief. As a system message announces the construction of a new system, Aiden's eyes glow with electric power, and he issues a decisive command. A bright red interface materializes, displaying a trash can icon and the command to /update delete. With a deafening roar, a blinding red and white light erupts, engulfing the purple entity in a cataclysmic explosion of energy and particles. The monster begins to disintegrate into crimson motes, its form dissolving as it lets out a final, pained cry of disbelief. Its horned head cracks and crumbles, fading into nothingness amidst the crackling red and purple energy. Enveloped in a red aura, Aiden ponders the impossible, wondering how someone who isn't even an operator could possess the delete command. A new system notification chimes, granting him a firewall passive skill that elevates his defenses to the level of an administrator. With renewed resolve, he declares his intent to eradicate the power that had tried to consume him, a fresh surge of red energy emanating from his form. Aiden stands triumphant amidst the dissipating red energy, while other players look on in stunned silence, witnessing his incredible transformation. A group of players, including a dark-haired woman and a blue-haired man, look on with expressions of shock and concern, their forms outlined by a faint red glow, as a system message announces, "Urged Village." Meanwhile, a system notification confirms a major update, declaring version 0.1 update complete, as an unseen presence confidently asserts its ability to confront a strange new power. The purple entity, previously targeted by Aiden's command, continues its disintegration, dissolving into a cascade of vibrant red particles. From the dissipating remnants, a low, unsettling chuckle begins to echo. Aiden looks up, his expression unreadable, as the ominous laughter intensifies around him, surrounded by the lingering red motes of energy. The purple entity, slowly reforming from the particles, questions the source of the amusement before triumphantly declaring its discovery, now almost on par with the administrator. Its monstrous face contorts into a wide, toothy grin, proclaiming that Aiden is the very one it has been searching for all this time. Aiden's gaze hardens, a flicker of determination in his amber eyes, as he confidently asserts his intention to make the entity his own. The entity, now a swirling vortex of purple and red energy, responds with a single, chilling word, confirming Aiden's declaration. Around them, the vibrant red particles continue their ethereal dance. Aiden stands resolute, enveloped by the glowing red energy. A subtle, confident smirk plays upon his lips. Standing amidst the lingering purple haze, Aiden confirms his well-being, while the female operator expresses awe at his ability to use delete. The operator then laments her own powerlessness without the system's protection, addressing the blue-haired figure as Sir Sirius, who finds the nickname, Guardian Deity, rather embarrassing. Sirius, however, quickly refocuses, stating that the situation isn't over yet, and Aiden agrees, acknowledging the need to clean up the remaining traces. As footsteps echo across the arena, Sirius observes the purple remnants, noting how they were left unattended. Without hesitation, he unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy, concerned about the unknown nature of the bug it might become. A violent impact reverberates, splattering crimson across the void. Before he can react, sharp purple tendrils erupt from the ground, impaling Sirius and leaving him stunned. Aiden and Alice watch, their faces contorted in wide-eyed horror, as the sudden, brutal counterattack unfolds. Alice screams his name in desperation, as a massive, shadowy purple hand erupts to seize Sirius, pulling him into the swirling darkness. From within the deepening purple void, a menacing, sharp-toothed smile forms, and the entity's voice echoes, asking if it hadn't already warned them. The shadowy form continues to shift and expand, its voice deepening as it begins to reveal its true nature. With a final, chilling declaration, the entity proclaims its specialty, production and self-replication. A golden blade, shimmering with power, slices through the air. With a swift motion, Aiden brings his sword down, striking a shadowy figure that recoils amidst a burst of purple energy. Meanwhile, another ally falls, as Sir Sirius collapses to the ground, engulfed in crackling purple energy, a dark-haired figure standing ominously above him. Kneeling beside his fallen comrade, Aiden desperately calls out, urging Sir Sirius to open his eyes. His brow furrowed in disbelief, Aiden stares ahead, convinced he had already dealt with these entities. From the swirling darkness, a mocking voice echoes, taunting him as shadowy figures with glowing purple eyes emerge from the depths. The voice continues, asking if he truly believed this was his first or second time being deleted. Surrounded by the menacing forms, Aiden hears their chilling declaration. It is impossible to get rid of them, unless one is at the level of a moderator. With grim determination, Aiden clenches his fist, red energy flaring around it, as he activates a powerful system command, /update delete. A blinding burst of red energy erupts from him, engulfing the shadowy figures in a violent explosion. Aiden, surprised by the entity's resilience, attempts to use his delete command, red energy flaring around him as multiple system prompts appear. Yet, the shadowy forms remain unfazed, their dark energy shattering the delete command as if it were mere glass. One of the entities grins menacingly, its voice echoing with a taunt, questioning his excessive use of the deletion power. As if to emphasize their point, more shadowy figures surge forward, their forms blurring with dark intent. Undeterred, Aiden unleashes a concentrated blast of red energy, a swirling vortex of power erupting from his hand. The crimson force slams into the advancing shadows, causing them to recoil amidst a shower of purple sparks. However, their numbers are too great, and the shadowy tendrils lash out, striking him and sending him tumbling backward through crumbling debris. More dark energy pierces his defenses, drawing blood as he struggles to regain his footing. With a desperate look, he draws his sword, but even as it leaves its sheath, a wave of purple energy engulfs the blade. The shadowy power instantly shatters the weapon, leaving him disarmed and bewildered. Aiden's thoughts race, a grim realization dawning on him. Does player equipment simply not work against forces that aren't demons? If that were true, then upgrading weapons would be utterly pointless. A monstrous, shadowy entity with a single glowing purple eye and a wide, fanged grin looms, declaring that its opponent is totally messing with it. Amidst a landscape of shattered earth, Aiden stands alone, facing a towering, swirling wall of dark purple energy that seems to stretch endlessly. An unseen force holds a glowing purple orb, its voice echoing with a taunting question. Isn't it time for you to give up? Aiden curses under his breath, realizing he can neither attack nor delete the shadowy figures, which only continue to multiply, leaving him to wonder about the true nature of this virus. The shadowy entity's voice rings out, declaring Aiden is no fun anymore, and admitting it had intended to take him, but his firewall proved too much of a burden. Instead of retreating, the dark energy coalesces into a menacing, fanged face, preparing for a direct assault. With a sudden surge, Aiden is engulfed by the swirling dark energy, a desperate red glow flaring around him as he struggles against the overwhelming force. His face contorted in a snarl, he screams in frustration, recognizing the familiar, maddening presence of this crazy bastard once more. In a desperate attempt to retaliate, Aiden unleashes a powerful delete command, a bright red energy burst erupting from his form. Yet, his attack proves utterly useless, and he is violently repelled by a combined red and purple energy burst, sending him reeling backward. The shadowy entity's voice echoes once more, declaring his efforts pointless as Aiden is inexorably pulled into a swirling purple vortex, his resistance fading. Completely overwhelmed, Aiden's eyes close as the dark energy consumes him, the entity's final taunt urging him to simply accept his fate and let it all be over. Still caught in the shadowy entity's grasp, Aiden lets out a pained grunt, his body racked with the dark energy, while nearby, Celia and Sirius watch on, Sirius asking if he is alright. Determined to help, Sirius declares he will try to cure it with magic, but as he attempts to channel his power, ominous purple marks begin to spread across his chest. His eyes glowing with an unnatural yellow light, Sirius's face twists in agony, red streaks appearing on his skin as the entity's influence takes hold. Celia, witnessing his struggle, explains that magic is useless against the entity's firewall, a consequence of her own carelessness. She warns him that he is already past his limit and will soon become a virus himself, urging him to let go before it becomes too dangerous. Tears streaming down her face, Celia clutches Sirius's hand, heartbroken that they had only just found a way for him to live. A soft glow emanating from him, Sirius apologizes, lamenting the unfairness of the situation as his body begins to radiate with intense light. With a final, resolute decision, Sirius channels his entire being into a brilliant burst of golden white energy, declaring that this is the only way to help the new moderator. As Sirius's light fades, the shadowy entity expands further, its glowing eyes multiplying as it offers its insidious help to all. Engulfed by the encroaching darkness, Aiden lets out a desperate cry, realizing he can no longer resist the entity's overwhelming power. Despite his despair, he frantically wonders what he can do, desperately needing to find a way, even if it's something small that can be useful. His face etched with terror and resignation, Aiden is completely overwhelmed, the dark purple energy swirling around him. Finally, Aiden's form is entirely enveloped, his body outlined in stark red against the pervasive, glowing purple energy of the shadowy entity. Still trapped within the shadowy entity, Aiden clutched a hammer, its form now tainted by the dark energy swirling around him. This was Alice's hammer, a tool he had once used for crafting, now his only weapon against the encroaching darkness. He tried to break free, but the hammer, glowing with a strange light, refused to yield, leaving him to wonder why it alone remained intact when all other equipment had shattered. A sudden realization dawned on him, his amber eyes widening in shock as a new possibility emerged. With newfound determination, he uttered a single word, command, and the hammer erupted in a blinding white light, radiating intense red energy. The command, delete, tore through the darkness, manifesting as a concentrated burst of pure energy that ripped through the entity's form. The explosion intensified, a maelstrom of white and red light, scattering purple particles across the void, yet the entity remained. From the dissipating chaos, shadowy figures with glowing purple eyes emerged, the entity itself expressing a surprised, guttural sound, unable to believe what had just transpired. Aiden, still holding the faintly glowing hammer, understood. Only those authorized by the moderator could wield such an imputed weapon. His face a mix of awe and determination, he realized he had indeed been able to input a command into the powerful artifact. The shadowy entity, now manifesting a monstrous, toothy grin, acknowledged his feat, but dismissed it as mere luck, a result of its own carelessness. Its swirling form growing more menacing, the entity's voice echoed with disdain, asserting Aiden's inherent weakness despite his momentary success. The shadowy entity, still looming, dismisses Aiden's efforts, asserting that his current strength is insufficient to overcome it. When suddenly, a brilliant column of blue energy erupts from the ground, scattering light particles into the air. Aiden watches, wide-eyed, as the energy coalesces into a glowing blue crystal, radiating immense power. A system message confirms a quest completion and rewards granted. revealing the crystal as Sirius a star. A sight that draws the attention of the system administrator, who observes Aiden's reaction from a distance. Suddenly, Celia's voice cuts through the tension, urging him to utilize the newfound power. Responding to her call, Aiden unleashes a devastating pink-white energy explosion that shatters the immediate surroundings. However, the shadowy entity withstands the blast, its dark purple energy swirling and expanding, absorbing the impact. From within the swirling darkness, beams of red and purple energy lash out, striking with renewed ferocity. The entity then manifests a monstrous, grinning face, seemingly surprised by Aiden's unexpected power. The system administrator, witnessing this, expresses genuine bewilderment, admitting to never having seen such a weapon before. Amidst the chaos, Aiden stands firm, now wielding a magnificent flaming sword, identified as Aiden's execution sword. A vast, shadowy entity, its form a swirling mass of dark energy with glowing purple eyes and a jagged mouth, expresses profound confusion, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding around it. Its amorphous body writhing with red and purple energy, it questions how it could possibly be cloning or multiplying itself, a feat it believed impossible. As a brilliant purple orb of power coalesces within a violent burst of red energy, the entity ponders that only specific, powerful beings should be capable of such an act. Meanwhile, Aiden's eyes glow with a fierce red light, his sword radiating a similar crimson energy, as he finally grasps the true nature of the administrator and the Trojan behind these events. With a sharp, hissing sound, the shadowy entity's form solidifies into a menacing, tendril-like projection, its confusion giving way to a chilling resolve. Before Aiden can fully react, the shadowy tendril lashes out, engulfing him in a vortex of dark purple energy. As its glowing purple eyes intensify, the entity declares its intention to get serious, regretting that it can no longer take him in one piece. With a surge of power, the shadowy entity manifests a colossal, claw-like form of pure purple energy, ready to unleash its full might. A concentrated blast of this potent purple energy erupts from the entity, hurtling towards Aiden with devastating force. As the attack closes in, the entity's voice echoes, taunting Aiden that things would have been much simpler had he just complied without causing trouble. With the full might of its power unleashed, the shadowy entity declares that Aiden has brought this fate upon himself. Engulfed in the shadow entity's relentless assault, Aiden unleashes a desperate burst of purple energy, pushing back the encroaching darkness. However, the entity retaliates instantly, manifesting a searing red energy blade that glows with malevolent power. With brutal force, it strikes him, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. As he suffers under the relentless assault, the damage registers as a system command, a stark delete prompt appearing before his eyes. The entity then unleashes a devastating purple energy beam, a concentrated blast aimed directly at him. Roaring in triumph, the shadow entity watches as its attack connects, the purple energy flaring violently. A massive red explosion erupts, engulfing the entire area in destructive force. The sheer power tears the very ground apart, sending trees and massive rocks flying into the air. The earth continues to shatter, cracking and breaking under the relentless assault. Caught in the maelstrom of falling debris, Aiden struggles against the overwhelming power, his form barely visible amidst the chaos. Amidst the destruction, he reaches out, his hand grasping a small, black rectangular object on the ground. As the ground continues to fracture, an ominous, bright light emanates from the rift, hinting at an even greater power. From the chaos of the previous battle, a towering, crystalline blue structure emerges, its ethereal form piercing the sky amidst floating debris. Within a realm of pure data and shimmering purple energy, a cloaked figure stands silhouetted, surrounded by cascading lines of code. The system administrator, now unmasked, watches with a subtle smirk, their white hair flowing as vibrant purple energy swirls around their glowing eyes. A thought crosses their mind, wondering about the sudden disappearance of a clone, as a black-gloved hand reaches out to touch a fractured burst of purple energy, contemplating its last moments. A wide smile spreads across the administrator's face, as they find the unfolding events surprisingly beautiful. Their gaze then falls upon Aiden, who appears as an interesting subject amidst the swirling purple energies. Aiden's arm glows with the same ominous energy, as the administrator muses about using him to strike a significant blow against their own kind. With a chilling smile, the system administrator, who identifies as Worm, Virus Dash, prepares for their next move. Their eyes now glow a malevolent yellow, as they instruct an unseen Trojan to share in their dark satisfaction. Suddenly, a violent explosion rips through the air, shattering the calm with a deafening roar and a blinding flash of fire and debris. From within the inferno, a cloaked figure, the system administrator, begins to materialize, surrounded by an ominous purple glow as the flames swirl around him. He reveals his unmasked face, a smirk playing on his lips as tendrils of purple energy dance around his form, acknowledging the unfolding events. His presence is met by another, as a new figure, wreathed in vibrant orange and red flames, announces their arrival, an uninvited guest stepping into the administrator's domain. This newcomer, a woman with striking pink hair and fox ears, stands defiant amidst the fiery aura, addressing the administrator directly. It's been a while, Mia. Her blue eye glowing with fierce intensity, Mia continues, accusing him. You hid pretty well all this time. Another violent burst of energy erupts between them, a clash of powers shaking the very ground. Amidst the crackling flames, the system administrator responds, acknowledging her persistence. You managed to find me. Mia, now surrounded by swirling purple energy, presses him. How did you know where I was? The system administrator, still smiling confidently, counters her question with one of his own. Are you okay alone? Mia's glowing blue eye narrows further, her expression hardening, as she retorts, Don't you think you're underestimating me too much? Mia reflects on the system administrator, realizing he had been hiding in the bad sector all along, a thought that inexplicably hadn't crossed her mind before. A fiery aura begins to swirl around her hand, as she chastises herself, feeling like a failure as an operator. Without hesitation, she lunges forward, unleashing a powerful, fiery punch that sends the system administrator recoiling amidst a burst of red and yellow energy. The impact detonates into a colossal explosion, shattering the ground and sending debris flying in all directions, a blue energy ring expanding from the epicenter. Mia presses her advantage, her fiery assault continuing to engulf the shadowy form of the system administrator in a maelstrom of red and yellow flames. But the administrator is not so easily defeated, his white hair flowing as he unleashes a torrent of dark purple energy, his eyes glowing with an ominous violet light. The dark power engulfs Mia, tendrils of purple energy wrapping around her as she cries out in distress, her own fiery aura struggling against the overwhelming force. The energy coalesces into a swirling vortex, trapping her within its dark depths as glowing particles dance around the ominous void. A shadowy, clawed hand extends from the administrator's form, his voice echoing with a chilling certainty. That's why I told you. Standing tall amidst the rising purple energy, he continues his taunt. You should have at least brought an elder guard with you. The administrator's power intensifies, a dark purple orb forming in his hand as he declares, You did this to yourself. With a final, devastating surge, the dark purple energy explodes downward, impacting the ground with immense force and leaving a crater of shattered earth. As the system administrator's dark power continued its descent, a massive impact erupted, sending dust and debris flying across the desolate landscape. From within his hooded form, the system administrator's purple eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, observing the chaos he had wrought. His power intensified, a blinding blue energy bursting forth, shattering something unseen with immense force. Mia cried out in pain as the dark purple energy overwhelmed her own fiery attack, the administrator's voice echoing with a chilling taunt, wondering if she was underestimating him. Despite the overwhelming power, Mia refused to yield, her body erupting in vibrant blue flames as she declared that he was the one underestimating someone. Her eyes glowing with fierce blue energy, she vowed to delete him once and for all, her resolve burning bright. Yet, her defiance was short-lived, as Mia now knelt, subdued by the system administrator's dark purple energy, while a small group of onlookers watched in silent horror. The administrator's attention then shifted, his dark energy now consuming a blue-haired elf, who was held protectively by a black-haired woman, both caught in the terrifying aura. The elf's eyes glowed with a sickly yellow and purple, as dark veins spread across his face, a clear sign of the administrator's corrupting influence taking hold. From the administrator's power, glowing blue magical chains began to manifest, shimmering with ominous energy. With a chilling clatter, the ethereal chains solidified, binding the blue-haired elf in their inescapable grasp. As the system administrator continued his dark work, glowing blue chains began to materialize, wrapping tightly around the scaly limb and then the head of a monstrous, white-skinned creature, its single visible eye burning with a fierce yellow light. The creature's struggle intensified, a pained cry escaping it as the magical bonds tightened further, constricting its very essence. Its voice, filled with defiance, demanded to know why it was being disrupted, the question echoing against the shimmering blue energy that surrounded it. The creature's desperate plea culminated in a direct challenge, its final, enraged cry directed at the masked figure whose glowing blue eyes pierced the darkness. Administrator. Bound by glowing blue chains, the white-scaled monster struggles, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding around it. It demands to know why innocent people must be deleted, asserting that an administrator's duty is to protect. Meanwhile, a shadowy entity, wreathed in purple energy, lifts a terrified human into the air, as other onlookers recoil in horror from the looming threats. The white-scaled monster continues its impassioned plea, arguing that those infected by a virus shouldn't be discarded simply because they lack protection, declaring itself the true protector of humans. A masked figure, radiating a cool blue aura, stands in stark contrast, reminding the monster that it was this very figure who assigned it that mission. The white-scaled monster, its voice filled with anguish, questions the administrator's drastic change, uttering a single, bewildered word. You. The masked administrator stands before the shadowy entity, while the monster's glowing yellow eye reflects the gravity of the situation as the administrator's form begins to glow with intricate blue lines. With an almost chilling calm, the administrator asks if the monster is truly enjoying this. He explains that with every system update, more viruses emerge, and they can no longer be allowed to roam freely. Floating above the ground, surrounded by shimmering blue particles, the administrator declares his intent. He will permanently delete all his update skills. The NPC who remembers the system, Sirius, also known as the potential threat, unleashes a burst of energy. As the administrator confronts the white-scaled monster, he declares his intent to block it off, trapping it within the system itself. With a resounding clatter, glowing blue, circuit-patterned chains materialize, binding the monster's head and forming around it. The white-scaled monster roars in protest, while a voice implores the administrator to regain his composure, warning that his actions only serve the true enemy's desires. Despite the plea, the administrator continues to channel his power, solidifying the glowing blue, circuit-patterned structures around the monster. The containment is complete, and just like that, the monster finds itself utterly powerless, unable to do anything against its fate. The digital structures now stand tall in a lush, green landscape, as the monster realizes it has been completely blocked off from its former existence. The towering blue constructs dominate the horizon, leaving the entity to ponder if it must simply accept this new reality. Many years passed in this new world, and the entity eventually forgot its once brightly glowing appearance. Now, a dark, dragon-like creature, still bound by the glowing blue chains, it reflects on the impossibility of changing what has already transpired. Its glowing yellow eye narrows, as it questions if this endless confinement is truly the ultimate meaning of the system. Suddenly, a human hand reaches out to touch its face, eliciting a silent, questioning gaze from the ancient entity. A small human child, alone and vulnerable, appeared before the confined entity, prompting a moment of quiet contemplation. Many humans had come to this place before, but they never dared to approach the chained creature. Perhaps it was fear that kept them away, though many would leave offerings as tribute, hoping to appease the powerful being. The players, too, would often pass through, mistaking the entity for a mere NPC or a monster to be ignored, never truly caring about its existence. But this child was different, and the entity found itself asking if she had nowhere else to go. The child simply shook her head, indicating she had no family to return to. Seeing her plight, the entity offered her a place, a sanctuary where she could stay from that moment on. As a gesture of acceptance and belonging, the entity decided to bestow upon her a name. And so, the child was named Kelly, finding a new home and protector in the formidable dragon. Kelly proved to be unlike ordinary NPCs, possessing a natural talent for magic, and was diligently taught various ways to protect herself. However, Kelly was still a human child, and the entity knew it couldn't keep her by its side indefinitely. So, before it was too late, Kelly was sent to live among other humans, where she fortunately adjusted well, and with that, the entity's mission was complete. The dragon-like entity reflects on a time when neither its old appearance nor its strength remained, yet being able to watch over a child's happiness was enough. That simple joy was enough for it, until it encountered the virus again. The ominous purple and red lines of the system's corruption shimmered, signaling the return of the virus, a threat it had faced before. Now, the draconic entity found itself ensnared, glowing purple energy radiating from above it, a familiar, suffocating presence. This unsettling power, it realized, was no doubt the same as back then, a memory of its shadowy past self being confronted by a human. The virus had returned, binding the entity in glowing blue chains, its draconic form struggling against the digital shackles. Its clawed hand strained against the glowing restraints, knowing that if it slacked off for even a little, everything would be deleted just like the past. A guttural roar escaped its maw, a declaration that this time, it would definitely resist. The entity thrashed, its powerful body twisting as it commanded the unseen force to stop it. Meanwhile, in a bustling town square, citizens looked up at a floating island, unaware of the system's warning that they had left their designated area and would receive no protection, a subtle hum of unease filling the air. The purple-horned entity, a manifestation of the struggling being, realized the administrator and operators had already noticed its actions, and it seemed it would have to escape before the event even started. A cloaked figure stands upon a shimmering blue platform, observing as tendrils of dark purple energy begin to coil around a magnificent blue dragon-like creature, its scales glowing with an ethereal light. Meanwhile, a system message flashes, detailing the mechanics of teleportation, while a small, ominous purple orb pulses on the ground, prompting an unseen observer to question the unfolding events. The cloaked figure remains, as the blue dragon's form becomes clearer, its massive head and sharp teeth now fully visible, eliciting a surprised query from the unseen observer. A dragon? The unseen voice then directly challenges the cloaked figure, demanding to know if they were the cause of the escalating chaos. The blue dragon roars, its powerful form thrashing amidst the swirling blue energy, as the purple tendrils tighten their grip, a shadowy presence lurking beneath its colossal frame. The purple energy crackles with malevolent glee, as the shadow entity's voice echoes, finding the situation quite amusing. Suddenly, a blinding burst of purple energy erupts from the shadow entity's core, causing the blue dragon to recoil in shock and alarm. The shadow entity addresses the unseen observer, declaring that any attempt to stop it has come too late. It reveals its ongoing process of infecting many areas before focusing on the blue dragon, its eyes now glowing purple, as it implants a special, pulsating orb of energy into the creature's chest, deeming it a worthy being. The swirling purple energy continues its work, as the shadow entity issues a chilling warning and a challenge to the blue dragon. Do me a favor, don't get deleted. Try to escape from it. The blue dragon, now visibly affected by the purple energy, gazes up at a distant black orb in the cosmic expanse, as a temporary system message appears, hinting at further developments. With the declaration now begin, a new figure's footsteps echo on a stone floor, coinciding with a system notice of a serious bug error. A critical system error has been discovered, manifesting as a cosmic void where red, angular figures float menacingly, while a blue-armored figure stands amidst the chaos. The system declares that the affected area and all non-player characters within it will now be deleted, as one of the red armored figures extends a hand towards a glowing blue orb, seemingly initiating the process. From a distance, the massive blue dragon-like creature watches in silent horror as the deletion unfolds, a vibrant burst of light and energy engulfing a picturesque town, erasing it from existence with explosive force. A thought echoes through the void, wondering if history is merely repeating itself and lamenting that the administrator still seems incapable of finding any solution other than deletion. Meanwhile, a young woman with long black hair, dressed in a simple black gown, stands amidst a group of people, her expression unreadable as she observes the unfolding events, a soft, almost musical sound accompanying her presence. The blue dragon's massive claw hovers near the terrified crowd, as a complex, glowing blue magical circle forms beneath it, radiating immense power. A system message flashes, indicating a teleport command, and the blue dragon's eye, filled with desperation, seems to plead, "Try saving them." A blinding white light erupts, accompanied by sharp, echoing sounds, as the teleportation or deletion takes effect. The black-haired woman, her gaze now resolute, declares, "Instead of letting them be deleted, I'd rather." In a serene, ethereal space, a gentle hand reaches out to touch a small, white dragon-like creature, its voice softly stating, "That's your name." The system administrator, cloaked and with glowing blue eyes, looks on with a determined expression, uttering a command, "I want you to light up a path for those who are lost." The small white dragon-like creature's eye glows brightly with a vibrant yellow, reflecting the new purpose bestowed upon it. Following the administrator's decisive action, the cosmic canvas shifts, revealing a singular, brilliant star blazing against the deep blue and cyan expanse, heralded as the brightest star. Within a vast, glowing digital landscape, the system administrator stands before an immense interface, its blue light illuminating the intricate circuitry that surrounds him. His masked face, with its single glowing blue eye, reflects the data streams as a process start message flashes, quickly followed by error 2203, access success, confirming the initiation of a critical operation. The interface then highlights specific identifiers, number 000012 Procyon, number 000013 Sirius, and number 000014, indicating the targets or parameters of the ongoing process. The digital space pulses with energy, the system responding to the administrator's commands. A hand reaches out, its fingers glowing with blue light, as the administrator interacts directly with the data, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. From behind, the administrator observes the interface, which now prominently displays number 00013 Sirius, confirming the successful update or activation of that specific entity. Meanwhile, in a lush, green landscape, a burst of red energy erupts from the ground, accompanied by a whooshing sound, as Aiden looks on, his eyes wide with surprise and a gasp escaping his lips. He gazes upwards as sparkling particles descend around him, uttering that this experience is truly amazing, with more to come. Aiden then turns to a black-haired woman standing beside him, remarking on the convenience of such a skill, to which she replies, thanking him for allowing her to arrive comfortably. Kelly stands amidst a group of people, her expression thoughtful as she looks out at the surrounding forest, the air shimmering with faint, sparkling particles. A red, jagged mountain looms in the distance, its peak glowing ominously, a landmark Kelly identifies as the area she moderates, assuring Aiden it's not far and they'll reach it soon. Aiden, his brow furrowed, listens intently to her words, as she continues to explain the situation. With a grateful expression, Kelly thanks him, believing that without his intervention, no one would have been safe, and specifically for deleting Sir Sirius. A flashback reveals the system administrator holding the blue-scaled form of Sir Sirius, who glows with a faint purple aura, while Aiden, surrounded by a red energy field, explains his reasoning. If Sir Sirius had been left unchecked, he would have become a virus. Red, glowing particles rain down around them, as Aiden reflects that Sir Sirius surely wouldn't have wanted such a fate. The red particles settle on the ground around Aiden, Kelly, and the other figures, with Kelly adding that his actions also opened up a new pathway for them. Her eyes shining with determination, Kelly declares her unwavering loyalty, vowing to follow Sir Aiden. A system notice appears, confirming that Kelly and 50 other individuals have been officially registered as residents of the Urtsa town. Later, Aiden and Kelly walk along a forest path, accompanied by the newly registered residents, the group moving purposefully through the trees. Kelly turns to Aiden, a question on her mind, asking about the mysterious star phenomenon and what it truly was, to which he honestly admits he isn't entirely sure himself. The answer, however, is revealed in a stark image. Sir Sirius, now bound by glowing blue chains, his form still blue-scaled and horned, as Kelly gently places a hand on his head, confirming that he was the very source of Sir Sirius' power. The crystal, a source of immense power, was once very precious to its owner, and there were many more like it. Reflecting on this, Aiden murmurs that that's all he knows about them. Meanwhile, a system notification reveals that the Moderator's power, which had been stagnant for a while, has now risen. The system confirms the Moderator is now level 4, having risen after absorbing the star. Aiden's thoughts drift to the purple, horned entity, wondering what if he wasn't the one who absorbed it? His expression tightens as he considers the chilling possibility, and if it was the virus? Walking through a lush landscape, Kelly announces they have arrived at their destination. The town before them is in ruins, a desolate sight, and a voice notes that there are many areas needing repair, with only 5 residents remaining. As Aiden and Kelly approach, a small group of players, including Logan, a blue-haired man, and a light blue-haired woman, rush forward, exclaiming they were waiting for them. Jason, kneeling to comfort a brown-haired child, asks Aiden if he knew they were coming, to which Aiden replies, "Ah, yes, the thing is." He explains that someone else had arrived first. Aiden looks surprised as a voice calls out his name, a familiar greeting in the ruined town. As he arrives, a familiar voice calls out, and Kelly embraces him from behind, exclaiming her relief that he returned, while he, surprised, recognizes the name Arya. Her eyes filled with determination, Kelly vows to remain by his side, never leaving him alone again. Looking down from a desolate rise, they observe a small group of players, one of whom remarks on the sheer number of people he brought with him. Meanwhile, a young woman with dark hair, Arya, stares wide-eyed, her expression a mixture of shock and fear, as if witnessing something truly horrifying. Her mind races, questioning the identity of the person before her. A surge of overwhelming mana and power emanates from the scene, filling the air with an almost palpable energy. Kelly herself glows with a brilliant blue aura, her power radiating outward, a force almost, if not entirely, equal to that of Sir Sirius. Turning to him, Kelly demands to know what he was doing, explaining that she couldn't even contact him. Her purple eyes hold a deep, knowing gaze, hinting at secrets yet to be revealed. As they both look up at a distant, shimmering star, Kelly cryptically assures him that he will understand everything soon enough. Suddenly, a swift, violent descent tears through the air, leaving a trail of blurred motion and impact. His eyes widen in shock as a shadowy figure plummets from the sky, prompting him to wonder if it's another player who has just arrived. A sudden, shocking realization washes over Mia as she recognizes the falling figure, a red-armored entity, as an operator. Her expression hardens, her blue eyes now reflecting a fierce determination. Meanwhile, Logan, observing the scene with the brown-haired player, questions if they need to flee, but his companion defiantly declares they are no longer mere bugs to be scared away. Aiden, his amber eye narrowed in frustration, muttering that they truly don't get a break from these relentless challenges. He looks up at Mia, who now glows with a vibrant blue aura, her eyes radiating the same intense light, and wonders if this is a different operator than before. Gripping his hammer tightly, he considers the possibility of having to use his full strength once more. Aiden watches Mia, who now appears downcast, her usual fierce demeanor replaced by a look of deep regret. Tears well in her eyes, her face contorted in distress as her fox ears droop sadly. She reaches out to him, her voice filled with anguish, while Aiden looks on, utterly shocked by her sudden emotional outburst. From behind, the light, blue-haired woman apologizes, her expression one of deep remorse. She quickly grabs Mia's arm, who looks surprised by the sudden intervention. With a gentle touch, the light, blue-haired woman cradles Mia's face, a soft smile playing on her lips as she asks if the pink-haired girl was truly surprised. She holds up a star-shaped object, a playful grin on her face, while Aiden looks on, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. Introducing the pink-haired girl, the woman reveals her name is Mia, and that she is an operator. Aiden, reflecting on this, acknowledges that Mia is one of the people he trusts the most. Meanwhile, a crowd of players gathers before a closed door, their murmurs filling the air with anticipation. Back in the vibrant, speckled space, the light, blue-haired woman sits thoughtfully, remarking that the current situation reminds her of the past. Mia, surrounded by a soft blue glow, explains to Aiden, who is enveloped in a red aura, that she is an NPC who gained the powers of both an operator and a moderator. Elsewhere, Kelly, her hand glowing with a red energy, speaks to the brown-haired player, mentioning those who have escaped the system. A brief moment of silence hangs in the air, As the implications of these revelations settle, Aiden, his expression filled with anger, confronts Mia, accusing her of bringing the very person trying to erase them and demanding to know her goal. Mia, unfazed by his outburst, responds with a stern expression, stating that they are simply doing their duty to protect the system and the world by getting rid of all the bugs. The player aggressor, his face contorted in anguish, cries out, pleading for another way and questioning why they must be deleted. Mia's voice rises in frustration, demanding to know if they believe this is being done on purpose, insisting there is no other way than deletion. Meanwhile, Aiden slams his fist down, questioning her words, asking why he can fix bugs if she's not joking about the necessity of deletion. Mia recoils, her eyes wide with disbelief, uttering a sharp gasp as she declares such a thing impossible. The light blue-haired woman, seated calmly between them, attempts to soothe the escalating tension, urging everyone to calm down, while Mia, still agitated, expresses her disbelief that even the moderator can't fix bugs. Her hands rest gently on the table, a golden emblem gleaming at her throat as she prepares to speak. Looking directly at Aiden, she asks if he has considered becoming an actual moderator, a question that hangs heavy in the air. Her voice firm, she declares that he has no choice but to become one, a statement that elicits a desperate "no, you" from Aiden, who seems to understand the gravity of her words. As she speaks, her eyes glow with an intense blue light, and a vibrant blue aura flares around her, particles of energy swirling, signifying a profound shift in her presence and power. Aiden's eyes widen in disbelief, a single bead of sweat tracing his temple as he processes the audacious proposal to become the moderator. He stares at the light blue-haired woman, his voice laced with confusion, demanding to know what she is talking about, reminding her that the system operator had not called for him, and now she wants him to be the moderator? The woman, composed and unyielding, simply states that she has no idea what he wants her to do, then turns the question back to him, asking what exactly his goal is. Her goal, she reveals, is to bring down the moderator from his position, a shadowy, masked figure appearing behind Aiden as she speaks, its glowing blue eyes piercing the digital void. She apologizes, unable to tell him everything yet, but assures him she is not lying, her glowing blue eyes conveying a strange sincerity. The woman then points out that he also wants revenge on the moderator, to which Aiden, looking down, wonders how he would even accomplish such a feat, before she concludes that their goals are the same. With the shadowy figure of the moderator still looming in the background, she asks if he doesn't think they should work together. She explains that it's impossible for her to achieve her goal alone, and therefore, she needs him. The woman reveals her current predicament, stating that she is receiving a penalty from the moderator, which prevents her from using the system for the time being. He finds himself curious about many aspects of the light blue-haired woman's proposal, yet he senses she wouldn't reveal everything immediately, even if he were to ask. With a bright, confident smile, the woman reiterates her core message: the path to becoming a moderator is not merely about gaining permissions. Instead, she explains, one must truly form their own content, a concept illustrated by a hand reaching into a swirling blue digital interface. This content creation often involves perilous experiences, like challenging towering structures under a stormy sky or engaging in intense player-versus-player combat. As the conversation continues, Mia, the pink-haired fox-eared woman, voices her skepticism, questioning if someone like Aiden is truly suitable to become a moderator. Her concern evident, Mia openly states her preference for the light blue-haired woman to take on the role instead. The light blue-haired woman simply offers a knowing smile, her expression unreadable as she listens to Mia's candid remarks. Mia, seemingly dismissing her own worries, assures everyone that everything will be fine, her gaze drifting towards a nearby door. A short while later, as Aiden stands with his companions, the blue-haired man addresses him directly, his tone indicating a new development. The light blue-haired woman explains that the food they brought has already been distributed among the people Aiden rescued, who are now happily feasting. However, she notes, it appears their current provisions won't be enough, prompting her to ask Aiden if he could access his integrated storage space once more. Without hesitation, Aiden agrees, reaching out to activate his storage, a faint glow indicating its opening. As Aiden accessed his integrated storage, a torrent of system messages flooded Mia's vision, each one a frantic plea or complaint about storage issues, causing her to recoil in alarm. He calmly offered more, while Mia, still reeling from the system's chaos, looked on with a mix of confusion and suspicion. Her expression hardened, a sharp question forming in her mind. She demanded to know what he meant by free, her frustration evident as she gripped his arm. The light blue-haired woman, however, found the situation amusing, her laughter echoing as Mia realized the truth. Mia's fury erupted, demanding that everything be returned. Meanwhile, under the soft glow of a magical tree, the rescued group settled into a makeshift camp, their figures small against the vast, starry night. Aiden, however, remained troubled, his brow furrowed with concern. The light blue-haired woman tried to reassure him that even system operators worked hard, but Mia, still fuming, retorted that it was none of her business and they should handle their own problems. She explained that Mia had left in a huff after getting angry, then playfully chided Aiden not to hate on them so much, especially since Mia was there to help. Aiden listened intently, his expression softening slightly. The light blue-haired woman then revealed that she had asked Mia for a difficult favor, which Mia had happily accepted, explaining that she couldn't be contacted earlier because she was with Mia. The system administrator, flanked by an armored monster and a winged figure, declares that for their plan to succeed, they must divert attention away from Aiden. Meanwhile, in a serene, glowing forest, Aiden questions how such a feat could be accomplished, as Arya begins to explain that it's a matter of another existence. He then elaborates, stating that in this world, there is another existence that threatens the very system itself. As shadowy, purple-eyed entities manifest behind him, Aiden continues, his expression grim. Arya, her gaze sharp, clarifies, asking if he means the virus when he speaks of another existence. Surprised, Aiden asks if she knows about the viruses, to which she confirms, having fought them before arriving here. As she recounts noticing something after helping people, Arya suddenly grabs Aiden's arm, her expression shifting to one of intense alarm. Blue energy erupts from Aiden's chest and hands, causing him to cry out, demanding to know what Arya is doing. Fortunately, he doesn't seem to be infected, leading to the question of whether they approached Aiden because they discovered his unique ability. Arya, her eyes glowing with intense blue light, cries out Aiden's name, declaring that she doesn't care about anything else, but he absolutely cannot get the virus, and she needs to find a solution. Aiden quickly grabs her hands, trying to calm her, asking what has gotten into her all of a sudden. Still reeling from the revelation, Arya clutches Aiden's collar, her voice laced with panic and anger, demanding to know why he had contact with the virus, admonishing him to run away next time he encountered such a threat. Her words conjure a terrifying vision of shadowy entities, their forms wreathed in crackling purple energy, far more dangerous than even the moderators or system operators, capable of consuming anyone in an instant. Aiden, reflecting on her words, acknowledges the miracle of his survival, knowing that any misstep would have meant his immediate deletion from the system. Yet, with a calm that surprises her, he assures Arya that he is fine, having already dealt with the threat. Arya, her initial shock giving way to confusion, questions if he means the virus, to which he admits he did receive some help in the process. She concedes that without assistance, such a feat would be impossible, but still finds it hard to believe that completely deleting a virus could be an easy task. Aiden simply offers a thoughtful perhaps, as a faint red glow emanates from his form, hinting at a deeper power within him. A profound truth echoes through the system. Aiden was born to be the moderator. Turning back to Arya, his expression serious, Aiden indicates he has another question for her. He ponders the reason behind the deletion of NPCs. Then directly asks Arya if it is because of the virus. Because if the threat is not handled swiftly, the entire system faces imminent collapse. A chilling memory resurfaces, depicting a monstrous red-armored entity unleashing chaos upon innocent NPCs, their forms dissolving into green particles, a stark reminder that there was no other way to handle the situation at the time, aside from their deletion. He understands the dire circumstances, but the memory ignites a furious resolve within him, his eyes burning with a fierce red glow. The injustice of it all echoes in his mind, a silent vow forming. He will never forgive the moderator responsible for such devastation. His thoughts return to the deleted NPCs, innocent beings caught in the crossfire, their cries of anguish still haunting him, even though they had nothing to do with the virus. Just as he suspected, the current system is fundamentally flawed, whether the fault lies with the moderator or the virus itself. With a determined gaze, Aiden declares he will take on the role of the new moderator, accepting the immense responsibility that comes with it. Arya, her expression soft and understanding, agrees, believing in his capability. After all, he is the only one who can do it anyway. Aiden, now resolute, raises a finger, explaining that since he has decided to become the moderator, he will share a crucial piece of information to commemorate this event. He then poses a question, asking if she knows the most important thing he needs to do first, before revealing that he must choose the system operators, a task that fills his mind with shadowy, questioning figures. Even as a moderator, it will be incredibly difficult to keep track of the massive amount of information the system constantly sends, implying the necessity of a support team. Without hesitation, Arya extends her hand, offering herself for the role, a clear sign of her unwavering loyalty and belief in Aiden. A sudden, heartfelt embrace catches Aiden by surprise, a soft gasp escaping him as Arya holds him close, her voice a gentle promise. I'll be by your side, always. A grand, brightly lit hall stood silent, its arched windows casting long, ethereal glows across the polished floor, awaiting the start of an important gathering. As the meeting began, Operator Lloyd, a man with sharp features and gray hair, mused aloud that there seemed to be far more pressing matters than mere bug fixing. Indeed, most of the operators were present for this emergency gathering, though one voice from the assembled group questioned if the situation could truly be that dire. Mia, the pink-haired fox-eared operator, turned her gaze towards the speaker, demanding to know if they had a proper reason for calling everyone together. With a dismissive huff, she declared that it was probably nothing again, a sentiment shared by Dyke, the green-haired operator seated beside her. Dyke, a level 430 operator, sat casually next to Isabel, a level 411 operator with a masked face and red horns, both appearing somewhat unconcerned by the gravity of the situation. Dyke, growing impatient, urged the group to hurry up and get it over with, stating he wasn't in the mood for jokes. Mia's expression darkened, her red eyes glowing with a fierce, internal light as she retorted, asking if he wanted to get punched again. Dyke flinched slightly at her intensity, as Mia then announced that she would explain the reason for the emergency meeting, urging everyone to listen carefully. The revelation hung heavy in the air, as she declared they had located the body of the worm virus, a statement that sent a wave of shock and disbelief through all the assembled operators. The white-haired operator confirms the identity of the threat, stating that the worm is without a doubt the named virus. A small, pink cat-like creature explains that it inflicts the most damage to the system by constantly cloning itself. Mia, addressing a group of shadowy figures, reveals the virus was hiding in the bed sector, and now that they've closed in, it's their chance to track it down. Her eyes glowing with fierce resolve, she confirms a report has been sent to the admin, certain that this time, they will surely succeed. A stark command echoes through the system, simply stating, delete it. The digital world around them shifts, a cascade of blue particles raining down like code, transforming the environment into a shimmering, ethereal space. The operators, including Lloyd, the red-armored figure, Isabel, Dyke, and the white-haired woman, all react with stunned expressions to the sudden, dramatic change. Two shadowy figures gaze upwards, observing a colossal column of light, wondering aloud about the immense power it represents. Amidst the digital glow, a new figure is introduced, Guardian Procyon, a blonde-haired woman with striking yellow eyes and an ornate, flowing outfit. A hand reaches out, seemingly interacting with the shimmering digital particles that fill the air. Then, the system administrator himself appears, his masked form outlined by glowing blue energy, with Procyon standing close by. The shadowy observers gasp at his presence, noting that the admin doesn't usually show himself in such situations. A palpable tension fills the air as the system administrator makes his rare appearance, prompting hushed whispers among the operators, who wonder what could have brought him to this sector. Mia, her fox ears twitching with concern, considers if he might have read the report she recently sent. The administrator's masked face, with its glowing blue eyes, remains impassive, a silent testament to the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, under a starlit sky, Aiden stands beside Arya, a quiet moment of reflection before the next challenge. His thoughts drift to her, recalling her presence and her role as an operator. A glowing red interface appears before him, presenting a crucial decision. Would you like to appoint Arya as an operator? He considers the prompt, understanding that this choice marks his true initiation as an admin. Reflecting on their shared past, he acknowledges the significant help he has received from Arya up to this point. Her deep understanding of the system and exceptional combat skills make her an ideal candidate, leaving no doubt that she is the most fitting choice for the role. With a resolute expression, he extends his hand towards the glowing prompt, ready to make her his first operator. A surge of energy erupts around him, signifying the profound impact of his decision as the new admin. As the system processed the new administrative command, a series of messages flashed across the digital space, confirming that system operations were now allowed, and a new firewall had been successfully created. Amidst the digital flurry, Arya stood bathed in a vibrant pink aura, her form radiating with newly acquired power, small particles of light swirling around her. Her eyes, now sharp and resolute, reflected the weight of her new designation, Operator Arya. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of energy, Aiden stumbled, a pained gasp escaping him as Arya reached out, her hand finding his in a gesture of support. With tears streaming down her face, she embraced him tightly, her voice filled with profound gratitude, thanking him repeatedly. Still clinging to him, she explained the immense difficulty she had faced, while he, slightly flustered, urged her to release him. Observing her with a thoughtful expression, Aiden pondered her newfound strength, wondering about the true extent of her power and what level she might now possess. A flicker of concern crossed his face, as a red, glitching effect appeared, hinting at an underlying system instability or a warning. The system displayed a status screen, revealing an unknown status and a karma reading of 103%, 5 number 6. Curiosity piqued, Aiden attempted to access Arya's status through his new administrator permissions, musing that he was simply curious. However, his attempt was met with a stark red error message, causing him to recoil in surprise. Further messages clarified the denial, stating he lacked administrative power and that access had been denied by another admin, leaving him to question if even his current authority was insufficient. He looks at Arya, a question forming in his mind about how she could have reached such a state, while she appears to be wiping away tears. Meanwhile, the settlement continues its rapid expansion, with new structures rising from the ground, though the ominous red sky and shadowy figures lurking in the distance hint at underlying dangers. The townspeople work tirelessly, carrying lumber and hammering away, striving to build a more secure home for their growing numbers. Aiden is approached by a black-haired mage, who asks if he has enough materials, to which he confirms that he does. The mage then explains that despite his efforts, the current supply won't be enough for the rapidly increasing population, a sentiment echoed by a purple-haired man standing beside her. The system's message further clarifies the dire situation, stating that self-sufficiency is impossible due to the increased monster activity, making farming and hunting too difficult. They suspect this resource drain is due to their proximity to a nearby dungeon, which is depicted on a map as a glowing mountain structure affecting the surrounding area. The black-haired mage suggests they investigate the dungeon, offering to accompany him since it would be too dangerous for him to go alone. Aiden, however, dismisses her concern, insisting there's no need for more trouble as he conjures a swirling black void, a portal of dark energy, right before them. Mia, witnessing this display, cries out in distress, begging him not to use it, lamenting that people already hate her because of his actions. The dark portal continues to expand, its ominous energy swirling as Aiden looks on, seemingly unfazed by Mia's pleas or the concern of the others. As he prepares to depart, Arya confronts him, her voice laced with concern, asking if he's truly going to abandon them. But he simply dismisses her worries, insisting his actions are for the benefit of others, not himself, which only makes her question his sincerity. Her expression shifts from confusion to a knowing smile, as she remarks on his repeated tendency to act this way, hinting at a pattern of behavior. With a final, resolute command, she tells him he simply has to go, accepting his decision. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers approaches a foreboding red dungeon entrance, its maw glowing ominously against the vibrant landscape. Aiden, now accompanied by the purple-haired man, strides purposefully towards the dungeon, his destination clear in his mind. A chilling memory flashes through his mind, a towering, red-armored monster, its glowing eyes fixed on his silhouetted form, a stark reminder of the dangers that lie within. Back in the present, with Kelly and the purple-haired man looking on, he declares his intention to proceed, simply stating, "Let's go." The purple-haired man sighs, resigned to Aiden's stubbornness, muttering that he knew this would happen, that Aiden would rush headlong into danger. He tries to reason with him, explaining that Aiden clearly doesn't understand the true nature of dungeons, questioning if he even knows what types of monsters they'll encounter, or if he has any plan or supplies. Kelly, her gaze sharp and serious, adds her own cutting question, asking if he's ever even killed a monster before. The purple-haired man continues, emphasizing that dungeon monsters are far different from mere wild animals, capable of magic and cunning traps, their shadowy forms hinting at their dangerous nature. He concludes by stating that such concerns are irrelevant if one is strong enough to simply wipe them out, as if they were mere players in a game. A voice cuts through the air, directly addressing Aiden, reminding him that admin skills are strictly prohibited. A monstrous, red-armored figure lunges forward, its glowing blade cutting through the air with a guttural cry. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Aiden stands firm, his shield raised, while his companions, the blue-haired man and Kelly, prepare their own attacks, their auras flaring as they face the shadowy horde. He acknowledges their success in the fight, but then, a wave of frustration washes over him, wondering where these relentless creatures keep emerging from. Having overcome the immediate threat, the trio stands over the defeated red-armored monster, its form now kneeling and inert. Aiden looks down, a grim realization dawning on him as he admits he had severely underestimated the dungeon's true difficulty. Navigating a treacherous path filled with sharp, crystalline spikes, he reflects that without Arya's crucial advice and unwavering support, they would have fallen into this trap. Despite their caution, the group is suddenly caught in another ambush, surrounded once more by a fresh wave of shadowy foes. Aiden muses that the battle would have been far more challenging without their prior preparations, as he discovers his physical attacks are completely nullified against a resilient blue slime monster. Similarly, Kelly's magical assault proves ineffective, her spells doing nothing against a massive stone golem that shrugs off her power. As the group struggles, a familiar figure with light blue hair turns to face them, her presence unexpected, and Aiden looks on, a hint of surprise on his face. Arya laughs, surrounded by a new wave of monsters, as Aiden and his companions react with shock and confusion, questioning what she has brought with her. As the dungeon's challenges continue to unfold, Arya observes the remnants of a skull-faced monster, noting how easily the group's efforts lead to such destruction. With a powerful, glowing strike, she unleashes a devastating blow, the impact rippling outwards in a brilliant, circular shockwave. Watching Aiden, Kelly, and Jake, who appear visibly strained, she muses that caring for them proves to be far more exhausting than any monster encounter. Turning to Aiden, she offers a wry smile, commenting on the noticeable progress they've made. She admits to having been concerned, given the high level of the dungeon. Despite her earlier reservations, the group's current status is impressive. Jake stands at level 43, Kelly at level 48, and Aiden, the leader, has reached level 50. Acknowledging their struggles, she concedes that they are performing admirably. Aiden and Arya both radiate with vibrant blue energy, Aiden marveling at the incredible feeling of leveling up, his body overflowing with newfound power. Jake and Kelly, similarly enveloped in glowing auras, now understand the intense obsession players have with their levels. A hand, likely Aiden's, is shown, as the group expresses their gratitude, acknowledging that they all benefited from his power. Arya, with a warm smile, leans into Aiden, the blue light of the dungeon reflecting in her eyes. Aiden pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face, as the weight of their current predicament settles upon him. His companion, the purple-haired man, urges him to stop dwelling on it. As the ominous, horned skull of a monstrous entity looms in the depths of a glowing blue cavern, a silent testament to the dangers ahead. Standing before a pulsating red portal, the purple-haired man senses an incredible power emanating from within, admitting to Aiden that he's unsure if they can handle it alone, while Kelly looks on with concern. Arya then appears, questioning Aiden's hesitation, who retorts that he thought he was going to die just getting to this point, demanding she say something that makes sense. The purple-haired man interjects, expressing his fear that entering such a place would mean they'd never be safe. While Aiden, looking at his companion, admits he'd been wondering the same thing for a while. He then voices the chilling question of what would happen to them once they died in this perilous environment. The purple-haired man, with Kelly beside him, ponders that the system would normally revive them, but now questions if they would simply be deleted and removed without a trace. Arya, standing between Aiden and the purple-haired man, dismisses their worries with a calm assurance, the horned monster still visible in the background. Suddenly, the group reacts in surprise as a hexagonal, red-glowing firewall materializes around them, a system protection activated to shield them. This firewall, glowing with blue energy, serves as clear evidence of support from the system, its primary function being to prevent any external attacks. Aiden observes the shimmering hexagonal barrier around his hand, contemplating how this system, born from their very deaths, offers a strange form of protection, though he knows it cannot truly revive the deceased. Meanwhile, in a distant village, the system ensures that before they truly perish, their bodies are restored and transported to a designated revival point, a place known as the Urged Village, serving as a crucial hub for those who fall in battle. As Aiden and his companions stand together, Arya, with a knowing smirk, explains that only those designated as operators can truly perceive the system's deeper workings, normal players and NPCs remaining oblivious to its true nature. Turning to Aiden, she urges them to cease their discussions and instead embrace the experience firsthand, implying that true understanding comes only through direct engagement. The monstrous figure, cloaked in red and bearing a skull-like head, stands ominously, its presence a stark reminder of the group's collective desire to grow stronger, a silent vow echoing in the air. Aiden, the purple-haired man, and Kelly stand together, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Aiden's amber eyes narrow, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, as the weight of their situation presses down on him, his gaze filled with a grim resolve. The serene landscape of a village unfolds under a clear blue sky, its peaceful existence about to be shattered, unaware of the impending chaos. Suddenly, a blinding red flash erupts over the village, startling Arya and the blue-haired man, who look up in shock as the light consumes the sky. The blue-haired man cries out in alarm as debris rains down around him, the force of the impact sending splinters flying. The devastating impact continues, knocking Aiden, the purple-haired man, and Kelly to the ground, dust and rubble swirling around their fallen forms. As the dust begins to settle, the purple-haired man, still dazed, checks on Aiden, who struggles to respond, confirming he is all right despite the shock. A collective sigh of relief escapes the group, the black-haired girl expressing her gratitude that they didn't perish, while the red-haired youth admits it was his first time being attacked by such a monstrous entity. Still reeling from the experience, the blue-haired man questions what truly transpired, his purple-haired companion echoing his confusion, wondering aloud about the events that had just unfolded. The memory flashes back to the towering red-armored monster, its form radiating an ominous blue glow, as the system administrator's voice echoes, confirming that the encounter had indeed begun smoothly. Then, with a sudden, blinding burst of energy, the monster unleashes its devastating power, a radiant blue orb expanding rapidly. The impact sends shockwaves through the group, their faces contorted in terror and disbelief as the attack engulfs them. The world shatters into a maelstrom of brilliant blue crystals, and the chilling realization dawns. After that wide-area assault, they had all perished. Back in the present, the light blue-haired girl turns to the red-haired youth, a question mark hanging in the air as she observes his reaction. She explains that the monster's ability is a complex skill, one possessed by only a select few bosses, likening such a boss attack to the flower of a dungeon, a crucial experience for understanding its mechanics. The red-haired youth, still processing, asks what she means by flower, finding her explanation somewhat unreasonable, and questions how they were expected to grasp such a concept without prior knowledge, reminding her that all bosses possess a unique attack method. With a knowing smile, the light blue-haired girl asserts that experiencing it again is the only way to truly understand. The red-haired youth's mind flashes back to the brutal impact, the force of the attack distorting his face in a moment of intense pain. He grits his teeth, wondering how many times he's endured such blows, the memory of the monster's attack method burning in his mind. Confronting a towering, aqua-haired monster amidst a field of glowing blue crystals, Aiden braces himself, wondering what he must do to overcome this formidable foe. As the monster raises its hands, a brilliant blue orb of energy forms above it, pulsing with immense power, its glowing eyes fixed on its targets. Aiden lunges forward, a blur of motion, determined to disrupt the attack before it can fully manifest, shouting that the monster cannot be allowed to use its full power. He throws himself in front of Arya, his shield absorbing the brunt of the monster's energy blast, the impact reverberating through his arm. Despite its powerful attack, the monster finds itself under a barrage of arrows, its frustration evident as it realizes nothing is working against its assailants, the blue crystals around it shimmering with its agitated magic. Aiden's eyes glow with a fierce red light, his expression grim as he acknowledges the dire situation, knowing that if this continues, they will face another devastating defeat. With a surge of power, Aiden unleashes a counterattack, a crimson energy blast tearing through the air, its force shattering the very ground. The monster is caught off guard, its form recoiling as Aiden's attack slams into it, shattering the protective blue crystals that surround it. A searing red blade of energy slices through the monster's defenses, its power undeniable. The monster continues to take heavy damage, its form flickering as more blue crystals explode around it, unable to withstand the relentless assault. With a final, desperate cry, the monster's blue energy orb above its head shatters, signaling its defeat. Aiden, exhausted but triumphant, looks on at the vanquished foe, a sense of accomplishment washing over him as he realizes he succeeded. Having just overcome the formidable boss, Aiden's voice rings out with renewed determination, declaring this to be their moment to seize victory. His allies, the purple-haired man and Kelly, respond instantly, their forms enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, ready to press the attack. Moments later, the battle's intensity fades, leaving Aiden standing amidst shimmering blue particles, his companions behind him, all breathing heavily in the aftermath, a clear sign of their hard-won success. A system notification flashes, confirming their triumph. Aiden looks on, a mix of relief and surprise on his face, as the system confirms they have successfully cleared the Urged Mind dungeon. A wave of relief washes over the group as they celebrate their success, a young woman exclaiming their victory, while the purple-haired man acknowledges the hard work of Aiden and his companions. As a brilliant light emanates from a nearby chest, Aiden gazes at it with a look of profound surprise. With the system confirming that their reward has been given, the chest bursts open with a resounding clang, revealing a dazzling array of treasures that leave the trio in awe. A young woman, holding a precious millstone, expresses her relief that with such riches, they won't have to worry about money for quite some time. Aiden, looking content, is glad everything went well, knowing he can't rely on Cloud forever. The purple-haired man, holding his own gem, agrees, confident that with these resources, they can all live self-sufficiently. Suddenly, Arya appears, greeting Aiden warmly and congratulating him on a job well done. She explains that despite their recent success, there are still other matters they need to attend to. Turning to him with a curious expression, Arya asks Aiden if he would accompany her somewhere for a bit. Arya's expression remains serious, her blue eyes fixed on an unseen point, as she leads the way. Together, they walk through a grand, echoing hall, its polished floor reflecting the soft, ethereal glow of the distant pillars, the air shimmering with faint particles of light. As they proceed, Aiden surveys the surroundings, a sense of familiarity washing over him. This place, he realizes, bears a striking resemblance to a dungeon he had encountered long ago. A chilling thought crosses his mind, wondering if a formidable entity, similar to the armored monster he recalls, might also guard this domain, its imposing form shrouded in dark energy. Suddenly, Arya turns to him, a bright light emanating from behind her, calling his name to draw his attention. She gestures towards a towering, red-armored figure, its form crackling with energy, that stands on a raised platform before them, identifying it as a dungeon keeper, as Aiden gasps in surprise. The imposing dungeon keeper stands, its red armor glowing with internal light, as Arya explains that it is a system guard, often deployed within dungeons. She continues, detailing its purpose, to eliminate system bugs and prevent any demons from escaping the dungeon. Aiden looking down at the shattered remains of a similar monster, a silent testament to its destructive power. Arya then poses a question, wondering if the dungeon keeper dies, and quickly reassures him that it would simply be replaced by a different one, implying no lasting consequences. Aiden lets out a sigh of relief, the tension visibly leaving his shoulders, content that their task here won't lead to any major complications. With the explanation complete, Arya turns back to him, her gaze intense, asking if he now understands why she brought him to this place, specifically mentioning his administrator permissions as crucial to their objective. Arya instructs him to make the dungeon keeper his own, cautioning that changing too much at once could alert the administrator, suggesting a slow, methodical approach. She reassures him that it isn't difficult, encouraging him to try, just as he did with the NPCs. As Aiden reaches out to the imposing red-armored figure, a surge of crimson energy erupts from his hand, enveloping the dungeon keeper. His palm connects with the monster's chest, and a blinding white light flares, signifying a profound system interaction. The dungeon keeper's eyes glow with an intense, malevolent red, its form crackling with the transferred power. A system message flashes into existence, declaring, "Dungeon Administrator has been," followed by another, "New admin number 000002, as the monster glows with a vibrant red aura. Above the now fully glowing dungeon keeper, a final system notification confirms the new administrator, Aiden. Arya's voice rings out, offering her congratulations to Aiden. She explains that with this successful acquisition, the entire area is now completely under his administration, deeming it a good start. Looking at the newly controlled entity, Aiden hears her assure him that if he continues this method, he will encounter no problems. Arya then muses aloud, stating her need to recruit more system operators, leaving Aiden with a questioning expression. Her gaze is distant, her thoughts clearly focused on the next phase of their plan. Arya turns to Aiden, her voice carrying a hint of concern as she questions his contentment, standing before the shadowy figure of the newly acquired dungeon keeper, wondering if he believes he could manage this area alone. Her hand gestures subtly, almost pleadingly, as she asks if he still harbors distrust towards her, a sentiment he quickly acknowledges with a quiet understanding. She then admits, her expression softening, that it's only natural for him to feel that way, given the many secrets she's been keeping from him. Aiden, however, meets her gaze with unwavering resolve, declaring his intention to follow her wishes. Her blue eyes, now filled with a determined glint, focus intently as she tells him he needs to come with her. She challenges him, asking if he truly wishes to remain stuck in this single location, to which he responds that he needs to experience a vast amount of new content. Beyond just content, he reveals another driving force, a glowing, crystalline shard appearing before him as he states his need to find something important. He smiles, a newfound confidence in his expression, asserting that it no longer matters what secrets she holds, since he is now her system operator. Arya's eyes narrow playfully, warning him to be prepared, as she intends to keep bossing him around. A wide, amused smile spreads across her face as she laughs, assuring him there are no worries then. Two cloaked figures walk towards a blinding light, as a voice declares, "I'll make sure you become the true administrator." Meanwhile, in a peaceful, green landscape, a rustic house stands, and a shocked exclamation rings out, "What?" Arya and the purple-haired man look on in surprise as he questions, "To become system operators?" Aiden, seated and looking overwhelmed, protests, "No, that's not it. It's just such an important duty to leave in our hands." He isn't saying it thoughtlessly. The purple-haired man looks at Aiden, who still appears distressed, and admits, "I felt that way for a while now." Turning back to Arya, he continues, "The citizens seem to rely on you two the most. I think you two are best suited for the operator roles." Arya embraces Aiden from behind, urging him with a playful smile, "Yeah, Aiden is right. Just do it." She thinks it's not such a difficult task. The purple-haired man places a reassuring hand on Arya's shoulder, offering his guidance. "I'll teach you how to get the hang of it if you need help." With a newfound determination, Aiden declares, "Do our best." He looks forward to working with them from now on. The world itself seemed to fracture, a jagged landscape of red lightning tearing through dark, ominous clouds, signaling a profound shift in the very fabric of reality. A cascade of purple energy and digital code-like patterns then erupted, spreading across the void as if a system was being rewritten in real time. The chaotic data streams pulsed with an almost sentient rhythm, the very air crackling with the immense power of a system under duress. Amidst this digital maelstrom, Prokian stood, his long white hair flowing around him as he absorbed the surging purple particles, his arms outstretched as if commanding the very chaos unfolding. His eyes remained closed for a moment, a silent contemplation of the unfolding events, before a profound realization settled upon him. Then, his eyes snapped open, glowing with an intense purple light, a single word escaping his lips as he prepared for what was to come. Under the glow of a colossal purple sun, Prokian addressed the shadowy figures gathered on the jagged spires, his voice echoing with authority as he confirmed their assembly. Meanwhile, Isabel, her masked face illuminated by a faint purple glow, turned to another silhouette, her tone suggesting a shared understanding of their urgent situation. Her armored form pulsed with blue energy as she revealed the administrator's direct intervention, a development that demanded immediate attention. The implications were clear. The administrator would undoubtedly pursue them, and the rapid deletion of her clones confirmed the severity of the threat. Even as shadowy, monstrous entities manifested with glowing blue eyes, Isabel acknowledged their remaining time, enough to gather crucial information before their inevitable confrontation. On a desolate cliff edge, Prokian, standing beside Mia's horned silhouette, concluded that their pursuit must cease for now, prioritizing their strategic retreat over immediate engagement. Prokian, his back to the viewer, issues a chilling warning, his voice resonating with authority, stating that anyone who doesn't wish to be deleted should remain as quiet as a dead rat. Then, with a casual shift in tone, he inquires about the whereabouts of Trojan, the question hanging in the air as a massive, spiky purple formation glows intensely in the distance, radiating raw power. The query lingers, a silent question about the missing figure, as the thought echoes. Where in the world did he disappear to? Prokian then turns, his purple eyes glowing with an ominous light, announcing that he has something to show, revealing Aiden suspended within a crackling field of vibrant purple energy, a truly interesting discovery. A black-haired woman addresses a gathering of villagers, including Aiden, Arya, Kelly, the blue-haired man, and the purple-haired man, declaring that she will leave the village in their care. She assures them they can contact her whenever they need assistance. explaining that her magic will get her to them immediately. She then questions Aiden about the intensity of his training with the others. Arya quickly interjects, pointing out that they are merely children, but the woman dismisses her concern, stating she had no other option and that they followed her instructions well. As Arya and Kelly observe a screen displaying a red lock icon, Aiden appears surprised before reaching out to interact with the digital interface, his finger hovering over the symbol. The woman continues, explaining that keeping the village hidden will prevent operators from spotting it, which is precisely what Aiden desired, and he confirms that all preparations are now complete. Meanwhile, in a different location, Lloyd stands with Isabel, Dyke, and other operators, declaring that as the administrator, he can no longer remain hidden in one place. He reflects on the threats of players, system operators, and viruses, vowing never to lose to them again, as Mia and Prokian intently observe a nearby screen. Back with Aiden, he reacts with a startled expression as a system message flashes, announcing, "Tutorial milestone complete." Another system message appears, confirming, "Congratulations, you have completed the administrator's basic skills. Version 0.2 update complete." Still processing the information, Aiden questions if this was all merely a tutorial, wondering if everything truly begins now. With a determined stride, he walks away from the village, stepping into a blinding, radiant light, ready for the next stage of his journey. As Aiden stands with Arya, contemplating their next move, she suggests they begin by creating a recommendation guide for wandering newbies, having anticipated this very situation. Suddenly, a glowing blue H symbol materializes before him, capturing his attention with an unexpected query. Arya looks on in surprise as Aiden explains he's received a voice message, her expression quickly shifting to anger as she demands to know why he's meeting another player and why he's suddenly so upset. He decides to accept the incoming voice message from Kevin, which greets him with a familiar, "Aiden, it's been a while." Turning to his companion, Aiden asks if she's all right, then inquires about the problem, sensing her agitation. He then reminds her of the party he'd invited her to previously, explaining that something has come up and they now need to assist a new recruit. Considering the offer to join, he acknowledges the good pay but remains uncertain if it's truly a good opportunity. Despite his reservations, he agrees to come, acknowledging that it would be beneficial to interact with other players, and the sender promises to snap the location and await his arrival. Arya, visibly frustrated, demands to know where Aiden thinks he's going, questioning why he would accept to help another player when she's right there. She declares that her preparations were pointless and insists he ignore Kevin, but Aiden calmly states he's only going to meet him for a short while. The scene shifts to the bustling Duntown city, where a lively tavern awaits, filled with patrons. Arriving at their destination, Aiden and Arya find themselves before a grand entrance, a soft creak echoing as they push through the doors, revealing a lively tavern bustling with players, their laughter and cheers filling the air. As they take in the scene, a voice cuts through the din, calling out Aiden's name, drawing his attention. Across the room, a blonde-haired man in red armor waves enthusiastically, beckoning them over to his table. Joining him, Aiden hears the man remark that he certainly wasn't exaggerating about needing to come immediately. Arya, however, remains silent, her expression tightening as she observes the interaction, a flicker of unease crossing her features. The blonde man, noticing her presence, looks surprised, then turns to Aiden, asking if she came with him, and more pointedly, what she is to him. Arya's gaze sharpens, pressing Aiden for a clear answer, who simply confirms that she is just a friend. Arya recalls how the blonde man had helped Aiden during an emergency inspection, and how he managed to get Aiden to add him as a friend, her thoughts swirling with suspicion as she resolves to uncover his true intentions for approaching Aiden. The blonde man then introduces himself as Kevin, politely asking Arya if he can add her as a friend, though he quickly retracts the offer with a laugh, assuming she wouldn't be interested. Aiden, meanwhile, turns to Kevin, realizing he hasn't properly introduced him to the others, explaining that these are the new party members they'll be hunting with, their levels displayed as 41, 36, and 39. Kevin and Aiden exchange greetings with the new recruits, Aiden noting to himself that while they are new, their levels are quite low. Taking charge, Kevin addresses the new party, assuring them he will explain what they need to do. He considers the formidable monster, a hulking figure with a spiked club, knowing the reward for its defeat is substantial, and assures his companions that their combined strength should be enough to overcome it. Promising to assist if things grow too dangerous, Kevin, radiating confidence, declares it's time to begin. Deep within Troll Canyon, a recommended level 45 zone, the party settles into position, waiting for their target to appear. Meanwhile, Aiden listens intently as the blue-haired man explains that he will remain behind to watch over them, adding that relying solely on others will hinder their growth, while Arya stands by, observing the exchange. Aiden expresses concern about the boss appearing prematurely, but Kevin confidently asserts that this area is under their charge. Suddenly, a frustrated sigh escapes one of the figures, as they realize another party has arrived. The dark-haired man, looking surprised, wonders aloud if another party has come for the boss as well, while the blue-haired man beside him simply utters a confused "huh?" The dark-haired man then demands to know what's wrong with the newcomers, before aggressively telling them to get lost, claiming the spot as their own. Arya, visibly annoyed, retorts that there's no room in the hunting grounds for them, insisting that her party arrived first, prompting the dark-haired man to angrily question her audacity. The dark-haired man, now glaring intensely at Aiden and his companions, dismisses their presence as ridiculous due to their low levels, ordering them to shut up and leave. Before he can utter another word, Kevin's hand shoots out, grabbing the dark-haired man firmly by the collar. Pulling him close, Kevin stares him down, demanding to know if he feels no shame. Kevin, undeterred by the rival party's aggression, asserts that their hunting spot is up to them, even offering a player-versus-player challenge if they insist on conflict, warning the man that acting with the Griffin Guild in mind would only lead to his own loss of karma. As the rival party members continue to push Arya, he shouts a sharp command, demanding they stop, and warns that if they take another step forward, he will too. He then turns to the aggressor, questioning why he stands there with a blank look, and orders him to get lost instantly. Aiden watches the escalating confrontation, his amber eyes reflecting the tension. Suddenly, a swift, powerful impact connects, sending the aggressor's head snapping back from a brutal kick. The force of Kevin's kick sends debris scattering, as his foot slams into the ground after delivering the blow. Both Aiden and the other rival party member recoil in utter shock, their faces contorted in disbelief at the sudden violence. Aiden stares in wide-eyed astonishment, as the aggressor lies sprawled on the ground, defeated. From his prone position, the aggressor snarls, demanding to know how Kevin dared to lay hands on him, only to be met with the cold retort that it's first come, first served, before he curses Kevin as a piece of shit. Aiden's expression remains intense, as the confrontation reaches a tense pause. Two masked figures, one with vibrant purple hair and the other with orange, are caught off guard as an unseen force strikes, sending the purple-haired assailant reeling, while his companion cries out in alarm. Demanding to know what they are doing, as Aiden stands over the fallen figure, his voice sharp with impatience, ordering them to deal with the situation quickly. His amber eyes, burning with a fierce intensity, reflect his unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, he delivers a powerful kick, sending the purple-hooded figure spinning through the air, a whirlwind of force around him, and follows up with another devastating blow, the impact echoing as the assailant cries out in pain. He then turns his attention to the orange-hooded figure, delivering a swift punch that sends him sprawling, before calmly walking away, acknowledging his opponent's skill with a dismissive, "You're pretty good," as the defeated figures groan on the ground. However, a new challenger emerges, a man with dark hair and formidable armor, his level displayed as 120, who warns Aiden that he should pay more attention to his true opponent. The armored man reveals a distinctive three-headed dragon emblem on his chest, declaring that he, the next head of the Hydra Guild, will personally deal with Aiden. Aiden recognizes the symbol as belonging to one of the 5 great guilds, and raises a hand, telling the new opponent to stop and not cross the line any further. But the Hydra Guild leader, now glowing with a powerful blue aura and wielding a luminous sword, stands firm, declaring he won't sit still any longer. He questions if this confrontation is a decision made by the Griffin Guild, then turns to Kevin, demanding to know how he intends to handle the repercussions. Kevin assures him that he will take care of it, but Aiden, standing nearby, dismisses the entire situation. The Hydra Guild head, observing Aiden's casual demeanor, remarks that he seems to be one of those who enjoys making grand introductions. Aiden, his eyes glinting with a dangerous resolve, retorts that his opponent is likely not as formidable as he believes. His words are followed by a sudden, explosive impact as Aiden launches himself forward, a powerful blow shattering the ground beneath his target. The Hydra Guild head, recovering quickly, lets out a surprised laugh, then unleashes a rapid flurry of green-tinged punches, the air crackling with energy. Aiden is sent hurtling backward from the assault, the Hydra Guild head taunting him, questioning if he was all talk. Despite the impact, Aiden snarls a defiant challenge, his own powerful kick connecting with a resounding thud. A crimson aura flares around him as he follows up with a devastating punch, the force of it visibly shaking his opponent. The Hydra Guild head recoils, his face contorted in disbelief, wondering how such speed was possible. Aiden's eyes glow an intense red as he continues his relentless assault, delivering another rapid blow. A system notification flashes, indicating a significant status increase, doubling his current stats. The ground beneath the Hydra Guild head shatters, a powerful impact echoing through the air as Aiden's final blow connects. The force sends him reeling, his body registering a devastating blow, and a system message confirms his defeat, HP 0/4400. Severe damage sustained. Moments later, a portal shimmers into existence, and the defeated leader, now cloaked, is swiftly moved to a resurrection site, his subordinates calling out to him in concern. Aiden's eyes glow with an intense red light, reflecting the system's notification of his opponent's status. As the remaining guild members scatter in a panicked retreat, Kevin and Aiden observe their desperate flight. Kevin, still reeling from the display of power, struggles to comprehend how Aiden could have become so strong in such a short time, recalling that he had claimed to be only level 60. He wonders if Aiden has been deliberately concealing his true level, a thought that brings a thoughtful expression to the protagonist's face. Kevin then apologizes to Aiden for not letting him join their guild immediately, explaining that attacking other guilds could have caused significant problems for them. He also asks if Aiden will be alright if his karma points increase, but Aiden dismisses his concerns, assuring him there won't be any issues. As if on cue, a system notification appears before Aiden, confirming that his karma has indeed increased by 17 points. Meanwhile, back at a different location, the Hydra Guild head stands in a room, his body still bearing the faint, shimmering outline of recent resurrection. Overwhelmed by his humiliating defeat, he slams his fist into a nearby wall, shattering it with a furious cry of disgrace was that. His fury boils over, unable to comprehend how he, the next head of the Hydra Guild, could have been so badly injured by a low-level opponent. He seethes, wondering if this upstart truly believes he can escape retribution after crossing his guild. As three figures walk away across a tiled rooftop, his vengeful thoughts echo, promising to repay this disgrace in double fold, while elsewhere, a woman with striking aqua hair stands atop another building, her gaze fixed on the distance, declaring her urgent need to see the head. Her determined expression unwavering, she remains poised, ready to act on her words. Back in the dungeon, a red-haired figure, Aiden, moves with blinding speed, a crimson trail of energy following his powerful attack. His strike connects with brutal force, sending blood splattering from the monstrous creature's face, its roar of pain echoing through the cavern. With the monster defeated, a triumphant level-up notification flashes, and Aiden finds himself surrounded by a cheering group of players, all celebrating his victory with shouts of "You got him!" and "Great job!" Wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, Aiden reflects on the battle, acknowledging that knowing the monster's attack method made the fight considerably easier. "Good work today, Aiden," a blonde-haired player named Kevin praises, admitting it's his first time encountering a new player as strong as him. Aiden turns, his expression thoughtful, as another player approaches him, beginning with, "So I wanted to ask." The brown-haired man extends an invitation, asking if Aiden would consider joining their guild, explaining that the Hydra Guild is known for abandoning their reputation and pride for revenge. He emphasizes the protection a guild offers, stating that even powerful guilds wouldn't dare mess with Aiden on purpose if he were a member. Kevin, standing beside Aiden, reinforces the offer, looking at him expectantly, ready to protect him. A system notification materialized before him, a guild invite from Griffin, asking if he would accept or decline. He knew there would be many benefits to joining a guild, a fact he couldn't ignore. A part of him wished he could ask Arya for her opinion, but she had vanished without a trace, leaving him to ponder alone. His brow furrowed in deep thought, wondering what his next move should be. Meanwhile, at the imposing Hydra Guild base, 13th branch, two masked figures stood guard before its grand entrance. Inside, a furious voice echoed, demanding to know if the subordinate had truly returned after such a humiliating defeat. The player aggressor, his head bowed in shame, could only offer a meek apology. The guild head's voice hardened, questioning how he could ever trust him with leadership in his absence, yet he quickly added that they would ensure retribution for the one who had dared to harm them. Seated on his opulent throne, surrounded by piles of gold, the Hydra Guild head fixed his gaze on the cowering subordinate, a chilling question hanging in the air. With a desperate nod, the player aggressor affirmed his understanding, his face etched with fear. A sinister smile spread across the Hydra Guild head's face as he thought, vowing to ensure Aiden would never set foot on their land again. A man in a sharp suit cries out, his face contorted in shock and pain as unseen forces strike around him. Nearby, a hooded armored figure lets out a cry of alarm, as Arya, with her vibrant blue hair, effortlessly lifts him by the collar, her expression calm amidst the turmoil. The ground trembles as a massive, unseen entity crushes a shadowy figure beneath its colossal foot, leaving only a stunned exclamation in its wake. Amidst the chaos, Arya stands resolute, her blue eyes glowing with intense power, a brilliant aura of crackling energy surrounding her as she demands to know the identity of her new opponent. A hooded figure lies prone on the ground, a high-heeled boot hovering menacingly nearby, as a voice booms, demanding to know what everyone is doing. From his opulent throne, the head of the Hydra Guild, his face etched with fury, berates his subordinate for failing to capture an intruder and bringing her directly into their stronghold, dismissing his men as useless bastards. Meanwhile, in a nearby corridor, more hooded figures are spurred into action by a desperate cry to catch the intruder, no matter who she is, as one of them lunges forward with a determined snarl. The target of their pursuit, a woman with striking blue hair, stands calmly on a raised platform, surrounded by shadowy forms, her expression resolute. Back in the throne room, the guild head's subordinate, Logan, smirks, dismissing the intruder as a fool for daring to come alone. He continues, asserting that no matter her skill, her solo infiltration guarantees her downfall, as the blue-haired woman finds herself completely encircled by the hooded figures, one of them brandishing a knife, convinced she has no easy escape. Logan then challenges her to witness the guild's prominence, but one of the hooded figures, perhaps recognizing her value, shouts a desperate plea not to kill her. Logan, however, is more interested in intelligence, demanding to know which guild sent her, as the blue-haired woman's eye glows with an intense, electric blue light, hinting at a power about to be unleashed. Suddenly, a devastating explosion erupts, shattering the ground and sending a shockwave of debris outward, engulfing the hooded figures. As the dust begins to settle, the The blue-haired woman stands completely unharmed amidst the wreckage, her expression calm and collected. She surveys the scene of her victory, the hooded figures now lying defeated around her, a sword impaled in the ground, a testament to her overwhelming power. Back in the throne room, the guild head and Logan react with stunned disbelief, as Logan mutters that at the very least, her defeated opponents were all level 100 players. As she unleashes a powerful blue energy from her hand, the guild head glares, unable to believe her audacity. Meanwhile, Logan, enveloped in a vibrant green aura, swings his glowing sword down at her, demanding she cease her arrogance. Yet, her own blue energy attack slices through the air, effortlessly overpowering his assault. Elsewhere, dust and debris rain down from the ceiling, a clear sign of the distant struggle. Aiden, engrossed in a book within the guild's library, is startled by the tremors. He finds himself unable to focus, the noise too loud, as Kelly asks what's happening, explaining they've only just found out about the disturbance. Aiden realizes an intruder has come in, his expression shifting to one of concern. He mutters about one of something, his hand resting on a book as if seeking answers. His eyes widen in surprise, a golden aura briefly flaring around him as he processes the information. Walking briskly down a hallway, Kelly informs him that the intruders are currently in the branch manager's office. Ahead, the grand doors to the office swing open, revealing a blinding light from within. Aiden and Kelly arrive at the threshold, their expressions filled with shock at the sight before them. Mia's overwhelming power continues to assert itself, sending Logan flying with a single, devastating blow, yet he still struggles to comprehend the situation. Even after such a display, he can only mutter in disbelief, questioning how they couldn't even handle one person. As if to answer his unspoken frustration, Mia unleashes another burst of vibrant blue energy, radiating outward with explosive force. The impact sends Logan hurtling backward once more, his body slamming into the ground amidst a shower of debris, a pained cry escaping his lips. Meanwhile, Aiden watches the chaos unfold, his eyes widening in shock as a new figure, the elder member of their guild, Sir Avand, suddenly appears on the scene, prompting a startled question about his arrival. Unaware of the new arrival, Mia stands amidst the swirling dust, a faint smile playing on her lips as she muses that it's a good thing the branch manager was defeated, as she had been wondering what to do next. Logan, however, remains fixated on her, his mind racing as he observes her composure, questioning if she could be a high-level player like himself, completely unaffected by their combined efforts. With a determined expression, Mia finally acknowledges the gravity of the situation, realizing she will have to go against him seriously. As Sir Avand steps forward, his body glowing with a fierce red aura, he issues a chilling warning for anyone who doesn't wish to die to leave, a powerful orange orb of energy forming in his hands. His words send a wave of terror through the remaining guild members, who scramble to escape, knowing it won't be his responsibility if they get caught up in the impending battle. With a surge of raw power, Sir Avand unleashes the concentrated energy, firing a blinding orange beam directly at Mia. The powerful attack races towards her, and Mia braces herself, a faint blue aura flickering around her as she prepares for the impact. The ground shatters from the impact of the Hydra Guild head's attack, sending debris flying as he watches the destruction he wrought. Yet, from the epicenter of the blast, Mia emerges completely unscathed, a faint blue aura shimmering around her as the Hydra Guild head questions her impossible resilience. Enraged by her survival, he prepares a new, more potent attack, his eyes glowing with green energy as a golden disc of power materializes in his hand, challenging her to withstand this as well. With a surge of golden energy, he lunges forward, ready to unleash his ultimate move. The powerful golden beam strikes Mia directly, her calm expression unwavering even as she's engulfed by the blinding light. The attack culminates in a colossal explosion, tearing through the very fabric of the ground. As the dust settles, the Hydra Guild head stares in disbelief, utterly shocked to see Mia once again standing unharmed, prompting him to question what just happened. His ultimate move should have struck her accurately, he thinks, demanding to know how she could possibly be so normal after such an assault, but Mia simply offers a silent, calm response. With a dismissive sigh, she looks down at him, concluding that no matter how she looks at the situation, she is. Meanwhile, the Hydra Guild head, utterly defeated, admits his disappointment, acknowledging there's nothing more he can do against her. Mia then reveals her true purpose, explaining that she came here because they had crossed a line. She warns him to familiarize himself with her face, and to tell his guild leader that if they ever irritate her again, she will erase their entire guild. A guttural cry of pain escapes the Hydra Guild head, his face contorted in agony, as he struggles to comprehend the impossible. He can't believe he's losing so easily. His mind races, realizing she is no ordinary high-level player, but perhaps a ranker, her presence radiating with an intense, dark blue energy. With a swift, decisive motion, a torrent of brilliant blue energy erupts from her, tearing through the very earth and leaving a path of utter devastation. The Hydra Guild head lies broken and bleeding within the newly formed crater, his body battered, as Mia stands above him, her gaze unwavering. A once thriving settlement now lay in ruins, plumes of dark smoke rising into the sky from shattered buildings. as a hand, glowing with faint energy, struggled to emerge from the debris. The ground itself was fractured and broken, bearing witness to the immense power that had been unleashed. Amidst the destruction, Aiden knelt, his body battered, his level dropping from 230 to 220, a devastating loss that echoed his internal turmoil. His jaw clenched, and his eyes burned with a fierce, red glow, a silent promise forming in his mind. He would never forgive those responsible. The humiliation of his defeat fueled his resolve, hardening his gaze as he swore to repay this disgrace. Later, in the bustling downtown city, life continued, seemingly untouched by the recent devastation. Procyon, his expression etched with concern, asked Aiden if he would truly be all right, suggesting it might be safer to join a guild. The blonde-haired guardian watched him intently, his worry palpable. But Aiden, a confident smile gracing his lips and a soft yellow glow surrounding him, assured him that he should be able to protect himself. Procyon, still concerned for Aiden, offers his assistance, stating that some things simply cannot be helped. He assures Aiden that he can always be contacted if help is needed, before announcing his departure and urging him to take care. As he walks away, Procyon delivers a final, cryptic warning. Don't get close to the Hydra Guild. Aiden watches him go, a thoughtful expression on his face. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him, asking where he had disappeared to. He turns to see Arya, her aqua hair flowing around her as she greets him. Aiden, surprised by her sudden appearance, can only manage a questioning glance as she asks, "Huh? Isn't it obvious?" Her eyes gleam with a mischievous light as she explains, "It looked like those guys were messing with you, so I took care of them." Aiden's expression shifts to one of realization, understanding she means the Hydra Guild, and she casually adds that she merely paid them a little visit since they had a base nearby. Meanwhile, in the bustling city, Aiden overhears a group of citizens discussing recent news, one asking if they'd heard that one of the Hydra Guild's bases got destroyed recently. The scene shifts to the ruins of a building, smoke still rising. As the conversation continues, "Aren't they one of the top 5 guilds? There's a rumor that it was because of a rancor." Aiden listens intently, the implications of Arya's actions and the citizens' rumors beginning to connect in his mind, realizing how easily things could fall apart. Aiden stands before Mia, who offers a reassuring smile, telling him he has nothing to worry about. A scoff escapes him, as he thinks about how Mia would simply deal with all of them, a characteristic move for her. Mia, for her part, reflects on the difficulty of focusing on her tasks if she were constantly under attack, concluding that she likely eliminated her aggressors to prevent further interference. With a decisive gesture, she extends her hand, offering him something. He recalls a past moment, a memory of her wanting to give him something before, a shimmering aura surrounding the thought of her. Mia explains that despite it being her first attempt at crafting such an item, she put considerable effort into its creation. Indeed, the process had taken quite a while, as evidenced by the incomplete status of the item in his hand, a small, intricate ring. The ring, now on Mia's finger, features a distinctive eye symbol, its design both elegant and functional. She clarifies that the item possesses a unique skill, allowing only the two of them to communicate, ensuring they can always know each other's location. Aiden looks on, listening intently, as Mia's eyes, wide and earnest, convey her plea for him not to vanish without a word. Aiden expresses his gratitude. Clutching the ring to her chest, Mia promises to treasure the gift, a soft glow emanating around her as she smiles contentedly. A sigh of resignation escapes someone in the grand hall, the words "ha." It's over echoing softly through the arched chambers. Mia stands with Dyke and another figure near an open archway, her expression hinting at a familiar weariness, as if this outcome is always the case. An armored figure, his helmet adorned with red horns, approaches her, questioning, "Are you leaving already?" Mia turns to face him, her fox ears twitching slightly, retorting, "Why do you ask? Got something to tell me?" before adding, "It's about the search for." Her gaze drops, a flicker of frustration crossing her features as she continues, "Worm. This time something big happened. Unfortunately, I missed him. But there's no one among the operators who can fight against it." She looks back at the armored figure, her voice firm. "If that's all you have to say, then I'll just leave." The armored figure watches her, his glowing blue visor fixed, responding with a cool, "We all have work to do, you know." His silence after that speaks volumes. Mia's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing in anger, a sharp thought cutting through her mind. "Why didn't you report to me first?" The armored figure's voice cuts through her anger, suggesting, "Shouldn't you have told the administrator first?" He looks away, a hint of regret in his posture, muttering, "Then maybe the result could have been different." As the armored figure's words hang heavy in the air, Mia's gaze sharpens, her own question cutting through the tension. "Did you confirm that information yourself?" Ignoring her retort, the imposing figure leans in, his voice a low rumble as he presses, "Are you in contact with someone else?" A gloved hand reaches out, its movement swift and unexpected, causing Mia to flinch back, a sharp sound of surprise escaping her. Her eyes blaze with a fierce blue light, her composure cracking under the pressure, as she demands, "Trying to test me?" The armored figure remains unperturbed, his voice calm and measured as he explains, "This is just a simple check procedure. A faint blue aura begins to emanate from his form as he asserts his authority. I'm sure you know it's my job to root out internal threats. No matter your operator position, you cannot refuse my question. Elsewhere, another hooded figure, Dyke, stands enveloped in a vibrant blue glow, his thoughts echoing the sentiment of duty. All this is for the sake of the system and the... Back in the interrogation, Mia's frustration mounts, her voice tight as she retorts, I haven't heard your answer yet. The armored figure, however, remains unmoved, delivering a chilling ultimatum. If I don't hear a convincing response, I have no choice but to continue suspecting you. Mia's eyes narrow further, the blue glow intensifying as a dangerous thought crosses her mind. Going down the same route as the traitor Arya? Still reeling from the accusations, Mia unleashes a furious burst of magic, sending a wave of fiery energy toward the shadowy figure before her. The figure, however, is quick to react, his hand tightening around the hilt of a sword that glows with an ominous blue light. Mia's eyes blaze with an intense blue glow, her fury palpable as she cries out, demanding to know how he dares to accuse her. She lunges forward, twin orbs of crackling orange energy forming in her hands, launching them directly at the armored opponent. The magical projectiles collide with immense force, erupting in a blinding blue explosion that fills the air with shimmering particles. But as the dust settles, Mia recoils, a look of shock crossing her face, her attack seemingly repelled by a surge of blue energy. From a distance, Procyon watches the unfolding events, her gaze distant and thoughtful against the serene, cloud-filled sky. She stands alongside Dyke and Mia, all three observing the aftermath of the magical clash, hexagonal energy patterns faintly visible in the air around them. A masked figure with glowing eyes stands opposite Mia, who looks on with wide, startled eyes. As Miss Procyon, surrounded by shimmering blue hexagonal energy, makes her presence known, causing Mia to gasp in surprise. Her stern gaze falls upon them, and her words carry an undeniable weight. With glowing yellow eyes, Procyon commands them to retreat, her voice firm and unwavering. The very structure of the grand archway begins to crumble and fall, debris scattering with a heavy thud. Later, Isabel, the masked figure with red horns, approaches Mia, warning her not to act foolishly, and stating her desire to avoid conflict. Mia, looking dejected, sits alone, her expression filled with sorrow. A woman with light blue hair, wearing a dark cloak with green trim, extends a hand, offering solace. Meanwhile, Isabel, still with her red horns, issues a final, chilling reminder to Xenon, her words hanging heavy in the air. As the confrontation ends, Isabel, Xenon, and Dyke walk away down a long, arched corridor, leaving the scene behind them. A voice echoes, explaining that they came over because of a loud commotion. As the group gathers, Dyke questions the nature of the situation, while Isabel expresses disbelief at Mia's intense anger. She then presses the point, asking if Xenon taking matters into his own hands indicates a problem, to which Dyke clarifies, with Mia? Xenon, however, remains unconcerned, suggesting they simply wait and see, confident that everything will resolve itself. The scene shifts to a quaint town square, leaving the previous conversation with a lingering so. At an outdoor table, a red-haired man with a tankard in hand asks a blue-haired woman if she is saying that she declined an offer, to which she simply replies, yeah. The blue-haired woman explains that she had considered declining after asking him, but ultimately decided against it, while the man reassures her that it's not a bad thing. She then adds that she is sure another opportunity will arise if she needs something. The red-haired man, looking thoughtful, states that it is not bad being in a guild, before pausing abruptly, as if a realization strikes him. The blue-haired woman smiles, reminding him that guilds are also part of the content. The red-haired man then reveals that the Griffin Guild's master is someone he knows, describing him as a pretty good guy, as a glowing blue griffin emblem appears. Aiden sits across from the blue-haired woman, who suggests that if he's considering applying for something, she could contact the relevant party immediately. She then ponders aloud, wondering about the possibility of them establishing their own guild. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Urzj Village, a settlement nestled beneath a towering, red-tinged rock formation, bathed in the light of a clear sky. Back in the village, a young girl named Kelly responds to an unseen command, confirming that she has assigned something to the specified location, addressing the speaker as Sir Aiden. As Kelly stands before a grand building, now shimmering with a golden, ethereal glow, Aiden's voice expresses his gratitude. He then instructs her not to concern herself with the materials, holding up a glowing blue card bearing her name. Aiden explains that he will use the cloud system to transfer everything directly to the village's integrated storage chest, displaying a holographic map of Urzj Village with Guild Hall LV-1 and Housing LV-1 marked, and assures her that she only needs to ask if anything else is required. Kelly, now addressing a group of silhouetted figures, confirms her understanding, stating that they will handle everything. As Kelly stands before the still glowing building, a purple-haired man questions what she is doing, while another man beside him recognizes Aiden's voice from earlier. The purple-haired man, now with a determined expression, urges his companions to move, reminding them that these are Sir Aiden's orders. Back at the tavern, Aiden looks at Arya, asking if that wraps up their discussion. Having just discussed the guild hall, he asks, if we just build that, Then we'll be able to make a guild, right? Mia confirms, yeah, the guild hall is the minimum condition that needs to be met for creating a guild. With that hurdle cleared, she states, all we have to do now is wait for its completion. As they stand in the bustling town square, he then asks, so, what content are we doing now? Mia smiles, replying, I had something in mind. You remember the thing I suggested at the beginning, right? Do you want to go? Her suggestion leads them to a colossal, dark tower, its peak shrouded in a swirling, ominous blue vortex, a structure that seems to pierce the very heavens. The tower itself glows with an internal golden light, its base emanating a fiery aura, revealing its name, the Tower of Challenge. As they approach, Aiden feels a strange sensation, while Mia explains, the Tower of Challenge, it's one of the many contents that players use. She continues, detailing the mechanics. The rules are simple. Once you catch the monster that comes out of each floor, you move on to the next one. The tower offers rich rewards, as players come here to get all kinds of goods, and there are also people who come to get personal growth. Aiden, however, seems less enthusiastic, muttering, but that's for experienced players. Enjoying it lightly and experiencing it is enough for us. Mia, with a determined expression, declares, I'm going to become an administrator. I have to take it seriously. Also Aiden. She gestures towards a diverse group of players, including the armored Xenon, the green-haired Dyke, the elegant Prokian, the masked Isabel, and the purple-haired man, explaining, this place is set up so you can enjoy the content regardless of your level. That's why skills and skill synergies are so important. Mia suggests she should check Aiden's class skills before he proceeds, asking him to display them for a moment. Agreeing, he summons a glowing red interface, which hovers between them. Mia's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent exclamation escaping her as she processes the information. The interface prominently displays the word max repeatedly, indicating an extraordinary level of proficiency. A full view of the skill list confirms the impossible: blacksmith proficiency, martial arts, weapon proficiency, magic proficiency, and physical attack, all at LV max. Mia stares at the list, her mind reeling, utterly dumbfounded by what she sees. She finally manages to articulate her shock, asking how all his skills could be maxed out, to which Aiden simply replies that they have been like that since the beginning. He genuinely believed this was the norm for all players, having never seen anyone else's skill lists to compare. Mia reflects on Aiden's combat prowess, recalling how, despite his seemingly low level, he always felt exceptionally strong compared to other beginners. The realization dawns on her that his maxed-out skills were the true source of his incredible strength. She muses that he has even maxed out skills that are typically uncombinable, a feat so rare that even the current administrators haven't seen anything like it. With a knowing expression, Mia confirms her suspicion: Aiden is truly special. Mia's thoughts raced, observing Aiden as he pulsed with a vibrant, dual aura of red and blue energy. If he continued to grow stronger at this rate, she mused, becoming an administrator would simply be a matter of time. Standing before a towering structure, she declared, it's a good thing. It looks like you don't even need to worry about tiresome things like synergizing or whatever. As Aiden's form glowed with a fierce red light, she continued, you can just show your power as it is. Her resolve hardening, Mia grabbed his arm. I think we can even try going to the top. Let's go, Aiden. He, however, seemed less enthusiastic, asking her to wait, go slowly. Suddenly, the scene dissolved into a blur of streaking lights, as if traveling at impossible speeds through a digital void. A complex holographic interface materialized, bathed in a brilliant blue glow, displaying various data modules and intricate patterns. Multiple screens within the interface flickered, displaying system messages, a process initiated, an access attempt failing with a forbidden error, and then, unexpectedly, a success message, timestamped with a specific date and time. The holographic display continued to hum with activity, a bright, ethereal orb at its core pulsating with energy. A monstrous roar echoes through the cavern, as a hulking, horned creature with glowing purple eyes lunges forward, its jagged teeth bared in a terrifying snarl. But before it can strike, Aiden moves with blinding speed, a crimson aura trailing behind him as he closes the distance, his weapon a blur. His strike shatters the very ground beneath him, sending fragments of rock flying as he lands a powerful blow, his amber eyes burning with fierce resolve. He stands firm against a trio of formidable, glowing monsters, their purple eyes fixed on him as he prepares for the next phase of the battle. With the fight concluded, he plants his foot firmly on the head of a defeated foe, a clear sign of his dominance. As golden light envelopes him, Aiden feels the surge of power, the system confirming his advancement with multiple level-up notifications. Mia, observing his performance, reflects on his incredible speed, even when fighting alone. She notes how seamlessly he combines and applies his skills, realizing, after comparing his level and ability requirements to others, just how exceptional his combat ability truly is. From behind, Aiden's form is silhouetted against a vibrant red glow, as Mia's thoughts continue to praise his amazing combat prowess. Turning to Mia, Aiden remarks, it wasn't as hard as I thought, to which she cautions him. Still, it wouldn't be a good idea to let your guard down. Indeed, as one rises higher, the challenges only grow more formidable, hinted at by the ominous silhouettes of new, powerful foes emerging from the shadows. As the journey through the tower continued, the path ahead grew increasingly challenging, making it difficult to conquer the upper floors with conventional methods, leaving him to wonder where this seemingly endless structure truly ended. Turning to his companion, Aiden inquired if they had at least reached the halfway point. With a determined gaze, Mia urged him to quicken their pace and take charge of the remaining ascent. Indeed, just as Arya had warned, the tower's difficulty had escalated sharply with each floor, forcing him into constant skirmishes against increasingly formidable foes. He had faced beasts far more powerful than any encountered on the lower levels, appearing relentlessly one after another, and though hindered by boss-class monsters, he had overcome every challenge using his vast array of skills. Now, upon reaching the 49th floor, a new, monstrous adversary emerged, its heavy footsteps echoing with a chilling sound. Without hesitation, the creature swung its massive, spiked club, a blur of destructive force. Aiden could only manage a sharp TCH as the blow connected, sending him hurtling backward with a series of explosive Ka impacts. He landed with a solid tak, red energy flaring around him, acknowledging the sheer danger of the attack. Observing his opponent, he noted its incredible strength with a grim expression. Adding to its raw power, the monster also possessed surprising agility, making it clear that a direct hit from it would be disastrous. The monster stood poised, its muscular form glowing with a menacing red aura, ready to unleash another devastating attack. Considering the formidable opponent before him, Aiden's hand begins to glow with a vibrant green aura, a clear sign of his intent to unleash his full power. As a powerful red aura erupts around him, he activates his magic proficiency to its maximum level, preparing for a decisive strike. Combining this with physical strengthening and haste, both also push to their limits. He acknowledges the novelty of this potent combination, yet expresses confidence in its effectiveness against the monster. With blinding speed, Aiden launches himself forward, his foot a blur of green energy as it connects with the monster's leg. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the ground, shattering the stone beneath them into a violent explosion of debris. Before the monster can even react, he follows up with a devastating punch, his arm glowing with concentrated power. The monster's eyes widen in disbelief, its purple gaze reflecting the sheer shock of the relentless assault. Leaping high into the air, Aiden descends with a final, crushing blow, driving the creature into the very foundations of the floor. The ground splinters and cracks under the immense pressure as the monster is utterly overwhelmed and defeated. Its form lies broken amidst the shattered stone, a testament to Aiden's overwhelming power. A system message confirms the victory. The 49th floor has been cleared. With the floor cleared, 2 level-up notifications appear, bathing him in a red glow, a satisfying reward for his efforts, though he muses that it feels like a backwards progression. Having conquered the previous floor, Aiden looks ahead, knowing that all that's left now is the next challenge. He finds himself before a grand, imposing staircase, its steps leading up into a dark, cavernous chamber pulsating with an ominous blue energy. Without hesitation, he begins his ascent, a solitary figure against the vast, silent structure. As he nears the summit, a dark, red glowing orb of chaotic energy suddenly manifests, pulsating with raw, untamed power. The orb rapidly expands, revealing the monstrous, horned face of a formidable entity within its depths. Aiden stares, a look of surprise crossing his face as he recognizes the true nature of the being before him. The towering, red-skinned monster fully materializes, its form radiating immense power, unmistakably the final boss. With a guttural roar, the monster unleashes a blinding burst of pink and purple energy, its power surging outwards. The powerful magical wave slams into the ground, cracking the very stone beneath Aiden's feet. A complex magical circle, glowing with the same vibrant pink and purple energy, instantly forms around him, trapping him within its confines. Aiden's eyes widen in alarm as system messages flash before him, announcing that the effects of general skills are declining. He will receive damage in timed increments, and all his abilities will be decreased by 50%. The final boss stands triumphant, its glowing purple eyes fixed on its now weakened opponent. Aiden found himself ensnared by the final boss's powerful debuff, a magical circle of dark energy swirling around him, making him realize that any ordinary player would struggle immensely against such a formidable opponent. Yet, a subtle smirk played on his lips, as if the immense pressure was nothing more than a fleeting inconvenience. With a surge of inner power, he ignited a brilliant blue and white aura, declaring himself an impossible match for the monstrous foe. The system confirmed the debuff's removal, leaving the final boss stunned and bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Refusing to be outdone, the colossal creature lunged, its hand enveloped in swirling red energy, attempting to bind Aiden once more, confident that its best skills were insurmountable. However, Aiden met the assault head-on, his massive red sword arcing through the air, deflecting the attack with a powerful grunt. The final boss roared in frustration, purple energy crackling around its gaping maw as its plans continued to unravel. It unleashed a barrage of sharp, black spikes, aiming to overwhelm him with sheer force. But Aiden remained steadfast, his glowing blade a blur as he expertly parried each incoming projectile. The monster continued its furious assault, even as Aiden deflected a massive piece of debris, his resolve unwavering. Then, with a deep hum of power, Aiden began to channel a new ability, summoning multiple luminous blue and white orbs that pulsed with raw energy. Finally, with a resounding explosion, he unleashed the accumulated energy in a devastating wave, engulfing the area in a brilliant, destructive light. He unleashes a devastating attack, the ground beneath him shattering into a web of cracks as vibrant blue energy erupts outwards. With a powerful impact, the final boss recoils, its massive form pushed back by the sheer force of the blow. Pressing his advantage, Aiden's sword becomes a blur as it strikes the monster's armored arm. But the monster retaliates instantly, unleashing a searing red energy beam that forces him to evade. It lunges forward once more, its clawed hand a blur of motion, but Aiden deftly sidesteps the powerful strike. Finally, the final boss lets out a pained roar, its body beginning to crack and shatter from the sustained assault. With the battle concluded, a grand staircase materializes, leading up to a brilliant, glowing portal. A system message flashes, congratulating him on his victory. Aiden stands victorious, a notification confirming he has cleared the 50th floor of the Tower of Challenge and achieved a personal record. He looks around the now calm, cracked arena, wondering if it's finally over, finding the experience more engaging than he had anticipated. As a new, swirling blue portal appears before him, he ponders which way leads to the exit, the challenge far from over. Aiden stares, perplexed, at a newly manifested portal, wondering when it could have appeared. The shimmering blue energy of the gateway crackles with an unusual intensity, making it seem strange for what should be a simple exit portal. Just then, a familiar voice calls out, congratulating Aiden on his progress, having not expected him to reach such heights. Mia, the blue-haired companion, expresses her surprise at his achievement, knowing how difficult it is to clear all 50 floors on a first attempt, as Aiden acknowledges her timely arrival. Turning his attention back to the anomaly, Aiden points towards the glowing blue mass, questioning its very existence, while Mia looks on with a puzzled expression. Her brow furrowed in concern, she asks where the mysterious gateway might lead. Aiden continues to gesture towards the portal, its ethereal glow illuminating the space between them. Mia's expression remains blank, however, and a dawning realization washes over Aiden as he understands she cannot perceive the portal at all. A look of profound shock crosses his face, as he grapples with the unsettling thought that he might be the only one who can witness this phenomenon, his hand instinctively reaching out towards the glowing energy. As his fingers draw near, a soft, crackling sound emanates from the portal, and a faint blue aura begins to glow around his outstretched hand, while Mia remains oblivious beside him. Aiden finds himself engulfed by a swirling mass of brilliant blue energy, a sudden, overwhelming force that pulls him into its core, leaving him to exclaim in disbelief. As the portal consumes him, Mia desperately calls out his name, urging him to escape the encroaching darkness, but it's too late. He is violently pulled away. Plunged into a star-dusted abyss, Aiden plummets through the darkness, his body now radiating an intense red glow, as he struggles to comprehend the sudden, chaotic shift in his reality. His mind races, trying to make sense of the impossible situation, wondering if this bizarre phenomenon could be connected to the administrator or the operators he'd heard whispers about. His eyes widen in shock, reflecting the dazzling, ethereal blue light of his new surroundings. The descent continues, as he falls through a colossal structure of glowing, crystalline platforms, where other figures are locked in fierce combat below. Observing the ongoing battles, he wonders if these are the fabled players, tirelessly climbing the tower he'd only heard legends about. His glowing form streaks downward, a beacon of light against the shimmering, particle-filled backdrop of the tower's interior. The vast, intricate architecture of the tower stretches endlessly, its glowing blue lines forming a complex, almost circuit-like pattern that seems to hum with latent energy. Finally, he lands on one of the crystalline platforms, his red glow fading as he takes in his new surroundings with a look of profound bewilderment. He finds himself in a new, unfamiliar space, where the light itself seems to be a construct, a realization that dawns on him as he takes in the glowing, crystalline environment. Suddenly, a digital interface materializes before him, displaying Ver 0.5 beta and a prominent number 3 on an elevator-like structure. A figure in the distance appears to be guiding him, prompting him to wonder about its intentions as he follows its path. But before he can ponder further, a surge of raw energy radiates from his hands, startling him with its sudden appearance. Immediately following this, a new system notification flashes, announcing a quest event in bold, golden letters. The details of the quest appear, revealing the Forgotten Ones, 1, and an urgent update, hinting at an evolving situation. Following the quest description, the system then presents the impressive rewards, Administrator Authority LV, 1, and Command. Aiden stares at the quest details, absorbing the gravity of his new objective. A determined expression settles on his face, as he realizes this journey is far from over. Just then, a familiar voice breaks through the digital static, calling his name with an urgent tone, accompanied by a glitching visual effect. and Mia appears, her relief palpable as she confirms his safety. Mia, her aqua-blue hair framing a concerned expression, explains that she couldn't message him directly, having used a June pendant to establish contact. She then asks if he can figure out her location, adding that she came all the way down to the entrance to look for him, but now there's a problem. Her purple eyes wide with surprise, she admits she's never seen anything like this before. Meanwhile, Aiden's system interface displays a map, showing his current location marked with a red pin, a staggering 9,999 meters away, and he considers the possibility of breaking through to her. He responds with a calm, almost dismissive tone, assuring her there's no need for her to worry about his location. His attention is drawn to a system notification, a quest update for the Forgotten Ones, 1, a task he realizes only he can undertake. Standing before a swirling, dark vortex, he explains that he can escape whenever he wants, so she shouldn't worry. He stands before a glowing blue portal, its central 3 symbol shimmering, telling her to wait a bit and promising to contact her if anything happens. Mia acknowledges his words, her voice tinged with concern, urging him to be careful as his gloved hand reaches out to the glowing surface of the portal. The portal flares with intense white light, its energy radiating outwards. Aiden reacts with a surprised gasp, his eyes widening at the sight before him. He steps through the portal, finding himself in a vast chamber where numerous monstrous figures stand in silent, imposing rows, their forms illuminated by a brilliant light from above. Aiden found himself in a vast, cavernous chamber, its depths teeming with monstrous figures, their forms grotesque and numerous. Yet, as he surveyed the scene, a strange stillness hung in the air. The beasts were utterly motionless, prompting him to wonder why such creatures existed in this place, and why they showed no signs of life. The answer dawned on him with a jolt. They were unable to update, a critical system failure leaving them as mere static constructs. From his vantage point on a raised platform, Aiden looked down into the vast expanse, blue particles drifting around him like digital dust. Suddenly, with a heavy thud and a burst of blue energy, a towering, angular robotic entity materialized directly before him. Its glowing blue eye fixed on him. The system high guard's voice echoed, demanding to know how he had managed to enter this restricted zone. The entity, identified as an unknown, unpublished entity by the system, asserted that no one other than the administrator should possess the authority to breach its defenses. As the confrontation intensified, Aiden's gaze drifted upwards, spotting a massive, shadowy monster looming in the distance, flanked by 3 chained figures with ominous red eyes. The system high guard continued its assessment, declaring that it sensed a power within Aiden strikingly similar to that of the administrator's own strength. Despite the detected power, the robotic guardian concluded that Aiden was not the administrator, and therefore, all intruders must be eliminated. With that declaration, the static monsters around him stirred to life, a red dog-like creature and a brown humanoid beast closing in, forcing Aiden to brace for the impending onslaught. The chamber erupted into chaos as multiple attacks converged on him, Aiden moving with swift, defensive maneuvers amidst a flurry of red energy and impact bursts. A monster's brutal strike sends him reeling, the impact echoing through the chamber. But he quickly recovers, retaliating with a swift, powerful swing of his makeshift weapon against the rocky creature. Surrounded by a growing horde of monstrous figures, he realizes the gravity of his situation. A dark, swirling energy beginning to emanate from his arm as he acknowledges that there's a limit to what he can achieve with just normal weapons. Gripping his blacksmith's hammer, he considers unleashing his full potential. And with a surge of power, his form glows intensely red, radiating raw magical energy. A devastating explosion of crimson energy erupts from him, shattering the ground and sending the surrounding monsters flying, their forms disintegrating in the blast. His eyes burn with an infernal red glow, lines of power tracing across his face as his full strength awakens. A swift, powerful slash of red energy cuts through the air, creating a swirling vortex that engulfs the remaining monsters, tearing them apart in a maelstrom of destructive force. As the dust settles, only fragments of rock and monster remain, scattered amidst a fiery glow. Standing victorious amidst the devastation, Aiden now wields a magnificent sword, forged of pure, blazing fire. A digital interface flickers to life, its blue light illuminating the space as a voice questions if this is all that is required of it. The system connection completing with a decisive click, confirming its success with a triumphant declaration. It worked. Its glowing blue form materializes, assessing the situation, before asking if it is being heard, its presence now fully established. The system high guard, its angular form radiating blue light, addresses Aiden, noting his reaction and assuring him there seems to be no problem, then informs him that he will be watching over this tower instead, as countless players are. The system high guard finishes Aiden's unspoken thought, stating they are waiting for you guys to update, before declaring it will leave the task to him. A moment of silence passes, the system high guard's form standing resolute amidst the digital landscape. Its glowing blue core pulses with determination, as it declares its unwavering mission. I need to protect this position. Meanwhile, Aiden, now a red glowing silhouette, echoes a similar resolve, proclaiming his own mission to last, until the update happens. The System High Guard immediately springs into action, unleashing a torrent of blue energy against shadowy, horned figures that emerge from the digital depths. Its attacks manifest as shimmering blue shards and glowing orbs, creating a dazzling, destructive display of power. With a final, powerful surge, a concentrated beam of blue energy erupts from its form, striking one of the shadowy adversaries with immense force. With eyes burning amber and a fierce determination, Aiden prepares for battle, his red energy blade already humming with power. Meanwhile, the System High Guard continues its relentless defense, its powerful blows shattering the shadowy figures that dare approach, but a sudden impact rocks its form. Aiden, gripping his sword with renewed intensity, channels even more crimson energy into the blade, preparing for his next move. He unleashes a devastating strike, a torrent of red energy exploding outwards, tearing through the ground and obscuring the battlefield in a cloud of debris. As the dust settles, the System High Guard stands damaged, its form slightly askew amidst the shattered landscape. It scans the environment, its internal processors questioning, wondering if its opponent had merely used the smoke as a cover to retreat. But before it can fully process the thought, Aiden bursts from the haze, his red blade striking the System High Guard's arm with a resounding clang, proving its assumption utterly wrong. He stares down the construct, a smirk playing on his lips, as if to say such a simple tactic would never work on him. With a decisive step, he plants his foot firmly on the shattered ground, the debris crunching beneath his weight. But then, his amber eyes widen in sudden surprise, reacting to an unforeseen development. From the depths below, a colossal, scaly red arm erupts from the earth, its monstrous form tearing through the ice and rock. Before he can react, the monstrous limb lashes out, sending Aiden flying through the air with immense force. Having just launched his attack, Aiden continues his powerful strike, his blade glowing with fierce red energy. With a sharp, tearing sound, his glowing red blade slices through the massive red monster's scaly body. The impact creates a violent explosion of debris and smoke, engulfing the System High Guard in its wake. The young man feels the immense strain of his weapon, realizing the toll it takes on his energy. He acknowledges its incredible power but also its insane consumption, and resolves to end the confrontation swiftly. Meanwhile, the System High Guard, having recovered from the initial assault, descends from above, its form glowing with an intense blue light. Aiden unleashed a concentrated burst of crimson energy, his attack coalescing into a potent strike. He drove the glowing blade directly into the System High Guard's hexagonal shield, the impact sending ripples of blue energy across its surface. With a fierce cry, he pushed harder, the red energy of his attack battling against the shield's resilient blue defense. Finally, with a deafening crack, the System High Guard's barrier shattered into a dazzling explosion of light and fragments. The shield, once an impenetrable defense, began to show visible signs of strain, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Then, with a final, resounding crack, it imploded, sending shards of blue energy flying in every direction. The force of the shield's destruction, or perhaps a hidden counterattack, sent Aiden hurtling backward, his body a blur as he crashed violently into the ground. His impact created a small crater, dust and debris erupting around him as the remnants of the shattered shield settled. Lying amidst the rubble, he appeared defeated, his form obscured by the settling dust. Yet, through the haze, his amber eyes flickered open, a grim determination etched upon his face as he looked up. The ground around the System High Guard was littered with the sharp, crystalline fragments of its once formidable hexagonal barrier. Meanwhile, the System High Guard's central core flared to life, displaying intricate data streams, a silent declaration that it was indeed made for the system. The System High Guard, standing before a formidable line of monstrous figures, reaffirms its core programming, moving solely for the system's will. For it, personal thoughts hold no sway, only the mission given, leading to the ultimate end. That end, it muses, will arrive soon. A sharp, digital chime echoes as red data screens flicker to life, displaying complex hexagonal patterns and lines of code. The system registers an intrusion, a hack attempt, followed by a blaring error signal as more data streams cascade across the interface. Despite the breach, a new directive takes hold. The system is being rebuilt, it declares, initiating a full update as a brilliant red cross of light expands across the core. Meanwhile, in another space, a voice observes, remarking that Aiden has finally opened his eyes. He looks towards Mia, his expression one of mild surprise, while she smiles, her gaze warm and reassuring. Mia expresses her satisfaction, adding that it's surprising to think a system guard could possess self-consciousness. Elsewhere, a new figure, with striking blue hair and pointed ears, holds out a hand, marveling that it's his first time witnessing something like this. His eyes widen slightly as he looks up, a sense of wonder and perhaps concern washing over him, as the update continues to unfold. A vast, desolate landscape stretches out, marked by immense destruction, a scene so utterly surprising that it leaves one speechless. Aiden surveys the wreckage, a thought forming in his mind, wondering if someone of this caliber had been among the guards. Suddenly, a brilliant red light flashes from within the debris, a pulsating core of energy drawing his attention. He kneels, reaching out to touch the source of the light, a soft thud echoing as his hand makes contact, leaving him utterly bewildered. His amber eyes widen slightly, reflecting the mysterious glow. As he lifts his hand, a small, vibrant red orb floats above his palm, sparkling with an inner light, prompting him to question its very nature. A sudden crackle of static interrupts the silence, signaling an incoming communication. The voice on the other end calls out his name, Aiden, amidst another burst of static. He looks up, a surprised expression on his face, recognizing the caller. From a distant, pristine location, a woman with light blue hair speaks into her device, expressing her worry and asking if everything is all right, concluding that her call came at the perfect moment. The blue-haired woman, still on the line, instructs her caller to head to downtown, promising to be there soon, her expression shifting to concern as she asks if something has happened, sensing a lot to discuss. Meanwhile, Aiden, holding the glowing red orb he discovered, mentions he also has something to ask, his gaze fixed on the pulsating artifact. The orb pulses with an intense, crackling red energy, its light reflecting in his eyes as he examines it closely. He agrees to meet her, the orb then dissolving into a swirling vortex of black and red particles, disappearing from his grasp with a soft whoosh. The residual energy of the vortex dissipates into the air, leaving only faint traces of its powerful presence. Later, the two meet at a rustic tavern, its wooden facade an inviting sign promising a place for conversation. The blue-haired woman begins their discussion with a direct question, asking how he obtained the mysterious item. As she holds the orb, its red glow illuminating her face, she explains that it is the core of a high-ranked guard, a revelation that prompts Aiden to echo her words in surprise. Seated across from her, Aiden questions if there are other kinds of these entities besides the dungeon keeper, his curiosity piqued by the new information. She confirms his suspicion, stating that these entities are incredibly strong, far beyond the capabilities of normal guards. An illustration of shadowy, powerful figures with glowing red eyes appears, representing the administrator's control, and she elaborates that while their numbers are limited, their power is immense, with some even surpassing the operators depending on their specific nature. Aiden, amazed by the revelation, wonders why such a powerful item was left unattended, to which the blue-haired woman speculates that it might have been unable to update itself. The red orb pulsed with an inner light, a stark reminder that it was likely not just one or two high-ranked guards left unattended in such a state. They were all born with a purpose, yet had never truly seen the light of day. The blue-haired woman explained, this entire world had simply paused, Aiden. And the high-ranked guards, she continued, were far from the only problem. Indeed, many other things were being forgotten, just like the countless armored figures standing dormant in the desolate landscape. Unless the administrator changed, this profound problem would never truly be solved. Aiden listened intently, a thoughtful expression on his face as he processed her words, finally murmuring, I see. A system message flashed before his eyes, a quest notification for the Forgotten Ones, asking if he would update, and he realized there was a clear reason such a question had arisen. The blue-haired woman watched him, her expression one of quiet expectation as the red orb glowed between them. He considered his purpose, wondering if his role was to move this world that had seemingly stopped. A surge of determination filled him, the red orb in his hand flaring with intense light as his eyes widened. Clutching the orb, he resolved that if he could update everything, then everything would indeed be solved. A brilliant golden light emanates from a glowing gear icon, the command edit displayed prominently beneath it. Suddenly, a sharp, tearing sound echoes through the void, as if reality itself is being rent apart. Within the swirling particles of light, a form begins to coalesce, glowing with an intense red energy. The figure descends through the shimmering space, and a thought crosses his mind. His existing body is gone, so he needs a new one. His amber eyes widen slightly as the red energy swirls around him, leaving him to ponder how he should even begin this process. Aiden considers his options, wondering if he should try connecting himself first, a faint hum of energy resonating around him. He extends a hand towards the digital chaos, believing it would be good if there was some kind of response from the system. Instead, a flurry of red error messages and access denied warnings flash across a holographic interface, accompanied by the distinct sounds of digital failure. Then, a new message appears, cutting through the noise. A new entity has been detected in the system, as the red energy below him surges and begins to take on a more defined, humanoid shape. Aiden reaches out, his expression one of utter surprise, as the forming entity pulses with raw power. The system confirms an update is underway, and Aiden watches as the new body fully materializes, a voice announcing, a body is being made. The process concludes with a final, resonant sound, leaving the newly formed entity standing in the void. The newly formed entity, still a radiant silhouette of pure energy, seems to question its own existence as a blinding light erupts from its core. A system prompt appears, demanding a choice, and the entity ponders the weight of a name. He reflects on his unexpected transformation, from a mere NPC to an administrator, a strange and unfamiliar sensation washing over him. After a moment of contemplation, he makes his decision. The entity's form solidifies further, a powerful red aura radiating outwards as his new identity takes hold. With his back to the viewer, his white hair and glowing red eyes now distinct, he declares his chosen name. Turning to face forward, his features now fully defined, he announces, Theodore. The system registers his new designation, confirming Theodore No AG-01 amidst a shower of red particles. As the particles settle, faint memories flicker, showing glimpses of a past life or perhaps a different reality. Another fragmented image appears, a figure in ornate attire, hands raised as if in a gesture of creation or command. From an unseen observer, a voice cuts through the lingering energy, inquiring about the experience of this profound update. The unnamed character, with light blue hair and pointed ears, stands amidst the fading red particles, his blue eyes fixed on the newly named Theodore, awaiting a response. Aiden looks at the figure before him, a question hanging in the air. The figure, with pointed ears and light blue hair, responds, his voice filled with a newfound clarity, asking if he had truly been updated. Aiden's expression is firm as he confirms, acknowledging the transformation. A moment of silence passes, marked only by the subtle shift of his weight, before the kneeling figure speaks again. Bowing his head in profound respect, the newly updated entity offers his sincere thanks. His voice resonating with deep satisfaction, he declares that Aiden has fulfilled his long-held desire. Looking up, his eyes now burning with conviction, he pledges that from this moment forward, he will follow Aiden, his Sir Administrator, no matter what challenges arise. Red energy pulses around him as he seals his oath, swearing by his very being. A system notification appears, formally introducing the newly pledged entity as Theodore, Aiden's high-rank guard, his white hair and glowing red eyes marking his transformed state. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a desolate landscape where a gnarled, tree-like structure begins to crack, emitting ominous purple and blue energy, as if tearing itself apart. From within the chaotic energy, a monstrous entity emerges, its single glowing purple eye piercing the darkness, letting out a piercing shriek as blue energy radiates from its form. The creature continues its furious assault, its form engulfed in a blinding flash of blue energy, its monstrous maw open in a silent roar. The monstrous entity, still reeling from the sudden assault, lets out a frustrated cry as blue energy crackles around it. Its single purple eye glowing with rage, it curses the unseen attacker, calling them a monster bastard. A wave of disbelief washes over it, unable to comprehend how its hidden sanctuary could have been discovered. Standing amidst a torrent of blue lightning and rain, the monster laments the hundreds of its replications that have already vanished. Meanwhile, a hooded figure, crackling with vibrant blue energy, stands silently, its form illuminated by the relentless electrical storm. Its single glowing blue eye narrows, considering the risk of its own deletion if it lingers in this volatile space. Suddenly, the hooded figure flickers into existence directly behind the monster, its abrupt appearance eliciting a gasp of shock from the hulking entity. The monster whirls around, its purple eye wide with disbelief, uttering a stunned, disbelieving cry. Before it can react, the hooded figure extends a hand, which glows with an intense blue light, the monster realizing with dawning horror that it had not detected its opponent at all. A blinding explosion of blue energy engulfs the monster, its pain scream echoing as the system initiates a permanent deletion. As the last vestiges of the monster dissipate into shimmering blue particles, the hooded figure stands triumphant, the blue energy still radiating from its form. A moment of silence hangs in the air, broken only by the steady glow of its single blue eye as it surveys the now empty space. As he had suspected, a truly formidable entity had been concealed beneath the surface, the ground erupting with a violent, purple-tinged force. Amidst the showering debris, the system high guard stood unmoving. As the shadowy, horned monster fully manifested, its single purple eye glowing ominously. He observed the creature, a swirling vortex of dark energy, a quiet declaration of readiness escaping him. The monster, in turn, pulsed with raw power, its core flaring with intense purple light. Before the system high guard launched himself forward, a blur of motion and blue energy. His attack struck with devastating force, sending shockwaves through the air, as shimmering blue particles erupted from his form, tearing into the monster's shadowy mass. Despite the assault, the creature's core flared even brighter, a defiant roar echoing as it vowed not to yield. But the system high guard's blue energy pierced through its defenses, delivering a final, decisive blow. A sweeping wave of raw, destructive purple energy tears across the space, expanding rapidly into a diffuse explosion, its chaotic power scattering brilliant particles in every direction. Then, a concentrated burst of that same purple energy erupts outwards, generating powerful shockwaves that ripple through the air. The chaotic power then coalesces, forming a swirling, contained vortex of pure, concentrated energy. Finally, the glowing purple sphere impacts its target, causing a violent eruption of power and debris. A monstrous, shadowy figure begins to coalesce, crackling with raw purple lightning. As a glowing purple rift tears open in the fabric of reality, the blonde-haired male, his pointed ears visible beneath his locks, watches the unfolding chaos with a grim expression. But the mage Procyon is already moving, her hands outstretched as she conjures a shimmering hexagonal barrier to hold back the encroaching darkness. Her amber eyes flash with fury, a defiant challenge echoing in her mind, wondering how a mere lizard dares to stand in her way. A voice asks if she is all right, assuring her there is no need for her to step forward. The System High Guard extends a hand, a brilliant blue energy blade manifesting from his palm. Procyon, however, stands ready with her own glowing blue spear, prepared to unleash her judgment. The System High Guard places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, telling Procyon that everything will be all right. He steps forward, declaring that he will deal with the threat, leaving Procyon to hesitate, but ultimately comply. The shadowy monster, now larger and more defined, continued its ominous manifestation, its form coalescing amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy. Its relentless expansion seemed to mock any attempt at resistance, as a voice echoed, lamenting the endless nature of these viruses. The System High Guard watched, a thought crossing his mind, to think that in the short time he had been focused on locating Procyon, these entities had grown so much. The monster's form continued to swell, its sheer scale prompting him to acknowledge their unexpected development. His hand clenched, the glowing blue lines on his armor pulsing with his rising frustration as he realized the gravity of the situation. His blue eyes, now burning with an intense light, reflected a fierce determination to put an end to this escalating threat. A swirling mass of blue energy coalesced in his outstretched hand, his resolve hardening as he declared himself sick and tired of this. With a surge of power, he activated a command, a brilliant blue symbol of block, appearing, ready to contain the anomaly. The monster's shadowy form recoiled violently, a burst of white light erupting from its core as the block took effect. Its massive body began to distort and compress, struggling against the overwhelming blue energy that sought to contain it. Finally, the monster was fully enveloped, trapped within a swirling, dark space, its purple essence now contained by the blue energy. Maintaining the powerful block, the System High Guard pondered, wondering if the monster's rapid growth was a deliberate attempt to prevent his escape. A guttural cry echoes as a shadowy entity is engulfed by brilliant blue energy, its form twisting in a desperate "no." The creature realizes the dire truth, understanding that at this rate, everyone, including itself, faces complete deletion. In a frantic attempt to resist, it tries to force its essence to disperse, its thoughts screaming to find a way to escape, and we have to run away. Unmoved by the monster's struggle, the System High Guard stands resolute. As a sphere of pure blue energy coalesces, radiating intense light and power. His hand extended, channeling the force while calmly remarking on the monster's annoying behavior. He declares his intent to delete it in this space entirely, eliciting a shock from the struggling entity. The containment field flares with blinding white and blue energy, drawing another agonizing KKKUAKK from the monster as its shadowy forms begin to fragment, until only a swirling vortex of vibrant blue and teal energy remains, signifying the completion of the powerful command. He stood firm, a blue energy shield shimmering around him as tendrils of purple energy swirled menacingly, the air thrumming with an ominous hum. With a decisive squeeze, his hand tightened around a glowing blue orb, its black core pulsing with concentrated power. The command was absolute, a system prompt for permanent delete, appearing amidst a blinding flash of white light, signaling the finality of his action. As the light subsided, blue energy shards erupted around him, crackling with residual power, a testament to the force he had just unleashed. The shards then dispersed, glowing faintly as they vanished into the air, leaving only echoes of the immense power. Below, a torrent of blue lightning struck downwards, plunging into a swirling vortex of dark purple energy. The lightning intensified, its brilliant blue contrasting sharply with the violent, chaotic purple energy that consumed everything in its path. Within that maelstrom, the target of the deletion command was utterly consumed, its form dissolving into a cascade of purple data and fading into nothingness. Far above, on a desolate, rocky outcrop, an unnamed figure watched the purple lightning strike, a silent observer to the cataclysmic event unfolding below. Suddenly, a surge of blue lightning and crackling purple energy erupted around him, the residual power of the deletion reaching even his distant vantage point. His body convulsed, crackling with white energy as his eyes glowed purple, a gasp of shock escaping him as the immense force overwhelmed his senses. Clutching his chest in agony, the unnamed figure screamed, purple energy radiating from his form as the pain consumed him. A powerful surge of purple energy ripples through the void, causing a distant, white-haired figure to curse under his breath. His glowing purple eyes narrow in frustration as he laments the loss of his replications, acknowledging the difficulty of recovering them this time. A grimace twists his features as he wonders how long this new power dynamic will last. His challenge rings out, directed squarely at the administrator, daring them to continue their reign. Meanwhile, the administrator, now clad in a dark, hooded coat with glowing blue accents, stands with his back to the viewer, observing the aftermath of the powerful energy discharge. Procyon, her expression filled with concern, approaches him, asking if he is all right, her voice trailing off as she senses his profound distress. The administrator remains silent, his posture conveying a heavy burden as he continues to gaze at the distant horizon. Finally, with a resolute tone, he declares his intention to return. Procyon watches the shadowy figure of the white-haired antagonist in the distance, a silent testament to the new threat they face. Her amber eyes reflect a mix of concern and determination as she processes the gravity of the situation. With a soft thud, the administrator settles into a chair, his arm resting on a console. Surrounded by an array of glowing blue holographic screens displaying complex data, he begins to analyze the situation, preparing for whatever comes next. Back at his base, the administrator, cloaked and masked, began his meticulous analysis of the recent events. A soft chime echoed through the silent chamber, drawing his glowing blue eye to a new notification, a silent question hanging in the air. More chimes followed, as new, top-secret reports from Xenon and Loy materialized across his holographic displays, demanding his immediate attention. He observed the influx of data, the blue light of the interfaces reflecting in his masked face, wondering if these were the classified reports Xenon had promised. As the information coalesced, a familiar image of Mia appeared on one screen, the reports detailing her increasingly suspicious behavior. His gaze sharpened, a realization dawning on him. It was highly probable she had encountered Arya at some point. A quiet affirmation escaped him, confirming his prior suspicions. After all, Mia had always been more devoted to Arya than to him. Meanwhile, in a different space, Arya clutched her chest, her expression etched with pain and confusion, a single name escaping her lips. The blue-haired woman stood amidst glowing particles, her head bowed in sorrow or deep contemplation. Back with the administrator, another system chime sounded, as he pondered if Arya still had no intention of returning. A new report from Xenon flashed across his screen, titled Mia's Abnormal Behavior, revealing circumstantial evidence of data leakage to the outside world, with Arya as the suspected culprit. He remembers a desolate landscape, filled with the towering, dark forms of monstrous entities, and a lone figure, small against the destruction. He distinctly recalls a past encounter, a figure standing before him with a radiant, cross-shaped light emanating from behind, as he reflects on having personally deleted him back then. His thoughts turn to the present, realizing that not only did the target of his past actions survive, but he also somehow acquired the administrator's own powers. A new threat emerges, making him wonder if this is a new virus, and he resolves to take immediate action, his fingers tapping against a holographic interface. He initiates a system process, his masked face illuminated by the blue glow of the interface, which displays system information, ID, and password fields. A search command is executed, specifically targeting Aiden, the system displaying the query prominently. However, the system responds with a sharp, denying sound, indicating an error. A stark red message flashes across the screen, access denied, followed by unable to perform this operation. His single glowing eye widens slightly, a rare flicker of surprise and concern crossing his usually impassive masked face, as he processes the unprecedented denial. He utters a soft exclamation of disbelief, his voice barely a whisper. Blue data streams cascade around him, revealing information he cannot access, information that remains hidden from his view. As the data continues to flow, he questions the implications of this unprecedented restriction, wondering what this denial truly means. The system displays a critical error, a stark red 00002 flashing against a digital backdrop. As the administrator processes the information, he realizes the number is higher than his own, a list of system IDs scrolling past, including number 00003 and a mysterious number 00002. His gaze sharpens, recognizing number 00004 Arya among the entries, before his attention locks onto number 00002 Aiden, a name he's been searching for all this time. A flicker of surprise crosses his masked face, the administrator musing on the unexpected way he's finally found Aiden, his single glowing eye reflecting the digital data. A moment of realization dawns, as he processes the implications of this discovery. He questions the nature of what he's found, wondering if this is truly the answer he sought. Surrounded by glowing blue holographic screens displaying complex code and hexagonal patterns, the administrator stands, a silent sentinel within the digital realm. His attention is drawn to a specific screen, where a single word appears, confirming his suspicions: Trojan. Meanwhile, in another location, the unnamed blonde male addresses the administrator, acknowledging his presence and stating that he has something important to do. The administrator, still engrossed in the digital interface, commands him to proceed discreetly, fearing that if Aiden discovers he's been noticed, he will hide again. A holographic image of Aiden's red hair appears on one of the screens, a visual representation of the target of their covert operation. The unnamed blonde male confirms his understanding, vowing to put everything on the line to complete the mission. As the administrator's directive echoes, a serene figure with pointed ears responds, her eyes closed in calm resolve, confirming the absolute necessity to secure their target. A vast, verdant landscape unfolds beneath a clear blue sky, its tranquility broken only by the distant, jagged remnants of a shattered red structure, glowing ominously. Nearby, a figure with light gray hair and pointed ears stands with an air of authority, declaring that whatever challenges lie ahead, they should be left to him. He confidently adds that he will perform to the best of his abilities. Aiden, looking slightly uneasy, reassures them that he understands and just needs a moment. Mia, with a relaxed smile, comments that they won't be late even if they choose to visit the village, while Aiden, overwhelmed by the situation, wonders if all high-ranked guards are like this, realizing it's simply a part of the system. Mia chuckles, explaining that the guards only move for the administrators. She continues, noting that they've been neglected for a long time, which only makes them more motivated, and then muses that the demonic beasts were also left unattended. Aiden, still processing, asks why there were demonic beasts in that place, to which Mia begins to explain, that's because. His expression shifts to one of shock as he hears the unexpected answer. The system's High Guard, a formidable armored construct, stands amidst glowing holographic displays, its purpose revealed, to dispose of the demonic beasts at the proper time. Even the demonic beasts, including Theodore and others like him, were left unattended because they simply couldn't be dealt with yet. The blue-haired figure questions the nature of their reality, wondering if the demonic beasts they once feared were nothing more than a lie. Confirming her suspicions, Aiden simply states that her assessment is correct. She elaborates, explaining that these creatures are merely equipment designed for players to grow. The thought hangs heavy in the air, forcing a moment of silent contemplation. Aiden's eyes widen slightly as he processes the implications, the blue-haired figure's question echoing in his mind. Do you really think that demonic beasts are a threat to us? With a confident gesture, she asserts that they never truly die, even when attacked by these so-called demonic beasts. This immunity stems from their perfect protection by the system, leaving her to ponder what could truly bring about their demise. A conceptual vision of various powerful entities, including Theodore, the white-haired antagonist, the administrator, and system guards, appears, bathed in a sinister purple glow, as she concludes that only infection by a virus or deletion could truly end them. The revelation is shocking, the idea that such a profound truth had been hidden all along. Aiden, deep in thought, acknowledges that he had always found the situation strange, though he couldn't quite place why until now. A map illustrating territories marked with demonic symbols appears, signifying that these areas, and the creatures within them, have been under the system's control all along. As the conversation concludes, the blue-haired figure turns to Aiden, a gentle smile on her face, announcing their arrival at their destination. The journey concludes as the pair arrives at Urged Village, its layout spread out like a detailed map before them. Observing the familiar landscape, the blue-haired figure remarks on how much it has changed, noting the residents must have been busy. Meanwhile, in a scene of innocent play, two children are seen interacting with a small, blue, blob-like creature, their laughter echoing through the air. Suddenly, a voice calls out to them, asking how they are doing. The children's excited cries of Sir Aiden reveal the identity of their visitor, catching him slightly off guard. He is met with warm greetings, the children expressing their eagerness to see him and welcoming him to the village. Aiden chuckles, gently patting one of their heads, before inquiring about the whereabouts of Kelly and Jake. The children, beaming with excitement, inform him that their friends have ventured into the dungeon. Later, a quiet house stands under the clear sky, a faint sound of heavy breathing suggesting someone nearby is exhausted. Suddenly, a loud, startling sound echoes, causing Aiden and his blue-haired companion to react with surprise. Two new figures, a woman and a man, emerge, their faces etched with shock as they exclaim, "Sir Aiden." Seated at a table, the blue-haired figure questions Aiden's sudden arrival, wishing he had informed them, but Aiden reassures them that he merely came for a brief visit. Aiden's amber eye glows with an intense light, his thoughts confirming that the effects of the double experience point event are indeed significant. Meanwhile, two villagers, Kelly, a level 101 operator, and Jake, a level 92 operator, stand together, both appearing startled by something unseen. Whatever it is, it's growing fast. A voice calls out, interrupting Aiden's thoughts. He turns to find a white-haired figure, Theodore, standing before him, with another blue-haired individual just behind him, as a villager asks, wondering who the person accompanying him might be. Theodore, observing Kelly and Jake, remarks that they appear to be operators, his gaze assessing their capabilities. He then introduces himself, stating that he is there to assist the new administrator, his form surrounded by a vibrant, glowing aura. Theodore reveals his identity as a high-ranked guard, his words carrying an air of authority. Kelly, taken aback, asks if he truly is a high-ranked guard, while Jake simply requests that he treat them comfortably. Both Kelly and Jake are visibly shocked by the revelation, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. The conversation continues within the rustic interior of a village building, its wooden beams and simple furnishings providing a stark contrast to the unfolding events. Aiden, Kelly, and Jake discuss the situation, with Aiden acknowledging the difficulty of the circumstances, and Kelly adding that she had heard from Sir Sirius that high-ranked guards are exceptionally talented, their faces reflecting the gravity of the new information. He concludes his story, then turns his attention to the village, asking if anything significant occurred during his absence, while Kelly and Jake exchange a nervous glance. Noticing their hesitation, he presses them, wondering what could have caused such a reaction, as Kelly debates whether to reveal the truth. With a worried expression, Kelly begins to explain, her hands clasped tightly. His amber eye narrows slightly, reflecting a mix of concern and anticipation. Kelly clarifies that the visitors caused no trouble, describing them as good-natured people who simply traded a few items. Jake adds that they even fulfilled some residents' requests, staying for about a day before departing, as Aiden recalls the scene of their departure. Aiden sighs in relief, acknowledging that nothing bad happened, but a sense of unease lingers, knowing they had been preparing for such an eventuality. Theodore, the high-ranked guard, shares a similar sentiment, relieved by the peaceful outcome. Mia, her fox ears drooping slightly, questions Aiden about the sudden turn of events, admitting she anticipated such a development, but not so quickly. Aiden, looking at a blank map, explains that his efforts have only involved navigating and searching, with nothing appearing on the map. The unnamed blonde male points out that finding this specific location is a separate challenge, as it doesn't even appear on their map, leaving them without enough information to proceed. Aiden considers the implications of recent events, realizing that completely blocking the players is no longer an option. A man with dark red hair expresses his concern, wondering if they must now adapt to players visiting their world. Beside him, a woman with black hair listens intently as he adds that if anything unexpected occurs, Mia, also known as Arya, or he himself should be informed immediately. Meanwhile, the unnamed blonde male, with his pointed ears, turns to Aiden, requesting a command from him as well. Theodore, with his glowing red eyes, assures Aiden that he will provide assistance right away, a statement Aiden finds quite convenient. Theodore then reveals his true motive, explaining that he had something he wanted Aiden to take care of, which was the very reason he returned to the village. A blue-haired woman, her expression thoughtful, suggests they begin testing something slowly, prompting a nearby figure to question what she means by testing it. Aiden, now looking determined, admits he doesn't know either, suggesting they simply observe and figure it out as events unfold. His internal thoughts confirm that he has gained another command, a new directive added to his growing list of responsibilities. A vast crowd of villagers, including Aiden, Theodore, the unnamed blonde male, and the blue-haired woman, gathers before a colossal, jagged red crystalline structure that pierces the sky, its ominous presence drawing murmurs of awe and apprehension from the onlookers. Aiden watches two villagers, a man with blue hair and a woman with blonde hair, as they react to the spectacle, their expressions reflecting the general confusion and uncertainty of the crowd. He reflects internally, acknowledging that this quest, despite its mysteries, has also brought him significant personal benefit. A system notification confirms the completion of the Forgotten Ones 1 quest, simultaneously announcing that administrator power has risen to level 5. With this surge in authority, he realizes his power has grown, granting him a new command. The system interface displays the updated command list, highlighting the newly acquired /copy function among the existing options like update, event, unlock, edit, and deletion. A sense of confidence washes over him, believing he can now handle whatever challenges lie ahead with this new ability. Turning to Arya, he asks if she had previously mentioned the necessity of being able to implement content, a crucial skill for any true administrator. As he processes this information, a vibrant red aura flares around him, signifying a deeper connection to his newfound administrative powers. He contemplates the concept of some new content, his thoughts accompanied by a swirling mix of red and blue energy, hinting at the creative potential now at his disposal. Meanwhile, the colossal, jagged red crystalline structure continues to dominate the landscape, its ominous presence casting a long shadow over the verdant fields below. Elsewhere, within a dark, ethereal void, tiny particles of light drift aimlessly. Theodore floats amidst this shimmering expanse, his form illuminated by a radiant blue energy that emanates from beneath him, suggesting a deep connection to this mystical space. His eyes glow with an intense red light as he concentrates, a profound internal struggle evident as he attempts to recall a specific sensation from the past. Far below, a complex, maze-like structure stretches out, its intricate pathways and towering walls hinting at a new challenge or a hidden domain. The tower, a beacon of challenge, stood tall, its base radiating a brilliant red light that pulsed with the collective ambition of countless players striving to ascend. Deep within the system's core, intricate red circuit-like patterns flared to life, crackling with energy as white particles danced through the digital pathways. A command materialized, a glowing red square with a plus sign at its center, displaying the directives /update copy and /at command copy, signaling a profound change. The tower itself began to transform, its ornate white structure now infused with a vibrant red glow emanating from its base and intricate details. A closer view revealed the intensity of this transformation, the red light pulsating from the tower's foundations, reshaping its very essence. At the heart of the process, a brilliant red orb of energy erupted, scattering luminous particles as it expanded with immense power. Aiden, his expression resolute, held the glowing orb in his hands, knowing that what he sought was not a mere replication, but an entirely new creation. He declared, "It needs to be an improved, new look." As his will manifested, A new tower-like structure began to coalesce, surrounded by pristine white cubes that floated in the vibrant red light. The energy surged, and Aiden affirmed his intent, his thoughts echoing, "What I want is not a simple copy." The white cubes continued to orbit the nascent structure, bathed in the powerful red aura. Suddenly, a system message flashed into existence, a stark red screen announcing, "A new content has been updated," its words resonating with finality. Another prompt immediately followed, a red interface requesting, "Please choose a name for the new content," awaiting his decision. Aiden's eyes widened in surprise, a red glow reflecting on his face, as he began to utter the name. The new content's name is, leaving the final word hanging in the air. A sudden, intense red glow envelopes Aiden, the system's power surging around him as he stares wide-eyed, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. Then, a voice echoes, revealing the name of his creation, the Tower of Trial. A blinding red light erupts from the ground, showering the area with glowing particles as a blue-haired woman stands at its epicenter, her form radiating immense power, while Aiden and a dark-haired woman watch in awe. The sheer scale of the phenomenon leaves them both gasping, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The blue-haired woman, her eyes wide with wonder, exclaims to him that this development is truly monumental. From the glowing epicenter, a colossal structure begins to rise, its form sharp and angular, bathed in brilliant red and white light. The intricate design of the emerging edifice glows intensely, shimmering with an otherworldly energy. As it reaches its full height, a narration confirms that a tower has indeed appeared, its summit crowned with a luminous entrance. The newly manifested tower stands majestically in the landscape, a beacon of red and white against the clear sky. Nearby, Aiden kneels, utterly drained, muttering that he is finally done with whatever arduous task he had undertaken. His thoughts trail off, hinting that the effort required was far greater than anticipated. As Aiden stands, a white-haired man named Theodore approaches, addressing him simply as Theo, and Aiden responds with a weary yes, as Theodore declares that from now on, things will change. As the colossal tower solidified its presence, a voice declared, "I'll leave this tower's administration to you." The structure pulsed with raw energy, and then, a new phase began. Theodore, now facing the group, accepted the task, assuring Aiden, "You can leave it to me, Sir Aiden." A flicker of disappointment crossed his features, his gaze sharp and intense. A subtle red aura emanated from his form, signaling a shift in his demeanor. Meanwhile, Aiden, utterly drained, could only manage a weary smile, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled to remain upright. His companions, Jake and Kelly, rushed to his side, calling out his name with urgent concern. Jake gently patted his shoulder, offering a silent gesture of comfort. He slumped against her, his exhaustion evident, as she continued to support him. Her hand rested on his arm, her expression softening as she murmured, "You're really..." Aiden's eyes were heavy-lidded, his face etched with fatigue, the toll of his recent efforts clear for all to see. Overlooking the bustling town, Jake's voice cut through the air, perhaps directed at Aiden. "Stop lying. I'm serious. Why won't you trust me?" A blonde-haired man, his face flushed with excitement, confronts his companion, a knight with maroon hair, accusing him of repeatedly misleading him, but insists that this time, the information is true. He points to a merchant's cart overflowing with glowing, rare items, exclaiming that the town is suddenly full of treasures that are usually hard to acquire, initially believing it to be some kind of special event. However, his excitement turns to shock as he recounts how the merchants casually dismissed these valuable goods as common items in this particular place. The blonde man, now fully convinced of the opportunity, urges his companions to visit the village themselves before anyone else discovers its secret. His maroon-haired companion, appearing thoughtful, remarks on the oddity of the situation, recalling Urged Village as an ordinary place before the administrator blocked access, a detail the blonde man quickly dismisses, eager to seize the huge opportunity and urging them to go quickly, much to the maroon-haired knight's annoyance. As the blonde man continues to chatter, the maroon-haired knight turns away, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he internally mocks the fools he is manipulating. His thoughts reveal a deeper, more sinister plan, appreciating the blonde man's talkativeness for providing valuable information. He considers the blonde man's unwitting revelations to be great information. With a confident smirk, the maroon-haired knight clutches a sack, his true intentions now clear. Suddenly, a horned-helmeted figure, Xenon, interrupts the knight, expressing his exasperation with the situation. The maroon-haired knight, visibly annoyed, retorts by questioning if Xenon has forgotten the reason for their current predicament, reminding him that nowhere else will accept them, forcing them to work here, to which Xenon harshly calls him a fool and a piece of shit. A sense of eager anticipation fills the air, as one declares this a prime opportunity to change their lives. The blonde male, his eyes gleaming with avarice, can almost taste the riches, muttering about the sweet scent of money. Their journey continues through rolling green hills dotted with windmills, the destination drawing ever closer. He turns to his companion, a maroon-haired knight, confirming that the village was indeed off the official maps, a fact he proudly reiterates. Finally, they arrive at Urged Village, a quaint settlement nestled by a river, its name displayed prominently above. The blonde male notes the absence of other adventurers, believing they've stumbled upon a secret, but then his expression shifts, a sudden anomaly catching his eye. High above, a colossal, glowing red structure materializes in the sky, a sight that was utterly absent moments before. Its intricate, angular form, pulsating with red light, dominates the horizon, drawing the gaze of all who witness its sudden appearance. The maroon-haired knight stares up, his face etched with surprise, wondering if this new phenomenon is akin to the formidable Tower of Trials. His mind races, trying to comprehend the impossible, questioning if this could be entirely new content. The sheer impossibility of the situation leads him to a single conclusion. Had there been an unannounced update? Frantically checking the announcement board, he finds no mention of any changes, leaving him utterly bewildered by the sudden, inexplicable event. He stood on a grassy hill overlooking the village, a sense of urgency in his voice as he called out, while his companion, a blonde male with pointed ears, grinned back, declaring their intent to be the first to arrive. A sigh escaped the maroon-haired knight, knowing he couldn't do anything about the blonde male's enthusiasm, a small grunt of resignation escaping him. He realized he had misjudged the situation entirely, muttering about the ruthless kids as he walked away. Soon, they were making their way through the bustling village streets, past various townsfolk. The blonde male remarked that the village didn't look particularly special, to which the knight replied with a knowing smile, recalling his own initial thoughts but assuring him he would understand once he saw it for himself. Their attention was then drawn to a blacksmith shop, prompting the knight to suggest they check it out. Inside, the rhythmic clang of hammers echoed as a red-haired, bearded man and a blonde-haired, bearded man worked diligently, shaping metal over a fiery forge. Sparks flew as a glowing piece of metal was expertly hammered, its form slowly taking shape. The red-haired blacksmith, wiping sweat from his brow, suggested they had done enough for the moment and should take a break. The villagers, grateful for his contributions, often spoke of how much their lives had changed, all thanks to Sir Aiden. Aiden, the young blacksmith, had imparted various skills and know-how to the villagers, transforming their lives. He was meticulous, always choosing and providing only the finest materials, ensuring the quality of every creation. Thanks to him, the residents' everyday tools had become extravagant. A villager chuckled, proudly displaying a mithril axe and a diamond pickaxe, a sentiment echoed by another with a hearty laugh. The blonde male, observing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes widening at the sight. He noted the reinforced quality of the items, realizing it was a good thing they had come to this village, while the maroon-haired knight wondered aloud if the distant figures were other players. As they stepped further into the shop, a villager approached them, clearing his throat, and politely asked what he could do for them. The knight surveyed the glowing weapons and armor on display, concluding that both were truly excellent. The blonde male expressed his desire to purchase a few items, but noted their lack of price tags, then inquired if they were not for sale. Both travelers looked on, awaiting a response, their expressions a mix of curiosity and slight confusion. The shopkeeper replied that he didn't need their money, but if they would listen to his request, he would give them what they wanted, leaving the blonde male and the knight visibly surprised. He explained that the village was now very abundant compared to before, but they still lacked one crucial thing. The blue-haired shopkeeper, Jake, explains to the two hungry children that while food isn't scarce, they haven't had a proper meal recently, prompting a small, apologetic sorry from one of the youngsters. She elaborates that the local cuisine isn't great due to a lack of quality ingredients, before directly asking the travelers if they would be willing to share their food. The blonde male, overhearing the exchange, is astonished by the offer, realizing that they're about to trade food for equipment, a prospect he finds incredibly exciting, while the maroon-haired knight simply observes the villagers who are already heading to the warehouse to retrieve the items. As the blonde male questions why he doesn't see any quest notification, wondering if it wasn't a formal quest, the maroon-haired knight looks around, a question mark hanging over his head, as if searching for the elusive warehouse. He quickly dismisses his concerns, deciding that this isn't the time to worry about such details, and resolves to find the location swiftly. A wide shot reveals the charming, rustic entrance to the hidden village, as the maroon-haired knight expresses his satisfaction with a quiet, hee-hee, great. The blonde male marvels at the existence of a hidden village not on any map, suggesting they seize this opportunity and begin by uncovering any hidden items. With a determined stride, the maroon-haired knight pushes open a heavy wooden door, the sound of it echoing through the quiet space. His armored boot steps over the threshold, entering the building with a soft thud. Inside, Jake and another villager turn, their faces etched with surprise, as the blonde male looks on, equally taken aback by the unexpected encounter. The maroon-haired knight and the blonde male stand before them, having found what they were looking for, though the blonde male remarks that the interior doesn't appear to hold anything particularly important. Having found the armored system guard, the blonde male suggests, but let's open it first. As the knight beside him looks on, the guard lying defeated. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, demanding, Hey, what are you doing? As a pot shatters nearby. The blonde male turns to face the new arrival, a blue-haired man, who sternly orders, leave here immediately. Unfazed, the knight retorts, you dare to stop a player? Ignoring the warning, the blonde male lunges forward, shouting, come here, you piece of shit, as the blue-haired man, Jake, exclaims Logan, and a nearby woman gasps, Jake lamenting that things haven't been going well lately. The maroon-haired knight, standing over the blonde male, declares with a smirk, slaves should be crushed quietly like slaves. Before the blonde male can react, the knight unleashes a powerful blue energy shield, striking him with immense force and sending him flying. The blonde male recoils from the impact, his face contorted in pain, while the maroon-haired knight watches, his expression cold and calculating. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant green energy erupts into the space, catching the attention of a black-haired girl who gasps in surprise. A stern voice echoes through the room, demanding, "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" The black-haired girl, Kelly, stands firm, her eyes glowing with an intense green light, a powerful aura radiating around her as she prepares to intervene. Aiden slowly stirred from a deep, dreamless sleep, his eyes fluttering open as consciousness began to return. A jolt of surprise ran through him as he realized he was no longer in the midst of battle, but safely tucked away in a bed. He pushed himself up, a wave of exhaustion washing over him, his mind still hazy from whatever ordeal he had just endured. A deep sigh escaped him, the lingering fatigue a clear sign that he had pushed his limits, expending far too much energy in the process. He clenched his fist, the memory of his recent actions resurfacing, realizing that wielding such powerful commands always exacted a heavy toll on his body. As he processed his state, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts, and he turned to see Mia sitting beside him, her expression filled with concern. Her gaze was steady, a silent question in her eyes, as she waited for him to fully regain his bearings. With a gentle smile, Mia leaned in slightly, reminding Aiden that he needed to understand just how important he truly was. Aiden slowly regains consciousness, his mind grappling with the question of how long he has been in this state. Mia, ever the concerned companion, explains that he was unconscious for an entire day, likely due to exhaustion from using his abilities, assuring him that it will become easier as he grows accustomed to issuing commands. Suddenly, a wooden door bursts open with a violent crash, signaling an abrupt disturbance. Inside, Mia and two other villagers exclaim his name, announcing that Aiden is finally awake. As a small crowd gathers around him, Mia expresses her worry, asking if he is now feeling well. However, a sharp voice from the growing throng cuts through the air, demanding attention. Mia, her expression distressed, pushes her way through the villagers, declaring her intent to pass through. She asks Aiden what has happened, while an unnamed villager nearby identifies the source of the commotion as one of the players visiting the village, their presence causing a stir. Aiden's amber eye widens in sudden alarm, a sharp, cracking sound effect indicating an imminent threat. Without warning, the very ground beneath Aiden and the other villagers shatters violently, a powerful blue energy ring expanding from the point of impact, sending debris flying. Aiden is propelled high into the air, plummeting rapidly towards the village below, the wind rushing past him. Despite the sudden, perilous descent, his amber eye glows with fierce determination, ready to face whatever comes next. A sudden commotion erupts in the village, drawing the attention of the gathered townsfolk, as a voice cuts through the noise, declaring, "I found you." Amidst the growing panic, Aiden rushes towards the source of the disturbance, a wall already crumbling under an unseen force, as others cry out his name, "Mr. Aiden is here." Before he can reach it, a powerful blast erupts, sending him flying backward through a shower of splintered debris. He tumbles through the air, disoriented, while below, the maroon-haired knight lies sprawled and injured on the shattered ground, letting out a pained cry. The knight clutches his side, a grimace of agony twisting his features, cursing the unexpected force that brought him down. Standing amidst the newly formed crater, a young girl with black hair, Kelly, emanates a vibrant, glowing green aura, the source of the devastating impact. Her power surges, causing the very ground to tremble, as an unseen observer questions, how is an NPC this strong? From a distance, Jake watches the display of raw power, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Kelly stands triumphant in the center of the destruction, while the maroon-haired knight and an armored guard stare at her, utterly stunned by her might. Meanwhile, Aiden, now composed and in his blacksmith attire, observes the scene with a serious, thoughtful expression. The maroon-haired knight, still reeling from the impact, looks towards Aiden, his face etched with surprise and confusion. Aiden stands ready, a glowing hammer in his hand, as the knight stares at him, clearly astonished by his sudden appearance and the tool he wields. The maroon-haired knight and the black-haired woman stand in stunned silence, observing the scene, as she finally manages to articulate her thoughts, admitting that the situation is, well, a bit much. Meanwhile, Aiden, his red hair a stark contrast to the blue of his shirt, calmly assesses the situation, declaring that he already understands what has transpired, surmising that the other individual was likely just rummaging for valuables. The player aggressor, his face contorted in fury and already showing signs of a struggle, glares back, his voice laced with menace as he questions if Aiden still hasn't learned his lesson after losing all his money, promising that today will be his last. With a flash of blue energy, the aggressor accesses his inventory, his arm glowing with power, demanding to know the extent of the trouble Aiden has caused them. Ignoring the threat, Aiden stands firm as the player aggressor lunges forward, a glowing dagger aimed directly at him, the air crackling with aggressive intent. Before the dagger can connect, Aiden moves with impossible speed, delivering a devastating blow that sends the aggressor reeling, his face contorting in pain as he's violently struck. The aggressor cries out in shock and pain, barely able to register what has happened. Aiden stands triumphantly over the fallen player, his foot planted firmly on the aggressor's chest, while a hooded figure watches from the background, the aggressor's defiant question of "How dare you?" echoing in the air. Aiden looks down at the defeated player, his expression unreadable. The maroon-haired knight and Jake stand nearby, observing Aiden, as the knight states with conviction that Aiden is not someone to be treated with disrespect, while Jake lets out a pained gasp. The player-aggressor, now bruised and defeated, lies on the ground, bewildered, questioning what this strange turn of events means, especially since he is a player chosen by the system. Suddenly, the aggressor finds himself in a new, ominous location, kneeling before the masked system administrator and the white-haired antagonist, with a generic hooded figure nearby, his voice filled with terror as he questions the nature of this new, unsettling place. In a stark, open landscape, Aiden faces the player-aggressor and the masked knight, reflecting on the animosity between them, realizing the source of their current conflict stems from his own past actions. He recalls the moment, a memory resurfacing with painful clarity, when he failed to successfully upgrade their item, setting off a chain of unfortunate events. The player-aggressor, standing beside the masked knight, acknowledges the difficulty of the task, but his words carry an undercurrent of resentment, a reminder of the broken promise. Aiden, holding his hammer, prepares for another attempt, a determined glint in his eyes, resolved to rectify his past mistake. The masked knight and the player-aggressor watch with bated breath, their faces a mixture of hope and apprehension as the upgrade process begins. Aiden's voice rings out with unwavering conviction, red energy crackling around his tool, promising to approach the task with utmost seriousness, vowing not to fail again. With a powerful, focused strike, his hammer descends, engulfing the area in a blinding flash of red light and raw magical force. A deafening shriek of metal and magic echoes through the air, signaling a catastrophic outcome. A system notification confirms the worst, the upgrade has failed, and the equipment is utterly destroyed. The player-aggressor collapses, clutching his head in despair, his anguished cry of frustration and anger filling the air as the masked knight recoils in shock. As the player-aggressor and the masked knight flee into the distant forest, their figures shrinking with each stride, the player-aggressor's furious vow of revenge echoes back, while Aiden turns to Kelly, giving her a quiet instruction. Standing with Kelly and the purple-haired man, Aiden's expression hardens, issuing a cold directive to ensure the fleeing figures never return. Aiden stands firm, a determined glint in his amber eyes, as a faint red aura emanates from him. He vows that as long as he remains the moderator of this place, he will not allow the players to do as they please. Meanwhile, their purple-haired companion remarks that they no longer have to toil for players, with Kelly adding that they should all start getting ready, too. As Aiden stands with Kelly, their purple-haired friend, and Mia, the blue-haired woman, he acknowledges that more players will inevitably arrive, rendering their current hiding strategy useless. Turning to Kelly, Aiden listens intently, as she suggests they need a concrete plan. Kelly, with a serious expression, asserts that she is correct, explaining that since this place's system differs from other villages, they cannot predict the player's actions. Aiden's hand clenches in thought, his jaw tightening with resolve. From behind, Aiden addresses his companions, Kelly, Mia, and their purple-haired friend, uttering the single, weighty word, players. Their purple-haired companion suggests to Aiden that it would be better to hide to prevent rumors from spreading, but he counters, stating they will inevitably be caught sooner or later. His hand clenches tightly, a sound of gripping echoing, as he considers that if the contents of this place prove helpful to players, everyone will flock here. Aiden's expression hardens, a blue light radiating around him, as he contemplates the dire consequences. If that happens, neither the operators nor the admins will be able to get rid of this place. Looking at his companions, Aiden concludes, they should prepare before attracting even more players, shouldn't they? He extends a hand to his companions, a silent invitation to trust him. As he reveals his intentions, having planned this moment with Mia, waiting for everyone to be present, and warning them to remain calm, no matter what unfolds. With a focused gaze, Aiden concentrates, red energy particles beginning to swirl around his head. Suddenly, a powerful burst of red light erupts from him, radiating outwards with immense force. The light intensifies, engulfing everything in a blinding white glow that fades into darkness. Within the expanding red energy, numerous small, white humanoid figures begin to rise and radiate outwards, like souls ascending. His companions react with shock and awe, as the vibrant red energy envelopes them, pulling them into its core. Mia cries out in alarm, questioning the sudden change, but Aiden calmly explains that they have entered the system space. He reassures them, his hand glowing with power, promising to share some of his strength with them from this moment forward. A system message flashes into existence, confirming the sync complete, as the red energy pulses around a glowing share icon. More system notifications appear, declaring that moderator perms have been shared and that Cloud has been unlocked. He clarifies the implications of these new abilities, explaining that they can now utilize cloud storage, which will aid them in managing and protecting the village. Still enveloped in the system space's ethereal red glow, Aiden addresses his companions, reminding them that there are items in the cloud storage that both he and Arya have collected, and assuring them that they can use whatever they need. The unnamed new character, with pointed ears, responds with a firm pledge to do his best to support the village. His words are met with a surprised, yet determined, "Okay," from the unnamed new character, as Kelly looks on with wide eyes, a soft chime echoing through the system space. A system notification flashes into existence, declaring the update complete, prompting Aiden to announce, "Now then," as he prepares for the next phase. With a confident smile, his red aura flaring around him, he declares it's time to get serious. A few days later, the towering structure of the newly modified dungeon stood majestically against the horizon, its intricate design gleaming under the sun, as Aiden and another player observed it from a distance. Inside, Prokian and Theo stood at the base of a grand staircase, watching numerous silhouettes ascend into the tower's depths, a clear sign of its renewed activity. Aiden, watching a holographic display of the scene, mused that the tower was finally serving its purpose properly, its new content drawing in adventurers. Jake, standing beside him, inquired about his feelings regarding the player's positive reception, to which Aiden humbly replied that he still had ways to go, having only made slight changes to the tower. Despite his modesty, the system confirmed his karma was increasing, now at 46, a direct result of the player's engagement. Later, Aiden expressed his gratitude to Theo, acknowledging that he had made things a lot easier for him, implying Theo's significant contribution to the tower's success. Theo, with a hand over his heart, simply stated that he had carried out his duty, his expression serene. Meanwhile, three cloaked figures traversed a glowing, futuristic corridor, one remarking that the tower was being maintained well, and that there was a clear difference with the contents from before. The tower's new content included various challenges, such as a survival mode, where players faced a countdown and hordes of shadowy enemies. Another feature was a puzzle mode, requiring players to solve intricate mechanisms to obtain rewards, like a glowing key. Finally, the tower offered various perks to aid adventurers, such as healing attack speed plus 10, applicable only within certain floors. He observes the positive reception from players, who are clearly enjoying the new content, and remarks that this success must continue. Theo, ever the diligent assistant, assures him that he will immediately get in touch if any issues arise or help is needed. Despite the current success, Aiden still feels a drive to expand, musing that he would like to bring in even more players. His amber eyes gleam with determination as he considers that more players will come if there is a clear benefit to doing so. He understands that what players desire most is growth, and a soft, golden light emanates from his hand as he contemplates this truth. Suddenly, a vibrant, celebratory burst of light and confetti fills the air, signaling an immediate system update and event activation. The system announces a 2x experience points event, and a crowd of players below looks up in awe and excitement as the news spreads. Among them, a player with brown hair exclaims, wondering if this insane event has ever happened before, while others murmur in agreement. The event details are displayed clearly, a 2-hour duration offering a 2x experience buff for fulfilling villagers' requests, though it does not stack with the tower's own event buff. The brown-haired player, now urgent, declares that this is no time to loiter and they need to inform the others, then quickly pings his location on the map, urging his companions to join him as fast as possible. Observing the flurry of activity on multiple screens, Mia smiles, remarking that this is very effective, just as expected. She then turns to Aiden, acknowledging that with everyone's attention now drawn, more people will try to target them, and she needs to ensure her guard doesn't drop. As the game world buzzed with activity, Theo muses that the system moderators will inevitably take notice of the unfolding events sooner rather than later. Considering his options, he thinks he should probably call Mia to get a better grasp of the situation. Meanwhile, the effects of the event were felt across the land, with Vanson City experiencing a surge of players. The bustling activity extended to Lean City, where adventurers gathered in droves. Even Duntown City, a typically quieter locale, was now teeming with eager participants. Amidst the growing excitement, a voice asks, wondering if others had also received the mysterious call to action. A group of players, including Aiden and Theo, gather around a glowing screen, discussing how Urged Village, previously blocked, had reopened with new content and events, despite nothing appearing on the notice board. With an apple in hand, Theo declares that this is no time for hesitation, urging everyone to hurry. He takes a bite of the apple, insisting they must move before the area becomes even more crowded. Having finished his snack, Theo stands ready in a bustling market square, the apple core still clutched in his hand. A shimmering blue energy ripples across the ground, signaling a transition. Their destination is revealed to be the imposing structure of the Hydra Guild Hall, its banners proudly displayed. Within the Grand Hall of the Hydra Guild, an elder meeting is underway, the guild master's voice echoing as he calls for updates from each district. As the reports come in, a red-haired elder confirms his sector is stable, while another voice from the table adds, same for us, indicating no immediate issues. However, the guild master, Douglas, turns his attention to Mia, his expression stern as he questions, why isn't there any news coming from Duntown? Mia flinches, a bead of sweat tracing her temple as Douglas's words cut deep, reminding her of the devastating news. I heard that the entire district was destroyed. Douglas's disappointment is palpable, his voice laced with a chilling critique as he mutters, just how bad was he beaten up for his level to decrease? I'm really disappointed. Mia, her face shadowed with shame, can only manage a choked sound of distress, prompting Douglas to demand, explain. Seated on his imposing throne, Douglas fixes her with an intense stare, his words a clear warning. You better have a proper explanation for what happened. Faced with the formidable Hydra Guild Master, Douglas, Mia bows her head, her voice barely a whisper as she offers, I apologize. She swallows hard, her distress evident, as she begins to recount the events, explaining that while the hunting grounds and other tasks were operating smoothly, a new, unexpected threat emerged. Douglas listens intently as Mia continues, revealing the core of the problem. Someone who I suspect to be a rancor suddenly appeared and Douglas's eyes narrow at the mention of a rancor, his curiosity piqued, and Mia quickly adds, I've prepared a picture in case you wanted to see it for yourself, as a glowing screen materializes before them. Douglas gazes at the image on the screen, his expression unreadable as he processes the information about the mysterious rancor. Douglas stares at the projected image of the blue-haired woman, a sense of unease settling over him, wondering if he's merely imagining her familiarity. That striking blue hair, so distinctive, yet he tries to dismiss the thought, muttering. As the red-haired elder beside him exclaims, demanding confirmation of some urgent news, while Douglas, distracted, is already on a call. He quickly concludes his conversation, apologizing to the elder for the interruption, explaining that he'd received an emergency call. The news clearly weighs heavily on Douglas, his expression tightening with concern. The elder questions the lack of prior notice about the development, prompting Douglas to assure him that he will confirm the details immediately, revealing that a new tower content, a major event with significant rewards, has appeared in Urged Village, before asking which guild currently occupies the area. He muses that no guild has likely claimed it yet, realizing the impossibility of the 5 great guilds being unaware of such a major development, and resolves to act without delay. The emergence of this new content promises to draw countless players, and the ensuing impact on the world will be immeasurable. Douglas slams his hands onto the table, his voice echoing with determination as he orders his forces to claim the place. Before any other guild has a chance, instructing them to dispatch the elite members there as well, demanding they prepare immediately. His elite forces, clad in dark armor with glowing green eyes, stand ready to execute his command, poised to move through the grand archway. He muses on the unexpected system update, wondering why they would resume after such a long period of inactivity. A strange purple energy begins to coalesce around him, making him question the suddenness of these events. The thought echoes in his mind, an update. Suddenly, a towering, shadowy figure with glowing purple eyes manifests from the swirling energy, its presence radiating an unsettling power. Douglas turns, his expression a mix of surprise and intrigue, finding the situation unexpectedly interesting. The shadowy entity, Regan, appears closer, eliciting a startled gasp from Douglas. Regan's form solidifies amidst crackling purple energy, reminding Douglas that he was told not to appear in such a manner. The entity stands tall, its armored form emanating a powerful purple aura, surrounded by shimmering particles. Its true identity is revealed as Regan, Virus Dash, a menacing presence with glowing purple eyes and golden horns. Douglas, still unnerved by Regan's sudden appearance, mutters about the entity being a creepy bastard, but insists on hearing the details. He demands Regan to fill him in on the details, specifically asking about the update. Regan explains that while the notice provided no specifics, all that is known is the appearance of new content in Urged Village. He muses that the current administrators seem incapable of generating new content, wondering what could be happening. His thoughts drift to the only person capable of such a feat, a realization dawning on him. Meanwhile, a white-haired woman, surrounded by crackling energy, considers the individual Worm had been watching, noting their administrative authority. Back with Regan, he recalls being told not to draw attention, but dismisses the order, wondering what reaction he'll provoke by claiming the target first. With a new understanding, he issues a command to send those to Urged Village, indicating a specific target for capture. Douglas reacts with alarm, exclaiming that Regan is spouting nonsense, as the project is still in its experimental phase, and he'd be ruined if the administrators found out. Regan, however, remains unconcerned, assuring Douglas there's no need to worry. He explains that the administrators are currently occupied with something else, and mentions the cheat players they both created. The shadowy forms of these cheat players manifest, their glowing eyes fixed forward. Within a vast, ornate hall, bathed in the soft glow of numerous arched windows, a long table stood before a series of thrones, awaiting its occupants. Suddenly, a sharp impact echoed through the chamber, as Theo slammed his hands onto the table, his voice rising in disbelief. His gaze fixed on Mia, he demanded clarification. What do you mean, Mia? To which she calmly affirmed, exactly what I said. Mia's expression was resolute, her words carrying a heavy finality. Today's my last day. The declaration hung in the air, surprising the assembled figures, as she continued. As an operator. Theo, still reeling from the news, pressed her further. What? Why are you doing this all of a sudden? He looked at her with a mix of shock and concern, but Mia simply replied, Don't be so surprised. I've been thinking about this for a while. Her gaze softened as she recalled her true motivation, revealing, The reason I became an operator was to be of help to Arya. In a tender memory, Theo reached out to Arya, their hands meeting in a gesture of comfort and support. Mia's voice continued, filled with deep gratitude. She was the only one who accepted me, who wasn't needed by anyone, with open arms. Having made up her mind, Mia reflects on her decision, affirming that the person she trusts and follows above all others is Arya. She had planned to wait for Arya's return, but that was no longer necessary. Theo, standing opposite her, listens intently. The administrator, a masked figure with glowing blue eyes, interjects, stating that Theo and the others wouldn't know Arya, as the members were different back then. He continues, explaining that only Mia and he have been operators since that time. Mia turns to leave, announcing her departure and promising to return the noble weapon, but Theo calls out her name, trying to stop her. With a determined expression, Mia stands firm. The administrator challenges her, asking if she truly believes she can just leave like this. Mia, her eyes sharp with defiance, retorts, And what if I did? The administrator raises a hand, acknowledging that her departure would normally be acceptable, but there's a catch. He begins to advance, his voice firm as he declares that by his order, he cannot simply let her go. He then questions if she intends to search for Arya, reminding her that Arya broke a taboo, as a lone hand reaches towards a blinding light. The administrator recalls a past incident, a glowing figure at its center, remembering how someone had interfered with matters beyond their purview, endangering him in the process. That event had irrevocably changed him, and now, facing Mia, he asks if she understands the gravity of such transgressions, his voice carrying the weight of experience. He acknowledges Mia's exceptional performance as an operator, but warns her that he cannot allow her to leave, even as a longtime comrade. His words are firm, a blue energy field shimmering around them as he delivers his final, unyielding command. She is not to leave. Mia's expression shifts, her fangs subtly revealed as she challenges his authority, her voice laced with a dangerous curiosity about what he truly knows. Her eyes widen, glowing with fierce resolve as she dares him, inviting him to try and stop her if he believes he can. With a sudden burst of power, Mia unleashes a devastating magical attack, streaks of blue and red energy tearing through the air, impacting the ground with a thunderous KWA. The impact sends a shockwave across the area, debris flying as the ground shatters and crumbles, the air filled with the resounding gwang and wo of destruction. Nearby, player-aggressor, Theo, and another masked figure observe the chaos, player-aggressor lamenting that this had to happen when Procyon was not around, while the masked figure urges them to quickly pursue the fleeing Mia. Procyon, standing beside Theo, calmly dismisses their concerns, a soft pabbit sound accompanying her words as she states, she is fine, and her presence would only hinder them. Meanwhile, the administrator, now facing Theo, makes his own decision, a PT sound emphasizing his resolve as he declares, he will not interfere in this matter. As the dust settles, a mysterious, glowing purple symbol appears, its intricate design hinting at deeper, unseen forces at play. As the chaos erupted, the system administrator, in his angelic form, washed with a serene yet melancholic expression, his blue eyes glowing faintly against the purple backdrop, a halo-like adornment resting upon his white hair. Meanwhile, a massive, chaotic explosion tore through the environment, debris and shockwaves rippling outwards with a thunderous roar. A swift, pink energy blade sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, aimed directly at an armored figure, the energy humming ominously. The powerful energy blast then carved a deep, swirling trench into the ground, leaving a trail of golden destruction. Mia, her pink hair flowing wildly, glared with intense determination and anger, her blue eyes glowing as energy visibly surged around her. The armored administrator, now fully engaged, charged forward, enveloped in a fierce, fiery orange aura, the air humming with his power. A large explosion then erupted from his position, sending debris flying in every direction. A dark, beast-like creature was violently thrown backward by the force of the blast, crashing hard into the ground. The armored administrator looked up, his helmet gleaming, seemingly assessing the chaotic situation unfolding around him. Meanwhile, Mia, now a silhouette, was surrounded by multiple glowing orbs of fiery energy, preparing a devastating attack with a deep, resonant hum. The armored administrator braced himself as a massive, concentrated energy blast surged towards him, erupting with a blinding flash. The beast-like creature, already reeling, was then struck by multiple, piercing blue energy beams, engulfed in a blinding flash of power. Mia continues her devastating assault, unleashing a torrent of fiery magic that rips through the landscape. From above, multiple fireballs rain down, engulfing the beast below in a cascade of explosions. The impact culminates in a colossal blast, shattering the ground, and sending shockwaves across the barren terrain. High above the devastation, three cloaked figures observe the unfolding chaos from a distant cliff. Closer to the fray, Aiden watches the destruction with a worried expression, grappling with the urgent need to intervene. Yet, the sheer scale of the battle gives him pause, knowing that stepping into such a maelstrom could mean his end. As Aiden hesitates, Xenon, a masked figure, turns to him and the white-haired antagonist, proposing they cooperate. Meanwhile, on the distant cliff, one of the cloaked observers turns sharply, calling out a warning. The white-haired antagonist's voice cuts through the din, commanding Mia to stop her rampage. Mia, however, remains undeterred, her expression resolute as she prepares for another strike. Before her fiery punch can land, the white-haired antagonist swiftly intercepts it with a gleaming sword, deflecting the powerful blow. Despite the block, Mia's fist continues to glow with intense, concentrated fire, ready to unleash its full destructive force. Mia's fiery punch, still blazing, met the white-haired man's sword, which glowed with an ethereal light as it deflected her attack, prompting her to challenge him directly, asking if Lloyd truly intended to stand in her way. Meanwhile, Aiden watched the escalating conflict, his expression troubled, knowing they were bound by the administrator's policy and the severe consequences of breaking it. Mia's eyes burned with fierce determination, convinced that helping someone like the beast would only invite greater chaos, a grave sin against the established order. Her patience snapped. She let out a sharp, decisive command. Lloyd, however, was not easily deterred, his sword arcing with blinding speed, deflecting another of her powerful, unseen attacks. The force of his counterattack sent Mia reeling, her fiery aura momentarily scattered as she was pushed back. But Mia quickly regained her footing, her fist igniting with an even more intense, swirling inferno, preparing for a decisive blow. With a surge of raw power, she launched herself forward, burying her flaming fist into Lloyd, sending him staggering backward. A pained cry escaped him as the impact continued, blood splattering from his mouth as Mia's relentless assault drove him further into the ground. The final blow sent him hurtling through the air, crashing into the earth with a cataclysmic explosion of fire and shattered rock. When the dust settled, Lloyd lay defeated in a deep crater, his sword still clutched in his hand amidst the pulverized ground. Mia stood victorious over the devastation, her fiery aura still flickering as she looked out at the others, questioning their understanding of the situation. Her fangs bared, Mia lets out a guttural cry, her form wreathed in the vibrant, crackling flames of her power. Her voice echoing with a fierce justification, reminding any who might listen that they don't truly understand her motives, for it was all done for the administrator's sake. Meanwhile, the masked system administrator and Aiden stand in silent observation, their backs to the viewer, taking in the raw display of power and defiance. Engulfed in a blazing aura, Mia stands firm, her gaze unwavering as she issues a final, chilling warning. If you still plan to stop me, then prepare yourselves. A surge of raw power courses through the air, causing the white-haired antagonist to gasp, his hand glowing with an ethereal light. Overwhelmed by the sheer force, he can only utter a choked exclamation, realizing the devastating impact of a single blow. Meanwhile, the system administrator, cloaked in dark armor, observes the fiery chaos, questioning how to contain such an entity, as commands prove utterly useless against this level of operator. The administrator finds himself caught in the maelstrom, a torrent of blue energy and explosive fire erupting around him. With a powerful burst of flames, Mia sends the armored figure hurtling skyward, her gaze fixed on her ascent. The administrator's glowing blue eye narrows, a silent testament to his resolve amidst the chaos. Mia, surrounded by her own inferno, maintains her fierce concentration, her power radiating outwards. Another explosive surge of fire and blue energy propels the administrator further away, a small, dark silhouette against the vibrant magical assault. He plummets back down, engulfed in the relentless flames. The impact culminates in a massive explosion, a final, devastating burst of fire consuming everything in its path. The system administrator cries out as he is engulfed in a massive, fiery explosion, the force of the impact sending him reeling. The inferno continues to rage, a swirling vortex of fire and smoke, as Aiden watches from a distance, muttering that the display is no joke. He remarks that Mia is nothing like her usual self, and wonders at the immense power gap between operators, as Mia's eyes glow with fierce red energy, surrounded by a vibrant, crackling fire aura. The fiery explosion persists, its destructive force still containing the silhouette of the system administrator, as Aiden calls out a name, Isabel. Mia asks if he can still move, to which the system administrator replies with a strained, "Of course, worry about yourself," though he privately admits he's unsure if they can win even if they attack her together. He reflects on Mia's unexpected strength, feeling his entire body numb, a sensation he hasn't experienced in a long time. With a smirk, Mia delivers another powerful, unseen blow, sending the system administrator flying backward with a violent impact. She manifests a glowing blue blade of energy, declaring that he stands no chance, and that they need to work together to face her. Mia then unleashes a massive, fiery palm strike, radiating intense heat and power as it slams into her opponent. She confronts the system administrator directly, calling him the strongest operator and revealing her long-held desire to fight him seriously. Mia then confidently asks if she is the strongest, asserting that she is the only one who fits that title. With another explosive burst of fire, Mia sends the system administrator flying once more, as he cries out her alias, Ariani. Mia, surrounded by a fierce fiery aura, stands ready, a thought crossing her mind about the audacity of a younger woman addressing an elder so casually. She faces the system administrator, who is enveloped in his own crackling blue energy, their standoff creating an intense pressure. Suddenly, the system administrator unleashes a wide, sweeping wave of blue energy, tearing through the air with a resounding crash. The attack continues, sharp slashes of blue energy ripping through the environment, sending debris flying. But before his assault can fully connect, Mia's fiery fist intercepts, striking the system administrator with explosive force. Yet, a powerful blue energy impact erupts from the ground, shattering the earth and sending shards flying. Mia's eyes widen in surprise, a silent exclamation escaping her lips as she witnesses the administrator's unexpected counter. Undeterred, she retaliates with another devastating fiery punch, her aura intensifying as she drives her attack forward. The impact culminates in a massive explosion, pulverizing the ground beneath them. Simultaneously, the system administrator's blue energy slashes violently through the environment, breaking apart the terrain with rapid, successive blows. The ground cracks deeply under the relentless assault of his blue energy, causing further widespread destruction. Ultimately, the system administrator finds himself engulfed in his own destabilizing blue energy, overwhelmed by the sheer power of Mia's sustained assault. The ground shatters as a powerful blue energy attack dissipates, sending fragments of rock flying into the air. As the initial force subsides, the blue energy dissolves into swirling clouds of smoke and light particles, leaving a crater in its wake. From a distance, Isabel watches the scene unfold, a hopeful sigh escaping her lips as she wonders if their efforts were enough. Suddenly, a flash of red energy streaks across the sky, and Isabel's eyes widen in alarm, a desperate warning to dodge erupting from her. Mia's fiery assault intensifies, a concentrated orb of red and orange energy expanding with blinding force. The blast connects with devastating impact, triggering a chain of fiery explosions that engulf the landscape. As the inferno rages, the unnamed white-haired woman and Isabel watch, their faces illuminated by the chaotic light. Amidst the flames, the white-haired antagonist cries out in pain, his form racked by the intense heat as his mask shatters, revealing his true face. He struggles against the overwhelming power, his glowing purple eyes wide with disbelief as he questions if he can truly be defeated. Mia presses her advantage, a swirling vortex of fire erupting from her hands, ready to deliver a final, decisive blow. The inferno engulfs the white-haired antagonist completely, his form disappearing within the blinding, chaotic energy. As the light from the attack flares, the unnamed white-haired woman and Isabel exchange worried glances, the outcome of the battle still uncertain. Mia unleashed a torrent of fire, a blazing wave of orange and yellow energy radiating outwards with immense force. The inferno culminated in a massive, swirling vortex of pure destructive power, tearing through the very ground beneath it. From a distance, Isabel and the white-haired woman watched, their expressions shifting to shock as the sheer scale of the explosion became apparent. Caught directly in the fiery blast, a dark, winged silhouette was consumed, a voice crying out the name Xenon in disbelief and pain. The chaotic energies of the battle sent Xenon hurtling downwards, his armored form streaking through the air amidst trails of blue light. A powerful impact resonated through the air, as streaks of red and blue energy clashed in a blinding circular burst. From above, a piercing blue beam descended, meeting a rising wave of yellow and orange energy in a furious exchange. Xenon was caught in the heart of this maelstrom, his body pushed back by the sheer force of the clashing powers. He landed amidst a devastated, rocky landscape, debris flying around him as he struggled to maintain his footing. Mia, her expression resolute, observed the aftermath of her overwhelming attack. Across the ravaged terrain, Xenon stood firm, his horned armor and glowing green eyes fixed on her. He acknowledged her power, remarking, "Gotten stronger, Mia. Incomparably so to when you first became an operator." A system administrator, their armored form cracking under the assault, concedes defeat, acknowledging that they cannot overcome their opponent at this rate. Meanwhile, Mia stands engulfed in a vibrant fiery aura, her power shattering Xenon's form, taunting him by asking if he is finally getting serious, as his very being breaks apart around him. From a distance, Xenon observes the overwhelming display of force, a blue aura swirling around him as he muses that such power was never meant to be used in this manner. His thoughts continue, emphasizing the absolute nature of the administrator's orders, implying a strict code of conduct for the use of such abilities. A monstrous roar echoes through the desolate landscape, as a hulking, dark-armored beast lunges forward, only to be met with a devastating impact, red energy erupting from its form as it recoils from an unseen blow. Aiden, his eyes burning with amber resolve, watches the creature fall, a crimson aura flaring around him. and a system notification confirms his progress. He has achieved a new level. Standing over the vanquished foe, Aiden feels the surge of power, now at level 250. A golden glow momentarily enveloping him as he reflects on the smooth execution of his latest battle. He finds himself in a designated sandbox area, a personal training ground, thinking aloud that such a private space was precisely what he needed. Addressing a holographic projection of Theo, Aiden demands a stronger magical beast for his next challenge, though Theo, ever the cautious one, suggests he might want to rest first. Later, speaking with Mia, Aiden dismisses the idea of resting, declaring his intention to harness his current high-spirited feeling to push himself even further. Mia looks on, a moment of silence passing before a system message appears, indicating Mia no reply, suggesting she is either unavailable or choosing not to respond. Aiden then informs them that something has come up, requiring him to go somewhere else. With a determined expression, Mia, surrounded by crackling blue energy, reassures him that he will be fine, as Theo will still be there to support him. As Mia departed, Aiden left a final message, a surge of brilliant blue energy erupting from the ground where he stood, marking his own departure. Now alone, he glanced around the empty space, a quiet thought crossing his mind about her whereabouts. He mused that if it was Mia, there would be no issues, but his contemplation was interrupted by a sudden alert, a holographic projection of Theo appearing before him, calling his name. Theo reported an immense number of players approaching, to which Aiden responded dismissively, stating it was nothing new, but Theo's expression, mirrored by a small holographic Mia, indicated a deeper concern. Theo clarified that this situation was indeed different, the sheer scale and nature of the incoming threat unlike anything they had encountered before. The reason for his alarm became clear as Theo revealed the players were from one of the 5 great guilds, a revelation that finally brought a look of serious contemplation to Aiden's face. His amber eyes narrowed slightly, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a powerful blue aura pulsed and flared, its raw energy radiating across the landscape. Xenon, clad in his horned red cloak, observed this phenomenon alongside an elite guild member, both stunned by the sheer power on display, wondering how such a thing was possible. The elite guild member recalled the moment Aiden had removed his mask, his level skyrocketing, and mused on the hidden depths of power he possessed. Xenon, now conversing with the maroon-haired knight, expressed his frustration, lamenting that Aiden had not provided a proper answer to their inquiries. He stands amidst a swirling blue aura, a powerful figure contemplating his own nature, realizing he was of the same dragonoid race as his opponent. With a swift motion, a devastating blue energy slash erupts from him, tearing through the air. Mia, with her fox ears twitching, reacts sharply as the luminous blade of energy hurtles towards her. The powerful slash continues its trajectory, carving a path of destruction across the barren landscape. It leaves behind a massive, deep trench, a testament to the sheer force of the attack. Closing the distance, the administrator engages directly, his sword glowing with blue energy, while Mia fiercely parries with a burst of fiery magic. A pained grunt escapes her as she pushes back, her hand engulfed in vibrant flames. From above, the administrator descends, wreathed in his chilling blue aura, as Mia unleashes a massive wave of fire in response. The administrator is momentarily consumed by the inferno, caught midair by her explosive counterattack. Yet, with incredible speed, his gloved hand deflects another incoming blue energy strike. Still, the force of Mia's renewed assault finds its mark, striking him amidst the lingering flames. Her eyes now blaze with an intense blue light, a powerful aura of crackling energy surrounding her as she prepares for the next exchange. The administrator, now in a monstrous beast form, lunges forward, its glowing blue eyes fixed on its target. Unleashing a devastating blue energy slash that tears through the very ground, sending massive chunks of earth flying into the air. From a distance, the administrator's cloaked form observes the destruction, standing silently amidst the shattered landscape. An unnamed observer, with dark hair and piercing red eyes, watches the escalating conflict, a look of intense surprise on his face. The beast form of the administrator speaks, its voice echoing with a hint of annoyance, acknowledging Mia's efforts as quite troublesome. Meanwhile, a green-haired, pointed-eared observer peers over a rocky ledge, wondering aloud if Mia has entered her judgment mode. His companion's thought echoes his concern, questioning if she was driven into such a corner to unleash this power, as Mia stands enveloped in a powerful, swirling blue aura, her eyes glowing with fierce determination. With a surge of energy, Mia charges a brilliant blue orb in her hand, preparing her counterattack. Her attack connects, striking the administrator's beast form, which recoils from the powerful blue energy blast. The impact creates a massive, destructive wave of blue energy, engulfing the area in its raw power. Yet, the administrator's cloaked form remains standing amidst the shattered ground, unmoved by the force of Mia's attack. The dark-haired observer watches on, his red eyes reflecting the intense battle. Mia's powerful blue energy attack, a concentrated blast of pure force, surges forward, aimed directly at the cloaked administrator. The impact tears through the very fabric of the ground, sending massive fissures spiderwebbing across the earth as a brilliant blue explosion erupts. Debris flies outward in a chaotic maelstrom, the sheer force of the blast continuing to expand, reshaping the landscape. The cloaked administrator is violently thrown back by the concussive wave, its form momentarily silhouetted against the blinding light of the explosion. From a distance, the white-haired antagonist observes the unfolding chaos, remarking that even for Xenon, suppressing Mia is proving difficult, and urges Isabel to use her attributed weapon as well. Aiden, now identified as Xenon, stands firm, his expression grim as he acknowledges that blocking Mia's relentless assault is the only viable option. His hand, crackling with vibrant blue energy, tightens around the hilt of his sword, preparing for the inevitable counterattack. With a powerful surge, Aiden draws his blade, a swirling vortex of blue energy enveloping him as he prepares to face Mia head-on. The white-haired antagonist and Isabel continue their silent vigil, their expressions unreadable as the battle intensifies before them. Aiden's voice cuts through the din, demanding to know why his opponent is merely standing there, just as Mia launches another devastating blue energy attack, closing the distance rapidly. His eyes glow with an intense, ethereal blue, and the hilt of his sword pulses with raw power as he prepares to meet the incoming assault. With a swift, decisive motion, Aiden conjures an intricate blue energy barrier, deflecting Mia's powerful attack and creating a shimmering shield of light between them. A sudden, unseen force grips Mia, her eyes widening in shock as blood splatters from her mouth, the blue energy around her crackling with intensity. Nearby, Jake gasps in disbelief, while the white-haired antagonist and Isabel remain impassive, observing the brutal display. Even the administrator, looking down at a fresh crater of blue energy, expresses surprise, wondering how such a powerful impact was possible and admitting he couldn't perceive the attack. Aiden, his expression stern, declares that using the special authority granted by the administrator, he will strip Mia of her position, warning that further disobedience will result in the retrieval of her attributed weapon. Mia collapses to the ground, defeated, as Aiden's voice echoes, recommending she remain more obedient from now on, the blue energy swirling around her a testament to her subjugation. The administrator, with an outstretched hand, confirms that Mia's operator authority has been removed, stating that he will decide her ultimate fate. Completely overwhelmed, Mia lies still, her eyes closed in apparent unconsciousness or utter defeat. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracks, as powerful blue lightning erupts, tearing through the air with violent force. Aiden's eyes glow a fierce red, the blue lightning swirling around him, a clear manifestation of his surging power. Caught in the overwhelming surge, Mia looks up in renewed shock, while Jake watches with deep concern, both enveloped by the crackling blue energy. As the lightning continues to rage, Jake cries out, calling for Arya, his voice filled with alarm. Jake cradles Mia, whose face is etched with pain and fear, her small voice barely a whisper. A wave of regret washes over her, as Jake apologizes for not realizing the danger sooner. Her gaze hardens with resolve, meeting the furious, glowing red eyes of Rain, who watches from a distance. Suddenly, a torrent of brilliant blue energy erupts from the ground, shattering the earth and sending debris flying. The shadowy beast, caught in the blast, is violently repelled by the surging power, its form recoiling in surprise. Rain watches, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, as crackling blue energy surrounds him, a clear sign of the system's interference. Jake's eyes glow with fierce determination, her power now fully unleashed, despite her earlier belief that the system had blocked her abilities. Standing amidst the swirling blue aura, she dominates the scene, the beast figure now a mere shadow behind her. With unwavering conviction, Jake declares her intent to take Mia with her. Rain's face twists in a snarl, dismissing her words with a contemptuous laugh, then vows to never let her go. He stands defiantly, flanked by the silent, white-haired woman and the masked Isabel, a formidable trio ready for the impending conflict. Observing the unfolding confrontation, Jake wonders if this is the individual Mia had spoken of, while the maroon-haired knight suggests it would be prudent for everyone to prepare their attributed weapons. Rain's form glows with an ethereal blue energy, her power radiating outwards, as she recalls a time when she was at a place high enough to wield power equal to the very system itself, a power that now manifests around her. The revelation shocks Jake, who questions if she was truly the first operator, while Aiden, standing nearby, feels an unexpected tremor, wondering if he's shaking from the sheer force of her presence. Rain stands tall, enveloped in crackling blue energy, confirming that her current resurgence of power was indeed because of that past, formidable state. Isabel, her hand trembling slightly, feels the immense pressure of Rain's aura, a silent exclamation escaping her as she struggles to comprehend the magnitude of the power before her. Her masked face contorts in disbelief, a single word of utter astonishment echoing her internal turmoil. Isabel admits to herself that she is shaking, the raw power unsettling her, while Rain calmly states her initial intention was simply to take Mia. With a serene expression, Rain concludes that despite her simple goal, events have unfolded in a way she hadn't anticipated. Isabel, now surrounded by a faint blue glow, her resolve hardening, declares her intention to test this unexpected power. Her voice rings out with conviction, stating her desire to gauge the full extent of Rain's power's effect on her. as a powerful impact shatters the ground beneath, sending debris flying. Before Isabel can fully unleash her own test, Rain moves with blinding speed, a torrent of blue energy erupting from her, striking Isabel with a forceful HWAK that sends her reeling. The impact leaves Isabel stunned, her eyes glowing with the residual blue energy, as the force of Rain's attack reverberates with a sharp SHWIK. Her power surged, a brilliant blue energy radiating from her. Standing before the armored figure, Rain prepared to unleash her full might. A devastating beam of azure energy erupted from her, tearing into the very ground. The armored figure was thrown backward by the sheer force of the blast, debris scattering around him. He landed amidst a newly formed crater, observing the destruction, and remarked that Procyon would be displeased by such damage. With a slight smirk, she countered that it was fortunate Procyon was not present to witness it. Her purple eye glowed with an intense, almost otherworldly light, reflecting her immense power. Without warning, she struck again, a concentrated burst of blue energy slamming into the armored figure. The impact carved a deep fissure into the earth, the ground fracturing under the assault. The armored figure reeled from another direct hit, dark energy crackling around the point of impact. A pained gasp escaped him, his helmeted face obscured but his distress evident. She watched the aftermath, her expression calm, the blue energy still shimmering around her. Despite his efforts to close the distance, the armored figure finds himself unable to breach the shimmering barrier of blue lightning surrounding his opponent, a frustrated thought echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, the blue-haired woman, her eyes obscured by shadow, continues to channel immense power, her hand glowing with an ethereal blue energy, as crackling lightning intensifies around her. With a deafening roar, a colossal bolt of lightning erupts from her position, striking the ground with devastating force and sending a shockwave of dust and energy outward. The armored warrior is caught directly in the blast, his form momentarily obscured by the swirling dust and crackling blue electricity, as he struggles to withstand the overwhelming power. Through the chaos, he can only wonder at the sheer potency of the attack, a skill he knows to be merely intermediate level, yet it feels anything but. Unfazed by the destruction, the blue-haired woman stands tall amidst the storm she created, her blue eyes now fully visible and glowing with an inner light, a testament to her control. She gazes down at the impact zone, a shadowy, horned beast-like figure with glowing red eyes materializing behind her, its presence a silent, ominous affirmation of her power. Meanwhile, the armored warrior, refusing to yield, tightens his grip on his sword hilt, blue lightning still dancing around his gauntlet as he prepares his next move. With a decisive click, he activates a hidden mechanism on his gauntlet, and a complex, glowing blue energy grid instantly materializes, spreading across the dark expanse. Now standing within the protective confines of his newly formed energy field, the armored warrior faces the horned beast, while the blue-haired woman observes the unfolding tactical shift. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the air, belonging to a black-haired figure with piercing red eyes, who remarks on the armored warrior's decision to fight without drawing his primary weapon, acknowledging their long-standing acquaintance. The blue-haired woman, her expression sharpens, turning to face the newcomer with a challenging question, implying he has misjudged the situation. He stands firm against the blue-haired woman, his gaze unwavering as he declares that she is in no position to dictate his actions. Her expression hardening, she looks down at him with disdain. A glowing blade of pure energy materializes in her hand, her voice cutting through the air as she speaks of her frustration whenever she looks at him. His own anger flaring, he is engulfed in a crackling blue aura, unable to contain his fury. The ground beneath them shatters from the force of her attack, sending debris flying as the blue energy ripples outwards. Their blades meet in a blinding flash, a fierce struggle of wills and power erupting between them. He then asserts his identity, declaring himself the antivirus, the protector of what is most important, as she listens intently. That, he insists, was always his role. Suddenly, a massive horned beast looms over him, having seemingly overwhelmed him in the blink of an eye, its voice booming with accusation. If you just performed your role right. His blade shatters under the beast's power, which continues its tirade, lamenting that Sir Aster wouldn't have had to change. Despite his broken blade, a colossal pillar of blue energy erupts from him, radiating outwards with immense power. The beast recoils in visible shock, its glowing eyes wide with surprise at the sudden surge of power. The overwhelming blue energy continued to surge, filling the entire space with a blinding, ethereal glow. Amidst the crackling power, a dark silhouette stood firm, while a woman with vibrant blue hair and matching eyes reacted to the sheer force emanating around her. The blue lightning intensified, erupting in a dazzling display of raw magical might. The blue-haired woman, her expression a mix of awe and apprehension, could only watch as the power swelled. A gasp escaped her lips, as the source of the energy became clear, prompting her to exclaim, "Administrator!" His face, now framed by vibrant blue hair, was etched with glowing lines of power, his eyes burning with an intense, electric blue light. Turning to face her, he remarked, "It's been a while," as the woman, now identified as Arya, looked back at him, her own blue eyes wide with recognition. Deep within a verdant forest, a shimmering, dark portal suddenly manifests, its blue energy crackling with an otherworldly glow. Nearby, Mia gasps in shock and pain, her face contorted in distress as the raw power emanating from the anomaly washes over her. Struggling against the overwhelming force, she cries out, barely able to breathe as the portal's brilliant blue light engulfs the area around her. Despite her exhaustion and the pain, Mia pushes herself forward, knowing she cannot stop and must keep moving, even as she stumbles and falls. Elsewhere, a hand adorned with a distinctive red-gemmed ring clenches, its owner seemingly unaware of the immediate danger unfolding. Mia's desperate thoughts echo, I need to quickly tell him this truth. As a lone silhouette of Aiden stands amidst the trees, his back to the viewer, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, a group of armored figures stands on a hill overlooking a distant castle, their attention drawn to a massive gathering in the valley below. One of them, a man with light blue hair, questions, hey, could that be? As they observe the countless banners fluttering in the wind. His companion, a brown-haired figure, confirms with a grim tone, it's the Hydra Guild, as a black flag bearing the emblem of a three-headed dragon is clearly visible among the forces. Without hesitation, the light blue-haired man suggests, let's just go. While another adds, I don't want to get involved with them, as they turn and retreat from the imposing sight. Gazing down at the settlement below, Aiden remarks on the small size of the village. He muses to Isabel, wondering why he had to bring so many people for such a minor conquest. Isabel confirms that the reconnaissance team reported no other forces in the area, allowing them to occupy it without concern, a fact Aiden finds quite fortunate. With a triumphant declaration, he announces that the village is now their property, urging his followers to enjoy themselves. As Isabel addresses him as Master, Aiden turns, questioning her with a simple what. A lone figure, cloaked in black, approaches the village gates, a fiery aura emanating from the entrance, as if in anticipation of his arrival. Among the gathered forces, Aiden observes the village, noting that there are always those who simply refuse to take a hint. Theo, his expression stern, commands any lingering resistance to stop loitering and get lost. Suddenly, the cloaked figure descends from above, surrounded by a flurry of glowing, sharp, geometric projectiles, streaking towards the village defenses. The geometric shapes transform into a barrage of crimson energy blasts, firing with immense force towards an unseen target. Multiple fiery explosions erupt upon impact, accompanied by a pained cry as the attack finds its mark. The maroon-haired knight is violently thrown backward, his armor visibly damaged, as he cries out in disbelief, what the hell? The defending knight, overwhelmed by the sheer power of the assault, could only react with a cry of disbelief. Yet, despite the odds, he lunged forward, a desperate cry to die, echoing as he initiated a counterattack. With a powerful swing, a vibrant green energy slash erupted from his weapon, aimed directly at his foe. However, before the knight's attack could connect, Aiden unleashed a torrent of crimson energy, forming intricate geometric patterns that pulsed with destructive power. The impact was instantaneous, the knight's face contorting in agony as Aiden's magic slammed into him, leaving visible marks of its force. In a blur of motion, Aiden closed the distance, seizing the knight by the throat and effortlessly lifting him from the ground. The Vice Guild Master struggled weakly in his grasp, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief, questioning the very nature of his attacker. Aiden, observing the knight's futile resistance, calmly stated that based on his observations, the knight was hostile to the area, while the white-haired woman beside him wondered if Aiden was a ranker. Suddenly, Theo stepped forward, a crimson aura flaring around his hand, vowing to guard the place in the name of Lord Aiden. Aiden, without even turning, simply declared his targets were for elimination, a chilling pronouncement of their fate. Before Theo could react, an unseen force struck him, sending him recoiling with a cry of pain. Just as the situation escalated further, Isabel stepped forward, her voice cutting through the tension with a single word, wait. Aiden stands amidst the village, his power radiating with a casual indifference, knowing that any who fall before him will simply return to life. Crossing his arms, he decides to at least hear the reason for their presence. Meanwhile, the maroon-haired knight recoils, a visible shockwave of blue energy indicating a recent impact, his expression contorted in pain or frustration. Aiden then asserts his authority, declaring himself the undisputed owner of the area. The maroon-haired knight clenches his jaw, a curse escaping his lips as he grapples with the situation. Aiden, looking up at the sky, realizes someone has already claimed this territory, making things far more complicated than anticipated. The maroon-haired knight, a faint red aura surrounding him, considers taking the area by force, but the presence of a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes behind Aiden gives him pause, forcing him to decide on persuasion instead. Aiden, surprised by the sudden shift in demeanor, suggests there might be a misunderstanding. The knight clarifies his intentions, explaining that they did not come to fight, but merely wished to establish a new base after hearing about the town. Bowing slightly before the village gate, he apologizes for startling them. Gesturing towards his hooded companions, he assures Aiden that these are simply personnel deployed to their new base. That is all, he concludes, adding that a large guild establishing a base here would benefit everyone, increasing market size and attracting more people to the area. He considers the proposal, a slight smirk playing on his lips, wondering if this truly is a good offer. Meanwhile, the maroon-haired knight watches him, confident in his assessment, believing the young man is foolish enough to accept. Aiden's gaze remains fixed on the document, a subtle shift in his expression as the knight's internal monologue continues, already envisioning their guild taking full control of the guild hall and claiming the entire place as their own. Finally, he looks up, a calm, almost amused smile gracing his features, his amber eyes meeting the knight's. The knight's confident smirk falters, replaced by a look of growing confusion and then outright shock, as he senses the unexpected turn of events. Aiden's voice cuts through the silence, his tone even, acknowledging the knight's previous words about profit and resources. The knight's face contorts in a snarl, his composure completely broken, demanding to know what kind of fool would ever agree to such a blatant proposal. His anger boils over, his voice rising in indignation, accusing Aiden of making a fool of him and questioning his perceived importance in such a small village. Aiden remains unfazed, while behind him, his two subordinates exchange worried glances as the knight continues his tirade, mocking him for thinking he's some kind of administrator or operator. The knight's armored forces stand ready, their presence a silent threat, as one of them exclaims that not even a high-ranking individual could handle this many people. Flanked by his guards, the maroon-haired knight points a furious finger, ordering his men to leave not even a single item behind. As Aiden turns his back to the enraged knight, his female subordinate expresses her concern, reminding him that he will be exhausted once he uses his ability, just as he had said. As a brilliant red-orange energy surges around him, Aiden declares his intent to protect, his resolve unwavering. The power intensifies, culminating in a single, potent command. With hands outstretched, he channels the vibrant red energy, a powerful aura radiating from his form. The sheer force of his ability creates a distortion in the very air around him. Meanwhile, a voice questions, wondering if the insignia they saw belongs to one of the 5 great guilds, recalling if it looked like several snake heads. Aiden, observing a screen displaying the maroon-haired knight and the unnamed white-haired woman, confirms that it is indeed the Hydra Guild's insignia, asking how they knew. Another voice interjects, stating that Theo went to intercept them, pleading with Aiden to leave things to them this time, insisting they will stop the enemy somehow. Aiden's amber eyes narrow slightly, a thoughtful silence falling over him as he processes the information. After a brief pause, a voice suggests that it doesn't have to be just them stopping the Hydra Guild. The screen still displays the enemy figures as the voice continues, reasoning that the Hydra Guild must have many enemies, and a good idea begins to form. Aiden, now with a confident smile, seems to have settled on a new strategy, his expression reflecting a cunning plan. Suddenly, a system notification appears, announcing an /update event and an /AT command event, signaling a significant development. A sudden, sharp ding echoes through the air, accompanied by a blinding flash of light that engulfs the surroundings. The intense light continues to pulse, another ding, signaling the full activation of a new system event. As the system fully engages, Aiden looks on with a surprised expression, a new system window materializing before him, detailing an event where players will pay a large price for hostility and are tasked to bring down the hammer of justice to the Hydra Guild members who came to pillage the village. A reward of 3x experience buff for 10 hours for every one Hydra Guild member defeated is offered, along with a crucial note that karma will not increase for the duration of this event. A voice from off-panel exclaims in disbelief, wondering what exactly is happening. His subordinates, the maroon-haired knight and the white-haired woman, approach him with concern, asking if he is all right, to which Aiden replies that he is okay, simply more accustomed to such events now. A smirk plays on his lips as he considers the implications, muttering that they had suffered so much for this, and now things would become truly entertaining. Elsewhere, a pained cry of "Quack" echoes, indicating the immediate impact of the event on others. The maroon-haired knight looks visibly distressed, his brow furrowed with worry as the consequences of the system event unfold. A system message announces relocating to the revival zone, as a silhouetted figure in a new, unfamiliar environment declares that it is time to show their worth. The speaker then addresses a crowd of diverse individuals, calling out to the players as they gather in this new zone. Aiden looks down, his expression unreadable, as the light glints off the blue-silver plate armor of a figure below him. Blades clash with a resounding clang, sparks flying as 2 armored figures engage in fierce combat. One of them, unable to withstand the assault, dissolves into shimmering blue particles, a system message confirming their relocation to the revival zone due to severe damage. Meanwhile, a knight, a mage, and an archer stand ready on a glowing blue platform, their forms radiating a quiet determination. Observing the unfolding chaos, a dark-haired woman praises Aiden, marveling at his ability to compel players into voluntary participation. Aiden, with his fiery red hair, simply acknowledges her comment, agreeing that it lightens their burden. Suddenly, he is engaged in his own battle, his weapon meeting an armored foe's blade with a sharp, grating sound. Elsewhere, a knight with vibrant red hair stands triumphant amidst dissolving silhouettes, his glowing sword a beacon of power as he dismisses his fallen enemies as mere insects. Back on the battlefield, a group of armored figures, the elites of the Hydra Guild, defiantly declare their identity, regardless of the ambush. Their leader, clad in dark, heavy armor, vows that they will not be easily defeated. Aiden, facing multiple Hydra Guild members, strikes one down with a swift, powerful blow, the impact echoing across the chaotic scene. His eyes glowing with intense fury, Aiden roars, his rage directed at the very concept of these opposing guilds. Aiden observes the ongoing battle, noting that the players are fighting with such intensity that he might need to intervene, when a red-haired figure steps forward. Addressing him directly, the warrior declares, "Lord Aiden, I will take care of them if you leave it to me," as a bandaged arm plunges into a swirling dark vortex, accompanied by a soft, swift sound. The Vice Guild Master then draws a bow, its string glowing with a fierce red energy, announcing his intention to test out the weapon he had just made. And with a decisive gesture, he points forward, leading his hooded subordinates into the fray. Suddenly, a glowing red projectile streaks through the air with incredible speed, striking the Vice Guild Master squarely in the chest, his defenses shattering around him with a loud impact. His amber eye widens in shock. As he stumbles back, an arrow visibly embedded in his armor, roaring at his subordinates to defend properly. He gasps in disbelief, muttering that it's impossible, as he had meticulously prepared for long-ranged attacks. But to think they would use an arrow of execution that ignores all defenses. Another dark arrow, swift and deadly, flies towards the embattled group. As the red-haired youth prepares his shot, Theo offers a quiet suggestion, advising him to aim slightly to the left. Aiden's face contorts in a snarl, his teeth gritted as he curses the enemy as trash. Over time, the distance between Aiden and the armored figures closes, one of them observing the distant archer and realizing the persistent threat, stating that he will keep shooting if left alone. Another armored figure, seeing the danger, barks an order to eliminate the threat immediately. Responding to their aggression, Aiden unleashes a barrage of arrows, his bow glowing with a fierce red energy as he activates rapid fire. The first arrow strikes true, hitting an armored figure with explosive force, sending shards of debris flying. Another arrow finds its mark, piercing the defenses of a second armored guard, who cries out in pain. Unyielding, Aiden maintains his stance, his focus absolute as he prepares to loose yet another arrow. The projectile streaks through the air, a blur of motion heading directly for its intended victim. With a devastating impact, the arrow strikes Douglas, sending him reeling backward with immense force. His subordinates watch in horror as the Vice Guild Master collapses, one of them exclaiming in disbelief that their commander is down. The remaining enemy forces, reeling from their recent defeat, found themselves under relentless assault, a desperate voice urging them to keep pressing forward. Chaos erupted as armored figures recoiled, their formations breaking under the pressure. Two hooded figures, caught in the fray, exchanged panicked words, one demanding to know what to do, the other retorting that they should just keep blocking, muttering about being outnumbered and overwhelmed. With no other option, the desperate cry echoed across the battlefield. "Everyone retreat." From a vantage point, Aiden and Theo watched the enemy forces fall back, the former expressing his satisfaction, hoping they would never return. Aiden then spoke, his voice carrying a chilling implication of what it meant to harm the innocent villagers, his gaze fixed on the fleeing figures. He continued to observe the remnants of the battle below, the blue magical energy still flaring, remarking on the overwhelming power they had faced. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught his attention, prompting a questioning sound from him, as a small group of figures emerged from the dust. These were the stragglers, a few remaining enemies struggling to escape, their retreat less organized than the main force. Aiden, now glowing with a faint blue aura, dismissed them with a confident smirk, declaring that their continued presence only served to increase his buff time. But as the last of the stragglers faded, a new, ominous presence materialized, a hooded figure cloaked in black and gold, emanating a powerful, dynamic energy. The figure turned, revealing a chilling, glowing smile that seemed to cut through the darkness, surrounded by an unsettling aura of dark purple energy. As the last of the retreating enemies vanished from sight, Aiden and the white-haired woman watched, their expressions shifting from observation to surprise, a new, ominous presence suddenly appearing on the battlefield. Before anyone could react, the mysterious hooded figure moved with impossible speed, snatching one of the fleeing soldiers by the arm, a guttural cry of pain escaping the victim. The remaining enemies, stunned by the sudden assault, could only stare in disbelief, one of them shouting in confusion and fear, demanding to know who this new attacker was and why there were still more foes. Ignoring their desperate cries, the hooded figure's fist began to glow with an ominous purple energy, gathering immense power for a devastating strike. With a thunderous impact, the attack slammed into the ground, sending massive chunks of earth and rock exploding outwards in a violent, purple-tinged shockwave. The force of the blast was overwhelming, eliciting another pained cry from the soldier caught in its radius. The ground continued to rupture and crack, as the two enemies were thrown back by the sheer concussive power, unable to withstand the assault. One of the soldiers, battered and disoriented, could only gasp in terror, realizing the immense power of their attacker and wondering if they were facing a high-level player. The soldier was sent sprawling, blood erupting from his body, the impact leaving him severely wounded and helpless. Standing triumphantly over the fallen, bleeding soldier, the hooded figure remained impassive, their dominance absolute. As the hooded figure began to glow with a brilliant blue aura, the defeated soldier, barely conscious, could only utter a final, bewildered question, wondering when this impossible assailant had even appeared. The lingering energy from the attack continued to tear at the earth, leaving a trail of shattered ground and flying debris in its wake. The massive beast figure recoils violently, its glowing purple eyes reflecting the sheer force that repels it. As multiple creatures are sent hurtling through the air, the ground beneath them shattering from the impact of the unseen assault. Aiden and the white-haired woman watch, stunned, as crisscrossing lines of purple energy tear through the space, the overwhelming display of power leaving them speechless. He can barely comprehend what he's witnessing, a desperate plea to flee escaping his lips as blue energy crackles around him. Still reeling from the shock, Aiden observes the shadowy figures, the remnants of the battle, with a grim expression. Amidst the desolate, cloud-strewn landscape, the hooded figure stands alone, a silent testament to the power just unleashed. Nearby, the white-haired woman clenches her fist, her reaction to the display of force a silent, tense gesture. A gloved hand, now shimmering with newly acquired energy, expresses a profound satisfaction, the voice behind it reveling in the desired power and questioning if the power itself shares its pleasure. The maroon-haired knight, now enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, his eyes glowing with the same intense energy, stands amidst flying debris, a new, formidable presence. With this newfound strength, he declares his confidence to challenge even the most powerful rankers. He stands tall, his purple glowing eyes fixed ahead, alongside a towering armored companion, both figures radiating the potent purple aura of their new power. As they survey the desolate landscape, the maroon-haired knight states his intention to find Aiden, his voice echoing with newfound resolve. A sudden, urgent warning flashes across Aiden's vision, indicating a new dangerous element has been detected, requiring immediate emergency maintenance. He turns to Theo, asking if they should proceed with the emergency maintenance, to which Theo responds with a firm, decisive yes. Meanwhile, in a different, purple-hued space, the armored companion remarks that those responsible for the disturbance definitely have connections with the virus. The maroon-haired knight, now radiating a potent purple aura, agrees, concerned that at this rate, they will cause significant harm to the village. Back with Aiden, his hand begins to glow with a fierce red energy as he declares that he will take care of them before any further damage can be done. A crimson vortex swirls into existence, its ominous presence crackling with raw energy, casting a blood-red glow across the desolate landscape below, where a towering, crystalline structure pierces the sky. Observing the phenomenon, a knight with maroon hair expresses his confusion, wondering if this sudden event is merely system maintenance, while the armored Xenon beside him questions if the administrator is present, fearing the implications for themselves. Meanwhile, a young girl named Siri, holding a glowing red device, reassures Lord Aiden, telling him not to worry. She confirms that she has successfully moved everyone, including the players, to a safe location as he instructed. Aiden's amber eye narrows with intense focus, his fiery red hair framing a determined expression. Suddenly, the ground explodes with violent force, and a voice declares it's time to deal with the threat. Without hesitation, Aiden unleashes a powerful, aura-infused punch, his expression one of fierce resolve as he meets the unseen enemy head-on. The ground continues to shatter and erupt as the unseen assault intensifies. The ground continued to erupt in a violent explosion of rock and dust, a testament to the unseen attack that had just struck. Amidst the chaos, the maroon-haired knight recoiled, a cry of disbelief escaping him, as Aiden's eyes flared with an ominous red glow, signaling his powerful counterattack. The knight could only stare in shock, wondering about this new development, as a heavily armored figure slammed a foot down, shattering the earth with another forceful impact. Meanwhile, the hooded assailant from before was sent hurtling through the air, a red trail of energy marking their violent trajectory as Aiden's unseen blow connected. Before Aiden could fully assess the situation, a new figure with light pink hair and scars on his cheeks suddenly appeared, grabbing his arm and declaring, "Found you. You match the description we were given." The pink-haired man smirked, a faint purple aura shimmering around him, as if relishing the capture. He tightened his grip on Aiden, his voice firm as he stated, "You're coming with us." Behind the pink-haired man, the armored companion loomed, its glowing purple eyes fixed on Aiden, an intimidating presence emanating a powerful aura. The armored figure then began to gather energy, a crimson aura swirling around its helmet, preparing a devastating attack. With a sudden burst, a concentrated beam of red energy shot forth, aimed directly at Aiden. Yet, in an instant, the armored companion found itself violently thrown back into a pile of debris, its attack seemingly nullified by Aiden's unseen counter. As the armored figure slowly rose from the wreckage, its glowing eyes still fixed on Aiden, A surprising declaration echoed through the air. Those that try to harm Lord Aiden. A new figure, with striking white hair and piercing blue eyes, declares the approaching threats as nothing more than targets for elimination, glowing energy blades manifesting around her. Turning to the red-haired youth, she confidently assures him, Lord Aiden, I will take care of this one. Aiden, his amber eyes gleaming, acknowledges her with a simple, all right, as purple energy begins to crackle around his hand. Before the maroon-haired knight can even react, Aiden unleashes a devastating blow, sending him flying backward with a furious cry of, where are you looking? The force of the impact propels the knight through the air, a blur of red energy trailing in his wake. He crashes violently into the ground, creating a deep crater and sending debris scattering in every direction. The white-haired ally watches the scene unfold, a smirk playing on her lips as she confidently declares, got him, believing the fight to be over. Meanwhile, Aiden prepares for another strike, his hand glowing with focused energy. However, in a shocking display of resilience, the maroon-haired knight suddenly lunges forward, seizing Aiden's arm in a powerful grip. His eyes, filled with fierce determination, betray no sign of his previous defeat. Aiden's amber eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips, How? The knight's grip remains firm, his hand tightly clamped around Aiden's arm, turning the tide of the battle once more. He cries out in surprise and pain, the unexpected counterattack from Aiden catching him off guard. As the maroon-haired knight struggles against the grip, his face contorted in rage, demanding to be released from the powerful hold. Aiden delivers a brutal blow, the impact sending a shockwave of debris and red energy outward. He stares down at his opponent, a chilling declaration escaping his lips about the dangerous connection the knight possesses. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, announcing a significant increase in his strength. Meanwhile, the white-haired ally observes the scene, her voice calm as she suggests the knight should be grateful to have met her before the current administrator. Back in the fray, Aiden delivers another crushing blow, the force of it distorting the air around them. He unleashes a powerful burst of red energy, sending his opponent hurtling through the air with concentric rings of force. The maroon-haired knight collapses, spitting blood, his eyes dazed and defeated. Aiden stands victorious, a sigh of relief escaping him as he acknowledges the benefit of his increased level, feeling less burdened by the fight. As the red-haired youth looks up at the ominous sky, his thoughts drift to Theo, wondering about his condition. The white-haired ally, observing the aftermath, concludes that her earlier concern was unfounded. Aiden offers a simple commendation to Theo, acknowledging his efforts. Theo, however, seems surprised by the ease of their victory, remarking that their opponent had been incredibly fast, even as a burst of golden and purple energy flashes across the scene, a visual echo of the battle. Xenon, observing the aftermath, dismisses the knight's speed, finding his movements rather simple, as the defeated figure is enveloped in a radiant, destructive light. He then questions how Aiden intends to deal with the remaining threats, the maroon-haired knight, now lying broken on the cracked earth. The armored figure considers the future, contemplating the act of deleting those who stand in their way, his heavy boots planted firmly on the fractured ground. Aiden, however, rejects this approach, believing that such actions would make him no different from the current administrator, his amber eyes reflecting a deep conviction. He declares his intention to handle matters in his own unique way, a golden aura flaring around him as he makes his stand. Meanwhile, in a different space, a subtle, dark energy begins to coalesce, hinting at unseen forces at play. The unnamed white-haired woman, surrounded by a vibrant purple glow, contemplates how certain individuals manage to deceive the system and acquire such abnormal power, her form silhouetted against the swirling magic. She is certain they abuse their rights as players and resolves to sever their connections. With a swift motion, she manifests a glowing red sword, its fiery energy crackling with destructive intent. Her resolve solidifies as she prepares to act, targeting them specifically as a player. A blinding flash of purple and yellow energy erupts around Aiden as he stands over two prone figures, their forms shimmering with residual power. He had stripped them of their abilities, leaving them as mere mortals, their powers as players now gone, making them no different from ordinary people. A stark system message confirms their fate, declaring that their rights as players had been deprived. Standing beside him, the maroon-haired knight observes the fallen, concluding they must be related to the virus from the start, and suggests imprisoning them until they awaken. Aiden's amber eye gleams with resolve, as he considers interrogating them to uncover who truly pulls their strings. However, a moment later, he dismisses the idea, deciding that such a step is not necessary. Purple particles drift around him and his companions, as he states his intention to handle the situation himself, simply because he is already there. Suddenly, from the ground beneath his boot, dark, shadowy tendrils erupt, reaching out with a menacing glow, as if to declare, "You're coming with me." The tendrils lash out with incredible speed, engulfing him in a shockwave of purple energy, leaving him stunned and questioning the sudden, overwhelming force. His face contorts in shock as the dark energy consumes him, his companions crying out his name in alarm. Frantic shouts echo through the air, urging him to get out of the way, calling out, "Lord Aiden," once more. The massive, swirling tendrils of dark energy expand, completely obscuring where he once stood, leaving his allies to stare in horror at the void he left behind. A torrent of dark purple energy erupted from the ground, swirling upwards with an ominous hum. Tendrils of pure darkness lashed out, ensnaring Aiden and lifting him helplessly into the air. A gasp escaped him, his eyes wide with terror as he struggled to comprehend his sudden, terrifying new reality. A cold, disembodied voice echoed through the void, declaring this to be the anti-debugging zone. The voice continued, explaining that this space functioned much like the maintenance systems he himself used, a parallel dimension designed for control. Aiden's expression hardened, his mind reeling at the audacity of someone challenging him within such a domain. The voice pressed on, revealing that his firewall would weaken, his commands would fail, and that these were the inherent limits of incomplete cheat players who couldn't even manage a single task despite being granted power. The unseen speaker concluded with a dismissive sneer, labeling them all as useless bastards. From within the swirling purple energy, the hooded antagonist emerged, revealing their presence and admitting they had been observing Aiden just in case. Their glowing purple eyes fixed on the trapped administrator, the figure declared that their decision had proven correct. They confessed to initial skepticism, but now, seeing Aiden's predicament, all doubts had vanished. With a chilling confidence, the hooded figure boasted that with Aiden's power and authority, they could even surpass Trojan. The hooded antagonist, having trapped Aiden, extends a hand, purple energy crackling around his fingers, declaring his intent to destroy the annoying firewall that still protected his captive. He then lunges forward, a blade of pure dark energy forming from his arm, slicing through the air with devastating speed. His eyes glow with an intense, malevolent purple, reflecting the raw power he wields. Aiden cries out as the attack connects, the force of the blow sending ripples of pain through him. Amidst the chaos, a shimmering, ethereal sword materializes, leaving Aiden to wonder what new element has entered the fray. Overwhelmed, Aiden begins to dissolve into particles of purple energy, his defeat seemingly complete as he curses his fate. The hooded antagonist, however, is suddenly startled, his glowing eyes widening in disbelief, recognizing a presence he thought impossible within his domain. A powerful surge of blue energy erupts, shattering the purple field, as Procyon, a figure with flowing white hair and a blue cloak, makes her dramatic entrance. Her yellow eyes fix on the antagonist, her presence radiating an undeniable aura of power and resolve. From the barren, rocky expanse, a dark, menacing energy began to coalesce, swirling with ominous purple and black hues, taking on a vaguely humanoid form as a voice cried out, "Lord Aiden." Nearby, Theo, Mia, and the maroon-haired knight watched in horror as the entity solidified, Mia's voice trembling with urgency, asking Theo what they should do, for Lord Aiden was truly manifesting before them, while the knight warned them not to approach carelessly. The knight's words hung heavy in the air, a chilling reminder that contact with such a force could be catastrophic, as the dark energy pulsed with an infectious malevolence. Theo and the white-haired ally exchanged a look of grim determination, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation unfolding before them. Suddenly, a blinding column of brilliant blue energy erupted from the ground, tearing through the dark manifestation with immense force, a sharp, explosive sound accompanying its powerful surge. The blue energy continued its relentless expansion, swirling outwards in a vibrant vortex, pushing back the remnants of the purple darkness with sparkling intensity. As the blue energy stabilized, it formed a shimmering boundary around a newly opened, abyssal black portal, its depths swirling ominously as Theo and his allies stood witness to the profound phenomenon. From a distance, Procyon observed Theo, Mia, and the maroon-haired knight, her gaze fixed on the portal, muttering to herself that this place should be under maintenance, questioning how such an event could possibly occur. Procyon stood resolute, her golden staff held firmly in hand, her expression a mixture of concern and intense focus as she processed the unfolding chaos. Her golden eyes narrowed, reflecting a sudden vision of a glowing, ethereal figure, a silent premonition of the power now unleashed. A blonde-haired woman with striking yellow eyes, known as Siri, gazes forward, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Procyon observes a swirling blue portal, its energy crackling, while nearby, a maroon-haired knight asks his young companion if she is acquainted with Miss Siri, noting the blonde woman had been staring at her. The black-haired girl simply replies, "No," her thoughts then turning to the immense magical power she senses, recognizing its undeniable presence. Her attention is drawn to a powerful entity, Lord Sirius. Looking up at the majestic blue dragon, the young girl asks, "Do you have any family?" Lord Sirius considers her question, his glowing yellow eye fixed on her, before replying, "Family? Yes. If there are other dragons besides Lord Sirius, they're both in good health." Intrigued, the girl declares, "I'd like to meet them." To which the dragon muses, "Family, yes. I guess I could call them my family." He continues, his form radiating blue energy. "There exists only 3 dragons, including myself, in this world. I don't know what they're doing now." As ethereal representations of other dragons, one blue and one fiery orange, appear around him. But they're probably fulfilling their roles faithfully. He then adds, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Unlike me, who's become weak, they're both in good health. I would have introduced you to them, if possible, but it's a shame. The young girl listens intently, her expression thoughtful. A close-up reveals her wide, dark eyes, reflecting the weight of Lord Sirius's words. Aiden stares in disbelief, a swirling blue energy portal manifesting before him, realizing that it can't be, that she is truly here. From the heart of the shimmering vortex, Procyon emerges, her hooded figure silhouetted against the vibrant magical light, a staff held firmly in her hand. As purple energy crackles around him, Aiden clenches his fist, his frustration palpable. The sudden intrusion forces him to his knees, debris scattering as he struggles to comprehend the situation, muttering that he's only alive because the administrator was distracted. He realizes the precariousness of his position, knowing he needs to find a way to escape this place. His gaze remains fixed on the glowing blue portal, wondering about the person who appeared so suddenly. Procyon, her expression cold and commanding, deems his presence utterly impertinent. As the administrator directly acts to eliminate the viruses, she chastises him for openly engaging instead of hiding himself. Gathering a surge of blue energy in her hand, she tells him he's practically asking to be deleted. With a powerful thrust, Procyon unleashes a radiant spear of blue magic, sending it hurtling towards Aiden amidst a shower of purple particles. Having delivered her judgment, Procyon stands resolute, her staff glowing faintly, a trail of blue energy lingering in the air. Aiden's voice, calm yet menacing, declares his intent to delete her if that is her desire, prompting Procyon to question his audacity. He finds her challenge amusing, a faint purple glow emanating from his masked eyes. Procyon, undeterred, issues a fierce challenge, her magical aura flaring with vibrant purple energy. Her attack manifests as a torrent of dark, swirling energy, tearing through the space between them. Procyon presses her assault, her glowing spear leading the charge through a shimmering field of blue and purple particles. The spear finds its mark, striking Aiden with a blinding flash of blue energy, sending purple particles scattering. A pained cry escapes him as the force of the impact sends him reeling, enveloped in the lingering purple energy. The explosive impact continues to ripple outwards, a wave of blue and purple energy washing over the area. Aiden lies amidst the shattered debris, struggling to rise, cursing the unexpected ferocity of the attack. But then, a shadowy form of Aiden emerges, his eyes glowing purple, confidently declaring that he is now beyond her reach. He reveals his true tactic, his voice echoing with a newfound advantage. Procyon, now alone amidst the floating debris, looks around in confusion, unable to locate her vanished opponent. A menacing voice echoes, promising to watch its victim slowly succumb to infection, as a clawed hand, wreathed in vibrant purple energy, pulses with dark power. The command rings out, urging the attack to its deadly conclusion. From the swirling purple aura, a small, dark figure, spear in hand, launches itself towards Procyon, who stands resolute, observing the incoming threat. A massive, serpentine tendril of purple energy then coils and strikes, aiming to ensnare her. But her golden eyes flare with an intense, perceptive glow, seeing through the illusion. With a swift counter, she unleashes a torrent of sharp, light blue energy blades, shattering the purple assault. The blue energy culminates in a blinding explosion, erupting where the hidden attacker's presence was felt. From his concealed position, Aiden reacts with utter disbelief, his masked face betraying his shock. Procyon, in turn, expresses her own surprise, perhaps at the effectiveness of her counter or the attacker's unexpected reaction. Aiden's thoughts race, wondering how his attack could have possibly been discovered. Procyon stands amidst the lingering blue energy, her presence radiating power and confidence. Her golden eyes glow once more as she taunts her unseen foe, questioning if he truly believed such a crude skill could deceive her senses. As the battle intensified, Procyon's exclusive skill, Dragon Eyes, activated, allowing her to identify the true nature of her target, while a brilliant light blue energy surged around her. With swift precision, she unleashed sharp blades of light blue energy, effortlessly slicing through the encroaching purple aura. The impact was devastating, shattering the purple energy into countless shards and eliciting a pained cry from her opponent. Thrown violently backward, Aiden tumbled through the air, surrounded by the remnants of his shattered attack, a choked gasp escaping him. His masked face, usually impassive, now registered pure shock, his purple eyes glowing with disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Standing tall and triumphant, Procyon held her staff aloft, a radiant blue aura surrounding her, while Aiden's broken mask lay discarded at her feet. A final, overwhelming burst of light blue energy erupted from her, tearing through the very ground and pulverizing the remaining purple debris. The air filled with the sound of crumbling earth, as fragments of purple rock rained down, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. Amidst the dissipating magical residue, she stood in profile, her expression calm and utterly self-assured, surveying the devastation she had wrought. With her staff glowing softly, Procyon presented a commanding figure, her gaze unwavering as she looked out at the scene. Her victory was absolute, her foot resting firmly on the shattered remains of Aiden's mask, a symbol of his complete defeat. Looking down with a confident, almost mocking expression, she posed a final, cutting question to her vanquished foe. The masked figure of Aiden groaned, his form flickering under the relentless assault of Prokian's radiant blue and white energy. Even as he managed a final, chilling warning that her own end was not far away. He seemed to relish the thought of her eventual downfall, inviting her to enjoy looking down on him while she still could. Clutching a glowing blade, his masked form persisted, a final, defiant stand against the inevitable. But the purple energy around Prokian shattered and dissipated, leaving her standing serene and victorious. Aiden, now unmasked, watched in disbelief, marveling at how she had deleted the virus in an instant. He pondered her unique aura, noting its similarity to Sirius and wondering if she was somehow related to him. Prokian, her yellow eyes glowing with power, seemed to sense his thoughts, her gaze piercing as she silently questioned his identity. With a swift motion, Prokian's glowing blue and white energy blades sliced through the air, a clear demonstration of her continued dominance. Aiden recoiled in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer force before him. Prokian held her radiant blade towards him, addressing him directly as NPC Aiden, who has been given administrative authority, her voice firm and unwavering. Her glowing yellow eyes fixed on his, she issued a simple, undeniable command. Please follow me. A surge of dark purple energy ripples across the void, crackling with raw power. Coalescing into a swirling vortex that threatens to consume everything in its path, its vibrant glow illuminating the desolate landscape. The energy intensifies, a blinding column of purple light piercing the darkness, its sheer force reshaping the very ground beneath it. As the light impacts the earth, a tremor shakes the surroundings, sending debris flying and leaving a deep impression in the rocky terrain. From the heart of the purple maelstrom, a shadowy figure begins to emerge, its form indistinct yet imposing, surrounded by swirling particles of dark energy. A voice echoes, observing the transformation with a detached curiosity, wondering aloud, "Wait, what's this again? So how did that amazing Regan?" The question hangs in the air as the purple energy continues to surge. Become like this? The white-haired figure, adorned with glowing purple markings on their neck and chest, continues their monologue, musing about someone going somewhere and doing something. A knowing smile plays on their lips as they recall, "I knew this would happen. I warned you." Their eyes, a piercing pinkish red, gleam with amusement as they elaborate, "To not get ahead of yourself. Or watching you being deleted like this would be quite fun." Leaning in with a predatory grin, the white-haired figure poses a final, chilling question. "What do you think?" Aiden stands silently, his white hair contrasting with the vibrant purple energy that pulses around the shadowy figure before him, a desolate landscape stretching into the distance. His purple eyes gleam with a peculiar amusement, as a new voice remarks on the strangeness of the situation, finding it odd that Aiden would initiate a conversation with him. The speaker, a man with long dark blue hair and piercing yellow eyes, is revealed to be Beetlejuice, his presence adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding events. Beetlejuice's ornate, gold-braided belt and dark blue coat are highlighted, confirming his identity and elegant, yet formidable, appearance. Turning to face him, Aiden asks if he possesses enough skill to help, to which Beetlejuice responds with a casual, almost mocking tone, assuring him it was merely a joke and he had no intention of letting the shadowy figure perish. Aiden then reveals that the shadowy figure played a significant role in planting a spy, making it a waste to discard him, as he remains useful. Suddenly, a torrent of raw purple energy erupts from the ground, swirling violently, as if tearing through reality itself. The ground shatters and cracks under the immense pressure as the destructive force continues to expand outwards. The air crackles with overwhelming magical power, the purple aura intensifying with a deafening roar. Caught in the maelstrom, the shadowy figure cries out in agony, its form writhing as the purple energy courses through it, threatening to tear it apart. Standing over the struggling entity, Aiden calmly declares that the shadowy figure is lucky he intervened, calling him a stupid idiot. A shadowy figure, writhing in a pulsating purple aura, struggles with an internal torment, the words "you owe me" echoing in his mind, as he curses the very idea of being indebted to someone like Aiden. Meanwhile, a voice cautions, "Be careful and don't forget we have something big planned," adding a warning that they don't know what will happen if someone's power, who is on their side, decreases. In a desolate, purple-hued landscape, three hooded figures stand, one instructing another to recover here for now, amidst the rocky terrain. Another voice, filled with urgency, pleads, "Please wait for me, Moderator." Back with Regan, his purple hair flowing and yellow eyes glowing with fierce resolve, he declares, "I will definitely give you freedom soon," the words imbued with a chilling determination. From a distant vantage point, two figures observe a third, silhouetted against a vibrant, particle-filled sky, as a faint red glow illuminates the landscape. Elsewhere, Xenon, his face etched with concern, stands beside his female companion, both looking towards an unseen event, as he utters a single word, "inspection." Aiden, accompanied by Isabel, also witnesses the unfolding phenomenon, his expression serious, as Isabel calls out to him, "Sir Aiden." The three hooded figures from before observe a massive purple energy field, now visibly cracking and expanding, its power rippling through the air. Suddenly, a fourth hooded figure joins the observers, as the purple energy erupts into a blinding explosion, shocking everyone present. Xenon's eye widens in disbelief, as both he and his companion stare in utter shock at the overwhelming display of power. As pink and purple energy shards erupt around him, a voice calls out to Aiden, his name echoing with urgency. His amber eyes glow with an inner light, as he considers his own existence, a person of higher rank than Aster. Meanwhile, another watches, her yellow eyes narrowed in concern, wondering how he remains unaffected after being permanently deleted, and if he might be evolving into a new virus. The thought solidifies into a grim resolve, as she decides to intervene personally, while behind him, a fiery red aura begins to pulse around Aiden. The red energy intensifies, erupting into a blinding crimson light, engulfing the space around him. The blonde-haired woman's eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping her lips as she witnesses the raw power. Aiden's silhouette glows within the red energy, his thoughts acknowledging the power's slight difference, but undeniable similarity to Aster's, questioning if this bug is merely a coincidence. As he looks up, multiple glowing yellow eyes manifest around him, surrounded by an ethereal blue light. Another cloaked figure reacts with a silent exclamation, their forms silhouetted against the blue energy. Aiden's amber eyes widen in alarm, recognizing the skill is identical to one he witnessed with Sirius, and a chilling question forms in his mind. Could this girl be a dragon? The blonde-haired woman's glowing yellow eyes harden with determination, her thoughts firm that while there was no time to act with Sirius, the situation is different now, and she will not allow herself to be manipulated. As Aiden's form glows intensely white, surrounded by a furious red aura and piercing red eyes, the blonde-haired woman watches, her resolve unwavering. A blinding, raw energy erupts, radiating outward with immense force, a core of pure light at its center. From within the maelstrom, a faint, ethereal silhouette of a figure begins to coalesce, glowing with an otherworldly blue-white light. The blonde-haired woman recoils, a pained gasp escaping her lips, as shards of red energy impact around her, the sheer force of the eruption overwhelming her senses. Suddenly, the chaotic energy is met with an invisible barrier, a system-level rejection that flashes across the space, declaring access denied, with an abrupt, jarring sound. The red-haired youth, the source of the power, feels his own energy violently repelled, a wave of disbelief washing over him as he questions how his power could be pushed back. His eyes shadowed with a mixture of confusion and anger, he mutters that such a thing has never happened before. Procyon, observing the volatile display, tightens her grip on her staff, realizing the profound danger he represents and resolving to bring him to Aster as quickly as possible. Elsewhere, an unseen figure, their face partially obscured, reacts with a sharp exclamation, addressing someone with a respectful "Sir." As the ground cracks and dust billows, Theo steps forward, placing himself directly in front of Aiden, the maroon-haired knight standing ready beside him, as he commands Aiden to stand behind him. Theo, his expression grim, warns his companion that the individual they face is incredibly dangerous, and he cannot guarantee how long he will be able to hold them back. Procyon, her resolve firm, instructs those around her to flee to a safe place, while she prepares to block the formidable opponent. From a distance, a hooded figure observes the unfolding chaos alongside an armored companion, commenting on the short duration of the authorities' rights and the presence of such a powerful individual under their command. The white-haired ally observes the unfolding power, remarking that even Aster's high-ranking guards couldn't possibly possess such strength. His words hang in the air, a testament to the raw power emanating from Aiden, who stands cloaked in shadow, his presence radiating an unsettling intensity. Aiden turns to face the white-haired ally, his voice laced with suspicion, accusing him of having a deep relationship with the administrator, given his knowledge. As Aiden speaks, fragmented memories flash through his mind, a crying girl, a younger version of himself screaming, and a shadowy figure with glowing blue lines, all tied to the administrator's actions, fueling his growing rage. His face, now obscured by shadow with only his glowing red eyes visible, reflects his internal turmoil as he declares he will no longer beat around the bush regarding his feelings towards the administrator. Procyon, sensing the escalating danger, attempts to intervene, asking Aiden why the administrator is looking for him, but she is quickly cut off, warned to be careful with her words. Aiden's expression twists into a menacing grin, his eyes glowing intensely, challenging anyone to stop him. He unleashes his fury, questioning if anyone would respect the administrator, a bastard who deleted his innocent sister in him. With a surge of power, Aiden draws a glowing sword, its blade radiating a fierce red energy, red particles swirling around him as he prepares for battle. The sword pulses with an intense orange-red glow, sparks flying from its surface, charged with destructive force. His face, still shadowed with glowing red eyes, hardens with resolve as he declares that no one can command him. Without hesitation, Aiden unleashes a barrage of blue energy shards towards the white-haired ally, who recoils as the attack impacts, while other figures in the background brace themselves. As Aiden's rage flared, the white-haired ally stood firm, declaring, "If he has something to say, Tell him to come find me. Blue energy shards began to manifest around her, her resolve hardening as she acknowledged. I guess it has come to this. Her eyes glowed with an intense yellow light, reflecting the surging power within her. With a powerful surge, she launched the crystalline shards, which struck the ground with explosive force. She faced the two figures, Aiden and Procyon, as the blue energy swirled around her, ready for the inevitable clash. Both the white-haired ally and Aiden locked eyes, their gazes burning with fierce determination. A sudden impact forced a gasp from the white-haired ally, the force of Aiden's attack catching her off guard. The shockwave rippled outwards, causing Mia to recoil, her pink hair flying from the sheer force. Aiden's crimson energy slammed into the white-haired ally's azure defenses, creating a blinding explosion of light and power. Procyon lunged forward, shouting, "Stop!" as Mia watched in horrified disbelief, her own cry of, "Lost in the chaos." Both Aiden and the white-haired ally looked on, their expressions a mix of shock and concern at the unfolding events. Mia, overwhelmed by the intensity, could only manage a strained MIA as she struggled to catch her breath. Emerging from the chaos, the white-haired ally looks around with a bewildered expression, questioning their sudden relocation. Her gaze then falls upon Mia, noticing the fresh cuts marring her face, and she asks with concern about the extent of her companion's injuries, while Mia remains visibly shaken, lost in her own thoughts. The impact of the previous clash still resonates around them, leaving Mia's eyes wide with a mixture of pain and shock. Her face, marked by the recent struggle, reflects the lingering trauma of the battle. Within a vast, circular chamber, bathed in the ethereal glow of blue energy, a solemn gathering of powerful figures convenes around a central table. Among them, Procyon stands with a grave expression, her blonde hair cascading over her shoulders, while the white-haired woman and Theo observe intently. The full assembly includes Xenon, his female companion, Isabel, the maroon-haired knight, Douglas, Beetlejuice, the hooded antagonist, and an armored companion, all focused on a central containment unit where Aiden is held, a silent testament to the gravity of their discussion. It has been a considerable time since they last gathered like this, the hooded antagonist remarks, questioning Aiden, who remains trapped within his glowing blue containment field. Aiden, his face etched with glowing blue lines, acknowledges the truth of the statement, apologizing for his return in such a state. Procyon, holding a shimmering blue energy in her hands, explains that these were necessary measures, asking for understanding from the captive. Isabel, her masked face turned towards Aiden, asserts that while he may have had his own plans, his actions led to consequences he shouldn't have caused, unleashing a power capable of turning the entire world into nothingness. Aiden, his eye now glowing with an intense blue light, understands the gravity of the situation, acknowledging this as a lost power that no one should ever wield. A stern voice questions the consequences of breaking a taboo, as another voice, belonging to Mia, begins to respond. Her words echoing around a glowing, ethereal form of Aiden, who seems to be the subject of her desperate plea not to lose him too. Mia, her expression resolute, insists that she only needs to do this one time. The unseen speaker, however, dismisses her, urging her to leave the system operations to them and return to her original role. They continue, stating that she is deluding herself, and they will explain it to her. But Mia, with a defiant glint in her eye, cuts them off, declaring that she is no longer an operator of this place. With a sudden surge of power, her hand shatters the unseen restraints, a crackling sound filling the air. An intense blue aura flares around her as she makes her bold declaration. She is now Aiden's operator. A powerful wave of blue energy erupts from her, sweeping through the armored figures surrounding her, pushing them back with overwhelming force. From a distance, Beetlejuice watches, his expression one of shock, unable to believe she broke the moderator's restraints so easily. Mia stands amidst the glowing particles of her unleashed power, a testament to her unbelievable strength. Aiden's hand reaches out, a blue glow emanating from his wrist as he acknowledges Mia's words. You said Aiden, right? As she stood beside the restrained figure, Mia challenged the unseen speaker, demanding to know how they were acquainted with him. The blue-haired woman, Beetlejuice, responded with incredulity, questioning Mia's sanity for claiming the title of operator. She continued, her voice laced with concern, pondering the danger if Aiden were to turn against them, describing him as a bug that defied deletion, potentially even a named virus. Beetlejuice then asserted the necessity of an immediate role change, deeming the situation too dangerous, before revealing she had already commanded Procyon to bring him, ensuring their imminent encounter. Mia, her expression resolute, declared she would assess Aiden's true impact on the system before making any final judgments. A knowing laugh escaped her lips, acknowledging Aiden's impending arrival and the futility of hiding any longer, a sentiment Aiden seemed to echo with a subtle reaction. With a determined glint in her eye, Mia asserted that the time had come to bring an end to the current state of affairs. Her voice hardened with resolve, she vowed to personally strip Beetlejuice of her moderator position. Addressing Beetlejuice with a familiar, yet challenging, term, Mia's declaration hung heavy in the air, a clear sign of the shifting power dynamics. Later, amidst the tranquility of a sun-dappled forest, a voice mused on the events that transpired during their absence. particularly the decision to relinquish the role of an operator. A blonde-haired woman gently urges Mia to step aside, suggesting she leave Arya to her and focus on her own well-being, acknowledging the hard work she has put in. Meanwhile, Aiden, overhearing a distant conversation, finds himself bewildered by what they could possibly be discussing. His eyes widen in shock as he processes the words. Arya was taken by the moderator. The blonde woman's voice carries, confirming the situation, stating that it appears Mia is there to take that guy away. Mia, however, remains resolute, apologetically refusing the request, explaining that she cannot comply even if it is asked of her. She clarifies her stance, declaring that she must follow through with her current task, as it is a direct order from the moderator. Her expression is firm, her resolve unwavering, as she reiterates her commitment to the moderator's directive. Aiden's amber eye widens further, a ripple of surprise crossing his face, as he hears the astonishing claim that that guy can fix bugs. The question hangs in the air, echoing his own disbelief. Can he truly fix bugs? The answer comes swiftly, confirming the truth of the statement. Mia, addressing Beetlejuice and the white-haired ally, explains that Arya, whom she refers to with the respectful term Uni, for an older female sibling or close friend, had told her how truly important he is, a fact that even her own eyes confirmed to be no lie. The white-haired ally, listening intently, ponders the implications. If fixing bugs is truly possible, then what exactly was Aster trying to achieve? Aiden's face is etched with concern, his thoughts consumed by the revelation, as the name Arya echoes in his mind. He stands at a crossroads, his true self reflected in the system's blue glow, while his human form is bathed in a stark red light, a blonde figure observing the internal struggle. With a focused intensity, the blonde woman considers the implications, believing that if her hypothesis holds true, then a remarkable outcome might be within reach. Her thoughts crystallize around a single, astonishing possibility. He possesses the power to restore Aster to his original state. Meanwhile, in a verdant forest, he observes two cloaked figures, their conversation just out of earshot, a sense of unease settling over him. A hand extends, offering a delicate pendant. As Mia explains, Arya wished for him to have this. She continues, her voice soft. This is something she crafted for him, and she instructed her to come here, sending her away with a final message. As a spectral wolf image shimmers into existence, Mia relays Arya's words. She told her to deliver this message to him. Arya's voice, carried by Mia, expresses regret. She had promised to return soon, but circumstances have made it difficult, asking him to wait a little longer. His hand clenches tightly, the sound of fabric straining, as the weight of Arya's words settles upon him. Aiden looks away, a worried expression on his face, wishing he could believe Arya would be fine, but unable to shake his concern. In the forest, Beetlejuice, accompanied by the white-haired ally, turns to an unseen figure, her voice sharp with impatience, asking if they have finished speaking. The blonde mage, Procyon, now fully revealed, addresses him directly. Aiden, they have not yet finished. Mia looks down, her expression troubled, as she tells Aiden that no matter what happens, she must take him with her. Procyon, her yellow eyes sharp with resolve, interjects, declaring that if she were to let him go, which she won't, many others would come for him. She concludes that the best option for him is to come with her, Aiden remaining silent, his back to her. His shoulders are slumped, a heavy silence hanging in the air as he processes her words. Finally, he turns to face her, his voice resigned as he agrees to do as she says. Procyon looks at him, her expression unreadable, and warns him to keep something in mind. His eyes glow with a fierce red light, dark particles swirling around him, as he declares that she shouldn't expect politeness from him in front of the moderator, admitting he is holding back his true power. Procyon closes her eyes briefly, then opens them with a slight smile, acknowledging his statement with a simple, I understand, accepting his terms. A glowing blue teleportation circle materializes beneath her feet, as she announces there's no need to delay any longer, and they should head straight there. Aiden, standing beside her as the magic circle expands, questions if they are teleporting to their destination. As the teleportation completes, the maroon-haired knight and Theo appear beside Aiden, both expressing concern and insisting that it's too dangerous for him to go alone, pleading to be taken with him. The maroon-haired knight firmly instructs his companions to remain, declaring, No, all of you, stay here. Placing a reassuring hand on Theo's shoulder, he adds, I'll leave this place to you, Theo. Protect the people here. A faint, determined smile touches Theo's lips, his blue eyes gleaming with resolve. He looks up, a red glow emanating from below him, as he vows, until Sir Aiden returns. The maroon-haired knight, surrounded by a dark red aura, stands firm, declaring, I will protect everyone no matter what happens. Elsewhere, Procyon and Aiden are enveloped in a brilliant blue light, a column of energy shooting skyward, their teleportation now complete. They emerge onto a high cliff overlooking a desolate, alien landscape, the sky above them a vibrant, unnatural hue. The new world is bathed in an eerie purple light, with jagged rock formations stretching into the distance, a strange, glowing orb hanging in the sky. Below them, the ground is littered with shadowy, monstrous figures, their glowing purple eyes and sharp, toothy grins hinting at malevolent intent. From their vantage point, Aiden and Procyon survey the vast, purple-tinged expanse, the shadowy horde spreading across the desolate terrain. The shadowy entities multiply, their eerie cackles echoing through the air, as Aiden watches the terrifying scene unfold before him. A group of figures stands cloaked in an ethereal purple glow, their leader, a white-haired individual, at the forefront, while one of his subordinates voices a quiet dissent, stating his opposition to their current course of action. The gold-helmeted figure, his voice laced with desperation, questions their strategy, wondering what they can possibly achieve without Trojan, fearing that all of them will be deleted by the moderator. The blue-haired figure, with pointed ears, adds to the concern, doubting their ability to even bypass Procyon. A moment of silence hangs heavy in the air, as the gravity of their situation settles. The white-haired leader, his hand crackling with dark purple energy, acknowledges their concerns, but hints at a solution. The gold-helmeted figure, surprised, realizes the implication, understanding that with this new element, their story changes entirely. The leader's hand, adorned with a dark sleeve and glowing purple accents, carefully holds a crescent-shaped object, its intricate design hinting at immense power, prompting an exclamation of disbelief. Aiden, his purple eyes gleaming with a sinister smile, utters the name, Trojan, confirming the source of their newfound confidence. With a triumphant grin, Aiden manifests a brilliant, glowing sword, its light radiating with immense power, ready for the impending confrontation. He carefully places the crescent object onto an ornate pedestal, declaring that all preparations are now complete. His chest, adorned with glowing purple patterns, pulses with energy, as he proclaims that the time for his opponent's downfall has arrived. His eyes, now fully consumed by the vibrant purple glow, fixate on an unseen target, a chilling promise escaping his lips. Just you wait, Aster. A vast, luminous digital landscape unfolds, its towering structures glowing with an ethereal blue light. As a dark, cloaked figure descends rapidly into its depths, leaving a trail of shimmering blue particles in its wake. Observing the unfolding event, Aiden's gaze remains sharp and focused, his expression unreadable. The digital realm continues to expand around them, its intricate circuits and glowing pathways stretching into the distance. From a distant platform, two more cloaked figures emerge, prompting Aiden to acknowledge their presence, a single word escaping his lips, Moderator. Procyon stands beside him, her expression thoughtful as she confirms, brought him. Aiden then turns to her, a hint of satisfaction in his voice, remarking, You've worked hard, Procyon. The cloaked figure, now identified as the Moderator, stands alone on a platform, enveloped in a pulsating blue aura, as a voice calls out, Moderator. Procyon's eyes glow with an intense blue light as she issues a command, Come over here. Meanwhile, Aiden's amber eyes ignite with a fierce red glow, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Within a vast, luminous digital city, towering structures of light pierce the sky, their surfaces etched with intricate circuits, as small, indistinct figures stand on the glowing platform below. As a white-haired man in a sharp suit addresses him, the administrator admits that the task he couldn't complete had to be resolved here. He takes responsibility, acknowledging it was his fault that the moderator was needed to intervene, and observes that Aiden has grown immensely, his aura completely different from the last time they met. Aiden listens intently, his amber eyes reflecting the intense red energy that pulses around him, his expression unreadable. Finally, he breaks the silence, demanding to know why he was called here, and what the administrator has to say. Nearby, Procyon's eyes glow with an intense, electric blue light, her gaze sharp and focused. The administrator then poses a cryptic question, asking if Aiden knows of Trojan. Aiden, looking confused, dismisses the name, asking what that person has to do with his presence. A swirling vortex of golden energy manifests, representing Trojan, who is described as the sole entity from another world, defying the moderator's power and bending viruses to her will to destroy everything. The administrator reveals the chilling truth. That very person is after Aiden right now. He explains it's merely a hunch, but he suspects she's targeting the moderator's authority, which is why he needed to secure Aiden so quickly. Standing in a desolate, broken digital landscape, the administrator confronts Aiden with a chilling question, asking if he never thought his survival was strange, given that he had definitely deleted him before. Aiden's mind races, questioning if an external force had truly intervened, a silent exclamation escaping him as he grapples with the implications. He stares at a fragmented memory, a vision of a glowing, ethereal structure, thinking it simply couldn't be. The memory shifts, revealing a hooded figure and a quest window titled The Forgotten Ones, prompting him to wonder if all of this was connected. Meanwhile, the system administrator, his blue eyes sharp, recalls the day of the inspection, admitting that even he, as the moderator, found it difficult to distinguish her from others, as a flashback shows three hooded figures, one smaller, standing amidst ruins. He clarifies that it wasn't a routine check, but a special inspection he personally undertook, one of many places where they had found traces of Trojan. The scene shifts to a city bathed in an eerie purple glow, indicating widespread infection, where her trace had simply vanished, the state and progress of the infection already well underway. He emphasizes that Trojan is far from an average virus. The administrator's words hang in the air, painting a grim picture of the elusive threat. A woman with light blue hair, blending seamlessly into a bustling crowd, illustrates his point, as he explains that if she changes her appearance, it becomes nearly impossible to track her. Aiden's face is shadowed, his thoughts consumed by the gravity of the situation, realizing the only thing he can do now is to take measures to prevent further damage from this elusive enemy. His hand clenches, a sound of frustration escaping him as he considers the administrator's past actions, wondering about himself and everyone else, and if there could have been some other way than this drastic path. The system administrator looks on, his expression unreadable, as the weight of his revelation settles. Aiden's eyes burn with a fierce, unyielding rage, his expression contorted in a silent scream of frustration. He cuts off the administrator's explanation, his voice sharp with indignation. How could the highest-ranking person, the one who leads this world's system, simply declare it over, he demands, when his innocent sister and countless others were deleted without a trace? He insists the administrator should have found another way, refusing to bear the consequences of such incompetence. With a sudden, decisive movement, Aiden closes the distance, his resolve hardening. The system administrator, flanked by Theo and the unnamed white-haired woman, warns him that he is now a security risk, his voice calm but firm. He is told not to approach the moderator any further, and that any unexpected moves will be met with a response, but Aiden's anger only intensifies. The unnamed white-haired woman questions Aiden's actions, demanding to know what he is talking about, while Theo curtly orders him to get out of their way. Aiden's form is suddenly engulfed in a pulsating red aura, radiating immense pressure, as he challenges their perception. Do they still see him as an ordinary NPC? His voice rings with absolute conviction, declaring that he listens to no one's commands. The system administrator recoils, a gasp escaping him, realizing the pressure emanating from Aiden is similar to his own, wondering how he could have grown so fast. He barely manages to utter a final, urgent warning, to be careful. Aiden, his expression hardened with resolve, issued a stark warning. If anyone dared to touch him, they would make an enemy out of him. His gaze then shifted upwards, towards a distant, silhouetted figure perched atop a towering structure in the luminous, futuristic cityscape, a silent challenge hanging in the air. Suddenly, a vibrant blue aura flared, revealing Arya, her serene expression contrasting with the tension of the moment, her presence a shocking surprise. The system administrator, Theo, and the unnamed white-haired woman watched in stunned disbelief, while a horned figure exclaimed, wondering how this could be, certain she had been imprisoned. Arya, meanwhile, seemed to recall a past encounter, a memory of being confronted by an armored female in a desolate landscape, as if contemplating a time punishment. Two other horned figures, a male and a female, also reacted with surprise, the male musing about the possibility of a time punishment if they were to be locked up. Back in the present, Arya stood beside Aiden, offering a sincere apology, regretting that he had to experience such trouble. Aiden, looking somewhat taken aback, then offered an apology on behalf of his older brother, leaving the identity of this sibling a mystery. Arya then turned to a blue-haired young man standing beside her, questioning him, calling him brother, and hinting at a deeper connection. Aiden's eyes widened in shock, realizing the implications of this new information, wishing he had known this crucial detail sooner. A thought echoed, questioning if Arya was indeed the moderator's younger sister, a revelation that would change everything. A close-up on Arya's eye confirmed the visual similarity, as the observer noted, that looking closely, she and her brother did indeed resemble each other. Her expression clouded with concern, Mia listens intently to the unfolding conversation. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the air, demanding a halt to the discussion. The system administrator, standing beside Arya's brother before a vibrant holographic display, declares they are veering off topic, instructing them to finish their questions. He continues, detailing Mia's report, which outlines how a village was created specifically for the gathered people. The report further reveals the creation of new content, a grand, crystalline structure rising from the landscape. A voice demands to know the moderator's intentions, given the authority he wields. Aiden, his fiery red hair contrasting with the red aura flaring behind him, responds with a direct question of his own. What is your goal? Facing Arya's brother, who now glows with a vibrant blue energy, Aiden reveals his true objective, to completely dismantle the current system, a declaration that elicits a shocked gasp. Among the onlookers, Isabel, the hooded antagonist, the woman with black hair and piercing red eyes, the system administrator, and Theo all react with stunned expressions, their faces reflecting the gravity of Aiden's words. Aiden, his own face a mask of shock, hears the system administrator's allies whisper, calling him a crazy bastard and questioning the nonsense he dares to utter in front of their moderator. He then hears a question about the last update, a detail that seems to hold significant importance. The world has stagnated, devoid of change or originality, and when a serious issue arises, the only solution is deletion. Since the viruses weren't properly dealt with, everything has devolved into chaos, with the damage disproportionately affecting the innocent. Aiden stands firm, his back to the system administrator and Theo, declaring his actions are justified because he is fundamentally different from them. Arya's brother asserts his unique ability, stating he can heal bugs, a revelation that visibly shocks the system administrator and Theo. Mia, Isabel, and the hooded antagonist react with disbelief, Mia exclaiming that healing bugs is impossible, even for the moderator, while Isabel confirms she has witnessed such feats on various occasions. Aria's brother continues his explanation to Procyon, suggesting she can confirm his claims if she still doubts them, implying she has already verified the information. Xenon's female companion listens intently, her expression unreadable as the conversation unfolds. Aria's brother looks down, his glowing blue eyes reflecting the digital cityscape, a silent moment of contemplation before the next phase of their confrontation. Suddenly, a brilliant burst of blue energy erupts, radiating outward with immense power. Two shadowy figures stand silhouetted against the intense light, observing the phenomenon with an exclamation of surprise. The energy coalesces into a swirling vortex of blue and black, a powerful, destructive force manifesting in the air. Aiden, his red hair framing a determined expression, issues a stern warning, declaring that no one is to interfere without his explicit permission. Aria's brother turns to Aiden, asking what he needed to discuss in private. Aiden looks away, his expression troubled, as if grappling with a heavy truth. He responds with a quiet, almost rhetorical question, acknowledging that he is acutely aware of the unfolding disaster, his role as moderator making it impossible for him to be ignorant. His thoughts drift to a past decision, a hooded figure, himself, reaching out with glowing power, believing that deletion was the only viable path, even though he knew the gravity of it. Yet, in the present, looking at Aria's brother, a new realization dawns on him, that perhaps there could have been another choice, a different way. He confesses that he had lost his emotions, but recently, they have begun to return. He remembers the pain of losing Sirius, and how, at the time, he had stubbornly refused to listen to the guidance offered, even when it was meant to lead him down the right path. He had believed it was right to imprison Sirius for his safety, but that decision ultimately led to his own downfall. A flashback shows Procyon, her gaze stern, having determined that he had no right to hold the title of moderator. Back in the present, Aiden faces Aria's brother once again, the weight of his past and newfound emotions settling upon him. His eyes, once amber, now hold a deep resolve, a clear decision made. With a finality that echoes through the void, he declares his intention to step down from his position as moderator. A shimmering blue barrier begins to crack and shatter, its fragments scattering into the air with a soft, rushing sound. As the system administrator observes its rapid disappearance alongside Procyon and Theo, wondering what exactly had been discussed to cause such a dramatic event. Theo's expression is one of deep concern, while the system administrator behind him appears equally troubled by the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Aiden, his eyes glowing with fierce red energy, confronts Aria's brother, a brilliant red sword radiating power between them, as the other man cries out, recognizing him as the moderator. Aiden's face is a mask of fury, his glowing red eyes narrowed, as he warns against any attempt to simply cover up the situation. Elsewhere, Isabel, Beetlejuice, and Theo stand together, with Beetlejuice questioning if stepping down as moderator would truly resolve everything. Mia and the white-haired ally listen intently, their expressions reflecting a mix of confusion and concern. Mia, her brow furrowed, demands clarification on what the moderator is talking about, and what he means by stepping down, while the white-haired ally calmly states that such a thought is only natural. He stands firm, his voice unwavering as he challenges them, declaring that they can simply delete him. His words send a jolt of alarm through Procyon and her companion, who recoil in disbelief, a desperate no, escaping Procyon's lips. Ignoring their pleas, a surge of crimson energy erupts from his clenched fist, pulsating with raw power. He seizes Aria's brother, his grip firm, the red energy from his hand contrasting sharply with the blue aura now flickering around the younger man, as he coldly states that he must suffer, just as he himself did. As the blue energy around Aria's brother intensifies, a furious voice from off-panel shouts, demanding that the aggressor release him immediately. Suddenly, a stark red command flashes into existence, the word delete emblazoned across the space. Crimson energy explodes outwards, engulfing Beetlejuice and Theo, who both react with wide-eyed horror as the power washes over them. Beetlejuice's face contorts in a mixture of fear and recognition, realizing the true nature of the command being wielded. With eyes glowing a malevolent red, the moderator stands amidst the swirling crimson particles, issuing a chilling order for everyone to remain still, while a thought echoes his surprise at being able to use the same command as the moderator. He then reveals the simple, almost self-deprecating reason for his previous inaction, admitting that his failure to use the delete command earlier was due to his own foolishness. His eyes burn with an infernal glow as he makes a terrifying declaration, stating his capability to erase the entire area if he truly desired, and warning that he will not relent if his instructions are ignored. Procyon watches him, a silhouette against the vibrant blue energy of the city, her expression a mix of shock and dawning comprehension. A desperate plea escapes Procyon, her voice filled with anguish as she begs for mercy, imploring that the target not be deleted. The narrative shifts to a past event, explaining that for the sake of this world, Aster had no choice but to choose the hardest and most painful method. This difficult decision was made because things kept piling up, causing him to deteriorate, and now Procyon continues her plea, offering herself instead if her words cannot be understood. With a hand pressed to her chest, her expression etched with anguish, she begs for forgiveness for him. Aiden's jaw clenches, his fiery red hair seeming to burn with the intensity of his emotions, as he dismisses her desperate pleas. Meanwhile, Arya's brother, his face contorted in grief and rage, demands to know about his younger sister, who has already been deleted, questioning how he could possibly let go of such resentment. He continues, his voice strained with emotion, stating that if they want him to stop, they must bring back his sister, and if they cannot, then he will act. Aiden's eye, glowing with an intense amber light, narrows, reflecting his unwavering resolve. His resolve hardens, and he declares his intention to act, his voice echoing with conviction. As Aiden stands shrouded in a menacing red aura, Mia confronts him, her own form radiating a calm blue energy. Mia's expression is serene yet firm, her gaze steady as she faces the volatile situation. Aiden's eye, still burning with amber light, reflects a deep-seated anger, his resolve unwavering despite the pleas and confrontations. Aiden's mind drifts back to a time of innocence, a memory of laughter shared with a younger Mia, Procyon, Arya's brother, and the system administrator, a stark contrast to the present tension. His expression now is one of deep turmoil, his amber eyes reflecting a profound internal struggle. A hand reaches out, a gesture of desperate appeal, the sound of fabric rustling softly in the quiet space. The name of the moderator is called out with urgency, followed by a desperate cry for Aster. Mia, her face etched with concern, approaches Aiden, her voice a soft plea as she utters his name. She looks up at him, her expression a mix of sadness and resolve, while he remains unyielding, his back to her. As Aiden walks away, Mia and Procyon follow, their figures receding into the vast, glowing cityscape. Mia's face is clouded with sorrow, her eyes downcast as she grapples with the weight of the situation. The environment around them shimmers with crystalline energy, reflecting the fractured reality of their world. Another voice, filled with accusation, echoes the call, demanding answers from the moderator. A group of figures, including the system administrator, Arya's brother, Beetlejuice, Xenon, and his female companion, confront Aiden, their collective anger palpable as they demand to know why he acted as he did, and what would have happened if things had gone wrong. Arya's brother reflects on Aiden's past indifference, noting his recent change, while the system administrator wonders what truly transpired, pondering if perhaps Aiden's emotions are now at play. He knew this day would come, acknowledging that the words spoken to him were not wrong, and in truth, their past actions had only ever been temporary solutions. For the moderator, the very center of this world, had failed in that crucial role. Now, a new moderator, far more skilled, had appeared, and since he was the one Arya chose, he had trusted her decision and stepped away from everything. His allies, however, couldn't believe what they were hearing, demanding to know what he meant by fail, insisting it wasn't like that at all. The maroon-haired knight stepped forward, asserting that because the moderator had been there, this world had been maintained until now. Beetlejuice continued, explaining that if the bugs and the infected had started to spread, it would have gotten out of control, a truth Aiden seemed to grasp with a heavy heart. A single tear escaped Aiden's eye, as he truly understood the weight of those words. Beetlejuice's voice echoed, recalling how heavy Aiden's heart was when he deleted them. A flashback showed Aiden reaching out to an ethereal figure, Aster, a moment of profound sorrow. Another tear fell from his eye in the memory, as Beetlejuice continued, stating that they all knew. The flashback shifted, revealing a white-haired woman standing defiantly amidst a horde of shadowy, purple-glowing entities, her presence a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Beetlejuice's voice concluded, revealing the truth to the assembled group. Everyone knew who the one that blocked all those viruses truly was. Beetlejuice's voice echoes, reassuring Aiden that he did not fail, even as the young moderator stands in a moment of quiet contemplation. A single blue tear streaks down his face, reflecting the inner turmoil he carries, his blue hair a stark contrast to the sparkling, ethereal background. Procyon, standing beside him, offers a comforting presence, insisting that they can still rectify the situation from this point forward. Meanwhile, in what appears to be a memory or a different facet of his being, Aiden, cloaked and red-haired, stands with Procyon, facing the enigmatic white-haired woman amidst a futuristic cityscape. He turns, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, as the woman begins to speak. Aiden questions her intentions, asking if she truly expects him to heal her. She counters, her gaze unwavering, wondering why she would seek his healing if she were not a bug in the first place. The woman continues, suggesting that he might have already grasped the truth, her words carrying a weight of unspoken knowledge. She elaborates on his unique ability, describing his power to heal bugs as an ideal skill, one that no one has possessed until now, and if he truly wields such a skill, she believes they can be of mutual assistance. Returning to the present, the white-haired woman addresses Aiden and Procyon, reminding him of his stated desire to destroy and rebuild the system, and for the sake of the world he wishes to create, she asserts that she can offer substantial help, recognizing his potential to become a great moderator. Her offer concludes with a promise to assist him in the areas where he currently falls short, As a moderator, a voice questions the necessity of immediate collaboration, suggesting a more measured approach. Aiden, in his red-haired form, stands resolute, his amber eyes reflecting a quiet determination. Acknowledging the situation, the white-haired woman, with Prokian observing behind her, agrees to move forward, while Aiden in his blue-haired form listens intently. Deciding against further delay, a hand, glowing with intense red energy, reaches out, ready to initiate the next step. However, the red-haired Aiden cautions her, warning that there is no guarantee of success in healing her condition. Despite the warning, the white-haired woman reassures Aiden, stating that if it is him, she can place her trust in his abilities. She expresses her certainty, believing he possesses the power to restore her to her original state. A voice declares a decision has already been made to step down from the role of moderator. Looking up with a determined gaze, Aiden, in his blue-haired form, affirms his trust and willingness to follow the new moderator chosen. Beetlejuice, partially visible, offers his support, acknowledging that Aiden's decisions have always proven correct. Suddenly, a blinding surge of red energy erupts, enveloping a group of hooded figures in its powerful, dynamic glow. The intense red light then dissipates, transforming into a cascade of shimmering white particles that drift through the air. Aiden, wreathed in a vibrant red aura, descends through a shimmering field of blue particles, his form radiating immense power. His eyes widen, reflecting a radiant light. As his red aura form continues its descent, a voice noting the emergence of a radiant light. The light expands into a vast, overwhelming presence, as if all the world's light has converged into a single point. Amidst this brilliance, a fractured, crystalline form of Aiden appears, his condition clearly unstable, a voice observing that while the light is present, his state is not what it should be. The red aura Aiden then instills his powers into this fractured white form, a voice noting that he persevered well up until this point in such a condition, and that he should instill his powers into him to see if he recovers. As the energy transfer concludes, the intense light gradually fades, giving way to a deepening darkness. Yet, within this void, tiny golden particles begin to shimmer and dance. Suddenly, a powerful golden light erupts from Aiden's hand, emanating from a bracelet on his wrist. He recoils in shock, his expression one of utter surprise as the golden energy intensifies. His eyes, wide with disbelief, reflect the brilliant glow as he questions the sudden phenomenon. A voice, perhaps his own internal thought, identifies the source. There's a light coming from Alice's bracelet? Engulfed in swirling, vibrant golden energy, Aiden's hand becomes the epicenter of this unexpected power. A soft, reassuring voice echoes, a gentle promise to alleviate any fears. He looks on, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension, as the golden light intensifies around a luminous, ethereal figure beside him. The golden energy surges, expanding rapidly, a brilliant, blinding wave of light filling the space. Within the heart of this radiant explosion, the ethereal form of the glowing figure becomes momentarily clearer, a beacon amidst the brilliance. His hands instinctively rise in a gesture of shock, as the golden aura swirls around him, the luminous figure now appearing beneath his outstretched arms. The golden light coalesces, revealing the distinct form of a young woman, prompting him to utter a name in disbelief. Alice? With a gentle, comforting gesture, Alice places her glowing hands upon his head, her presence a serene counterpoint to the earlier surge of power. A lone, cloaked figure walks purposefully towards a towering, glowing portal, its dark silhouette stark against the vibrant, futuristic cityscape that stretches into the distance. Meanwhile, an angelic woman with long white hair and a golden halo gazes forward, her teal eyes reflecting a deep concern, a subtle frown etched upon her face. Her expression shifts dramatically, her eyes widening in shock and fear as if witnessing an unimaginable catastrophe unfold. Indeed, the world around her seems to be breaking apart, with massive chunks of land floating in a cosmic void, illuminated by distant stars and glowing magical energy. From behind, the angelic woman observes the desolate, ruined landscape, where shattered debris floats amidst an unsettling green glow. Below a small, dark silhouette, two imposing red armored figures stand amidst the wreckage, their forms crackling with vibrant blue energy as the destruction continues. A new hooded figure emerges from the shadows, their face obscured by the dark fabric, but their piercing blue eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly light. The angelic woman's teal eye glistens with a single tear, a testament to the profound sorrow she feels for the devastation. A disembodied voice echoes through the void, questioning. There's no hesitation when deleting, right? As the angelic woman continues to witness the chaotic aftermath, the voice continues, mocking. What's left after deleting them at random? And he calls himself the moderator, Kikek. Finally, a sinister hooded figure with a wide, sharp-toothed grin, glowing purple from within, addresses an unseen presence. Oh, you're awake. The grinning hooded figure, flanked by another mysterious cloaked entity, addresses the angelic woman, demanding her thoughts after witnessing the horrific scene. As a tear escapes her eye, the voice of her tormentor echoes, mocking her isolation and calling her pitiful. Suddenly, a golden sword plunges into her shoulder, the impact forcing her head back in a violent jolt. The hooded figure's voice, now closer, questions her, asking if she truly believed her defenses would work against such a pervasive threat. The sword remains embedded, pulsing with dark energy, as the angelic woman, eyes wide with pain and defiance, declares her tormentor to be very daring. Purple energy erupts around her, forcing her to her knees, as the hooded figure reveals their true purpose, to gather those who seek revenge against the Moderator, and that this is why they woke her up during the inspection. The grinning hooded figure, its purple eyes glowing with malevolence, admits to discarding others as useless, but expresses anticipation for her, believing she will prove useful in the long term. The angelic woman looks up, her teal eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dawning comprehension, as the implications of his words settle upon her. Her halo glows faintly, but her eyes are now closed, her expression one of resignation as she is fully enveloped by the dark power. A hand with a golden bracelet reaches out, then a silhouette falls into a glowing blue portal, disappearing into a cascade of digital particles. The scene shifts to an abstract digital landscape, a glowing circuit board pattern stretching into the distance, accompanied by a sharp, electronic sound. At its center, a luminous, crystalline pyramid emerges, pulsing with blue light amidst the intricate digital pathways. As she was pulled into the glowing portal, the angelic woman instinctively gripped her radiant golden sword, its light flaring brightly. She stood defiant, her crystalline shield raised, ready to face whatever awaited her in this new, unsettling space. Her knuckles whitened as she tightened her grip on the sword's hilt, resolve hardening in her gaze. Before her, the two hooded figures loomed, their dark presence a stark contrast to her own light. Her eyes narrowed as she focused on the grinning face of the primary antagonist, a silent challenge passing between them. With a surge of power, her sword flared even brighter, a golden wave of energy emanating from its blade. But the attack was swift and overwhelming, her crystalline shield shattering into countless fragments under the force of the blow. She was then engulfed by a blinding explosion of vibrant purple energy, pulling her deeper into the unknown. The world around her dissolved, reforming into a vast, glowing digital landscape of towering purple and blue crystalline structures. Her face registered a mix of shock and fear as the strange, swirling purple energy continued to envelop her. She plummeted through the shimmering digital space, descending towards two figures cloaked in red, who stood waiting on a platform below. A stern warning echoes through the digital space, cautioning everyone not to approach two specific individuals recklessly. Meanwhile, two figures, one with bright blue hair and another with fiery red, remain with their eyes closed, as a voice observes that the Moderators are at their weakest, adding that this vulnerability might be their only true weakness. Among a group of observers, including Procyon, Isabel, the system administrator, and a blue-haired moderator, the same voice continues to speak, stating that no one should interfere until both of them open their eyes. Suddenly, the digital environment is overwhelmed by a cascade of urgent warnings, flashing warning and danger across the interface. The warnings intensify, repeating the words warning and danger in a chaotic, overlapping display. A critical error message appears, casting a crimson glow over a vast digital cityscape, as tiny figures stand amidst towering crystalline structures, questioning the sudden malfunction. The system administrator and a green-haired assistant look up in shock, the former exclaiming in disbelief at the unfolding crisis. Another dire message flashes, declaring that a virus has invaded, as Xenon, the green-haired assistant, and the system administrator all gaze upwards with wide, alarmed eyes. Procyon and the blue-haired moderator stand side by side, their expressions grim, observing the chaotic digital display with deep concern. The digital landscape itself seems to writhe, purple energy crackling around the crystalline structures as the system destabilizes. Another critical system message appears, confirming that all functionality has weakened and commands are restricted, as the green-haired assistant, Xenon, and the system administrator look on, helpless amidst the escalating crisis. Isabel, the unnamed white-haired woman, and the system administrator stand together, the latter demanding to know how the viruses managed to invade, as they should have been unable to breach this place. From the system's side, a voice questions Selena's security protocols, wondering what she could possibly be doing, as it appears everyone is gathered here. Meanwhile, within the corrupted digital space, a white-haired figure with glowing yellow eyes, surrounded by shadowy, hooded forms, remarks on the impeccable timing of their invasion. He continues, his voice echoing with malicious glee, that this is precisely the moment when the moderator is utterly immobilized. Aria's brother, his blue hair and eyes dulled by an unseen force, appears trapped and vulnerable, as the antagonist leader proclaims this opportunity a God-given chance for them. The white-haired leader stands at the forefront of a formidable assembly, including the imposing Xenon, the elegant Beetlejuice, a mysterious masked figure, and the horned virus perched on Xenon's shoulder, remarking that it has been a while since they have all gathered like this. Among the gathered, Regan, with his dark hair and piercing yellow eyes, stands beside Beetlejuice, as the leader suggests they should all greet each other. The menacing Virus F, an armored entity with a glowing eye, and the white-haired, red-eyed Virus E, stand ready, their forms crackling with dark energy. The white-haired leader, a smirk playing on his lips, gestures with a gloved hand, asking if they would be disappointed if it were just them. He reassures them, amidst a swirling vortex of glowing purple orbs and shadowy figures, that there is no need to worry. From the depths of the corrupted space, a monstrous shadow creature with glowing purple eyes and a gaping maw begins to emerge. The white-haired leader's voice rings out, explaining that he brought everyone along with them. A vast, undulating horde of shadowy figures, each a potential threat, surges forth, filling the digital landscape. As the digital realm is breached, a dark-haired guard glares at the encroaching entities, his voice laced with fury, demanding to know how such lowly viruses dared to invade this sacred space. Nearby, another ally, clad in dark armor, grips the hilt of his sword, a faint blue glow emanating from the blade as he prepares for battle, the metallic clang of his gauntlet echoing the tension in the air. Yet, in another part of the system, the red-haired antagonist, Aiden, now known as Regan, smirks with malicious satisfaction, proclaiming that the invasion has worked out perfectly. He stands alongside Xenon, Isabel, the system administrator, and the green-haired assistant, all of whom are now part of the invading force, with Xenon declaring their intent to delete every single one of their opponents, using this opportunity to wipe them out completely. Meanwhile, Procyon, her blonde hair flowing, watches a glowing rift from which dark, shadowy entities emerge, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Her companion, Beetlejuice, with his dark blue hair and pointed ears, also observes the chaotic scene, his gaze fixed on the unfolding disaster as Procyon utters his name in a worried tone. Turning to the blue-haired moderator, Arya, Procyon makes a difficult request, asking if she can entrust the care of two individuals to her. Arya listens intently, her blue eyes closed in thought, considering the weight of Procyon's words. A lone figure stands before the glowing rift, its energy crackling and expanding, a stark reminder of the encroaching threat. A thought crosses someone's mind, a chilling realization that the viruses seem to have known about this unfolding event, their invasion perhaps not a coincidence, but a calculated move. Arya stands beside Aiden, who appears in his original form, his expression troubled as he wonders aloud why he feels so anxious. His face etched with worry, Aiden hopes that nothing bad happens, a silent plea against the encroaching chaos. Aiden stands bathed in a pulsating red glow, his expression a mix of shock and profound distress, as if witnessing an impossible sight. Then, a serene, childlike figure appears, radiating a soft, golden light amidst a shower of shimmering particles, her eyes holding a calm, knowing gaze. Aiden reaches out to her, his voice filled with disbelief, questioning if it truly is her. His entire being glows with an intense red energy as he cries out her name, Alice, a desperate plea escaping his lips. He pulls her into a protective embrace, the red and golden auras mingling around them, his voice strained as he acknowledges her presence, calling her his younger sibling. But the relief quickly turns to fury, his face contorted in anguish as tears stream from his eyes, cursing the audacity of an enemy who dared to hide right under his nose. His anger boils over, identifying the unseen threat as a despicable bastard. The shadowy form of the enemy begins to emerge from the darkness, its presence menacing, as Aiden continues his furious denunciation. With Alice still held close, Aiden confronts the grinning, shadowy entity, finally naming the insidious threat, Trojan. Aiden's eyes widen in disbelief as a chilling voice echoes, revealing the cruel truth. From the very beginning, he never truly had a little sister. The ethereal figure of Trojan, glowing with cold blue energy, continues his revelation, explaining that her entire existence was merely a part of his intricate plan. As the blue energy surges forward, Alice's form, shimmering with a gentle yellow light, begins to flicker and distort under the assault. The overwhelming blue force engulfs her, her yellow essence struggling against the relentless pressure. A stark system message flashes into existence, declaring permanent deletion as Alice's form is consumed. Trojan extends a hand, his blue energy crackling as he completes the absorption, drawing Alice's fading essence into himself. He coldly dismisses her, uttering a single, damning word. Useless. As Alice's form shatters like glass, Trojan explains that her gradual destruction was a consequence of him forcefully using her power. With her essence fully absorbed, he declares his intention to reclaim what was always his. His gaze then shifts to Aiden, his voice resonating with ominous intent, as he announces his next move, to combine all the authority. The process of absorption reaches its critical point, as the system declares the merging of entities, proclaiming, into one. With a sharp, tearing sound, Trojan draws the last vestiges of Alice's essence into himself, her form dissolving into shimmering yellow particles. A blinding flash of golden light erupts, marking the completion of the permanent deletion, as Alice's existence is fully integrated into Trojan. Only faint golden motes remain, drifting through the ethereal space where she once stood, a silent testament to her erasure. Her delicate hand, once reaching out, now disintegrates into the same golden particles, vanishing completely. A final, pained expression crosses her face, her golden eyes wide with a mixture of fear and resignation, before she is utterly gone. standing triumphant, his chest now bearing the mark of his acquired power, is Trojan, the architect of this brutal deletion. Meanwhile, in another part of the system, Aiden unleashes a furious burst of purple energy, manifesting sharp, light blue blades that tear through shadowy figures. He stands firm amidst the swirling chaos, his form silhouetted against the vibrant purple glow of his power, ready for the onslaught. With a powerful surge, his attack sends multiple shadowy enemies recoiling and breaking apart, their forms scattering into fragments. As he presses his advantage with a glowing blade, the masked antagonist fights by his side, both engaging the relentless shadowy foes in a desperate battle. As the blinding light from Alice's deletion fades, Trojan stands amidst a violent surge of purple energy, the ground beneath him cracking and glowing with raw power. Meanwhile, the masked antagonist, with his distinctive red cape, launches a swift, light blue energy blade attack, cutting through the chaotic battlefield. However, his momentum is abruptly halted, as he's violently repelled by an unseen force, tumbling backward amidst a burst of purple energy. From the swirling shadows, a colossal, horned entity manifests, its form radiating malevolent purple energy, and its single eye glowing ominously. Unfazed by the monstrous apparition, Aiden stands his ground, a powerful torrent of purple energy swirling around him, mirroring the chaos. With a decisive motion, he unleashes a blinding, star-like burst of purple energy, expanding in concentric rings that push back the encroaching darkness. Following the initial blast, Aiden fires a focused, piercing beam of light blue energy, cutting through the air with incredible speed. The beam strikes the colossal shadow monster directly, causing its shadowy form to ripple and dissipate as it recoils from the impact. Having recovered from his earlier blow, the masked antagonist now fires a volley of energy arrows from his bow, targeting the numerous shadowy figures surrounding them. Joining the chaotic fray, Dyke lunges forward, his green hair flowing as he wields a glowing light blue energy sword, ready to engage the enemy. As the shadowy minions are pushed back by the combined assault, one of them exclaims, "Bastards. Before another questions, shouldn't we be targeting the moderator instead of fighting like this right now?" The masked antagonist's eyes widen slightly as he overhears their tactical shift, one of the shadowy figures confirming, "We need to get rid of the moderator before he wakes up," and another agreeing, "Yeah, you're right." As the purple energy intensified, a voice cried out, warning that these attackers were after the moderator, and they needed to be blocked immediately. Suddenly, powerful blue energy bursts erupted, impacting an unseen barrier with concussive force. A hexagonal energy barrier shimmered under the assault, as a voice cursed, realizing this relentless attack was happening once more. Procyon stood firm, her hands raised, channeling her will to reinforce the barrier, determined to break through the enemy's advance no matter the cost. Her face contorted in a shout of exertion, Procyon poured all her strength into maintaining the defense. Meanwhile, Aiden, the moderator, remained at the heart of the conflict, surrounded by protective blue orbs as a command rang out for all remaining guards to gather immediately. Responding to the call, a red armored guard materialized, its form crackling with blue energy as it took its defensive stance. More of the red armored guards appeared, their ranks swelling as shadowy figures, the viruses, swarmed towards them through the glowing blue orbs. Procyon now found herself surrounded by a formidable phalanx of these red armored guards, their combined presence forming an impenetrable wall against the encroaching darkness. The command was clear: eliminate all the viruses and protect the moderator at all costs. Without hesitation, a red armored guard lunged, striking a shadowy figure with a brilliant white energy beam. The battle erupted into a chaotic melee, as the red armored guards clashed fiercely with the shadowy viruses, impact lines flashing across the purple-hued battlefield. A blinding flash of light erupts, followed by a cascade of vibrant blue energy bursts, illuminating the dark, ethereal space. The chaotic energy continues to surge, with dark, shadowy forms swirling amidst the purple glow of the altered environment. As the situation escalates, a voice cuts through the din, demanding, "Hey you, what's going on?" Aiden, the moderator, stands with his allies, a golden armored figure and a dark-robed mage. As the armored figure challenges, "You said they wouldn't be able to do anything if we altered this space with Trojan's power, and the operators are still just as strong." The moderator acknowledges the unexpected turn of events, admitting, "You're right, this situation is something that I did not consider." Yet, he quickly adds, "However, it's not like we don't have a way to win. In this space, you especially can't use the command delete." The purple, crystalline structures of the altered space loom around them, as a voice of grim determination declares, "Regardless, the longer this drags on, the more advantageous it is for us." Suddenly, a sharp cry of pain echoes through the air, "Kuak," as Aiden and his companions react with alarm. Procyon, with the white-haired woman beside her, unleashes a powerful red energy burst, striking a shadowy figure who recoils violently, prompting the question, "Aster." Elsewhere, the blue-haired moderator, Arya, cradles her injured brother, his face contorted in pain, as she frantically asks, "What's happening all of a sudden? Was there something wrong with the healing process? Appa, what's wrong?" His face is splattered with blood, a stark contrast to his usually vibrant blue hair and glowing eye, indicating a severe injury. Arya observes him closely, her expression filled with concern, noting the wound on his eye. However, her concern quickly turns to relief as she realizes that's a good sign. That means he's recovering. Still observing the unfolding chaos, the blue-haired moderator notes with growing concern that Aiden's state appears far from good. He clutches his head, clearly in agony, leaving her to wonder what internal turmoil could possibly be afflicting him. Aiden's masked face contorts in distress, a chilling realization dawning upon him that something has gone terribly wrong. Meanwhile, golden particles begin to rain down, illuminating the altered space with an ominous glow. The blue-haired moderator watches, her expression grim, as the golden light intensifies around her. A blinding explosion of golden energy erupts, causing her to recoil in shock and disbelief. Elsewhere, the white-haired woman, surrounded by the same golden particles, utters a single word of disbelief. That's impossible. She stands on a glowing purple platform, flanked by two shadowy, hooded figures, all gazing towards a brilliant, rising light. A wide, triumphant grin spreads across her face, purple energy crackling around her, as she exclaims, "Ah, finally, where have you been up until now? I was searching for you so earnestly." Bathed in the golden light, the woman, now revealed as Trojan, stands tall, her powers seemingly fully awakened. The golden energy continues to surge, accompanied by a stark warning that the system is critically damaged. Trojan and her two silent companions stand before the immense golden light, the ominous message of system failure hanging heavy in the air. As the system's integrity rapidly deteriorates, a stark warning flashes across the void. The system is not functioning normally, its ominous glow reflecting in the closed eyes of the blue-haired moderator. Her eyes snap open, wide with alarm, as Aiden's face contorts in a similar expression of shock, both caught in the golden, glitching energy that now permeates their space. The warnings escalate, declaring that moderators have lost their authority, a chilling pronouncement of lost control. And with a final, devastating blow, the system confirms all firewalls have been disabled, leaving every corner vulnerable. Across diverse realms, from ancient-looking towns under stormy skies to brighter, more modern cities, the impact of the system's collapse begins to manifest, threatening every reality it once governed. As red energy pulses through the air, a group of figures, including the blue-haired moderator and Dyke, look up in alarm, the sound of system errors echoing around them. Aiden, his face etched with concern, stands alongside the blue-haired moderator, wondering aloud, what's happening now? As the chaos unfolds. Meanwhile, in a rugged, rocky landscape, a blonde-haired hunter grumbles about an inspection, interrupting his successful hunt, while his green-haired companion struggles to carry him, complaining about his weight. The blonde hunter's predicament is revealed to be far more dire than a mere inspection, as a monstrous shadow creature with gaping jaws looms nearby, prompting his companion to urge him, "Oi, stop pretending and hurry up and get up." With blood trickling from his mouth, the injured blonde hunter is pulled upright by his green-haired ally, who exclaims, "Ah, seriously? Stop joking around and get up." Back in the digital interface, the screen flickers with red static, a visual representation of the system's ongoing, critical failure. The blue-haired moderator's face, now showing a trickle of blood from her lip, reflects the profound distress and physical toll of the system's collapse, her wide eyes staring into the glitching red abyss. As the system continued its catastrophic failure, a knight's face contorted in a silent scream, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Meanwhile, an unseen voice echoed with cruel amusement, mocking the bastard for repeating past mistakes. The knight, still reeling from the chaos, could only manage a desperate plea, urging whatever force was at play to cease its destructive path. A moment of unsettling silence followed, before a powerful, unknown figure stood triumphant over the shattered form of the shadow monster, its massive body lying broken amidst a burst of blue energy and dust. Far away, the blue-haired moderator's eyes widened in horror, her face etched with profound fear, while Dyke beside her let out a pained gasp, both witnessing the unfolding catastrophe with utter disbelief. A final, agonizing cry tore through the air, as the system declared that protection was no longer granted, and resurrection was now impossible. Suddenly, a cascade of error messages floods the sky above a bustling town, causing widespread panic among the inhabitants, who question what is happening and why resurrection is no longer possible, wondering what fate awaits them if they fall. As expected, a hand interacts with a glowing blue system interface, confirming that the word dead now carries a terrifying finality, indicating that the game's rules have fundamentally changed. Aiden, clad in new gold armor, looks on with a grim expression, while his companion nervously dismisses the dire implications, urging him not to speak of such bad luck. Still, Aiden clings to a sliver of hope, believing his friend Aryan must still be alive, and attempts to connect with him through a voice message, the blue interface glowing with anticipation. Meanwhile, a blue-haired man named Jade lies gravely wounded, blood staining his face as a system prompt for a Jade voice message appears before him, but he can only manage a weak cough. His body lies still amidst a pool of crimson, the silence a stark testament to the brutal reality of this new, unforgiving world. The situation escalates further as a massive shadow monster, its purple eyes glowing ominously, appears in the open world, prompting disbelief that such demonic beasts, typically confined to dungeons, could be roaming freely. Another monstrous creature, a formidable dragon-like beast with razor-sharp teeth, roars a guttural command, its presence demanding immediate retreat. A stark red warning flashes across the system, declaring that immediate action is needed. From a glowing red portal, a horde of diverse monsters, including winged demons and armored beasts, pour forth, their numbers overwhelming. The final, chilling system message confirms the worst. All of the monsters have broken out. As a blinding light erupts from a rift, a group of cloaked figures stands silhouetted against its radiant glow, the ground beneath them shimmering with an ominous purple energy. Observing the unfolding chaos, Aiden stares in disbelief, a companion beside him exclaiming that the firewall has vanished, leaving them vulnerable. Meanwhile, the white-haired woman, Trojan, stands radiating a powerful yellow aura, her presence seemingly the cause of all the recent misfortunes, as a voice laments that everything has gone wrong since her appearance. Prokian, witnessing the escalating crisis, cries out in distress, her face contorted with fear and urgency. With a fierce glint in her glowing yellow eye, Trojan issues a desperate command, demanding that Aster be protected at all costs. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in shadow begins to crackle with intense blue lightning, gathering power for an imminent strike. The gathered energy erupts into a devastating blue and purple blast, tearing through the air with destructive force. The blue energy coalesces, forming a focused beam or weapon, ready to strike its target. Arya, the blue-haired moderator, strains with immense effort, her face taut as she channels the crackling blue lightning. The focused lightning strikes Trojan's outstretched hand, causing her own yellow energy to crackle and dissipate, as an unseen voice expresses shock that her powers could be active after being presumed lost. She unleashes a torrent of blue lightning, striking at the white-haired figure, who stands defiant amidst the crackling energy, her own golden aura flaring in response. In that form, a faint golden glow emanates from her throat, suggesting a deeper power at play. The blue-haired moderator's face hardens with resolve, her voice cutting through the chaos as she declares that she only took back what was originally hers. Meanwhile, Trojan calmly observes a glowing blue orb above her, absorbing its essence as her golden aura intensifies with a soft ping. A massive surge of purple and blue energy erupts, tearing through the air with explosive force. The blast detonates around Trojan, who remains unyielding, her golden energy shimmering as she withstands the assault. Another attack manifests as a radiant golden energy blade, descending with lethal intent towards the unmoving Trojan. Her intricately patterned sleeve is visible as she prepares to counter, while a hand, wreathed in blue and purple energy, reaches out to unleash another spell. From a distance, Prokian, surrounded by purple energy, cries out in alarm, unable to believe that Trojan is present. His voice strained, he commands all operators to protect the moderators, identifying Trojan as the true culprit behind all the unfolding chaos. Amidst the blinding light of the clash, Arya lunges with a spear-like energy weapon towards Trojan, while Dyke, his back to the viewer, warns against carelessness as other shadowy figures join the fray. Suddenly, Trojan and Aster are enveloped in a swirling vortex of powerful purple energy, their forms silhouetted against the chaotic glow, leaving onlookers stunned. Arya's eyes widen in recognition, realizing the powerful purple and gold energy barrier before them is Beetlejuice's flame. From within the shimmering barrier, a voice taunts, declaring that their efforts are futile. Beetlejuice stands defiantly beside Trojan, challenging anyone who dares to interfere, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Trojan, now surrounded by his allies, Beetlejuice, the masked antagonist, Virus F, and Virus E, and even Arya, asserts their collective strength, warning that victory will not come easily. The true identity of the white-haired woman is then revealed, as the voice declares her the real owner of this world, Trojan. A close-up on her elegant attire emphasizes the gravity of the situation, as the voice warns against treating her carelessly. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Isabel, Prokian, Dyke, and Arya's brothers stand united, their faces etched with determination as one of them angrily questions the audacity of a virus like Trojan. The group of protagonists, now enveloped in their own purple aura, vows to bring an end to the conflict, their resolve hardening. The battle erupts as the masked antagonist, Virus F, Virus E, Arya, and her brother launch a coordinated assault on Trojan, who stands firm amidst the flurry of blue energy blasts and sword strikes. With a sudden surge of power, Trojan unleashes a massive blue energy wave, sending the masked antagonist reeling from the impact. As Arya descends from above with a powerful blue energy strike, Trojan, his eyes glowing with purple light, begins to channel a potent purple aura around himself. In a swift counterattack, Trojan manifests a glowing purple energy sword, striking Arya's brother with decisive force. A dark, spreading infection consumes his arm, the purple energy crackling ominously as he questions the nature of this affliction. Meanwhile, Beetlejuice, his form wreathed in a faint purple aura, scoffs, declaring the great firewall now utterly useless. His eyes blaze with intense purple light, as he proclaims an even playing field, the air around him shimmering with raw power. Before he can act further, a brilliant golden energy erupts, striking him with explosive force. Arya, surrounded by a radiant golden aura, commands a halt to the escalating conflict. Suddenly, a powerful golden energy field emanates from Trojan, freezing both his allies, Beetlejuice, the masked antagonist, Virus E, and Virus F, and Arya's brother in place, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion. Beetlejuice and Arya's brother struggle against the unseen force, the former exclaiming in disbelief that Trojan has stopped them as well. Arya, her golden aura still vibrant, rejects the idea of Trojan being the owner of this world, stating she never desired such a thing for herself. She continues, her gaze firm, telling him to stop deluding himself. Beetlejuice, still held captive by Trojan's power, protests, reminding him that he was once a king to them all, and demanding he stop involving them. Trojan's eyes glow with a cold purple light, as Beetlejuice's defiant question hangs in the air. Arya, gathering golden energy in her hand, declares her intention to speak with her brother, her resolve unwavering. Her eyes wide with alarm, she watches the purple energy swirling around her, a clear sign of danger. Her gaze falls upon her brother, now a prone silhouette on the ground, still enveloped in the same unsettling aura. Suddenly, a figure emerges, radiating a brilliant golden light, her hand extended as she commands, "Stop interfering." A colossal wave of golden energy explodes outwards, engulfing everything in its path. Even the formidable Virus F and Virus E are caught in the golden surge, their forms momentarily frozen. Beetlejuice and the masked antagonist are likewise immobilized, the former crying out the name of their unexpected assailant, Trojan. The golden energy settles into a vast, shimmering field, dust and debris swirling around its edges. Even she struggles against the overwhelming force, her breath coming in ragged gasps as the golden energy presses in. But with a surge of will, she manifests a hexagonal shield, protecting herself and her brother, her voice filled with concern as she asks, "Are both of you safe?" Her brother, now conscious, looks down at her with a worried expression, muttering, "Arya, ew." Reaching out to him, Arya reaffirms her unwavering devotion, declaring, "You are the most important person I am." Her expression hardens with fierce determination, ready to face whatever comes next for his sake. A blinding golden energy erupts from Trojan, tearing apart the very ground around her as she unleashes her power. Witnessing this overwhelming display, Aiden can only utter a single, stunned word. Meanwhile, a surge of blue energy crackles around Arya, her expression shifting from distress to fierce resolve as she prepares to counter. With unwavering conviction, she vows to protect those she cares for. Arya then projects a shimmering blue barrier, its hexagonal patterns pushing back against the encroaching golden force. Trojan watches, a subtle golden glow in her eye acknowledging the resistance, while Arya's face, framed by crackling blue lightning, confirms her unwavering determination. As she channels more power, Arya prepares to manifest a weapon, intense blue lightning surging around her. With a final surge, she wields a glowing blue sword, ready to face the threat head-on. A golden, ominous glow bathes a distant cityscape, with dust and debris already beginning to rise into the air. As Beetlejuice turns, his expression grim, to confront Trojan, demanding to know how she could have done this, while she merely lets out a pained gasp. Elsewhere, Procyon stares in horror at a figure in the distance, her voice filled with disbelief as she cries out Aster's name. The city continues to crumble under the relentless assault, a towering column of light at its heart. As Aiden laments, he is too far away and needs to go back. Suddenly, the column of light erupts into a colossal burst of golden energy, radiating outwards in concentric rings, its core glowing with an intense blue. Beetlejuice, Procyon, and a white-haired man watch in stunned silence, their faces reflecting the blinding light of the expanding blast. The destructive force continues to spread, manifesting as jagged blue lightning bolts tearing through the golden energy, shattering everything in its path. The blue electrical discharges intensify, creating a chaotic web of destructive power. Within the maelstrom of blue lightning, a concentrated orb of golden energy forms, pulsating with immense power. The golden orb then violently explodes, sending out a blinding white shockwave that ripples through the blue lightning and debris. The shockwave continues its devastating expansion, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A cataclysmic blue energy blast continues to erupt from the city's core, its raw power tearing through the environment. Amidst the chaos, Arya's determined gaze meets the calm, unsettling eyes of Trojan, a silent confrontation playing out as the world around them shatters. The blue energy expands further, impacting the ground with devastating force, sending golden debris and lightning arcs scattering in every direction. The destructive force continues its relentless assault, consuming more of the landscape in a maelstrom of light and thunder. Observing the escalating catastrophe, Procyon stands with a look of grave concern, while Aiden, now clad in dark armor with red horns, and Isabel, masked and cloaked, watch the distant energy blast. She acknowledges the dire situation, stating that the restrictions on Arya have been lifted, implying that with Arya now directly engaging Trojan, the stakes have dramatically risen. With the restrictions lifted, Arya stands resolute, her sword glowing brightly as blue lightning crackles around her, channeling the destructive power. Meanwhile, Trojan remains composed, a subtle golden glow emanating from her as she reacts to the immense energy now being unleashed. Trojan stands amidst a swirling vortex of golden chains and dark, circular portals, green particles dancing around her as she extends a hand, asserting her formidable power. With a whooshing sound, the golden chains surge forward, converging rapidly on a shadowy, indistinct figure. A crackling burst of energy erupts as the chains make impact, a blinding flash of blue and yellow light momentarily obscuring the scene. The shadowy form shatters under the relentless assault, its essence breaking apart into fragments of blue energy as the golden chains tighten their grip. Suddenly, Arya lunges forward, her blue hair flowing as she brings her glowing sword down in a powerful, sweeping arc against the golden chains. With a resounding clang and grinding sound, her blade meets the chains, creating a brilliant burst of white energy at the point of impact. Amidst the chaos, a small, dark, bird-like manifestation of Trojan's power darts through the golden chains, leaving a faint blue trail in its wake. Trojan's piercing yellow eyes, glowing with an inner light, observe the unfolding battle, a high-pitched hum of power emanating from her presence. Suddenly, a system command flashes into existence, declaring build and /A command build as a heavy rumble echoes across the golden ground. With a soft hiss, a luminous grid of blue energy lines rapidly forms, spreading across the dark space beneath the golden light. The blue grid solidifies with a grinding sound, manifesting into towering, angular structures that forcefully push back Trojan's golden chains as she watches the unexpected intervention. A high-pitched hum of power intensifies as Aiden's hand, clad in a white and gold gauntlet, grips a glowing blue object, crackling with raw, electric energy. He unleashes a torrent of crackling blue energy, coalescing into a sharp, piercing projectile. With a decisive command, the system registers a /attack. Across the battlefield, Trojan's eyes narrow, glowing with an intense yellow light, her gaze sharp and unyielding as she prepares for the impact. Immediately, she activates her own defense, a firewall command appearing in the air. The blue energy attack slams forward, erupting in a violent burst of light and force. The concentrated blue energy continues its relentless trajectory, a shimmering blade of pure force. It collides with Trojan's newly manifested hexagonal firewall, sending cracks spiderwebbing across its surface and showering sparks into the air. Trojan stands firm within the glowing, honeycomb barrier, its golden light pulsating as it absorbs the brunt of the assault. The attack continues to press, generating more yellow sparks and dark debris, the force threatening to overwhelm her defenses. Blue energy penetrates deeper into the firewall, causing further destruction and billowing clouds of smoke. Her eye glows with an even fiercer yellow intensity, reflecting her unwavering resolve in the face of the relentless assault. Trojan, her white hair flowing, confronts an opponent amidst crackling blue energy, declaring, "I don't know what you're planning, but..." The blue-haired fighter, surrounded by the same vibrant energy, retorts with fierce resolve. "Things won't go the way you want them to." Bathed in a golden glow, Trojan responds, her voice firm, "Because we will stop you once again." Yet, a deeper, more desperate thought surfaces within her, a quiet plea to herself. "I want to go back." The blue-haired fighter, observing Trojan's distant form, acknowledges the grim reality. "I knew that the possibility of success was low, but..." Even so, a flicker of defiance remains. "I still tried since there was still some hope. But..." Trojan's internal monologue continues, a stark admission of defeat. "I failed." Her face contorts in a mixture of despair and fierce determination, her yellow eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity, as she prepares for a desperate measure. Suddenly, a system command flashes into existence, a glowing orange notification declaring, "Stat down." The command executes, and a stark red message confirms the devastating effect, /AT command stat down. All stats have been lowered. The blue-haired fighter screams in agony, her armored form cracking and glowing with golden energy, as the sudden reduction in her abilities overwhelms her. Weakened and defeated, she collapses to the ground, her hand barely able to support her weight amidst the fading golden light. Trojan addresses Arya, acknowledging her immense strength, before revealing that in the depths of her own despair, she had encountered someone named Appa. She continues, musing that Arya's pure strength might even surpass that of Aster, and she had once believed that if they worked together, the two of them could have sent her back to her original world. But now, standing over the kneeling Arya, she concludes that, as expected, it was impossible. Arya's face contorts in a mix of distress and anger, the weight of Trojan's words clearly affecting her. She looks up at Trojan, her voice laced with disbelief, asking, "You're saying that Aiden can help you achieve your goal?" Her expression hardens, a fierce determination flashing in her eyes as she demands, "What are you trying to do?" Suddenly, a burst of blue energy erupts around Arya as the system message flashes. The stat down command has been lifted, freeing her from its debilitating effects. Despite her recent ordeal, Arya stands defiant, a blue aura flaring around her as she declares, "I won't let you use Aiden." Trojan's eyes glow with an intense yellow light, her expression unreadable as she processes Arya's challenge. Without a word, Trojan extends her hand, manifesting a shimmering golden energy block, the system command/A command block appearing beneath it. The golden energy slams into Arya, engulfing her in a shockwave of light and particles, leaving her stunned and surprised by the sudden attack. Arya, her blue hair flowing, defiantly commands Trojan to cease her interference. Even as her glowing blue sword is drawn, acknowledging that escaping Trojan's power will still take time. With a swift, arcing motion, she unleashes a powerful blue energy slash, attempting to cut through the oppressive force. But her eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping her lips as she realizes her attack has been utterly nullified, calling out Trojan's name in disbelief. Unperturbed by the assault, Trojan stands serene, her white hair cascading around her as dark, swirling energy, the manifestation of her block command, envelopes her. From the ground beneath her, a pillar of brilliant golden energy erupts, reaching skyward with immense force. The golden light then expands rapidly, engulfing the entire space in a shimmering, ethereal glow. From a distance, Aiden, his red hair stark against the golden backdrop, reacts with immediate concern, his voice laced with worry as he questions Arya's safety. His cloaked silhouette moves swiftly through the radiant energy, closing the distance to the unfolding confrontation. His amber eyes, now wide with a mix of determination and anger, focus intently on Trojan. Finally, he stands before her, the golden aura around Trojan highlighting her imposing presence as he prepares to challenge her. Trojan, her yellow eyes glowing with an unsettling calm, acknowledges his arrival with a simple, chilling statement, "It's been a while." Aiden, making his way through a bustling market street, inadvertently collides with a blue-haired figure. The impact causes the other man to recoil, turning with a scowl, a frustrated curse escaping his lips. He continues to berate Aiden, demanding he watch where he's going. Having successfully navigated the confrontation, Aiden lets out a quiet sigh, relieved he wasn't caught this time. He holds up a small, coin-filled pouch, musing that this amount is insignificant to players, so they won't even notice it's gone. This small haul, he considers, should be enough to get by for a little while. Continuing his journey through the vibrant market, he observes the various stalls and passersby. His gaze eventually settles on a display of intricate jewelry, perhaps contemplating its potential value. Later, approaching a cluttered room, Aiden calls out a familiar name, Alice. Stepping inside, he announces his return, as the young girl looks up at him, her expression unreadable. Aiden, having just returned, looks down at Alice, asking if she's been well, before announcing he has something for her and instructing her to hold out her arm. As she complies, he presents a simple bracelet, proudly declaring, "Ta-da." Alice gazes at the gift with wide, appreciative eyes, prompting Aiden to promise, "I'll buy you a more beautiful one next time." A soft smile plays on her lips, a quiet testament to her contentment. She reassures him, her voice filled with genuine affection. "It's okay, Appa. I like this one." Her face beams with pure joy as she expresses her heartfelt gratitude. Suddenly, a blinding orange and yellow light erupts, accompanied by crackling blue energy, as a powerful, destructive force tears through the environment. The destructive energy continues its rampage, manifesting as sharp, blue slashes that carve through the air with immense speed. Amidst the swirling blue lightning and shattered debris, the blue-haired fighter from the market dashes forward, her armored form a blur of motion. Her expression is grim, her thoughts betraying a deep frustration, as she laments being delayed and acknowledges the urgent need to hurry. Her focus is singular, her resolve absolute, to reach Aiden before any harm can befall him. A blinding golden light erupts, tearing through the very fabric of reality, as structures shatter and crumble into glittering fragments. Amidst the chaos, Aiden's eyes widen in shock, his face etched with a profound sense of dread. He turns to face a figure bathed in a radiant golden glow, uttering a single, desperate name, Alice. Her eye, a piercing yellow, glows with an intense, almost otherworldly light, reflecting a deep resolve. Aiden's hand, adorned with the simple blue bracelet she had so happily accepted, trembles slightly. Alice reaches out, her own hand glowing with the same golden energy, as if to grasp his. His face contorts in anguish, the weight of her actions pressing down on him. Alice's expression is one of profound sadness mixed with unyielding resolve, as she questions, "All the time we spent together, was it all for this moment?" Meanwhile, a desperate thought echoes in another's mind, "Must go back." A gloved hand, glowing with intense power, clenches as the thought continues, "But I can't do it alone." So, the voice resolves, with a chilling determination, "This is the only way. Even if I need to delete you, Appa." Aiden extends a hand, a golden orb resting in his palm, as if offering a silent plea. His eyes widen in alarm, a voice echoing in his mind, assuring him that this world, despite its turmoil, could never truly cast him aside. Yet, another voice, filled with a fierce resolve, cuts through the air, declaring that even if he were to abandon this world, she would not let him go. A blinding yellow light erupts, engulfing everything, as the reason for her unwavering stance is made clear. Meanwhile, Alice, her hand glowing with golden power, asserts her unique role, proclaiming herself the Updater, the sole individual capable of altering this reality, a power she intends to use for a permanent delete command. Back in the fray, the blue-haired fighter unleashes a devastating blast, striking Aiden with immense force. The effort takes its toll, and she collapses, her eyes closed in pain or exhaustion as the residual energy flickers around her. The impact culminates in a massive explosion, sending shockwaves and debris across the landscape. Through the chaos, Aiden's voice rings out, calling out Arya in desperate concern. He rushes to her side, catching the injured Arya in his arms, her name a pained whisper on his lips. In a moment of reflection, Arya's true desire is revealed. She simply wished for Aiden to return to the man he once was. A white-haired woman recalls a past conversation, her voice echoing with a hidden agenda, as she speaks of stepping down from the role of moderator. Her thoughts drift to the moment she first encountered Aiden, a lone figure stumbling through a desolate, shimmering landscape. She had believed, with a flicker of hope in her eyes, that she could finally achieve her long-sought goal. Her hope was that Aiden's unique powers could somehow heal him, a desperate wish amidst the chaotic, red-tinged energy surrounding him. Aiden, now facing Xenon, is caught in a surge of red energy, as the masked figure holds a glowing orb, a silent testament to their complex history. Arya's voice cuts through the memory, a stark confession of her true intentions, admitting that from the very beginning, she had approached him only to use him. Yet, in the present, Aiden cradles the injured Arya, her face etched with surprise and pain as glowing particles dissipate around her. He collapses to his knees, a cry of anguish escaping him, surrounded by the lingering golden dust of the powerful attack. His hand reaches out, bathed in the same golden light, a silent plea or a burgeoning resolve. A fierce determination ignites in Aiden's eyes, glowing orange, as red energy pulses around him, reflecting his inner turmoil and resolve. He ponders the gravity of Arya's sacrifice to run in front of a delete command. No matter how he considers it, her actions for that girl remain a profound mystery. A shadowy figure looms over a golden landscape, as the white-haired woman reflects on the past, acknowledging the importance of the person before her. This realization, however, is met with a system message, suggesting that this moment is a crucial opportunity for his awakening, and that it is better this way. Aiden, his red hair stark against the golden glow, confronts Alice, questioning why she would need more power when she already holds so much, but she counters, asking what more he could possibly need. Her golden eyes narrow with intensity as she presses him, demanding to know if deleting her is truly what he desires, and why he keeps insisting on returning. With a soft expression, she dismisses his concerns, assuring him that things are different now. Her voice carries a note of finality as she explains there is no longer any need for her to delete him, and that he doesn't need to be deleted. Aiden's eyes widen in surprise, a flicker of hope appearing as Alice suggests that despite the devastation, there might still be a way, and if it's him, he might be able to save that girl. He can only utter a confused, "What?" Alice gazes at him with a gentle smile, explaining that this is for him, for Appa, and for the system itself. As a brilliant golden aura begins to envelop her, Alice tells Aiden she doesn't know how much time will pass, but when he awakens again, he must come find her. Her voice echoes with a final plea, urging him to wake up and seek her out. Alice's form becomes almost entirely obscured by the radiant light, her eyes still fixed on Aiden as she promises she will wait for him, Appa. The golden light from Alice's sacrifice continued to emanate, shimmering with ethereal particles as her form began to fade. Bathed in the overwhelming radiance, Aiden stood small against the immense power, the light consuming everything around him. A choked gasp escaped him, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and disbelief. Overwhelmed by the situation, he slammed his fist into the ground, the impact shattering the very earth beneath him as a raw cry of frustration tore from his throat. Kneeling amidst the golden dust, he questioned the chaotic turn of events, his mind reeling from Alice's departure. His gaze lifted, filled with anguish, as he grappled with the impossible task now laid before him. The weight of his responsibility pressed down, especially knowing that Arya's fate was intertwined with his own actions. A faint image of Alice lingered, her words echoing in his mind, reminding him of the ultimate purpose behind her sacrifice. He recalled her final instructions, understanding that the system would grant his request, no matter how difficult, if it was for her. With newfound resolve, he extended his hand, a faint glow beginning to emanate from his palm. He focused his will, preparing to issue a direct command to the system itself. As he uttered the command, his hand flared with an intense, blinding red energy, signifying the activation of his newfound power. Aiden's eyes widen in disbelief, a sudden realization dawning on him. He can still use commands. As red energy begins to glow from his gloved hands, he wonders how this is possible, certain that Alice had stripped him of all authority. But a more pressing thought quickly overrides his confusion. dismissing the question as unimportant for the moment. Arya's fate is his absolute priority. He trusts Alice's words implicitly, knowing she would never deceive him. With renewed resolve, the red energy around his hands flares brighter, his sole focus on extracting Arya from her perilous situation. His entire body now radiates with a fierce red aura, glowing particles swirling around him, as he declares this to be the only way forward. A stark red icon of a trash can appears, emblazoned with the words, "Permanent Delete." With an explosive burst, a colossal wave of crimson energy erupts from him, tearing through the space around him. The world dissolves into a torrent of light and shadow, before he finds himself in a new, ethereal realm, a lone silhouette against a backdrop of shimmering blue particles. He reflects on the irony of returning to this place by his own will, acknowledging his increased resilience and growth. As a burst of blue energy flares around him, a lingering doubt surfaces. Did Alice foresee this outcome, deliberately leaving him to face it alone? As Aiden's consciousness plunged through the shimmering blue energy, a single thought echoed in his mind. He had found her. His face contorted in a desperate cry. He called out Arya's name, the blue light of the void reflecting in his wide, amber eyes. The vibrant energy began to dissipate, leaving him adrift in a deepening darkness, only faint blue particles and grid lines hinting at the space he now occupied. He fell through the endless expanse, a tiny silhouette against the fading blue light, plummeting into the unknown. The grid lines and particles grew fainter, the blue light receding further into the abyss. Eventually, all light vanished, leaving only a profound, suffocating darkness. Disoriented, he struggled to comprehend his surroundings, wondering what had happened and what he was supposed to do next. Then, a soft, ethereal voice pierced the silence, calling his name from the depths of the void. He questioned the sound, hearing his name repeated, a beacon in the oppressive darkness. Uncertain of its origin, he wondered who was speaking, as a brilliant light began to bloom beneath him, urging him to open his eyes. The voice, though familiar, remained elusive, a mystery in the encroaching light. His amber eyes snapped open, wide with a mixture of confusion and dawning realization. Aiden's eyes snap open with a jolt, his consciousness returning abruptly. He looks around, disoriented, as if waking from a deep slumber, the shimmering, ethereal space around him slowly coming into focus. The void pulses with a soft, white light, revealing distant, indistinct figures within its swirling depths, a stark contrast to the darkness he had just experienced. His gaze then falls upon a figure with vibrant blue hair, her presence a sudden, unexpected sight, causing a jolt of surprise to ripple through him. His amber eye widens, reflecting the astonishment he feels at this new reality, as the mysterious voice from before finally takes a visible form. The blue-haired woman, holding a small, white dragon with bright yellow eyes, looks directly at him, her voice echoing the name he heard in the darkness. Arya? A hand reaches out, gently touching a cheek, as a familiar voice calls out, Arya. Aiden, his expression a mix of shock and relief, asks if it's truly her, and she reassures him, Yes, Aiden. I'm all right now. He lets out a soft sigh, his amber eyes still wide with disbelief, struggling to process the reunion. Arya looks at him with a gentle sadness, confessing that she thought she would never see him again. Still disoriented, he asks what she's talking about, and she counters, Do you not remember what you did? His eyes widen in sudden, dawning horror, a flicker of memory perhaps stirring within him. As his confusion deepens, a small white dragon peeks out from behind Arya, prompting him to exclaim, Serious? He stammers, questioning how the dragon could be there, convinced it had been deleted, while Arya, with Sirius now resting on her shoulder, calmly suggests he's confused from waking up so suddenly and needs more rest. Then, her tone shifts, becoming more serious, as she instructs Aiden to listen carefully without getting shocked. His eyes widen again, anticipating her words, as she reveals the shocking truth. For 3 years, you did not wake up. Arya, with Sirius still perched calmly on her shoulder, then asks if he remembers anything, her expression a mix of concern and expectation. From the depths of a digital void, a collective voice echoes, declaring, You restored us. As the words fade, the system's title card, Updater, materializes, hinting at a profound change. The digital landscape shifts, with faint blue lines appearing in the darkness. A powerful blue light beam pierces the void, while a glitching message, 59,864th time fail, flickers ominously at the bottom. Surrounded by a cascade of fail messages, each counting a failed attempt, Aiden lies unconscious, his body still amidst the digital chaos. His mind stirs, a question forming through the haze of his awakening. How much time has passed? The disorientation is profound, his internal clock shattered, as he wonders if it has been 1 week, 1 month. I don't know anymore. My senses have gone weird. A faint sound echoes in the darkness, and he struggles to recall his purpose, questioning, What was I supposed to be doing? Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts before him, causing him to gasp in surprise. W, what are you doing here? He stares intently at the source of the radiance, a crystalline object pulsating with intense blue energy. The object itself is a marvel, a multifaceted blue crystal radiating pure, vibrant light. As he gazes upon it, a flicker of recognition crosses his face, and he murmurs, "I'm sure this is Sirius Star." He remembers a time when a guiding light appeared, not just once, but whenever he found himself in a difficult situation. A brilliant blue star-like energy pulses before him, its light cutting through the darkness of his memory. He questions what this vision is trying to convey, as the radiant blue light intensifies, pulling him deeper into the past. His amber eyes widen in realization, a forgotten name surfacing from the depths of his mind. The glowing orb seems to echo the name, Arya, a whisper from a distant memory. That's right, he remembers now, he came to save Arya. How could he have forgotten such an important truth, when Arya had made so many sacrifices for him? He recalls holding her close, her blue hair shimmering, a pang of guilt striking him for having done nothing in return. A digital fail message flashes, a stark reminder of his past mistakes. But this time, he vows, things will be different. Reaching out with renewed resolve, he promises, from now on, he will be the one saving her, urging her to hold on just a little longer. Red energy crackles around him, a surge of power accompanying his unwavering resolve. As if to challenge his resolve, a surge of crimson energy erupted around Aiden, tendrils of light wrapping around his leg, attempting to pull him back into the digital abyss. His amber eye widened in alarm, the sudden, violent interference catching him completely off guard. He found himself falling, surrounded by the oppressive red glow, as another fail message flashed across his vision, marking the 98,421st instance of failure. His brow furrowed in confusion and anger, as countless fail notifications bombarded him, each one a digital barrier to his progress. The red energy tightened its grip, and he wondered if the system itself was actively trying to prevent his departure. Aiden's frustration mounted, the thought gnawing at him that he might be perceived as nothing more than a glitch or a virus within this digital realm. He gritted his teeth, a curse escaping his lips, as the relentless fail messages continued to flash, mocking his every attempt to break free. His expression hardened with resolve, knowing that if this interference persisted, his mission to change the past would be impossible. Yet, amidst the chaos, a soft, reassuring voice cut through the digital noise, offering a simple, powerful promise, "Don't worry." The unnamed white-haired woman appeared, her gaze steady, her words a balm against the system's assault, assuring him that this world could not simply cast him aside. Appa. Her voice resonated with conviction, explaining that he was the updater, the sole individual capable of altering this reality. With a gentle, glowing hand extended, she affirmed that the system itself would bend for him, if it was for his sake. Appa. The system's promise echoes, declaring that no matter the difficulty, any request will be granted. Yet, amidst the cacophony of digital errors, Aiden's amber eye glows with fierce resolve, his hand reaching out as if to grasp at the very fabric of his reality. Surrounded by countless fail messages, he realizes he cannot simply vanish without a fight. His jaw clenches, a guttural sound escaping him, as he vows not to let this unfair situation persist. With a surge of blue energy, he focuses his will, declaring his urgent need to find and speak with Alice. His hand reaches out once more, a single word escaping his lips, as the fail messages continue to bombard him. His amber eyes blaze with fury, demanding the system cease its interference. With a powerful surge, a brilliant red explosion erupts, shattering the digital noise. As the red particles dissipate, a message confirms a successful restoration. The remnants of the digital struggle fade into darkness, leaving only a void. From the depths of that void, a soft, ethereal blue light begins to bloom, filled with shimmering particles. And then, with a gentle whoosh, Aiden stands cloaked in a vast, serene landscape of ice and snow, bathed in the soft blue glow of a new world. He finds himself in a new, snowy expanse, his expression one of utter shock. His mind races, questioning how this transformation occurred and where he has been transported. He glances around the ethereal, snow-dusted landscape, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. The remnants of the system's power linger, manifesting as a crystalline shard and a pulsating orb of blue energy in his hands. A stark, red message flashes before him, identifying him as number 00000028. His eyes widen further in disbelief, a silent question escaping his lips. Turning his back to the viewer, he faces a distant, glowing light, as another message appears, simply stating, "Congratulations." The system elaborates, revealing that on the 890,813th attempt, the restoration was successful. The blue energy of the new world swirls around his cloak, emphasizing the profound change in his surroundings. A command prompt appears, confirming the restoration process. Aiden's confusion turns to frustration, demanding to know the meaning of this successful restoration and the identity of the entity speaking to him. The unseen entity responds, identifying itself as the operating system, the very foundation of this world. Still reeling from the sudden shift in reality, Aiden questions the disembodied voice, wondering if the very system of this world is speaking directly to him. The system responds, explaining that it designed this new place specifically for his awakening, and that it is merely a temporary consciousness created to guide him. Aiden processes this, noting the system's temporary nature, but before delving deeper, he feels an urgent need to confirm something crucial. He recalls his own self-deletion, a memory that still puzzles him, and demands to know how he could still be alive, questioning the system's involvement. The system's response is immediate and resolute, declaring that it could not allow him to be deleted and needed to restore him, no matter the cost. It further explains that every method was employed for his restoration, though the ultimate choice to return was his alone, a visual of his past self lying amidst a swirling red aura emphasizing the struggle. With a profound statement, the system assures him that everything will unfold according to his will, promising to follow his choices without question, no matter what they may be. As the system speaks, Aiden feels a distinct surge of power, recognizing it as the undeniable authority of a moderator, his hand beginning to glow with a vibrant, fiery energy. Confused by this unexpected development, he wonders aloud how he could still possess such authority when it was supposedly taken from him. A sharp, electronic beep punctuates the air as the system delivers its final, shocking revelation. Aiden is now this world's only moderator. Surrounded by a vibrant, crackling red aura, Aiden stands as the system confirms that this immense power is now solely and completely his. The red energy intensifies around him, reflecting in his wide, amber eyes, as the full weight of his new, absolute authority settles upon him. Aiden considers the implications of his new power, wondering if everything will now unfold exactly as he desires. He then asks the system if the power of restoration extends beyond himself, allowing him to save others as well. As a small, glowing orb of energy manifests in his hand, his expression is one of intense focus, a silent plea for confirmation. His amber eye widens slightly, reflecting the gravity of the system's response. A single, resolute thought forms in his mind. He can save her. A vision of Arya, with her bright blue hair and gentle smile, appears before him, her image shimmering with ethereal light. His conviction solidifies. He can save Arya. However, a stark warning from the system flashes across his perception. Using restoration on Arya, who was permanently deleted, carries unknown side effects. The system then directly challenges him, asking if he still wishes to proceed, to which he responds with a grim, yet firm, "I understand." His voice rings with urgency, demanding the system to hurry, declaring his unwavering intent to proceed with the restoration. With a determined expression, Aiden holds the glowing orb aloft, a powerful red aura erupting around him, signifying his absolute commitment to his decision. As the system's warning echoed, a torrent of red and blue energy erupted, swirling around a faint, ethereal outline, the sound of crackling magic filling the void. Within the vibrant maelstrom, Arya's form began to solidify, her long blue hair flowing upwards as if caught in an invisible current, bathed in the intense glow of the restoration. Her eyes remained closed, a serene expression on her face as the blue and white particles danced around her, while below, Aiden watched, his own eyes wide with a mixture of shock and desperate hope, the red aura of his power still radiating around him. Reaching out a gloved hand, he extended it towards the shimmering form, the red energy from his body intertwining with the white particles of her return. Finally, he pulled her close, embracing her tightly as she rested against him, unconscious but whole, the soft glow of blue and white particles gently falling around them like ethereal snow. Her face, now peaceful and unmarred, lay against his shoulder, a testament to the success of his desperate gamble. A soft blue eye slowly opens, revealing a figure held gently in a protective embrace. As a wave of confusion washes over her, before she recognizes the face of Aiden, her voice filled with disbelief as she questions what is happening, certain that she had been deleted. Aiden, holding her close, expresses his profound relief that she is alive again. As a system message confirms Arya's successful restoration, she hears a voice and asks what it is, to which Aiden calmly replies that it is the voice of the OS. He reassures her not to worry, explaining that the OS follows his commands, and that he used a restoration command to bring her back. Arya's eyes widen in utter shock, her voice echoing his words in disbelief. Restoration command? Aiden, seemingly unaware of the gravity of his statement, asks if she can use her body and if she is okay, but she remains bewildered, asking what he is talking about. She warns him that such power is dangerous, emphasizing that no one has ever emerged unscathed after using a skill related to restoration. A sharp, searing pain shoots through Aiden's body, his hands clenching as a system warning flashes before him, confirming that due to the excessive use of the restoration command, an overload has occurred, manifesting as a violent red aura around him. He gasps, clutching his chest in agony, as Arya looks on with deep concern. Calling out his name, she asks if he is all right, but Aiden reassures her that he is fine, the pain having calmed down a bit. Arya, however, reminds him that she warned him this would happen, while he can only offer a nervous laugh, wondering what he should do next. Despite the warning, he declares he needs to use it one more time, holding up a glowing blue crystalline object that Arya immediately recognizes as Sirius Star. She holds the same object, confirming her previous warnings, her expression serious. Another system message appears, strongly recommending against any further use of restoration. The system explains that while it is usually impossible to restore someone permanently deleted, Aiden's authority allowed him to force it twice, but at the cost of immense energy consumption. Looking at him with concern, Arya reveals that due to the excessive overload, his body's condition is now critical and beyond self-recovery. She further warns that he will receive even more damage if he attempts to restore someone who is permanently deleted again. Aiden remains silent, contemplating her words, as Arya confirms that any more attempts would indeed be reckless. Aiden reaches out, his voice filled with desperation, pleading with Arya. Arya, her expression etched with concern, questions his resolve, wondering what purpose there was in bringing her back if it meant something terrible would happen to him. He offers a reassuring smile, promising he won't die or disappear, but she retorts, asking if it would have been fine for him to be deleted while protecting her. Aiden then adds that he might not have been able to save her without serious help, a shimmering light swirling around him. He continues, explaining that he might not have been able to save her at all, and that he is simply trying to return the favor. As a powerful red aura flares around him, Aiden holds the glowing blue crystalline object, his expression a mix of determination and strain. Suddenly, a stark system warning flashes, its red text demanding attention. The warning explicitly states that it is too dangerous to use restoration any further, urging him to stop as red cracks appear on his skin and his eyes glow with intense power. Despite the severe warnings and visible pain, he desperately pleads, asking for just one more chance. His eyes burning with fierce resolve, Aiden rejects the system's caution, commanding it to stop with the nonsense and carry out the restoration. The command is registered, and the restoration interface, glowing intensely red, activates. As the ethereal space shimmered with countless sparkling motes, a faint, almost translucent form began to coalesce within the light. The form resolved into a small, white dragon-like creature, floating serenely, a clear sign that the restoration was underway. Arya, her hands outstretched, cradled the newly restored creature, Sirius, a brilliant blue aura radiating from her as she exclaimed her disbelief at its return. Sirius itself glowed with an intense, pure light, embodying the very essence of the power of restoration. Arya's eyes widened in a sudden, profound understanding, realizing that Aiden's mysterious ability to heal bugs must have stemmed from this very power. But the cost of such power was immediately apparent as Aiden clutched his chest, engulfed in a violent, crackling red aura, the strain of the process overwhelming him, because he was able to use Red Arc. His hand pulsed with the destructive energy, the raw power threatening to tear him apart from the inside. Aiden's face contorted in a silent scream of agony, red lightning crackling around him as his body struggled to contain the immense power. Arya, witnessing his torment, reached out desperately towards his silhouette, her voice filled with anguish as she cried out his name. Now engulfed by the same destructive red energy, Arya screamed for help, pleading with anyone who could hear her to intervene. The system itself registered the severity of the situation, confirming that Aiden was in grave danger and had sustained critical damage. In response to the emergency, a blinding flash of yellow light erupted, signaling that direct external interference had begun. Arya watches, her expression a mask of profound distress, as the blinding light of the system's intervention engulfs the area. At the heart of the radiant glow, a crimson crystal pulses with an ominous energy, its facets reflecting the chaotic power at play. Meanwhile, a system interface materializes, displaying the urgent message. A solution is being analyzed, followed by a search prompt, as if the very fabric of reality is being scoured for an answer. Aiden lies prone, a faint red orb hovering above him, his body still engulfed in the destructive energy that brought him to this state. Tears streamed down his face, a silent testament to the agony he endures, while Sirius, the white dragon, remains a watchful, concerned presence in the background. The crimson crystal flares once more, as the system announces, analysis has been completed. Arya looks on, her face etched with despair, as the system confirms the worst. Number 000002, Aiden has been confirmed to have sustained critical damage. A gloved hand, belonging to Xenon, appears on a control panel, as his voice echoes the grim reality. As I've said before, he has passed the point where he can self-recover. A new, golden orb of energy manifests, accompanied by a system directive. To increase the effectiveness of recovery, I will transfer all my power to Aiden. Arya gazes at the glowing orb, her concern deepening as the system adds a crucial detail. For this operation, a large amount of time is required. Aiden's face contorts in pain, red energy lines tracing across his skin, as the system warns, when it starts, my consciousness will be paused. With tears still streaming, Aiden is enveloped in the red glow, as the final, urgent plea is made. Until this operation has been completed, I request that you keep Aiden safe. A voice declares the process will begin, as a brilliant golden orb of energy ignites, radiating intense light and power. The golden light expands rapidly, engulfing everything in its path, a torrent of raw energy surging outwards. Within the blinding radiance, a lone figure is caught in the heart of the transformation, their form silhouetted against the overwhelming light. As the power surges through him, Aiden's face contorts in a silent scream, his mind struggling to comprehend the immense influx of energy. He clutches his head, overwhelmed, the sheer force of the transfer threatening to tear his consciousness apart. Later, the blue-haired moderator asks if he remembers anything, then adds that she kept waiting after the initial transfer began. She holds the small white dragon, Sirius, both patiently enduring the long period of his unconsciousness. In a desolate, star-dusted landscape, Xenon stands vigil, watching over Aiden's prone form, a silent guardian through the endless waiting. The blue-haired moderator's eyes reflect a quiet understanding as she observes him, noting that he has been asleep for a very long time. Aiden awakens, surrounded by a vibrant, fiery golden aura, and the moderator asks if he feels any discomfort from the prolonged process. He responds with a confident smile, declaring that he feels no discomfort, but rather is full of strength. His hand glows with the potent, newly acquired energy, as he contemplates the implications of his transformation, wondering what he can achieve now. He feels an overwhelming surge of power, a profound confidence settling within him, as if he can accomplish anything. With a focused gaze, he extends a hand, and raw, golden energy erupts from his form, coalescing into a vibrant red vortex. A system interface appears, displaying a simple red cube icon, indicating the command to build has been initiated. From the swirling energy, countless red and orange cubic structures begin to rapidly materialize, expanding outwards in a brilliant, golden explosion of creation. The blue-haired moderator watches, her expression a mix of awe and concern, as the nascent city-like structures rise from the void. The sheer scale of the construction is staggering, prompting her to wonder aloud about the immense undertaking. Aiden, now holding a shimmering, intricate spherical construct, observes his creation. The sphere pulses with intense light, radiating energy as it completes its formation. Standing beside the blue-haired moderator, he surveys the colossal, glowing city he has brought into existence. Another system command flashes, this time for restoration. A blinding light erupts, casting two distant figures in stark silhouette against a swirling vortex of red and white energy. Nearby, the dragon creature, Sirius, watches with wide, golden eyes, uttering that he has witnessed many things, but this is truly incredible. The blue-haired moderator, her expression a mix of awe and disbelief, can only manage a single, drawn-out word, wondering what exactly she is witnessing. At the heart of the phenomenon, Aiden stands, his red hair illuminated by the surging red and blue energies that surround him, as a system notification declares this to be the true form of his power. A system interface appears, identifying him as number 00000 to Aiden Updater, signaling a profound shift in his capabilities. This transformation is further underscored by another system message, announcing that all locked commands have been released. Aiden extends his hand, a vibrant red energy swirling and crackling around his palm as he initiates a command for item creation. From the swirling magic, a nascent weapon begins to take form, its outline glowing with the same fierce red as the command/command item flashes into existence. With a final surge of power, the young man now firmly grips the newly materialized blade, its crimson glow radiating outward. The sword pulses with an intense, fiery light, its intricate design hinting at its formidable power, now officially named Aiden's Decapitation Sword. He regards his new weapon with a quiet intensity, a faint aura of power still clinging to him from the act of creation. Shifting his focus, Aiden then issues a new command/command build, and the very space around him begins to warp, forming colossal, glowing red and orange blocks that rise from an ethereal void. The geometric structures rapidly assemble and shift, their surfaces shimmering with light as they respond to his will. He stands on a newly formed, narrow path, gazing down into a vast, blue expanse, where more of the vibrant, block-like formations continue to manifest, shaping the world at his feet. His amber eyes glow with a fierce, unwavering resolve, reflecting the immense power he now wields to shape reality itself. A surge of raw energy erupts, scattering crimson particles across a vibrant blue sky, as something powerful takes form. Standing amidst the dissipating magical dust, Aiden holds aloft a newly forged blade, its dark, intricate form glowing with an ominous red light. This is a weapon unlike any other. He muses, recalling a past encounter with a formidable weapon, that this new blade feels significantly stronger than even the execution sword. His thoughts drift to the source of his boundless energy, a figure from his past, realizing that no matter how many commands he issues, he never feels exhausted, a benefit likely stemming from the power he gained from the OS. The blue-haired moderator, observing his feat, exclaims her disbelief at Aiden's incredible ability. With Sir Sirius perched on her shoulder, she continues, explaining that creating personally attributed weapons usually demands immense heart and soul over a long period, making his instantaneous creation truly remarkable. She recalls the arduous process, even for high-ranking operators like Aster, to craft unique, powerful items, a task that always required significant effort. Yet, she observes, for him, it appears to have been an effortless endeavor, prompting her to call out to Aiden. With a hopeful expression, she asks if he can also create an attributed weapon for her. Aiden, looking away with a hint of melancholy, explains that his own weapon was deleted during their last fight. The moderator, surprised by his revelation, questions if he's being cautious, perhaps implying a reluctance to create another powerful item. He extends a hand, a swirling vortex of red and orange energy coalescing into a brilliant orb above his palm, contemplating the creation of a new weapon. The raw power intensifies, manifesting as jagged crimson lines and shimmering particles that crackle with immense force. As the energy solidifies, the blue-haired moderator watches, a sleek black sword with a glowing red edge now resting beside her, its form perfectly crafted. A wide smile spreads across her face, her eyes sparkling with delight at the impressive new weapon. Aiden then turns to her, the small dragon Sirius floating nearby, explaining that he tried to make the sword as close to her previous one as possible, asking if it felt familiar. Next, he focuses on Sirius, a red aura flaring around his hand as he prepares to bestow something upon the creature, who looks up expectantly. Sirius reacts with surprise, as Aiden explains that the item is an accessory designed to aid him as he grows. The small dragon now wears red armbands, glowing faintly, and Aiden elaborates that it possesses both mana amplification and protective properties, making it highly useful. With their tasks complete, the blue-haired moderator declares that they no longer need to remain in their current location, looking towards Aiden. Aiden agrees, gazing up at a bright, ethereal light, and suggests they leave immediately. However, the moderator quickly interjects, raising a hand to stop him. With a knowing smile, she acknowledges their departure, but hints at something she needs to address before they go. The blue-haired moderator, having paused their departure, considers Aiden's appearance, asking if they should address his long, fiery red hair. His crimson locks cascade down his back, a vibrant contrast against his simple white shirt. With a thoughtful hum, she produces a pair of gleaming scissors, ready to begin the task. As strands of his red hair fall away, Aiden watches the transformation unfold. Soon, the moderator declares that his new look is a lot better. Now sporting a neatly trimmed, shorter style, Aiden offers his thanks, before she asks him to wait for a moment. Holding a fresh set of clothes, she explains her intention to change into them. Assuring him she'll be quick, she turns away, leaving Aiden to ponder. Suddenly, Sirius calls out to him, his small, white form looking up with concern. The moderator's voice echoes, though she is unseen, questioning his intent to find Trojan and warning him that she is far more dangerous than he realizes. As Aiden processes the recent warnings, his small dragon companion, Sirius, floats nearby, asking if he is still all right with the situation, his expression thoughtful. A moment of silence passes, then Aiden's hand clenches, a subtle sign of his growing resolve, the sound of his grip echoing softly. He turns slightly, his focus unwavering as he declares his intention to understand Alice's true desires, and for that reason, he will do whatever it takes. His hand extends, enveloped in a vibrant, fiery aura, as he vows to support her to the very end, as she is the only family member he has left. The fiery energy intensifies, swirling around him with a powerful, crackling sound, a clear manifestation of his unwavering determination. His gaze sharpens, reflecting the glowing aura, as he concludes his thought, a simple, so preceding his next declaration. The fiery energy continues to emanate from his form, highlighting the intricate details of his dark attire, a silent testament to the power he now wields. With renewed clarity, he states his immediate goal, declaring that he needs to meet with Alice. Sirius, floating beside him, agrees with his sentiment, adding that his own sanity is at stake, as staying in this white space for any longer would drive him crazy. Suddenly, the blue-haired moderator appears, her form partially obscured by a companion, and she echoes Sirius's agreement, stating, "I also agree." Her face, now clearly visible, holds a pleasant smile, her blue hair framing her features. With a slight tilt of her head, she then poses a question to Aiden, asking what he thinks about matters beyond their current agreement. The blue-haired fighter stands poised, her dark and blue-accented armor reflecting the ethereal glow of the surrounding white space. Aiden, observing her, offers a slight smirk, asking how it looks, wondering why she remains silent. Suddenly, he reaches out, his hand firmly grasping her shoulder, causing her to flinch in surprise. Her eyes widen, and she questions his abrupt action, a hint of confusion in her voice. She looks down at her chest, where a crimson pendant rests, her hands hovering over it. Meeting his gaze, she declares her intention, stating that she is returning it to him. As she speaks, a brilliant red light erupts from her chest, surrounded by a shimmering blue aura, the energy radiating outwards. The crimson glow intensifies, pulsing with raw power, as if a vital core is being transferred. A system message flashes, confirming the attribution and warning against further transfers, but Aiden firmly tells her to always keep it on her, his expression resolute. Her eyes soften, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, as she explains her reason. He is her first operator. With the interaction concluded, Aiden turns his attention away from her, calling out to Sirius. As Aiden and the blue-haired fighter clasp hands, a sense of time's relentless march settles over them, 3 years having passed in what feels like an instant. Even the small dragon-like creature, Sirius, seems to acknowledge the vast expanse, as a great deal of time has indeed elapsed. Aiden's expression shifts to one of surprise, his form surrounded by a faint red glow, as if reacting to an internal system prompt. The system then displays a stark, glowing red exit command, signaling a definitive end to their current state. A command line appears, confirming the action with /command exit, and the space around them begins to distort with streaks of red light. Aiden and the blue-haired fighter are enveloped in a blinding, starburst-like explosion of crimson energy, the force of the system's transition radiating outwards. A concentrated beam of red energy shoots forth, piercing through a cosmic void, its trajectory marking their departure. The energy dissipates into intricate, glowing red patterns, resembling a complex digital circuit fading into the darkness. Finally, a system message confirms the successful completion of the process, declaring version 1.0 update complete. A final burst of brilliant orange and red light erupts, marking the culmination of the transition. Emerging from the swirling vortex of energy, Aiden and the blue-haired fighter stand side by side, their expressions resolute as they face whatever new reality awaits them. With a glance to his side, Aiden finds Sirius perched comfortably on his shoulder, the small creature a familiar presence against the backdrop of a new, star-filled sky. As the system update concluded, a new reality unfolded, revealing a sky streaked with vibrant purple energy and towering, jagged crystalline formations that pulsed with an otherworldly glow. Amidst this alien landscape, Aiden and the blue-haired fighter stood, their forms silhouetted against the glowing structures, as a system message confirmed the completion of their first season.